huge adrenaline rush because you get to see like 14 teams around the world coming to play together. So it's gonna be awesome.
I'm here to see Vulcan and Zuna dance.
So I'm here for Gambit, and I want to see Mineski, like just there.
I'm here to support the EU guys. Fnatic OP.
I'm here to see the Korean, especially Ozone.
We're close to the front of the queue, so 6 hours seems worth it. Came from England, just by London, 10-hour flight, and I'm exhausted.
I really want to see Vulcan, Man Cloud. I love you, Man Cloud. And Spring Split, like I just believed in them.
The first game of the Season 3 World Championship featured the international wildcard winners Gaming Gear EU taking on North American fan favorites Team Solo Mid. Speaking of favorites, Wild Turtle was back on Corki. Wild Turtle dealt tons of damage to help TSM pick up the first win of Worlds.
Hey, I'm on my way. Go. Ezzo, guys. Brother gets taken down. Alinea all on his own on the tower. He's going to get dropped, and it's going to be another double kill for Wild Turtle. It's Team Solo Mid that are going to take the first game of the Season 3 World Championship.
Going for the groups.
They got him, ladies and gentlemen. They got him.
It's a great start for TSM, but this by no means is a sign of relief.
Up next, the Lemon Dogs from the European LCS took on SK Telecom T1, who were playing their first game away from Korea. And for many fans outside Korea, this was their first look at SKT's phenom, Faker. Showing why he is considered one of the best players in the world, Faker led SKT to their first win of the day.
The charm comes in there, and now Bengi gets on towards him. He can kick him towards the tower. Faker picks up the kill. Baiting in there. Pigner's going to be the focus, and he is going to get melted. It's down to 2,000 hit points, but look at Dexter just getting melted. There's no damage coming out from Lemon Dogs, and I can see SKT1 just turning around. Faker picks up 1, picks up 2, comes on through, and SK Telecom T1 will be taking their first game against the Lemon Dogs. Job done for the man in the middle.
After winning their first game of the day, TSM struggled mightily against China's OMG, but the General never gave up.
When he wants to get in, get the smite down, he gets it! He gets the smite down for TSM.
The Baron steal was not enough for a TSM comeback, and OMG charges to a 1-0 record in the group stage.
The Wild Turtle is still alive in the back. Now he's taken down. Dyrus is going to be the last man standing. An OMG with a triple kill for Sand. Take them down. That's going to take TSM to 1-1. A great start for OMG.
After playing SKT T1 tough in their first match, the Lemon Dogs methodically took down Gaming Gear to improve to 1-1.
It's going to be Lemon Dogs with a very definitive victory here over Gaming Gear EU in our fourth game of the day. 29:01 on the clock.
They had every building destroyed and every champion dead at the end of that game.
OMG versus SKT T1. Faker versus Cool. This game lived up to all of the hype.
And it looks like they may be able to continue. Bengi trying to help. This would be a double buff transfer.
Oh,
he hits the Q! He follows the Sonic Wave, and he gets the safeguard out as well.
Faker continued to dazzle.
Oh, he great beautiful all the way back to the turret. Cool's gonna be going down, and Faker with a beautiful play by himself.
But OMG capitalized on their early advantage to pull out an impressive victory for their second win of the day.
San with a double kill coming in. The Nexus is open. It's over an 11,000 gold lead of OMG to take out SKT T1.
In the first game of Group B, Vulcan came out of the gates on fire, taking down 2 Fnatic members for an early lead.
That's a flash forward from Zuna. 100 HP, 50. First blood secured. That's in Zuna's back pocket. He now has a red buff to back it up. Peke rooted in place, down to 110 HP. Zuna's trying to chase, manages to pick up the kill. 2 early kills for Vulcan.
Vulcan's teamwork was OP, allowing them to pick up the first win of Group B.
Smithy's going down right above Baron.
And it's all the Zuna! Zuna saves Smithy! What a flash ace in the hole, not gonna do it. Vulcan are going to pick up game 1 here in Group A. North America has drawn first blood against Europe at the World Championships.
Longtime European powerhouse Gambit secured their first group stage win when they took down Mineski, the Southeast Regional Champions from the Philippines.
They've shut down Ezra in the background and now turned their attention over to Yume. Diana is now out as we see Snoy gets charmed up. That was a great charm by Alex Edge. 4 for 0. They get Dragon. This is complete control.
Game had a little bit of a slow start in the game, but they turned it on in the mid-game. Only 24.5 minutes in, they're going to take down Mineski.
Vulcan continued to press in the early game.
Dandy as he flag and drags out to safety. Loops to the top line. The true shot barrage.
But Ozone ran Vulcan in circles to pick up their first win at Worlds.
He gets flung backwards. Third proc is going to be needed to get over the wall. Now Lupa turns his attention over to his Smithy. Has now decided to teleport. He's teleporting up the lane. Zuna wants to be his target. He's turned backwards. A play onto Mancloud is going to get Room Prison in place. Now Zuna is doing the best he can to get away. Another knockup. Ozone are going to be picking up their first win here in Group B.
After starting the day 0-1, Fnatic took out their frustrations on Mineski, winning their first game in dominating fashion.
Poor Mineski, actually. As we said, they had a decent start. So last one, Fnatic actually not leaving. They're going to come around the corner from this one. Good Stranglethorns coming down. Yellow Star falling low, but Fnatic dive right back in there, picking themselves up a couple more kills. EXO's not going to be able to escape. I'd be surprised if Yume makes it. Ace in the hole will finish off. And that will be an ace coming down from Fnatic.
Fnatic was not happy about that loss to Vulcan. We can say that.
In the last game of the day, Gambit showed all their practice paid off.
Look at Ozone. They're one by one being taken down. Imp got into the middle of them. They need to lock him out of this one. He will be finished off. It's Genja that picks that one up.
Gambit, that boot camp is paying off for them right now. They are in control of this game.
Gambit defeated Samsung Galaxy Ozone in a landslide, and they joined OMG as the 2 teams to end day 1 undefeated.
And there is the surrender.
Surrender, brilliant victory here from Gambit. Thoroughly deserved victory, I'm going to say there.
Absolutely. This is a message to the rest of their group right now.
To the League of Legends Season 3 World Championship. I'm Ify Shokzaportra coming to you live from Los Angeles, California. And as you saw in that video, the first day of the Season 3 World Championship was incredible. And now it's day 2 of the tournament and we have 5 teams ready to take to the Rift in their bid for the title and the Summoners Cup. But before we get to today's games, let's say hi to Jat and Riv in the broadcast booth.
Thank you very much, Shocks. I'm Rivington Bizen III alongside Joshua Jat Leesman, and this is the spot where our team of broadcasters will bring you every Invade, Baron Steel, and Next Level play from today's group stage matches.
And we're just getting started here at the World Championships, but before we get to today's action, let's send it over to Joe, who's getting comfy in the interview lounge.
Thanks a lot, Jat, and welcome to my perch here high above the studio floor. All day long, I'll be joined by players from the World Championship teams to talk about their games and their experiences of playing here on the big stage. But for now, let's send it over to Kobe and Quickshot at the analyst desk and kick off day 2.
Thank you very much, Joe. I am Trevor Quickshot Henry, and beside me at the analyst desk is Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler.
And this is the spot where we'll be breaking down the biggest plays, setting up the games, and making our predictions for the Season 3 World Championship.
Plus, we've got a few friends who are going to be hanging out with us all day long at the analyst desk to help make sense of it all. Welcome to, of course, OGN caster Monte Cristo, the Evil Genius to support Crepo, and the North American All-Star CLG's Doublelift.
Good to be here, Trevor.
Thanks for that, Crepo. Glad to have you guys back. Even you, Doublelift.
I hate you.
Especially you, Doublelift.
Today we've got 5 awesome games from Group B heading your way. But before we get to what's coming up, we do have to talk about what went down yesterday.
So on Sunday, we kicked off the Season 3 World Championship with 10 huge games, as every team in the group stage took to the Rift twice.
Yeah, and after that incredible day of action, let's see where the teams stand, starting with the 5 teams in Group A. China's OMG is the only undefeated team in the group, thanks to their unexpected win over SK TT1.
Tied for second with identical 1-1 records are the Lemon Dogs, SKT1, and Team Solo Mid. While the international wildcard, Lithuania's Gaming Gear, is still searching for their first win.
Yeah, now that each team in Group A has played a couple of games, let's kick this off to the analysts. Monty, do you still think that SKT is the favorite, even after dropping a game to OMG?
I do, and for me, I've obviously cast SKT quite a lot, and in Korea, they almost always drop the first 1 or 2 games in a best-of series, and then they always adapt very well and come back to complete a reverse sweep. So I think they're still very strong. That said, OMG played exceptionally well in that match. They are still dangerous, but SKT, they adapt so quickly that I don't think they're going to take the next game, and they may cause some problems.
Well, we will see, we will see. Crepo, let's throw this one over to you. You've gone head-to-head against the Lemon Dogs during the course of the summer split. How do you think they looked yesterday?
I think they looked pretty well, actually. They showed some of their strengths, which was their early strategy. Definitely seeing like Enrated's analysis going on there, because they basically copied the level 1 that Enrated taught us as well, and it almost worked out for them. They still showed some weakness in closing out the mid to late game, as well as the draw phase. They weren't really exactly ready for what their opponent was throwing at them. But then again, the other game that they played, they was really solid, like really convincing victory, like textbook. That was really nice.
So it sounds like you got some faith in them.
I think, yeah, even similar to SKT1, Lemon Dog's strength is in adaptation as well. So I think they have a good chance coming back.
So let's throw one over to Double Lift. Just like Crepo, you do have a team from your home region in Group A. That is, of course, Team Solo Mid. And yesterday, they faced off against OMG, who I know you're very excited about watching. So how do you think about both of these teams after day one?
Yeah, well, I was definitely interested in seeing the Chinese meta because it's so different from all the other regions. They're very isolated. And Cool, who's the Chinese MVP, I was curious to see how he would do against Reginald. He did really, really, really well. And if you win lane against Reginald and you put him on tilt, you will, well, TSM will lose.
Well, we'll have to see how well they can do, how they can bounce back. Today, though, we're going to be looking at Group B. So let's take a look at those standings for Group B and the 5 teams that are going to be heading into the Rift to play their matches. In first place, it is Europe's Gambit Gaming at 2-0, thanks to their upset win over Korea's Samsung Galaxy Ozone.
And in second place, it's a 3-way tie between the European champs Fnatic, Korea's Ozone, and North America's Vulcan, while Southeast Asia's Mineski is sitting at the bottom with an 0-2 mark.
Yeah, yesterday there were a couple of really big games in Group B, but the headline definitely for me was that Gambit were able to take down Ozone in what actually was a very one-sided match. So, Crepo, talk to me about that game. What did you think of it?
I mean, coming into the game, I expected a lot from the Korean mid laners, because like a certain analyst person on this desk, I'm not naming any names, Monte Cristo, hyped them up really hard. And Dade actually kind of underperformed. We'll have to see if that was just where he dropped the ball for one day, because generally they adapt really well, so I'm hoping they play better today. But I was also really impressed by the way Gambit played. Like, the synergy between Alexis and Diamond Prox was on point again, and it just shows that you can never, ever count them out, because if you do, you're wrong.
Yeah, and as I said yesterday when I kind of talked a little trash about Dade, I'm not saying he's bad. I was just mostly poking fun at his really, really limited champion pool, which you saw yesterday. He played 2 games of Rise because he got kind of banned out. And I'm curious to see what adaptation he's going to make in the future to fix that.
Well, I mean, Dade was the MVP of the entire season of Champion Spring, and Crepo's putting words in my mouth. I never was hyping up Dade. I'm on the faker hype train. But Dade has slipped quite a bit, and we didn't see him perform as poorly in Champion Summer as we saw him perform yesterday. But his champion pool has been limited by the fact that his major picks, TF, Jace, Rise, they've all been nerfed. So he's kind of got Zed left, and I hope he has something else because he's going to need it to compete at this level. And Gambit was just extremely impressive. So
let's be fair, though. It wasn't all, Dade's fault there for throwing that game. I remember yesterday you especially talked up the warding here from the Korean teams called Mada, the god of pink wards. Where were the pink wards to be found? They were going up against Evelyn. Where is your god now, Monty? Where is your god
I know, right? And that's the surprising thing, too, because if we look at how Ozone typically takes Barons and Dragons, I've seen up to 9 pink wards from Ozone before on these objectives, and there was not a single one to be seen against Eve. It was, frankly, quite baffling. I don't know. They played a very bad game.
Pressure could have gotten to them. That may have been the case. We'll have to see how they bounce back. And, the fans were able to predict that Gambit would come up with a win against Ozone. There were some mixed opinions on the second game that I want to talk about, Fnatic and Vulcan. Now, how did yesterday's win by ManCloud and crew affect your take on both of these teams at Worlds? Let's kick this off with Kobe.
Well, I said Vulcan was going to win, and they won. Great job, guys. I'm not changing my vote.
Exactly, dude. I think Vulcan's godlike. Cloud and Smithy really know how to carry a game and just like control the pace of the early game, which Vulcan does consistently. I've been saying this forever. Vulcan always gets ahead early game.
Well, for me, like, I look at that game, and Fnatic has a history of either being at the very top of a tournament or just in the gutter, effectively. They're not like Gambit, who always takes that top 4 finish at a LAN event. And I think we kind of saw the bad version of Fnatic yesterday, where they picked this Yorick that was entirely baffling. I talked to Fnatic this morning, and they came up to me and said, yeah, that Yorick pick, I don't know what we were thinking. But I mean, I wanted to change my prediction to Vulcan as soon as I saw the end of that pick and ban phase. You guys know I was kind of flipping out.
You're locked in. You're committed. This picks and ban. You can't just jump ship and change. Crepo, what was your take?
I was really surprised by the Yorick pick as well. It's something I didn't really see Fnatic going for, especially Soaz. He's such a wide variety of champions he can play in the top lane. I think a lot of them that he plays would have fit, like a Kennen, for example. I actually met Vulcan earlier and not Fnatic, and I talked to them, and they were equally surprised by the Yorick pick. As well as the level 1. Fnatic they basically mirrored each other, but Fnatic did not interrupt the enemy red buff, and at the same time lost their own red buff. And if you lose 2 red buffs level 1, you can be one of the better teams in the world. That's going to be really hard to bounce back from.
Yeah, it's too difficult to play from behind. So we'll have to see if Fnatic can make those changes. And of course, the Fnatic versus Vulcan match was the only game where you 4 disagreed on all day in all of your predictions. And it made all of the difference in the standings. Let's actually take a look at how it turned out.
Let's not.
Yes, let's.
The Caster, Triple Threat, and Double Lift are sitting at 8-2, with the only blemishes on their record being OMG and the Gambit upsets, while Monte Cristo, Crepo, and the viewers are 1 game behind at a 7-3. But guys, don't worry, Monte and Crepo, you will have a chance to catch back up today, as we do have 5 more Group B matches coming your way.
I disagree that Crepo's only beating me because he's alphabetically higher than me.
You guys are mad, dude. That's all I'm saying. You guys are mad.
Well, guys, up first, Mineski looks to shock the world when they take on Ozone, followed by a battle between the LCS regions as North America's Vulcan squares off against Europe's Gambit.
After that, Ozone heads back into the Rift to take on the European champions Fnatic. Then Mineski and Vulcan throw down in their second match of the day. And in our finale, the 2 European teams face off as Xpeke and Fnatic battles Alex and Gambit.
All right, guys, it is time to pick your winner in the first game of the day. The Philippines Mineski versus Korea's Ozone. Crepo, give me a prediction on this game.
If Yumi plays Ahri, they actually might stand a chance, but I doubt that I will go for the third Rise into Ahri pick, and collectively, they're just way better. They're going to win this. Ozone.
Yeah,
Double Lift?
There's only one answer to this, and it is Ozone.
I mean, I'm saying Ozone as well. I'm more interested to see how well they play this game, because they just were so fundamentally awful yesterday that they've got a lot to work on.
Kobe?
I do feel bad for Mineski. I mean, the game yesterday just looked painful.
All right, well, viewers, you've heard their picks. Now it's time for you guys to make yours. Head over to lolesports.com, go to the schedule in the top right, click on day 2, and make your predictions.
And let's be honest, this is probably the only time that you guys are going to have a chance against like a Crepo double lift bottom lane when it comes to League of Legends. So go vote.
Then, after you've made your picks, head over to Twitter and let us know. Which pro do you think is making the biggest impact on Group B, and why?
We're at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag Worlds. We'll be reading the best responses live on air later today. And if one of them is yours, you're going to get one of these Logitech G602S gaming mice.
All right, we do have to take a very quick break, but when we return, Southeast Asia's Mineski tries to pull off the miracle and take away a win from Korea's Ozone. The Season 3 World Championships live from Los Angeles. We'll be right back. Stick around, guys.
Welcome back to the League of Legends Season 3 World Championship. It's time for our first match of the day, everyone. Southeast Asia's Mineski versus Korea's Samsung Galaxy Ozone. Coming into this match, I don't think anyone, including our analysts right now, are giving Mineski much of a chance here, Jap.
No, and it's because Mineski looked entirely overmatched yesterday in every aspect of their games. They just weren't really able to put things together against Gambit. You know, that game they were killed 21 times in 24 minutes, and then in their game against Fnatic, they almost lost the game in 17 minutes.
Right.
And Mineski's mechanics are okay. They keep up with Fnatic in terms of farm for the most part, but then they just kept getting outplayed by all the other aspects of the game.
Yep.
That was it.
Absolutely. Well, Mineski has to be feeling a little shell-shocked after yesterday's matches. Ozone had their own implosion as they were upset by Gambit Gaming.
Yeah, so none of us expected that, and then the fans did because it was a 56% vote for Gambit. But I mean, Ozone tried to play similar team compositions in both of their games yesterday, but then Gambit was ready for them. Gambit outpicked them, and then they outplayed Ozone in that match as they were able to beat them. But that was only one loss, and Ozone still has 6 more matches in the group stage. You know, if they want to bounce back from that loss, they're going to need Dade to really start picking up his game. Double have called him out a little bit yesterday after he got beaten in matchups against ManCloud and Alex each. So he's going to need to return to that MVP form of the spring, even though his champions have been nerfed out a little bit, if Ozone wants to make a play for the Season 3 World title.
And another person that Ozone will turn to as they try to bounce back from yesterday's upset is their leader, Home. Even though he hasn't gotten his chance to play on the world stage, he's still the heart of one of the world's top teams.
정말 운이 좋다고 생각해요. 저는 이번 시즌에 롤드컵을 나갈 수 있다는 게.
한국 게이머들이라면 누구나 한 번쯤 가고 싶은 곳이니까 아무나 갈 수는 없는 곳이잖아요.
한국팀 대표로서 꼭 좋은 성적 거둘 수 있도록 준비 많이 해서 열심히 노력할 거예요.
스프링은 일단 우승해서 좀 강팀에 입지에 오른 것 같아서 매우 기쁘고, 썸머도 3위로 나쁘지 않은 성적 냈고, 그걸로 이제 롤드컵 확정지였기 때문에 거의 꿈을 이뤘다고 볼 수 있을 정도로 많이 발전한 것 같아요.
또 이번 시즌 오면서 확실히 롤이라는 게임이 많이 좀 바뀌는 게 많아서 잘 맞춰서 연습 많이 해서 좋은 성적 낼 수 있도록 열심히 준비하고 있어요.
게임을 주도하는 거는 제가 될 수도 있지만 팀 리더는 역시 탑 포지션을 맡고 있는 옴무 형님이라고 생각돼요.
하는 편이에요. 저희 4명이 약간 마음속으로는 생각하지만 이렇게 손뜻 못하거든요. 근데 탑형, 옴무 형은 되게 되셔가지고
일단 살아온 인생이 길다 보니까 그걸 토대로 어린 양들을 진압해 주시고 통제해 주시는 것 같아요.
또 제가 솔직히 롤 게이머 중에서 나이가 최고 많아요. 그러다 보니까 아무래도 항상 사람들한테 어떻게 보면 사람들 걱정도 많이 하시고 나이 많아도 할 수 있다는 걸 진짜 보여주고 싶어서 솔직히 어린 친구들만큼 피지컬이 될지는 모르겠지만 대신 그 꿈을 위해서 그 친구들보다 많은 시간을 투자한다고 생각해요. 그 무대에 이렇게 제가 좋아하는 팀원 동생들하고 그냥 같이 이렇게 갈 수 있다는 것만으로도 지금 행복하고, 사실 저는 그러니까 집이 솔직히 어릴 때부터 잘 사는 집안이 아니어서, 근데 저는 솔직히 제가 제 나이에 솔직히 미국이라는 곳을 이렇게 가보는 것만으로도 저는 솔직히 너무 지금 기뻐요. 매우.
그거에 대해서 많이 기대가 돼요. 딱히 결승 가서 우승을 하기보다 결승에 가서 그 많은 사람들 앞에서 게임을 하면 어떤 기분일까, 그런 걸 느껴보고 싶어요.
이제 저희 같은 경우에는 사실 이제 중국 팀들 아니면은 많이 이제 붙어볼 수 있는 기회가 많이 없었어요. 그래서 이번에 또 다른 해외 팀들하고도 많이 붙어볼 수 있어서 경험도 될 것 같고,
기본적으로 다 잘하는 팀들이 나와가지고 누가 우승할지는 솔직히 짐작하긴 힘들지만 그 팀이 저희가 되도록 열심히 노력할 거예요.
And it's amazing to see the camaraderie of these teams, you know, what they focus on, when they figure out they need to focus on it, and still know that he's a huge part of the team.
Yeah, even though Ohm has been basically put on the bench here for Looper. He is still obviously a communication factor for them, and he's a leader to them even from the bench. So they still have the potential before every game if they want to put him in the starting lineup. It's not locked in that Looper's playing every single game.
Absolutely.
But this one, Looper's playing.
All right, so with Looper in there, let's check out the lineups all together. In the blue side, it is going to be Mineski. In the top lane is Snoy, Kaigu in the jungle, Yume in mid, EXO at AD carry, and TG on support.
And in the red corner, it is Samsung Galaxy Ozone. Top lane is Looper this game. Jungle is Dandy. Mid lane is Dade. AD carry is Imp. And of course, Mata is the support.
And as you know, you're saying a little bit yesterday, a lot of the same things from Ozone within their 2 games. The one victory and then the one loss to Gambit. It showed a lot of Rise as well. And then in the other lanes, they had Singed. And they had in the jungle the same thing continuously.
Yeah, exactly. Dade picked Rise because traditionally Rise has been a counterpick to Ahri.
Right.
Now Rise's ranges have obviously been decreased in recent patches, and honestly, I still think the Rise pick could work against Ahri, but Dade just played far too aggressive in the early game, gave up too many kills early, and then was never able to get going.
And look at that, Looper has drawn the Singed ban, his first 2 plays at an international level. And his ban does get drawn. We've heard about the very strong or so-called godlike cannon that he has, but we haven't seen it or any other champions in his pool.
Exactly. That's one of the big factors that Ozone has coming into this is when they bring in Looper, it throws out the book of everyone's scouting.
Right.
Because Ozone as a team has been very mid and bottom lane focused when they play with Ohm because Ohm generally plays, he's got the Shen or Nasus style where he just plays a tank that can survive in lane, and then he tries to make his impact later in the game with team fights and with overall team positioning. So you could kind of craft strategies around, oh, we just need to shut down Dade, or if we can get enough assassination, we'll be able to take down him. But then obviously, when it was actually Vulcan who played that game, Looper with his Singed play kind of ran over them a little bit. They didn't have enough damage to take down the tanky Singed. It does give them that extra factor that they wanted to bring in, even though it didn't give them the victory over again.
The only thing they changed within the lane was that bottom lane. They had Caitlyn and Zyra, and then I believe it was something Thresh and Vayne on another time. So that's the only thing they're changing in that composition, and it's the reason why Gambit had such a strong go into the game at that comp. Mineski, I believe they're going to go with comfort picks for themselves because that was Gambit's idea going into this game, and I think you have to be extremely comfortable to play against a team that can really go outside their own box.
Yeah, and we can also see that Shen and Elise are the ones that are locked in right now, so it obviously is a change. A lot of that has to do, obviously, with the bans that Mineski has chosen. There's no Singed available. Zed has actually been banned 9 out of the 10 games yesterday in all of the group stages, and a lot of people actually argue that Dade has the best Zed in the world. People will obviously say Faker is the best Zed in the world, but it is an actual argument over there in Korea. So those are actually smart bans from Mineski.
Yeah, absolutely. All the playmakers kind of stopped out of that one. Any sort of dives that would come in that would be a little bit too deep for Mineski to really handle. But they're looking like they have a team that can also potentially stop dives themselves. Maybe a little bit of that objective control if they know the lanes won't be as strong for them with the Nasus.
Yeah, Mineski needs to have a lot go right for them in this game because their 2 games yesterday did not look promising whatsoever. And with the Nasus and the Vayne, it'll depend very heavily where they send that Nasus, whether they have a almost objective-focused jungle team or a late-game scaling team, depending on if Nasus goes into the jungle or into the top lane. The Vayne as well is something new we're seeing from EXO. EXO is really, it's hard to have a standout player when you lose 2 games so soundly, but I'd say EXO was the standout player in that game.
He performed.
So he puts himself on a bit of a hyper carry like Vayne, so he can kind of make more individual plays. I do like that choice.
This does also direct the eyes of Samsung Galaxy, though, or Samsung Ozone, rather, to him, knowing that Vayne's there with all what else comes onto the board. There is safety in Ezreal and the Fiddle pickup, which you've seen a Fiddle come in here a few times, but he's really been matched up with the Corki.
Yeah, we actually saw TG play a little bit of a chaotic Fiddlesticks. He had a few flash autos that may or may not have resulted in kills. I like the Fiddle pickup for Mata, though, especially against a Vayne right now.
Yep.
Need to have that 3 seconds of potential fear lockdown later in the game, especially if EXO is going to be the main threat on the Mineski team. So, obviously, Ozone making substantial changes coming into this game. The Ezreal pick in particular is very new for Imp. He has basically been a Vayne and Caitlyn player. And the Ezreal, since it's not an auto-attack reliant AD carry, is a bit of a switch-up for him.
It looks like they want this Rise away from Dade, playing that twice in a row, and it faltered for him, so maybe they're saying that Yume saw that, he knows that the skill is there for him, and he can outplay Dade on this one. His Zed is gone. that champion pool is something that the analyst desk was talking about for Dade.
Yeah, and this is where he was going to swoop in and pick the Ahri against him, but they banned it themselves, so they're not able to.
Well played there.
Yeah, this means Dade has to challenge his champion pool. Jace used to be one of his big picks.
That's a lot of AD on one team.
Absolutely right there. That's a heavy AD-focused team. They have a bit magic damage coming out from Dandy's jungle Elise. But once again, this is not showing really huge adaptation from Dade. This is just defaulting back to things that used to be good for him. Against Ryze, he should be able to bully him fairly heavily early in that mid lane, and it's meaning Dade is just trying to adapt now.
Well, we'll have to see. Dandy could be giving him quite a bit of help here. We know those two are always to work together in that pair. His teamwork is OP, but it is going to be somewhat of that Bash Brothers team of the objective control. Renasus and Nectin coming out from Mineski, so they have a bit of their eggs put in the basket of being able to win middle phase of the game, and then they have that vein for the late.
Yeah, so Mineski's team overall is just all about sustained damage.
Right.
Renekton, Nasus, Ryze, Vayne, all those guys, if they get spiked out in a fight or if they get overpoked, it's not a good thing. So Ozone, if they can keep a gold lead, should be completely fine in this game.
All right, while the teams are spawning into the Rift, let's see who you picked to win this match. According to LOLesports.com, 86% of you think that Samsung Galaxy Ozone will protect their Nexus and come away with the win. And that's also what our casters picked as well.
Yeah, this is not a game that many people will argue with on the predictions for. Even though Ozone was 1-1 yesterday and technically Mineski was only 0-2, the way in which the games were played and the expectations coming into this tournament and the World Championship, obviously, just it makes it a bit of a landslide as far as the voting is concerned.
And actually, you could see there on the camera, that was Mata sitting in the chair. His jacket was shaking. They're just kind of tapping the leg. Everybody's nerves are kind of at that perfect point right now where they just want to get into the game and get everything ready. And that's exactly where we are at here at the studios. We are going to be live from Los Angeles, and we are on to the Rift. Rivington and Jat to bring you Mineski versus Samsung Galaxy Ozone, our first game here out of Group B on Day 2 of Worlds.
All right, then. So let's actually talk about this Ozone composition a little bit more. They definitely have huge amounts of poke potential and push potential. The mid lane Jace, back when it was strong, was all about the Tear of the Goddess rush to as quickly as he could get his Muramana. It was just a moment in the game where he became immensely strong and a team would group and just try and push down turrets. Dade's going to be trying to do the same thing in this game as they're actually able to pick off that ward very early on. That's actually a ward kill that merits a bit of cheering because it's difficult to get everyone in that spot at that moment in the game. But to talk about Dade a little bit more, it's really... He couldn't
That's
get
one
it.
hell of an Explorer ward.
Yeah, Dade needs to be able to get going early in this game, and I'm expecting some early grouping from Ozone.
A double Doran start here. Dade looking to do some damage. We'll see what actually he goes to, because it does not look like we are going to get standard lanes as they mill about the map to begin this one. A good line of scrimmage set up by both teams, though. Neither really want to partake in any engagements here.
Yeah, not really deep wards either from the teams. They're not looking to invade each other. It is a Thresh, Shen, and Fiddlesticks, plus even a Ryze. Like, there's a lot of things that if a team were to invade straight into, it would potentially result in death.
Not be good.
No, that would be a bad thing. And I do like that Ozone is playing this conservatively because they have done their scouting report here and they know that they can just outplay Mineski, assuming nothing goes terribly wrong.
They play the 1-2-1 possibly is what we're going to see. Looks like that it will be Imp and Mata taking that mid lane. Yume, not the worst in the short lane, but he is going to have a little bit more trouble now.
So here's actually, yeah, Dade in the top lane against Snoy, taking Jace top, and then they're just going to 2v1 push down the mid, and that's why we're seeing a lane swap from Yume as well, because Mineski does not want to get into this, and honestly, the team that reacts to the lane swap oftentimes in mid lane will be slow there, so Imp and Mata right here should get the early level 2, and we have seen struggles, to say the least, from this Mineski bottom lane. TG has not been able to stay alive very well in these matches. I want to see how he does now against Imp and Mata, who are possibly the best bot lane here at the World Championships.
Looper heading back, picking himself up a ward, took the Wolves by himself. This means Yume has been in that bottom lane soaking up experience, but he did get the camp. So they'll return to a 1v1 in the bottom, a 1v1 in the top, and now both teams putting two middle. Exo very low on the bounce.
That was a lot of silence hitting Exo back, and he basically has to go back to base straight away. That's not going to be an easy thing to recover. We need to track how far ahead Imp gets from Exo. When Ozone played Vulcan, Imp obliterated Zuna and Bloodwater in that lane as far as minion kills are concerned. It was 150 to 107 at one point, I think, and this is a start that may be even worse than that one.
And that mid lane's rough. Not having a Thresh to sit in a brush. Oh, Snoy, level 2 to that top lane. Dade's right there, level 3's onto that level 2. The damage is big. He goes up for the repel, and it's going to be Snoy trying to get out of this one. Dundee, oh, he gets himself out. The Ignite wears off, and they get out alive.
Normally you have to see a 3-man dive in order to take down a Renekton at level 2, but Dandy and Dade with that mid lane synergy taken to top lane were confident in their ability to execute that tower dive.
We'll have to see. Still going very hard onto Chi-Ji. Imp getting that damage down. The Ignite's there. He's going to dive in. This is definitely going to be a kill onto him. No! He flashes the wall right before the auto attack can get out of the hands of EXO.
And that is a ridiculous trade by Ozone there. That was dangerous, to say the least, but Ezreal and Imp was not scared of that. He brought Ignite on Ezreal, by the way, which is the thing that secured him the kill after he flashed back over the wall. EXO thought he could take Imp by coming in early to that, or coming back to that lane and having full health from having just shot, but they were completely wrong.
Alrighty, Samsung Galaxy throwing in the tiers here. We got one on Dade and one on Imp as well. So that Triforce isn't instantly coming out from Imp here on Ezreal.
No, he might be going for the, I almost want to call it a throwback, even though it's only a couple months ago, with the blue build Ezreal.
Back to the 90s.
Knowing that he got the first blood so early, back to the 90s, yeah. And he's so confident in his ability to beat this lane. Since he got the first blood, it means an early tier. They're going to go for the double tier, probably 15 to 20 minute Muramana, double Muramana, and then just go from there for Ozone.
Perfect amount of bullying going on in the top lane here by Dade. It's going to keep him up there, keep Snoy up there in that top lane, and really keep Kaiju there if they want to continue that pressure. With 2 in the mid lane, they shouldn't have to pressure that too much. 3v2 there, I don't think it's going to be too good for them, but they have to figure out where to get around Samsung Galaxy or Ozone right now.
Yeah.
With those 2 kills, it's going to be big.
So far, Kaigu has been nothing but farm, so this is his first gank, and there's already a Dandy counter gank ready and waiting. He's going to have to make a bit of a run, though. It's just Snoy is so low in his turret, it's not so much a gank as far as just a friendly hello.
Yep, yeah. The Sight Stones, or not Sight Stones, rather, Spirit Stones coming out for the junglers just now, and we're going to see him soaking up experience for most of these lanes. And this is the first time in the Worlds here we've actually seen the 1-2-1 lane matchup with the AD carry and support mid. We've seen it a few times throughout the LCS from Dignitas, and it really just comes to a fruition of being able to pressure all those lanes at once. But now that it's kind of fought against, we kind of just have the matched lanes, longer tower is going to be up.
And it's exactly Ozone. It's exactly what Ozone's going to be trying to do, is push down all of these lanes as quickly as possible. As long as Mineski is back at their turrets, it will allow Dandy counter jungling opportunities. And that's just kind of textbook Ozone as far as map control goes. They just get control of their lanes, allow Dandy to make plays, and then starve you out of gold.
Looper with a quick Negatron cloak buy for himself in that lane. 32 to 28, so not too shabby there. Kaiju looking to clean up some wards, and they get Mata on that one. Very well played there. Looks like Mata has forced the flash out the same way that Imp did earlier. They turn this one back around onto TG. 3-1 in the kills now. It's going to be Kaiju and EXO still somewhat pursuing, but they give up.
So even though Mata got hooked and seemed like it was doom again for Ozone, they did manage to get a kill back to Imp. That's 2 kills now onto Imp. And even though he died from that, he's looking scary in this game. You do not want Imp to get farmed if you're against Ozone.
Well, he's off the map right now. EXO doing what he can to pretty much freeze this one. Not trying to push it too far up. Dandy's soaking up all that experience. Everybody now leaving the base of Mineski to come back to lanes, and they are going to switch it up actually. Renekton now to the bottom as Snoy takes it up against Looper, and they match up against Dade in the top lane on Jace.
This is a little bit strange because Dade was doing such a great job against Snoy, and even though Rise has seen some top lane time since we've seen Rise in this tournament, it's been more of a mid laner. I almost feel like this is just an attempt to slow down Dade's farm in the slightest. They don't think he's going to be able to bully Rise as well as he was bullying Renekton, but if that lane pushes out at all for Yume, he's incredibly vulnerable to ganks from Elise, and that's why top lane Rise is always a bit of a risk.
And something to look at that Mineski was not doing yesterday, and maybe they've taken from watching, is they are now bringing in the pink wards. Pink ward for Snoy, a pink ward as well, obviously TG, but more coming out. Kaiju just buying one really reminiscent of the Korean play that we've been seeing here at Worlds.
Yeah, you have to fight pink wards with more pink wards if you want to compete in this game. Oftentimes, these teams actually dump immense amount of golds into it. I think a little bit too much, and that might be something Wineski's doing here, because buying pink wards is one thing, but placing them in the right spot to get your control back is another. And the team that is ahead always has the pink ward advantage inherently, since they are the stronger team, and if you try to counter ward, you are risking getting caught and dying.
They only have the movement on this. It looks like they're trying to thwart whoever's going to come over. They know the top lane is gone a little bit too late on the ward. Dandy had the idea, though.
He had the idea, but he should have warded much earlier. Knowing that Rise was in the top lane, he should have been trying to cut him off, because there's no way EXO or TG were going to go in for that, and the spot with which Dandy was standing is a spot where a mid laner would actually come over to get blue buff, so he kind of missed an opportunity there.
And that Stand United is up, but I feel it's go. Oh, Mo's Kaigu from the backside here. Dandy finding him out. It's going to be a 3v1. Just on the other side is TG and EXO. TG puts himself in the middle. He does have his ultimate, but he doesn't decide to throw it in the box until he's farther out of the fight there. Vineski going down on that one pretty hard, but Galaxy losing one as well.
That's exactly what we were just talking about. You can fight pink wards with pink wards, but you have to be able to use them properly. They tried to be safe there with TG throwing in the Thresh Lantern so Kaigu could get out of there, but the Lantern wore off. Ozone just decided to pounce on them, and they maintain control and essentially get paid off for those pink wards and a turret afterwards.
Constant pressure towards that mid and top lane coming in here from Dandy, making sure that Kaigu always has something to think about, and it's so far working at 5-2 for Galaxy, or for Ozone, 14.5 to 12K right now.
And oh no for the difference between EXO and Imp right now. 4-1 versus 0-2, and it's nearly 4,000 gold to just 2,300. That is completely unfair for EXO right now, because he is not going to be able to deal with Imp. No matter what, Imp's build is actually progressing very slowly. He's building a bunch of components right now. A Vamp Scepter generally doesn't give you immediate power in lane. The tier needs about 20 minutes, and it needs to be transformed into a Manamune as well to get effectiveness. But Imp is just so confident in himself and his team that he doesn't care that his build is progressing slowly, because he knows the moment in time that he is going to hit those items and complete them, and he's just getting them all.
And it's almost scary to be a Vayne that's behind, because people almost know that third bolt is what they're looking for. You have so much more time to fight a Vayne that's low HP, knowing that third bolt's the damage. Hit me with everything before that. And Imp, more than happy to take the fight. But putting himself in the bottom lane now. They're going to let him farm away.
And Imp knows a thing or two about Vayne, so he should be able to handle EXO. Imp is definitely the most famous Vayne in all of Korean League of Legends here. I don't know about the world. We'll have to have an argument about that. See what Doublelift has to think about it.
Exactly, Doublelift.
But there's a big dragon for Ozone. They're definitely pulling ahead in this one. And this is just how much trouble Snoy is in. Imp, the AD carry who has been in the dual lane most of the game, is nearly going for kills right now. In fact, Vineski's trying to set up a counter gank, and at one point, Kaigu just decides to show himself.
A lot of safety there, getting back out. Kaigu trying to go for the Wither, but there was no follow from Yume, no follow from Snoy. Why? Because Dandy is on the backside. The movement from Dade, they are all rotating to correct any situation Vineski is trying to put forth.
Yeah, this is going very badly for Vineski. Even though they've gotten 2 kills, this is not that much different from the other 2 losses. They're trying to make a few plays right now with 4 people down at the bottom side of the map, but they're just losing farm opportunity right now, and even getting pushed back by just a Fiddlesticks and an Ezreal. All the while, Dade is doing whatever he wants in the mid lane, stacking up that tier.
The pink ward control gives them everything from that dragon side down, which they have just taken for themselves. Dade not having too much trouble to farm this in mid. Snoy really doesn't want to give him any trouble either. A level down there at 9-8. Kaigu over Dandy by 1 level, though. Having to be in that lane and soak up all the experience has given him that, but they're not able to go ahead and use this just yet. It's like Rise building up the tier and the Rod of Ages, so it's going to be a long haul if Vineski can make it.
You may still yet to buy movement speed, which will make it very difficult for him to dodge any shock blast that Dade throws out once the turret sieging begins. You can see Dade rushed his last Whisper there.
Yeah.
His tier of the Goddess is actually at 284 of 750, so it's still got some time. Imps is farther ahead of Dade's. He's at 300 of 750, only because he got it so quickly after picking up that first blood in the mid lane. And even with his random component set of items, the Sheen getting procced every time he throws out a Mystic Shot, he's not even that strong with his items, but he's still able to push back everyone on Mineski. That's how badly Mineski is losing this game.
And we see Imp's build fitting in a Scepter there as well with the Sheen, so he may still decide to go blue. May still decide to go for that Triforce. Looks like it's going to be a Fist, though. With that chase coming in from Dade and the acceleration gate, they'll be able to continue these fights. They have the utility to do that as well. Snoy back against Looper, 8 to 10 in that lane. Oh man, Fiddle coming out. Exo goes down from the extended ignite, but the running ignite, as well as TG following after Galaxy Ozone trying really just to take this game over immediately.
Another Ignite kill as well for Imp, and he's able to take Ignite on Ezreal just because he feels so safe against this Mineski composition. Oftentimes people would be worried about a Nasus and think they have to bring Cleanse to deal with late game Wither, but especially on Ezreal, who's so heavily reliant on spells, and also the fact that Imp thinks this game is going to be over quickly, he's just taking Ignite for the lane kills, and it's totally paying off.
And as far ahead as they are, I don't know if he hasn't gone back yet or is only buying consumables. He has 1,200 on him. So Mata has just been on the map facilitating that silence utility as well as the fear to help his team get kills. The control they have in the wards is just allowing them not to have to go back and buy more, and still invading the jungle. Ozone on the aggression.
There's a nice Shock Blast steal there by Dade, and it's going a little bit pear-shaped, not very good right now for Mineski. Imp finishes his Iceborne Gauntlets extremely quickly because all he cares about at this point is just helping the rest of Ozone chase people down for Mineski. Sunfire Cape was completed onto Looper, which means his split push is going to be activated very quickly. He has not been under any lane pressure necessarily. He didn't even have to buy boots yet on Shen. Mineski would have to do something completely amazing to come back at this point because all signs are pointing to a quick and decisive Ozone victory.
And I'd be surprised if this did not turn into a pretty big fight here in the next few minutes. It's the last tier, third tier turret that stands for Mineski, and no turrets yet down that they have been able to find on Ozone's side. Looks like they could get the fight that they want coming on the bottom side as Mata, but his ult is down, so this is all pretty much going to be what you see in front of you in skill shots.
And Imp is making a run up the bottom lane a little bit. If this turns into a poke or a siege war with a blue buff on Jace, there's no way Mineski can hold at this turret. Also, Ryze got caught by Ezreal.
Yep, they ping him out. He does go for the Iceborne. He gets that at 15 minutes while double dipping into a few extra builds. He flashes into the wall. The fear connects just after. Unfortunate for Yume.
Well, the Iceborne Gauntlet Rush from Imp is what kind of created that when he caught them with the Mystic Shot, and it gave him more of a slow than the red buff would have. Then the Flash Fear over the wall by Matic gave them yet another kill and more pushes on the turrets.
All the aggression. They leave the top turret, actually. That's Dade's. He's going to take that himself. They put some mid pressure down. Nasus is going to be able to Spirit Fire that. For now, Mineski has a bit of wave clear, but they don't have enough people behind that just Spirit Fire to stop this. You can see every time they get just one wave, it's a quarter of the turret's health.
Yeah, and if we look at Mineski's team composition overall, it's not bad. They've just lost the laning phase so badly. They picked a team comp that needs to be engaged in long, extended team fights, and Ozone is just not granting that to them. They're kind of doing a hit and run with the Ezreal from Imp. Iceborne Gauntlet stops the persistent team fight if Mineski would even want to try it, and it's really just leaving Mineski no opportunities.
Going in out of Exo, the Repel goes up, and this is the aggression that they are so sure of. Dandy pretty much telling the team, we're not fully fighting, I'm going in to be aggressive, but here comes the stand united. Dandy very low on mana, he's going to be staying on the outside. Mata goes in for the ultimate, he is focused down very fast. They're looking at Yume now, eyes onto him, he takes the Lantern home, the safety is there, and the Ignite will not take him out. Oh, the Shock Blast, just on the tail side there, looks like they will finish off Snoy.
Mata went down after that one, but the rest of Ozone is just going to meander out of the base, losing no one else, and that is just them flexing their muscles right now at Riv. It's an 8,000 gold lead. We cannot say enough about how much Ozone has just dominated this game over Mineski.
They caused that switch early game from Mineski. It's something they weren't really able to come back from. The Ryze in the bottom lane isn't really able to roam and help other lanes, so that's something they lost as well. The first turret went in favor of Ozone, and then it's all defense from there, especially with Nasus being up in the top lane, helping Snoy a lot. They've really just been scattering to stop the chaos Ozone is creating.
Yeah, this seems like it's just going to be a mop-up for Ozone for the rest of this one. Oracle's Elixir got picked up on a Dandy. Yes, there's a dragon that Kaigu is looking to go and take, but it's a bad idea. This is a bad idea. Get out of there, guys.
So they throw it on the pink ward, but they have one in the back as well. A little bit of a sneaky one that may cut off the vision of a pink that comes from Ozone. You see Dade and Imp very ready for a dragon if it comes up. The team has already started it. Exo is just in the mid lane by himself, so no Vayne for this fight. And that Vayne only has a Vampire Acceptor. So it looks like Ozone gets this, and this Kaigu can get himself in. No, it does go to Dandy, and he will not be able to do anything about it.
So this will mean, because we got a lot of games coming up today as well, this will mean Ozone, assuming they win this game, will move to 2-1 on the group. And that one loss yesterday, because we got to keep in mind these are 8 games per team in these groups. The one loss does not mean the end of the world for Ozone. Cannot wait to see. I feel like Mineski got trapped in an incredibly close and difficult group right now because Ozone, Gambit, Fnatic, and Vulcan are all on an extremely high level, and all those games, actually aside from the Ozone Gambit game, have been pretty close, at least in some point in the game. And Mineski's just not in that class of teams right now, so they would have to do some type of miraculous thing to even take a game in this group.
They've definitely changed up their play style a little bit, but it still holds them at a plateau just under where Ozone is. Their pink warding still coming out, the mana immunes being finished up here. Boots of Lucidity almost have the same effect and burst coming out of those two champions. Not the same on the Shock Blast, but Dandy on the hook here. This may be what Ozone wanted, though. They know they can instantly pick people out, even if it's under the turret. It really isn't there. Looper taking a bit too much damage, but that was his job as the tank. And you can see Dade on the backside single-handedly zoning these guys out till they finally take him down.
That was a really sloppy dive by Ozone. They got caught within the turret. This is a team that's 10,000 gold up against Mineski, who was holding an extremely dangerous turret that should have been able to get turned around. But Ozone did not get a clean dive. They're going in for round 2, though.
And that's not the amount of damage you can take if somebody is diving your turret. They do go 1-for-1 again, but that's going to be a 3-kill shutdown going to Yume.
Yeah, this is not the most impressive closing of the game here by Ozone because they were able to jump out to such a huge lead. They still don't have their Manamunes transformed into Muramanas yet, but giving up that many kills in a turret dive right now isn't the type of play that's going to get them out of this group.
We'll see if they're getting a little lax with the lead that they have. It's not something that we usually see from Korean teams. They're still pink warding. Looks like Spirit Vision's almost coming up onto Looper. He'll be able to get that ultimate out more with the Sunfire Cape push, as you were talking about previously. And that's actually, that fight did set Ozone back, but they're not going for something right now. They want to get their lanes pushed and then get back to where they were and hopefully not make that mistake again in their mind.
And I mean, we do have to keep in mind that Mineski has a team composition built around extended fights. The long duration of the Nasus and Renekton ultimates will do a lot of work in long fights. Ryze, of course, is not a burst damage caster, but instead needs to rotate his spells multiple times in a team fight to be effective. That's kind of what Ozone let Mineski do in that one, with the slow nature with which they turret dove. The fight was very long, and Ozone needs to do more to just poke them down because they can do it very easily. Jace plus Ezreal plus even an Elise Cocoon, you land one of those things and you're going to take someone to half health or even worse, and then they can just kind of wear them out. It's not like Mineski has any type of sustain at these turrets. And here we go, it's kind of round 2 at a different turret. Let's see if Ozone does a little bit more poking and a less sloppy turret dive.
Kaigu standing in front a bit with Snoy there as the Bash brothers. Kaigu picking up the Locket of the Iron Solari for a bit of that extended fight you're talking about, looking to mitigate a bit of that damage for his team as they're all quite behind. So the burden he is taking on his shoulders. We see Merc Treads coming out on Yume so he can keep himself. Nothing coming from that death sentence, but that now lowers you know, how much scare is put out here by Mineski.
See, there they've taken Exo to below half health, and it just means Mineski has to back off the turret. This is what they need to be doing.
Continuously pushing another wave there, mid lane past River. Their bottom lane won't be anything they're looking at right now, so it's either going to be this rotation to mid or the fight they grab here just by constantly pressuring these turrets.
And something that we actually don't get to mention that frequently is how well Fiddlesticks works in poke compositions, because against good teams that can control wards, it's almost impossible to get strong Fiddlesticks ultimates off. But if you're a poke comp, the counter to a poke comp is to go in and fight them, and that's meaning you're jumping into a Fiddlesticks Crowstorm, which is why Mata was really smart to pick Fiddlesticks in this team comp.
A 5-man group defense cannot stop the damage from going on the turret. They throw down the Locket of the Iron Solari, and it looks like they get the Flash Flay. Fiddlestick's gonna walk out of this one, silencing everybody down the line. Mata going down there, and it looks like they may try to turn on this one. Looper goes for the flash, he gets locked up there. TG gonna be going down onto this one. They keep trading kills back and forth. So far, Mineski on top. Yume very low. Can he make it back into the fight to help his team? It's gonna be the shots onto Imp. Looper coming in with the ultimate. Tries to get Exo so the damage can't be done. Kiting very well. Blade of the Root King keeping Exo alive in the fight. And holy crap, Mineski comes up huge.
That is not expected right there. This is a team that is 10,000 gold behind Riv, but they are catching fights in the right spot. Right now, Ozone is not deciding to fight here. Rise got so much damage out with his ultimate before that fight began, and then Ozone split. TG made a great play there with the flay onto Mata, catching them out. Look, Imp is over the side of a wall. He's not team fighting. Dade was nearly dead before this fight happened, and Ozone should honestly just disengage. They should have used their acceleration gate and ran away, because in extended fights, apparently even with 10 to 12,000 gold disadvantages, Mineski can come out on top because Ozone is not using their composition to its strengths, and in team fights, Mineski is.
So many kills coming up there. Rise getting the double kill. He was on the ramp up build, but that's going to put a nice amount of gold under him. The Spirit Visage only almost coming out now. He has got himself some good items, but the Mermanas have now been finished. That huge burst of damage to come out from Ozone in that fight, I don't think could have worked out better for Mineski. I don't think Ozone's going to be fighting in the jungle like that again.
I'm actually wondering, because they've been waiting to get those Mermanas for quite a while, and they've been extremely confident in the way with which they're approaching this game, because they know they can hit tab, they can see the item differentials, they know how well they've been out farming. Mata gets hooked again though, and this is a 5v5 breaking out.
Gotta remember, Mata went down first in the last fight too! Mineski keeps it going, their foot, it's on the pedal, and the pedals to the ground! Kaigu in the front of the fight here, tries to get the Wither down, he is going down. They're trying to put a body block for Exo right now. He's not being focused, but they do finally turn their eyes on. It's been a 2-for-1 so far. Mineski's looking to have 3 standing right now. They may not stop, they will not stop, and they keep going on to Exo. Looper and TG back and forth, and it looks like they'll be able to close off TG in just a few seconds.
Yeah, Ace comes back. In that fight, Ozone was actually able to play the disengage properly, and they get the ace back for themselves. Those were the Mermanas doing their job in that fight for Ozone. Dade and Imp doing so much more damage. Now they can push in for an inhibitor, which took them a long time to get here.
That was definitely stalled very well by Mineski. They figured out what they needed to do. Like you said, a 10,000 gold fight down, they were able to win. But Ozone put their hard hats on and figured out what needed to be done. The mid-fight gave them the inhibitor.
Yeah, so in this fight again, you can see Mata went down beforehand, but watch how Ozone this time is more grouped up and trying to kite back as a unit. Looper did the taunt backwards, Imp is using his Iceborne Gauntlet slow effectively, and Ozone is playing within the Jace acceleration gate, so they all have that enhanced move speed so that Mineski can't chase onto them with their duration ultimates that do so much damage.
Ozone on the run here. They just missed the Iceborne Gauntlet proc onto Yume, but there's a lot of speed coming in. The repel could match the distance. It looks like they're just going to be out of range. He goes to the minion, it's the Cocoon there. Oh my god! They get the fear onto Exo. That spells death, and Ozone now having control of Mineski's base.
And they're just going to keep chasing. They have so much move speed and snare.
Going into the base continuously, not regarding the turrets in the top or bottom lane just yet. The bottom lane is quite pushed, but there is enough damage on this top turret. That fight Mineski pressured out previously the Ozone to take it down.
It's now a 16,000 gold lead. Ozone, they had a bit of, they had a few hiccups in the middle of this game where they gave up an ace to Mineski, but this has not been a close game really since the start of it as far as Ozone is concerned. They've been dominating the laning phase. They had a team composition with which they could poke out Mineski and avoid fights, and almost laziness from Ozone, I feel like, stopped them from avoiding the fights against Mineski because they thought they were far enough ahead. When it turned out they weren't, Ozone just went right back to the poking.
Well, they're getting their wards back out. Everything is real, just about safety for them. You can see the average times there, 26 and 30. Ozone looking to come up on that 30, just a few. 22 to 12 is the score, 51 to 34.5. They're still chasing. A little bit more focus needs to put other areas for Mineski, but right now, there's not much they could do.
No, I mean, both these teams, as we see in the game time stats, play fast games.
Yeah.
For different reasons mostly, though, because Mineski has just been getting beaten very quickly. This one, they're doing a bit better of a job staying alive. And Dandy, he's actually baiting a fight here, I think. Ozone is coming in from the back.
Yeah, they still have the stand united. Oh, no, they do not have it up, but that would have only been the bag of chips for them to get into that fight. They were really bringing down Dade here. You can see him very big now. Actually picks up the Infinity Edge onto Jace.
Surprise!
There's the party from Mata. He wants to bring it home right now for the team. Will they be able to finish this one? 1-for-1 on the fight now as that's Yume going down. They turn it back onto Dandy here. Snowy very big. They're getting that percent damage out of the ultimates of the Bass brothers of Nasus and Renekton, but can they continuously go into the fight? It's just too much damage. Imp is too big, and so is the rest of the team as they make their final push into the base.
Well, they get 4 out of 5 from Mineski right now. This could be inhibitor number 3, or they're just going to skip it and go for the Nexus. It's about time for Ozone. They've had a lead for a while.
Snowy just trying to stop a bit of the damage, but it is going to be a 3v1, and they are going to have eyes onto him. Expect that hammer to be dropped. Knocked him back, and it looks like they get up a nice pad on the KDA before they take down the Nexus turrets.
Yeah, they drew out this game a bit more than they needed to. They got 11 kills onto Imp, 6 onto Dade. This could be a confidence booster as they move through the rest of the group.
Absolutely. Ozone coming into this one quite strong. The fight didn't put him on tilt. They knew what they needed to do. This Imp on your screen right there coming up very big with the Ezreal play, not going for the Triforce.
Yeah, you can see a fairly calm and collected Ozone right there. Looper on the end, not too pleased with his Shen performance there. 5-2 and 13 is his score. Obviously, Mineski has a lot of thinking and planning to do. This is the 3rd game in a row which they have not competed really. There's only one more team in the group that they get their first look against, and none of these looks have been very good for them.
So now the fans see a different composition of Ozone finally coming in here, running that Singed comp twice. We'll have to see if Looper pulls out anything else for the fans. They're not really trying to keep themselves hidden, but they are using what they need to.
Yeah, I mean, they are going back a little bit for Dade. I think he's the one we need to track the most. The different pick coming out from Imp is also very curious because Ezreal is not super typical for his champion pool. I basically just think that they were just on a bit of cruise control right here, and I'm actually surprised they didn't look as crisp as they could have in really trying to make a bit of a statement that they're recovering from yesterday's Gambit loss.
Right.
They actually still look, if we're comparing them to the other teams in the group, a little bit shaky.
And it's actually, if you remember what Monty said, those champions that Dade hasn't been able to play because of the changes, he brought that Jace back out. He brought one of those champions out that he's been playing, and it worked out well for him. All right, so now let's send it over to Quickshot and the guys at the desk for thoughts on Ozone's Game 1 win.
Thank you very much, Riv. Congratulations there to Ozone. A little messy towards the later stages of the game. Let's open this one up to the panel and actually go right back to the picks and bans phase. We've seen Mineski maybe counter-picking a little bit, trying to take some things away from Ozone. What do you think, Monty?
Yeah, I'd actually really like to talk about the picks and bans here. I mean, we saw this Singed, Lee, and Zed taken out. They don't want Looper on that. They wanted to see what else he can play. He's only played Singed so far in this tournament. They took Thresh out immediately as well. That's Mata's best champion. And then going down, the Ezreal pick, it's interesting, and I think we're going to talk a little bit about that later. But what they were doing, actually, is because they were on red side and had last pick, Dade can play that Ezreal in mid lane if necessary. So they were saving it, and they were seeing whether they were going to take a Caitlyn or another, perhaps a mid laner right there, put Imp on Ezreal. They decided to take Jace, but that was to keep their options open for the rest of the draft, because Ozone is one of those teams that really loves to run double AD compositions, but it gives them an out with that last pick as well. So these guys, I know, had a lot to say about the matchup in the lanes, though. So
yeah, we argued a bit back and forth rather about the Ezreal pick. I actually would have liked to see a Caitlyn more. If they're actually leaning towards the double AD composition with Ezreal and Caitlyn, I would have secured a Caitlyn earlier because I think it's really strong against the Vayne with a Fiddlesticks as well, and really strong against the Thresh. But Imp and Mata played really well in mid lane. They got the early kill really quick, and I kind of felt like Mineski could have done more in the mid lane, though. The Thresh landed a few really good hooks, but the follow-up plays were always in the wrong position. Either he played Fiddlesticks instead of Ezreal. He one time played Fiddlesticks forward, so the Fiddlesticks could escape. They just weren't on point, but there were so many options where they could have, I think, abused the fact that they picked Ez into inferior lane.
To be fair, you guys didn't seem like you were happy with either of these duo lanes.
Yeah, definitely. So I wanted to touch on Imp and Mata, who their held is really strong, and I think they are the strongest spot lane in their group, for sure. But their champion pool, you could tell this game, Corki was up, and Imp chose to play Ezreal instead of Corki, which to me means because they banned Corki 2 times, and he didn't play it the 3rd time, he doesn't play Corki. which is a big disadvantage to him because he needs to learn to play a counter. Graves, Varus, Ashe can do well. There's a lot of skill matchups, but Graves and Varus come to mind as counters. He needs to either play Corki or play the counters. And that's something like he needs to adapt with fast because Corki is going to be big for other teams.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty big hole in Ozone's strategy right now that's been exposed very early.
Was that
Just leave it right there. Yeah, global warming definitely going to be a problem. But yeah, I think that's a pretty big weakness to expose very early. But they also have, shown Looper does have more than just Singed in his pack.
So I want to ask a question now. Let's take a step back. First of all, Ozone, even though it was slow in the beginning, they did close the game out once they got the ball rolling and a few misplays here and there. We've already talked about the fact that Home in particular, we feel that he may not be as strong on this patch thanks to some of his champions being nerfed and some of the changes to the game. We've mentioned that about Dade. We've seen it in action already. We've briefly theorized about Imp. I mean, Corki, this is the first game out of 11. Not picked, not banned. So do you feel that Ozone, even though individually they're very strong players, their champion pools may limit how far they can go in this tournament?
I completely agree. And in fact, this is a champion pool that I would have expected to see out of Ozone maybe 2 or 3 months ago, back when they were winning Champion Spring in Korea. This looks like exactly how they used to play. And we've seen these double AD compositions fall out of favor a bit because you do have, since the tier nerfs came in, you have a later power spike, a later Muramana, and it's dangerous against a team that has Nasus, Ryze, and Renekton because once you hit that massive power spike of Muramana, you have only a little bit of time to take advantage of that before Ryze and Nasus and Renekton get so tanky that you can no longer poke them down. So it's risky, and it's been made riskier by the changes to tier because you get that item later.
And I also wanted to point out, just the fact that Dade and Imp are the Looper is new. I expect Dade and Imp to kind of carry that team and do the damage. Dade seems to be really easy to ban out and counterpick mid, as you've seen. And Imp, if you ban Caitlyn, he has what? Ezreal and Vayne. Those are both bad matchups for Corki. It's just going to be really hard.
Varus as well.
But I've never seen him play that yet. Though.
He even picked Ezreal into the Vayne, which kind of surprised me.
Yeah, that is
as well, because maybe he has another answer ready, but it seems that the Vayne just generally does well against Ezreals. Aside from that, Dade as well. We don't want to make this Bash at Dade show, but he rushed the Last Whisper really quick on that Jace, and I can't but wonder if Brutalizer would have been slightly better.
Well, I just want to expand that a little bit before we start moving on to the next game and do a bit of prediction. I think with the fact that Imp, I think he ran Flash Ignite on his Ezreal and some of the item choices, maybe Ozone, maybe not mentally as in this game as we've seen elsewhere.
I don't think you can ever say
of course
at World Finals.
Of course not.
Always be mentally in the game.
It's something that, after the very strong lead they had early, they made some dives that is uncharacteristic that we would see from them. So we'll see how the rest of the games go. They do play a little later today. Let's talk a little bit about the next game. It's going to be Vulcan taking on Gambit. Now, Vulcan smashed Fnatic yesterday. Gambit, they had a fantastic win over Ozone. So let's see, double lift, Vulcan versus Gambit. What are you most excited about for this game?
Oh boy. Well, I've been bad-mouthing Gambit because my other analysts have been hyping them up. So I gotta say, even though Gambit beat Ozone yesterday, I feel like Ozone was really off their game. It was a really uncharacteristic game of them to lose. And I still think that Vulcan is the strongest, or tied for the strongest, with Cloud9 team coming out of North America. And I expect Vulcan to win.
I don't know. I'm still aboard the Gambit train here. I picked them to get out of the group, so I'm really interested to see how they do here.
Well, I mean, all you have to do to get Monte Cristo's vote is beat a Korean team. All this is based off of Gambit winning, so...
Yeah, but that's actually a really good analytical point because you also inadvertently explained TSM.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'll tell you what. Let's get to the official predictions in a second. We need to update the standings right now. And, with the Ozone's win, let's take a look at how Group B is actually sitting overall. Gambit are currently in the lead with that 2-0 scoreline, with Ozone sitting at 2-1, Fnatic 1-1, Vulcan 1-1, and Mineski, they're 0-3 right now. It's not something we're terribly surprised by, but, it's how the group currently sits.
It's definitely not what everybody expected. Everybody obviously expected Ozone to be on top, Gambit to be a little shaky, Fnatic to do a little better, and I personally underestimated Vulcan. I think they're going to do really well later.
Well, let's see if you're going to put put your money where your mouth is, as it were, because you guys all picked Ozone to win the previous game. Let's see if you guys can keep your winning streak going, if you can call one successful thing a streak, and choose the victor of our second game. So ManCloud and Vulcan versus Alex and Gambit. This should be interesting because, as we said, Double Lift and Kobe picked out Vulcan to come out of the Group B, while Monty and Crepo picked Gambit. So are you guys prepared to stick to your guns?
Yep. Yes.
So let's start with Vulcan. What's your prediction?
I'm going to stick with Vulcan here. The only thing that does worry me is that bottom lane. Genjin, he definitely showed up big against that Imp and Mata bottom lane, so I think he has a strong chance.
I think Genja has pretty low game impact. In terms of Gambits, how they win games, I feel like if Darien gets unkillable and then Alexich and Diamond can make plays together, that's how Gambit wins. I think the bot lane is really irrelevant, and so that way Zuna's kind of shaky early game is overshadowed by that fact. My money's on Vulcan still.
Personally, I actually like the way ManCloud and Xmiffy work together, and I think they can match whatever Alex and Diamond Prox are bringing. Other than that, like, Vulcan really impressed me. They significantly got ahead every game they played, and they seem to have fixed some of the issues with stalling the late game out. Not everything, but then again, Gambit often makes a mistake in the late game as well. We've played them a lot where we're really, really far behind, and then we said, yeah, guys, just chill. It's Gambit. Like, they might slip up. And generally, whenever the Gambit does really well and you start rooting for them, there's always that one disappointing loss. And I hope this is it, because then I can pass Monty, hopefully.
So you coming over to the dark side now, voting for the North American team
I would have never
instead?
imagined me voting for a North American team.
We've got him.
Well, Gambit's my dark horse. Gambit's my pick to make it out of the group, so I'm sticking with them. I'm all in on the Russians today.
Well, the only one sitting, we'll have to see. That's either going to claw you back the distance on the predictions or push you further down. Guys, let's talk about this game now, because we do have some time while the players are setting up on stage. We know where your allegiances lie. I want to touch on the duo pairing of Smithy and ManCloud and Diamond and Alex. It's two, I don't want to use the word duos, but it's a pairing that has worked very well in the respective regions. Crepo, you said that Smithy and ManCloud could match Alex and Diamond. Is it going to be enough? Do you think they can outplay? I mean, we've seen the very early, almost 2v2s, basically getting Alex, a really strong advantage, which helped them win against Ozone yesterday.
But at the same time, I think ManCloud really showed that he's a really important mid laner. He won all of his matchups so far, at least in the early game. Yeah, I'm definitely rooting forward. I'm not gonna make any solid predictions because it's impossible to know. But I've seen Alex and Diamond Prox get beaten at their own game of the 2v2 matchups in mid lane, and Xmiffy was the most improved player in the NA scene, I believe, so he can definitely show off what he can.
I have one last question just before we start to roll this on. Monty, Xmithy, you refer to him as Dandy Light. After seeing some games and seeing Dandy, do you still stick to that? How do you feel after seeing some games from Smithy?
I stick to it, and we'll see that matchup again as well later on in the tournament. So I guess he has it to prove that, in fact, Dandy is Xmithy Light. So that's what I'm looking for.
I guess that's not good because Gambit did beat Dandy and Dade combo 2 vs 2 mid.
Well, that's fine. Monty's back in Gambit, so that's all that matters, right? Guys, we do have to jump to a very quick break, but when we return, we'll see which of these guys chose right as Vulcan and Gambit throw down in our second match of the day. Plus, Maneski's jungler Kaigu will join us to talk about how they plan on turning it around here at Worlds. And of course, speaking of Worlds, here's a behind-the-scenes sneak peek as we prepare to rock the Staples Center for the Season 3 Finals.
Something like that.
Basically, we're just sitting down thinking, what can we do that makes people's brain explode? It becomes really heavy and then drop.
If I had to explain Vulcan right now, I'd say we're the biggest dark horse coming into it.
We are very good friends outside the game and inside the game.
If any team does well, I'm happy for them. Even if I got last place in the tournament right now and what American team won it, I still feel like we did a good job.
We do focus on the bigger picture, but when it's time to focus on the game, we like to focus on the game and our strategies.
Our team consists of versatile players. We can play mostly anything. Our summer season has been a blast for us. We've been improving a lot.
Definitely was a struggle just to get to where we are right now.
We're kind of an underdog team, but make sure that you don't underestimate us.
I would definitely say we're an exciting team because you never know if we're going to win no matter how far ahead we are.
We do have the second best record in the season, and we're very proud of that.
Come back to the group stage of the Season 3 World Championship live from Los Angeles, California. In just a few minutes, Vulcan and Gambit square off in our second game of the day. But first, I'd like to welcome Mineski's jungler Kaigu to the interview lounge. Thanks first of all for joining us, Kaigu. You got some fans here, that's for sure. I want to take it a step back before all this crazy action here at Worlds to your qualification process. You took down SGS in a qualifier that you probably, well, you shouldn't have actually been there in the end. Talk us through that and how it feels to be here at Worlds.
When we beat SGS, I think that they played good, but we just played better. And here at Worlds, we're trying to learn as much as we can, and so we can do better next time.
So let's talk about your trip here as well, because I think that's one thing that a lot of people underestimate. I'm still tired, and I only came here from Europe. To shout out to and your fans here as well.
Hello to the fans here, and shout outs to Mineski, our sponsors, Razer and Monster.
Thanks a lot, Kaigu, and good luck in your remaining games here.
Thank you.
So let's send it over to Quickshot and crew at the analyst desk to break down our next matchup.
Thank you very much, Joe. Great interview there by Kaigu. We'll have to see how well he can do against Vulcan. Vulcan, the team that's about to play in our very next game, they are taking on Gambit. And while the guys are setting up on stage, I want to poke your brains a little bit more. We were talking about Mancloud and Smithy before going to the break. Now I want to talk to our AD carry and support here about this matchup, because you had some very strong words about Genji's presence in this matchup, Double Lift. So talk me through the Zuna-Genji matchup.
I definitely think Zuna, while people will undervalue him as not instrumental to Vulcan's win, he is a playmaker at heart. He likes to get in there, and sometimes it goes bad, right? Like sometimes he just dies and randomly throws the game, but he is a playmaker. I feel like Genji, he takes a more passive approach. He's more of a utility kind of player. That's why he plays like Varus, those kind of champions. He used to be known for playing Urgot. And he takes kind of a more backseat role. He's very lane dominant. He likes to freeze, and he likes to be more of an anti-carry than a carry.
Definitely the case. I've actually seen Genji at one point just abandoning a team fight once and just start split pushing with Ashe, and it just indicated how unique he really is. And I've heard been told that Genja would never go in for a skirmish or a fight unless he knew 100% sure he would not get ganked and that he would survive. And it's a very unique style. Compared to Zuna, I think he only needs like a 40% chance of a possible kill, and he'll just dive in there and he'll go for it. So if they can abuse the fact that there's a lack of synergy sometimes between Voidal and Genja, because they're relatively new bot lane, they might actually come out on top there.
Well, for me, when I look at them, I don't see either team as terribly reliant on those AD carries. I mean, we've been talking about the mids, and that's where a lot of the power on these teams, it's where a lot of the kills go. So I'm not quite so sold that their performance is actually going to seriously dictate this game, whereas if we took a team like Ozone in their current state, well, they're pretty reliant on Imp.
It always comes full circle with you, right back to Korean team.
It's the center of the universe, man.
Bread and butter.
So let's take a look then at those solo lanes. We've already touched on the Alex versus ManCloud, and I think that's probably the matchup that most people are excited to watch. So we'll leave that for the game. I want to poke your brains about the Darian versus Sid matchup. Let's start this one with Crepo. What do you think? How's this going to go?
I'm really interested if they're going to give Darian Shen. I don't know, like Darian always seems to somehow get Shen in any like game where you expect it to not get it, and he does really well with it, but I hope they learn their lesson.
Vulcan put a pretty high priority on Shen. I doubt that they're going to actually let him have that. We'll probably see him something on more like Renekton or some other bruiser.
Stylistically, I see Psycho Sid and Darian as kind of similar. They tend to play very tanky utility top laners like Nasus, Zac, or Shen, as you said, and they're not very lane dominant players. Maybe Darian sometimes will have like a really crazy game where he dominates, but Psycho Sid definitely, I don't see him like crushing lane very much. He takes a more passive approach.
Well, I think they both share those traits. Thanks for the insight, guys. We are going to be throwing this over to Jat and Riv to give you the play-by-play for the game.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot, and let's get right to it. It's time for our second match of the day and the 7th game in Group B, North America's Vulcan versus Europe's Gambit. Let's take a look at the starting lineups. In the blue corner, it's going to be Vulcan. In the top lane is Psycho Sid, Smithy in the jungle, ManCloud in mid lane, Zuna on AD carry, and Bloodwater on support.
And in the red font, we have Gambit Gaming with Darian in the top lane, Diamond in the jungle, Alex each in mid lane, Genja on AD, and of course Voidal on support.
Indeed, bringing up that support lane, and it's pretty interesting to, we have to remember Gambit did kind of switch out Voidal and Darker throughout the season, so there's a bit of a change for them. But coming into this game, I think it's about the picks in bans. It's really going to alter it for these two. It usually does, but we heard Alex in an interview with Travis saying Vulcan and Gambit have similar picks to each other.
Yeah, and the craziest thing about Vulcan, especially when they're in the North American LCS, is how well they played the pick and ban phase against all of their competition.
Absolutely.
And I have to say, in the game yesterday when Gambit played Ozone, they just completely outpicked them as well. Kassadin ban right off the bat for Alex isn't something that Alex gets many bans against, at least here in the World Championships. I really want to see how the Assassin mid laners go for this one. If Ari gets through, I'm going to be shocked.
Super shocked. We had Smithy playing Vi twice to set up a lot of those Assassin mid laner kills that ManCloud was able to come up with. So we may see Vi in the jungle, that Ari going out, Nasus and Shen, both being played by these top laners throughout the, or Shen, I should say, both these top laners in the past day. So with these bans, the first few they knew what they wanted, but now it's the game of what can we force them into.
Exactly, and when we look at the matchup between these two teams, you look at Darian versus Psycho Sid. The analysts were just talking about it. Those guys are very isolationist top laners. Gambit, somehow it seemed like Darian always gets Shen, but they're not even willing to let it through Psycho Sid's hands because he would just pick it right away. Remember, Psycho Sid played Nasus in his first victory for Vulcan. He played Shen actually in their defeat. It's not something they would first pick, however. It just means we have to wonder what he's going to be picking next.
The support has been kind of a neutral pick that teams have been going for. Bloodwater would, much like to grab his Sona up if possible, but they're taking all the time in the world on this one. It's up to Benny, and they're letting him know what's going on.
The first few picks here are immensely important. Orianna's a very generalist pick we have here. Zuna has played a little bit of Ezreal. Obviously, both these AD carries tried their hands at Corki. Both won with it. But of course, Corki has been banned away by Vulcan despite them being first pick. There's a lot of mind games here. It's almost like they're banning away a lot of their own champions, right? I mean, even look at Gambit's bans. Ari and Shen, they play those. Vulcan plays Corki and Eve as well. We've seen Smithy on those.
Yep.
Elise actually going over Jarvan in this pick, or even a Lee Sin. That's leaving the door open if Diamond wants to play Lee Sin right now.
Gambit looks like to have one Sona pickup. Voidal, also a very, very big Sona player, if not one of his most comfortable picks for support as they come in.
also Thresh. Those are his two main big supports right there for Voidal. And they basically have their pick of supports right now. Bloodwater really heavily prefers Sona, but he's been defaulting a little bit back to Zyra lately as well. So they're free to let this through. If Gambit decides to go with something like Twisted Fate here, it's a bit of a throwback there for Alex. And this means
there's
Gambit's,
a gamble. I like
man.
it. This is going to be an awesome setup here. So we're going to see the action coming from Alex Hitch in the mid lane. Teleport on that Twisted Fate with that ultimate. We'll have to see what he can do to create opportunities for the team, but that also kind of plays a waiting game. Now it's up to Diamond to carry that early game, as it usually is for a jungle, but we're not going to see Alex really making an impact until that 6, till that does.
It's really crazy that he's picked that so early. Yes, there were a lot of mid lane assassins already banned away, but this leaves the door open for ManCloud to pick whatever he wants into it. ManCloud has had huge amounts of success on Orianna, but I don't know about his Fizz. Fizz would be the pick if he could play absolutely anything right now to really try and shut down Alex in lane. Vi is expected for Xmithy. He played at both games yesterday. Heavy ganker as well, but if he does that, it also means Psycho Sid is going to be Elise in the top lane. We're going to learn a whole bunch in the next 5 seconds here about Falcon's overall plan.
They are trying to hover onto that. Zyra should be going to Bloodwater here, and Xmithy will be locking in his own champion. So it looks like Vulcan is all right with showing quite a bit of their hand here, even in the first few picks. They are leaving 2 of those strengths that they have, though, that ManCloud's going to be able to counterpick now, at least from what he sees, as well as their AD carry.
He was already able to counterpick because they knew that the Twisted Fate is going the mid lane, but he gets a larger amount of the team comp, exactly, to look into from here. Once again, that Aatrox, we've seen that from both Diamond in the jungle and Darien in the top lane, depending on how they're feeling about things. They could very well do something like Aatrox Jarvan and just go in the top lane. That I don't think they're going to show it entirely yet, but there's no reason not to at this point, since they know that Psycho Sid is playing that top lane Elise. I really wonder what's going on here, because there's no Shen for Darien, and once you get past that, you're kind of thinking, what does he really play after that? Because he always swaps around. It could be Renekton's, it can be Aatrox's, you never really know.
Well, right now, he's still holding down what they could lock in for him. Genja does put down the Kog'Maw. We saw the Triforce Kog'Maw coming in yesterday. It's been wreaking havoc in solo queue, says social media.
Oh, man. That's trouble right there. Wreaking havoc in more ways than one.
Yeah, absolutely.
But anyways, Kog'Maw, it's another throwback pick for Gambit here, and it kind of goes along with the throwback pick they had from Twisted Fate as well. So much success with that yesterday for Gambit, and Zuna is hovering over Caitlyn right now, which tells me he should pick Caitlyn right now. That is what he needs to be able to keep his distance from Genja in the laning phase, and Zuna should be playing Caitlyn in this matchup. The mid laner, I would actually expect to be Orianna right now for Vulcan, just because they do things by the book for the most part, and that makes the most sense right here.
Let's see what other kind of composition Gambit can come up with. So far, we are seeing a little bit of the mix between AP, AD, and the Orianna coming out. As you called it, it looks like ManCloud is going to be a little bit of utility and power for his team coming into this game.
So Vulcan's composition works very well there. They have a lot of crowd control.
Straight comp.
Enough AoE. It's actually a very almost balanced team composition with a bit of an emphasis on poke. But we look at Gambit here, and they need something to complete this as far as it goes. They have the one diver who goes in right now with Aatrox. So they need to decide if they're playing a poke comp with a bunch of squishies or a team that just goes in and has overwhelming threat. This last pick, whether it goes jungle or in the top lane, is going to have to support their poke game or go with something like Renekton, make the Aatrox go in the jungle, and then you're just everyone diving in and just hoping they get distracted by Genja. That'll also dictate how Alex plays the game, but man, these guys are really taking their time.
I think it
with these
has
picks.
to be some kind, I was going to say defensive. I thought it was going to be more defensive than that, but ladies and gentlemen, Diamond locking in, and we'll say his Lee Sin.
Yeah, we've seen a few highlight reels of his Lee Sin. He's really stormed the scene with it way back in Season 2, but right here for Gambit, this is very much about just finding skirmish fights.
They want to execute as much as they can. This isn't a composition that says, we'll find it when it happens. You're right. They want to skirmish.
Yeah, Lee Sin isn't the guy who just, even though he does go in, he goes right back out so much of the time. And that puts so much pressure on Darien to really be able to carry the team from a tank perspective in this game. And I was actually expecting something with a little bit more resiliency from Gambit.
Absolutely.
But as this is, it's going to make it a bit more of an exciting game because we're going to see more smaller, more frequent fights if Gambit's going to have a chance in this game. Vulcan is actually looking for a fair bit of control.
Both teams love fighting, so as we're waiting to spawn onto the fountain, let's check out and see who the viewers pick to win this one. According to LOLesports.com, 76% of you think that Gambit will walk away with the win. Monty chose Gambit, and everybody else chose Vulcan.
Well, we have to remember, Gambit's got a huge fan following here. They were actually picked to beat Samsung Galaxy Ozone yesterday as well, and then they did.
Yeah, 79 to 21%.
Only undefeated team in the group right now is this Gambit Gaming team. They were monsters in Season 2. So dominant, and were actually favored to win the Season 2 World Championship until they got upset in the semifinals by the eventual champions, Taipei Assassins. And coming in here, right beforehand, people were so down on them that many people called them a dark horse. Remember, this is Gambit Gaming. They have been legendary on the League of Legends scene, and now with all the boot camping they've been doing, all the practice they've had, they still have 4 returning members from the Season 2 World Championship. Here they go.
Let's see what they got for us, Jack. Game 7 of Group B, Day 2 here at Worlds. Ladies and gentlemen, Vulcan versus Gambit as both teams take to the Rift.
And this game is going to be very intense right here. We have boots coming out from Alex right now. He's going to be using those boots to try and not get harassed by ManCloud's command attack from Orianna. That's actually a fairly smart choice against an Ori, but it does mean his early game damage on Twisted Fate doesn't trade back very effectively. Twisted Fate also has very good combo ganks with Lee Sin because he can line up the resonating strikes so easily if he just locks in a gold card, and knowing he has that move speed advantage is another reason the boots are a smart choice in this matchup for Alex.
And boots 3 pots, as you mentioned. I like it. All the throwbacks coming in here at Group B Day. We'll see what the teams have for each other. And look at that. Gambit has a gold lead.
That's Twisted Fate. That's all on the cards. No, that's because the support has picked a gold mastery right here. You can see Bloodwater actually doesn't have that little total biscuit of rejuvenation.
Nope.
He decided for different masteries on Zyra.
So looks like top lane is going to be inhabited here by Zuna and Bloodwater for now. Looks like they're going to get a bit of vision of what's going on. Darian will also be able to give this communication to his team. It looks like it might be that 140 invade coming here from Gambit.
And Vulcan had success. Vulcan had success yesterday invading Fnatic as Fnatic was starting red buff. They actually got first blood onto Cyanide and ended up turning 2 kills in that level 1 exchange. But this is a much larger invade coming from both teams. Right now, Gambit just walked through a ward, put a pink. They actually don't think they were spotted here.
No way.
They're just going to trade reds.
They think they're running clean right now. Yep, trading those reds, but this is also what happened previously.
Yeah, there's no way these guys are dying for this one, though. Only because the AD carry supports can't come and support that lane. Both junglers will save their smite, and most importantly for the lanes, they know where the jungler is, so they can hopefully react accordingly.
ManCloud heading towards the top side, making sure Xmithy can walk out cleanly. We'll make sure that everything...
Oh, Darian, you are so greedy. Like, the AD carry... Darian's all alone in this lane. His jungler's not even close. There's a potential that he would be getting 3-man dove or that 3 people are approaching the lane. But because Zuna and Bloodwater haven't checked that brush, he's getting experience. This is... All right, they found him.
Just playing hide and seek for a little bit. Not too much you're going to get out of Bloodwater with the level 1, and Darian knew that, playing very calm, cool, and collected.
Thing is, he got almost all the way to level 2 because of that.
Right.
That was a really smart play. It now means he's effectively undiveable, knowing that Xmithy isn't close and that he was able to get level 2. Most of the time, they try to dive that guy while he's still level 1.
It's almost, I remember Voidboy saying in an interview, you know, that's what you have to do. Almost 2 full waves of sitting at your turret. That's why you see people take wolves. That's the first time I've actually seen that. So
bringing out all the stops for
Awesome little play there. Mind games by Darian, keeping himself safe. All on his own accord. Alex Ish in the mid lane, farming it up with ManCloud. No pressure yet there, but they do have the hover around from Xmithy as he starts to head towards the bottom lane. He might match up with Diamond.
And Diamond going for some aggressive counter jungling. That's what Xmithy is normally tasked for. And knowing that it's a 2v1 in the bottom lane, Xmithy can't really fight back from Diamond. Voidal, you can see, is coming to bully back, so Xmithy has trouble getting this buff. He wants to wait long enough for his smite. He's not going to have the time.
A really great play by Voidal to keep and continue that pressure. The map awareness coming in, but the top lane's also going to get the same treatment on this one. Don't just think Vulcan is letting this happen.
Yeah, and they're trying to tank a few extra shots with plants as well while pushing this turret. it's turned into a bit of a turret race with a slight tinge of counter jungling going down as well.
Still that 100 gold lead for Gambit. Trying to stretch that out here in the early game. All lanes farming quite evenly to start it off. We had that boots pot start for the Doran's Ring and pot start for ManCloud. That's in the mid lane with Alexish. Something we'll have to keep an eye on, as ManCloud did have the NALCS record holding, actually across both, as Freak said, the pawns with kills. Voidal taking a bit of damage there with Diamond in the wing.
Psycho Sid actually flashed in for that one, nearly going down because Diamond was in the wings for a counter gank. That was a very aggressive move by Vulcan, and it puts him in a bad spot here because it's a 3v very low 2 people at the turret.
Trying to chug those health potions up. The skill shots, you can see Smithy trying to be just a bodyguard here for Sid. If Sid gets hit by that Q, they are fully going in onto this. Genja, full health. They know they have the coverage, and they are still trying to pressure it. They want to be able to keep that pressure in the top lane for Vulcan as well, but they're doing what they can to keep Xmithy alive with Psycho Sid in the bottom lane.
Whoa, Xmithy, you're getting crazy.
Level 4 to 4, they're going to Diamond! Could it be first blood? He pulls himself out just on the outside! It wasn't the Q! Psycho Sid couldn't hit it! The kill goes out! First blood going over to Voidal, and Genja gets the second one.
2 huge kills coming out for Gambit, and that's because Vulcan decided to go in a 2v3. They knew Gambit was going to be able to loop around the turret and go and get that one. They could have just taken the turret trade if they played conservatively, but they got greedy, went for first blood, tried to take it all, got very little in return.
That's actually pretty good for Vulcan coming up with a gold there. 700 still in the favor of Gambit, but if Vulcan can now switch their lanes up, stop this bottom turret from going down, they could really start to set something up nice for themselves.
And one thing that Vulcan just was amazing at in the North American LCS was finding ways to get leads early in the game. Likewise, Gambit struggles substantially if they fall behind early, which is why on paper in this matchup, 3 of the analysts took Vulcan over Gambit, because that's the way they were expecting this game to start. But now that Gambit has an 800 gold lead thanks to that bottom lane double kill, everything has changed. Gambit is actually in an incredible position to win this, knowing how well they play with leads. As far as their composition goes, Gambit still needs to go around and find a lot of smart fights just because they need to use their global map ability from Alex each. It's still just such an amazing start.
I'm expecting Gambit to try and pressure that somewhat extended fight now with Alex Ish with the ultimate up. They can really get a nice pursuit on somebody that's low health and trying to gimp away. A 1k gold lead now in place. We see Diamond on the back of Alex in middle if they try to activate anything there. Looks like they don't even want to use the Destiny. They just want to get the first kill.
And right now, Vulcan is playing the turret game against Gambit because they've lost the kill game right now. When they did the lane swap after taking the top turret, they're essentially assuring that unless Gambit swaps back, they can't get a turret of their own, and this 1-0 turret advantage should actually stick for quite some time for Vulcan.
And I love what both junglers are going through their heads. Mids are 6, we're probably going to fight each other. Let's get some defense here as well for us. 9.6 to 8.8. That gold lead being only closed a little bit. Darian leaving his lane here, giving that farm up. But it's not hurting him too bad whatsoever. He's 35 to that 15. It was 15. Big gap picked up the rest Psycho.
Psycho Sid was dealing with Genja, Voidal, and Diamond procs that entire time, and then he ended up giving a kill back. The only reason that Darian is off taking jungle is because the lane is pushed up so far, and it's actually a dangerous place for him to be against Vi. Knowing that Xmithy is now level 6 for Vulcan, they need to pick their gank very smartly. Vulcan is actually should look to gank Alex, otherwise Alex is going to go and spoil one of Vulcan's ganks. Knowing that Xmithy is bottom lane means they have to be even more important about Alex potentially going in. Diamond going for ManCloud instead.
Second time coming around, using that dissonant speed steroid to get himself to safety. And looking at this bottom lane, Xmithy waiting in the wing and in the dark.
They know the flashes from Genja and Voidal are down, and if they go before the zone is level 6, it's a kill.
Boom, right onto Genja, the assault and battery with the vault breaker. Genja goes into the bush. He's trying not to bring the fight to Voidal. He knew he was going down.
Awesome stuff there by Vulcan. Extremely well planned. And the reason the Twisted Fate couldn't come down to spoil that day is because ManCloud maintained enough presence in the mid lane, and they only timed that gank as well after ManCloud had already been ganked by Diamond. So all the potential for a counter gank or a turnaround and Vulcan not having a 3v2 were eliminated by what ManCloud was doing in the mid lane.
Vulcan playing that one very smart. 2-1 as they pick up their first kill here. Remember, they got the first turret of the game as well, and that has switched these lanes up back to even as they started in that 2v1 process. Now 9 minutes into the game, it's only a 500 gold lead going in the favor of Gambit. It's being closed very fast by ManCloud and crew.
I can't wait for the rest of this Group B because all of these teams are just so closely matched, but with just different play styles. Vulcan, Smithy just has such crisp and clean ganks.
Yep.
And the biggest surprise to me about Gambit is how well this bottom lane with Genja and Voidal has been doing. Genja and Voidal's bottom lane hadn't been working very well. Genja was building all kinds of crazy builds, Tear the Goddess Varus, triple Thorns on everyone. Sure, Trinity Force Kog'Maw is still a little bit weird. Most people don't say it's working, but they're doing well in lane most of these games.
Boom, getting a bit of extra damage out for an extra, but the quick damage out. Smithy cannot respond to that. And this is one thing that, you know, we discussed with Crepo yesterday. If there is ever a ward near Diamond he knows about or in his jungle, he will pull anybody with a pink ward to clear that ward. He does not like wards around him.
Yeah, both these junglers are having pink ward battles. X-Smithy just trading back with Diamond, actually. Get out of there, Lee Sin. You can't trade with X-Smithy's Vi. And whoever actually has a lead has better chances of maintaining the pink ward control. If Vulcan goes for the wrong pink ward, TF's going to ult in on them and try to stop it, which actually puts even more pressure on Mandatory Cloud to keep Alex Each from ulting. He's got to stay close enough to him that he can shockwave him with Orianna, but far enough away that Diamond can't gank him and kill him. It's a very tricky dance.
Alex Each already level 9. Have not even seen the Destiny used in a pursuit of a fight for Vision, so they're holding that until the right spot. Him leaving lane, they want to make sure that doesn't give ManCloud too much of a lead.
And Darien all the way down here, knowing that Psycho Sid is off in the top lane with no turret as well to push because someone is down. This is Gambit actually just outmaneuvering Vulcan right now. You can't realistically go in and defend this 3 or 4v5.
All those pink wards, they are laying them down, getting a little bit of return on their investment here. Smithy on one side,
he might try and steal, but
he
against
does
Lee
have
Sin.
flash up. He does not get it. That's going to be tough. Lee Sin able to get the execute and the smite down. Smithy may go down there. Oh, they throw the command shockwave. That was quite unfortunate on the Vault Breaker just out. He connects with it and he kicks it back. Oh man, double kill coming up for Alex.
Vulcan is being so greedy this game. They had an opportunity to push and farm, and he goes for a steal, but then a fight on top of it, knowing that it was a 4v5, and knowing Darien had roamed down for that fight because he warded inside and he saw the people of Gambit in that Dragon Pit. That was a poor decision right there by Vulcan, and Gambit capitalizes for the Dragon and a double kill.
4-1 now is the score. Gambit has yet to really activate anything else off of their Dragon. They've kind of evened up that gold they lost to the turret, but they're not moving off the kills just yet. However, you can see the pink wards 4 straight down the river in a line, keeping them safe from any invades, keeping Diamond's jungle clear.
Yeah, this is more to come back from here because there was the first double kill that Gambit picked up in the bottom lane. And then Vulcan was actually able to play smart and come back from it because X-Smithy came to the bottom lane, was able to gank down Gambit. Then Gambit made a great play for a Dragon, and Vulcan should have said, we'll give you that one, and keep playing smart. Vulcan did not, and that's why they're here. I mean, 3,000 gold down 12 minutes in. Knowing that Alex just got a double kill is not a smart play, or not a good place to be in.
The roam from him still only coming from walking down to that Dragon, so we're going to have a bit of a lull here for Vulcan to figure out what to do. Smithy only trying to clear the jungle himself, still grabbing up red, or maybe trying to get that attack down on the mid lane. Alex's flash is still up from that engagement, but ManCloud's is down. So again, Diamond procs in that half of the jungle, just continuously trying to figure out who he can harass.
He's been counter jungling very frequently against X-Smithy, and he's definitely inside the head of Vulcan right now. X-Smithy's made a couple calls that have backfired, and I think this is going to really temper the aggression that Vulcan is normally able to dish out early game. We haven't seen X-Smithy really past the halfway part of the map this entire 13 minutes, and that's because Diamond is destroying him in this jungle matchup.
So with this composition, what do we see Gambit trying to do? Because it's not what we thought, the level 6 Alex everywhere. They're kind of just controlling the map.
Exactly. It's Diamond doing a lot of work and Alex just making sure he farms. That's completely okay with Alex. If he is willing, if he's able to get 300, 400 minion kills like he did in the old days for Gambit, and Gambit's winning, no problem.
See possible Hydra build coming out of Darian on that Aatrox. Looks like he wants to get out a maximum amount of DPS from his build, so he's going to go straight for that damage. We see again Diamond procs. Constant harass towards this mid lane. And bottom lane, Stranglethorn's down onto Voidal. Now it's going to be a quick one. Will they decide to activate this in mid knowing the pressure is there?
So Vulcan can get that whenever they want. Now it's about Diamond. He gets the Q. Destiny coming in.
They're going to find each other. There it is, a good shockwave, but it's only going to throw them about for a second. Gets the shield on. The burn is there from Red. They get the flash out for it, though.
They were actually a little bit worried he was going to get away from that one. Knowing that there was a kill in bottom lane, though, it looks like we're going to be trading some turrets. Vulcan pushing bottom, Gambit pushing mid.
It's textbook reaction by both teams here. You see that much force in the bottom lane, you got to make something happen in a different one. Gambit takes down mid, Vulcan takes down bottom. This still leaves Vulcan up 1 in turrets, but I may speak too fast here.
Yeah, Darian pops his ultimate. Aatrox gets an incredible amount of attack speed right here in the mid lane. They get the Sheen procs as well.
That worked.
Gambit is just capitalizing on pretty much everything right now. One thing I should note is Diamond used one of his pink wards to get in that gank for ManCloud, and normally like a pink ward for a kill is giving up a lot of the benefits of the kill anyway, but because they were able to get 2 turrets after it, it is more than worth it, Rick.
They're figuring out everything they need to do to make their money back right now. We'll see and take stock of the CS in the game in the mid lane. The ManCloud versus Alex each. We have 137 to 149 in a now completed Lich Bane coming out from Alex. So a lot of potential from that mid lane.
And look at how much damage the rest of Gambit is actually building into their items. Darian is not going tanky Aatrox right now. He's all about the damage because since they're trying to snowball ahead in this one, knowing that if they got late enough against Vulcan's team fight composition, they would fall behind and most likely lose this one. They're just going for it right now. Expect Darian to be ganking a whole bunch, especially with Alex, and just making things happen.
And not a resurgence, but a lot more of these Madrid's Razors coming out. We saw Dandy playing it on his Jarvan yesterday as well.
Well, Dandy got it on Jarvan because he'd fallen a little bit behind it and needed to clean up in the jungle more. Diamond is just buying it here because he's a fan of that item. It helps him counter jungle much quicker, and he's been doing so much of that against Smithy that he can just go for that. As well, when you build a Razor, it's good for the early game when you're jungling, but it falls off later in the game, which just builds more into the Gambit strategy right now of just winning early.
We'll see if they can continue their pressure. They have gone full force so far. Now 16 minutes into the game, they found themselves 5 kills. Every kill has been participated in by Diamond, and 2 of those in a double kill went to Alex. And from there, they've been able to control Dragon. That's coming back up in 30 seconds. We're going to have to see if Vulcan can really sway this one back into their favor. We just had it back there from Voidal.
I wonder how these next few minutes are going to play out, because Darian has been spotted by the ward, and he's also going up to clear this top lane. Gambit is up by so much gold right now that if they decided to get the next dragon, any fight contest by Vulcan, I feel, would just be a disaster. So Darian has to run down as quickly as possible to contest this dragon. Otherwise, Vulcan will actually be able to pick something up. And knowing the greed that Vulcan has displayed so far, he might be going for it.
He put himself in front of it. It made Smithy stop his punch, actually. The Vault Breaker keeps him close. They get an Ignite out of that one. Won't connect with the Q. It's a little bit too far, but I think everybody wanted him to.
So Crescendo is down, which means Voidal is basically not part of this fight. Alex went back to base as well, but he's Twisted Fate, doesn't care about things. Gambit is smart to just start this dragon. They are daring Vulcan to come in, and knowing what Vulcan's done in the past, they're willing to do so. But this could very well spell a huge lead for Gambit or a big comeback for Vulcan.
Completely sizing each other up right now.
They don't want to go.
Fight.
It's too dangerous.
They're absolutely not going to go. You are correct, Jat. Darian on the top side. They see the pinch that could come from Alex Ish and him. Oh, Darian taking quite a bit of damage, but I don't think they wanted to blow everything on him just yet.
The gold lead is really expanding right now, Riv. 6,000 after that next dragon. And Gambit actually just decided to back away from that one because mainly I think Voidal's Crescendo was down, and they absolutely needed it. I'm surprised Smithy's not clearing that wave in the top lane, since he was the only one there, and that was nearly a level of experience willing. To him, the map vision was more, like, not showing himself on the map was more important. I do not agree with that backing decision.
We'll see what Vulcan can do now. 6,000 gold down. That is not getting any easier for them, but they are still trying to contest every possible thing that they can. It's almost hurting them a little bit now. They have to size up what's going on. figure out when they can take the advantage. We saw 3 of them just a second ago on Alex in middle, but it almost seemed like Gambit was baiting that. It was Darian waiting on the side and Diamond waiting on the side. They want the shutdown on Alex, but they may go a little too far to try and get it.
Yeah, and just looking at the items right now, fighting is not that beneficial for Vulcan unless they find just the right fight. Knowing that Trinity Force is completed on Genja, it is so strong right now. The Trinity Force won't transition that well into other item combinations, but in the moment, Kog'Maw is incredibly dangerous.
Still moving in, definitely got that second rank. Ultimate up now for Kog'Maw, the shockwave going in! It only caught 2. Voidal was on the outside, so the crescendo is still there to disengage or completely turn this fight around. There's the ultimate. Voidal on the outside, his flash is down, or that would have been a quick fight coming in for Gambit.
So Vulcan tried to catch the team fight since they got a catch with a cocoon, but the damage just wasn't there.
No.
It's only an Athene Sun Holy Grail onto ManCloud. Psycho Sid just has a bit of magic penetration, is level 11, but that's the 6,000 gold lead right now. Difference. That's the levels that Gambit has been able to build up. Darian is 2 levels above Psycho Sid. Alex is a level above ManCloud. Every level is worth 500 to 700 gold depending on what champion you're on. The gold lead is more than just 6,000 in this game when you take into account the experience as well.
Putting that Caitlyn to work, finally getting themselves to the turrets. And Zuna takes a quick shot back. You gotta trade back and forth. Can't have your cake and eat it too. Zuna getting a little too aggressive there. They don't have any coverage of vision in the top side of that map. They can't afford to do things like that.
No, they cannot. Vulcan trying to just sit back, farm a little bit at this point. They know that Gambit does need to force team fights sooner or later, and if Gambit's not too aggressively counter-jungling or forcing around Baron, the percentage gold difference will remain even and maybe even close a little bit. So it actually is on Gambit to make a couple plays here, unless Vulcan runs into them.
You got the flash there out of Diamond. He actually pulls that over using his ward. Maybe that safeguard was just down from mitigating a bit of damage. We see the Bloodthirster, Caitlyn coming out instead of the Infinity Edge. These extended fights that Vulcan knows are going to be happening.
I'm wondering where Zuna's going with this. He might go for a static Shiv as well, in which case he'd just be trying to get more wave clears so Vulcan can stall or just do a bit of a push strategy against them. Vulcan does have 4 ranged champions, so they got pretty good poke if they can set up extended sieges.
Vulcan doing a very great job at controlling some of these turrets. They finally push Gambit back with their gold deficit to take down the mid turret. We'll see that Alex Ish now gathers with his team in mid, and we'll see if Vulcan can now hold off what Gambit tries to throw back, because with that turret down, Vulcan is kind of searching now for where to go next. That turret was the last thing they had as a low-hanging fruit.
It's been a very interesting game, because if it wasn't for the 2 errors from Xsmithy, where he basically baited Vulcan into multiple double kills, the game would be extremely close, and Gambit's team composition would be running into some dangers of falling off. But as it is now, since they have a 6,000+ gold advantage, I think they're going to be able to take that and just grow their advantage, and they're far enough ahead they can really make some aggressive plays. I think it's just a matter of Gambit getting the right ward control right now and then finding the fights with which they can engage.
2,500 gold in the hands of Alex over ManCloud right now. That's that. Zanya's coming in for him. The playmaking can also now start to come from Alex. We haven't seen the ultimate really start or end a fight. It's kind of just been to facilitate vision for his team to go in. So the way they're using the Twisted Fate, a bit different than usual.
Yeah, it's not that crazy all over the map action, but a lot of that has to do with Vulcan always being within their turrets. There's no positional errors aside from the few that Vulcan has made that are there to be punished by Alex's Twisted Fate. So instead, he's just farming up a storm. He's more than 10 CS per minute with Twisted Fate right now, and knowing that he's got those loaded dice as well, he's just head and shoulders above everyone else. He's nearing 10,000 gold already, only 23 minutes in.
The kills have slowed down somewhat with this first tier of turrets being down on both sides. We remember Darian popping his ultimate, and that last mid engagement allowed Gambit to take 2 in the mid lane. They haven't really tried to work off that, though. They're not invading the jungle. They're not trying to pressure in and get any pinch attacks in, like you said, waiting for those mistakes, but Vulcan not making them too often here.
And despite Vulcan being behind, they are still dumping huge amounts of money into wards. There are 4 pink wards within Vulcan's red jungle, and that is what they have had to do since they've lost those 2 middle turrets. They cannot control the entrances and exits by turrets, so they have to do it with pink wards. It's an interesting
play there because they normally need that gold to come back into the game with items, but instead they're using it for vision control, which actually tells me Vulcan is looking to find a team fight somewhere in their jungle while Gambit looks for picks.
Voidal almost being the first one. Yep, he took his cue. They go to Dragon. The Oracle's on Voidal now, looking over onto Bloodwater. I don't believe he has one just yet. Still working with the pink wards on his side. So Gambit clearing out this map for themselves. They will start to pressure and push every lane past the river and hopefully start to get some more attacks in the jungle. I fear that Vulcan could actually stall this out quite hard coming up here.
Well, they've been stalling.
Well, yeah,
for quite a while, so they can try and continue that trend. The later it goes, though, the faster Gambit can kill Baron, and the riskier and more difficult it will become for Vulcan to actually play this stall game without just risking falling too far behind and getting tower dove. Vulcan has been prioritizing pink wards in their red side of the jungle because they were hoping that Gambit would look for a fight around Dragon and then Vulcan could turn something around. But that's actually going to turn to Baron next.
Vulcan waiting in the wing. They see that ward come right over Wraiths as well. Gambit pretty much always has an idea what zone of the map Vulcan is on, what quadrant, if you will, if you split it up into that 4. And right now they know that bottom is just warded up. They aren't even really entering it. Voidal's Oracle actually wearing off, so they don't know how safe they are, and it's not very safe.
They're going quite aggressive here. They shouldn't be going that aggressive here because they are extremely far behind, and the fight in the open would not do Vulcan well. If we think of Vulcan overall, so far in the World Championship, they started off pretty much as well as they could against Fnatic. And then ever since the halfway point of that Samsung Galaxy Ozone game, they've been on a downward trend. They went from having a lead in that Ozone game till 8 minutes later just getting beaten in a landslide defeat. And the start of this game against Gambit has not been much better. This is actually a two-man Baron, now 3, that could get things done. And since Vulcan has not taken any ward control in the Baron area, Vulcan spent so much time pink warding their own red buff, Gambit should be able to take this one uncontested.
It's going to go. It'll take a bit. That Madrid's definitely helping out here. They're able to facilitate that. Throwing down Locket
just
like Solari. Oh, Smithy on the outside. He comes into the fight. Psycho Sid from the back. A lot of damage onto Smithy. Trying to peel off Diamond so he can't do much, but goes down. Will there be a follow-up? Oh, it's going to be the dive coming in from Darien. The crescendo comes out, and ManCloud will not be able to help the team. Still the chase coming in. Psycho Sid goes down, and there are kills across the map.
Gambit not making the mistakes right here. They forced the Baron because they just waited until they'd be able to 3-man it. Honestly, Gambit is playing world class right now. They're gonna probably move to 3-0 in the group here. They have the Baron buff and 3 recently deceased members of Vulcan. This is a strong turret push for Gambit.
Okay, people say you can't count them out. They perform when it comes time. This is going to be their first inhibitor turret, and it does not look like they are stopping. With 2 members down and 12 seconds on the clock for them, the inhibitor will fall in the top lane.
Yeah, this game just blew wide open for Gambit. They'd had the lead for a while, Vulcan stalled for a bit, and now Gambit is just doing what they want.
This whole base right now is Gambit's. They have a mid wave that was perfectly coming down that only helps them to get more objective here. That's the 3rd turret on this run, and it looks like Vulcan has the team up. They now want to engage. Those timers are up for them. Darien goes in, but it's a back off from everybody, and this is when Genja comes into play. Everybody's scattered, the living artillery to come down.
And they still have the Baron buff, regenning everyone up from Gambit to get 2 more kills. Gambit looks like they have a very quick victory here if they just finish it off.
A good body block there by Diamond as Genja still throwing that Bio Arcane and Living Artillery at his opponents. The first Nexus and the second turret fall at the same time. It's going to be the Nexus as well. 10-2. Gambit 3-0 here in Group B.
Gambit absolutely dominating this group so far. Vulcan looks strong. They took them down. They beat Ozone yesterday, and that only took them 27 minutes to dismantle that Vulcan team. Diamond Prox has got to be happy about that.
You know, they kept coming in with the same. He didn't have Ahri, and Alex did not need it. He brings out what I believe is the first Twisted Fate for us here at Worlds.
Yep.
And they were able to play it in a, not unorthodox way, but it wasn't the destiny to kill. It wasn't the destiny to, like you said, get somebody out of position, because Vulcan wasn't making those mistakes. So Gambit adapt, and they made it happen.
That was an exceedingly measured victory by Gambit. They, even with the aggressive composition and the ability to start fights from very different places, they only fought a couple of times, but always in incredibly important positions, right after the Baron, right before the Dragon, and they ended the game quickly because of it.
All right, chat. Well, that quick game, we're going to be sending it over to Quickshot and crew for a breakdown of Gambit's dominating victory.
Thank you very much, Riv. I want to start this one off by saying, Monty, how does it feel to predict one that none of the other analysts predicted?
Here we go. It feels fantastic. But to go back to that game, I was a little bit nervous for Gambit at the beginning because the composition that they had with Aatrox and TF, that's really snowball. You have to get an advantage in the early game. And so while that victory looked pretty one-sided, that's kind of what happens with that composition. It's either all up or all down on that.
And it seems like Vulcan kind of handed them that too. A couple early mistakes here really cost them in both side lanes.
I think the first mistake was just not picking Sona first. History has shown that if you take Sona away from Voidal, he's still going to do decent to well, but he's never going to have that game-breaking impact. He really likes those crescendos, and Gambit is a team that follows up really well on those crescendos. Not that these had the biggest impact, because I think the early mistakes, there's quite a few that just made Vulcan lose grip of the game.
I think the biggest thing was when, a reoccurring problem throughout the game was when Gambit was taking objectives and Vulcan had lost something, like a dragon or a tower or something, they recalled instead of continuously pushing. Generally, it's not just like a free objective. You can get something out of it. Vulcan literally just made it a free objective.
On top of that, right after the objective was taken, they went in and started contesting. Like they were taking Drake. They were setting up. Can we fight? Can we fight? Can we fight? No, we can't fight. Let's run away. Oh no, let's try it anyways.
Yeah, they
Smithy like flashed into the Drake pit or Vault Bucket, and I can't remember. But he went for the fight instead of using his second dash ability to get out. Drew Orianna in and got them baited. And that was not even the worst mistake. I think really early in the game, that's where they threw it.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at that first fight around the bottom turret for Vulcan, where we had Smithy down there with Psycho Sid, and then we had the three members of Gambit hovering around the turret. In the meantime, the duo lane of Vulcan had taken down that top turret, but no damage pretty much to the Vulcan's tower, and yet they stepped into their own jungle when they didn't know.
They went for the fight.
They surprised themselves with how much damage they did onto Lee Sin, and they thought they could go finish him off, but they had used all their abilities. There was no more damage to come, and feeding Genja 2 more kills on that Kog'Maw got him going very early.
Smithy is a jungler that actually knows the damage output of his vibe really well. You could see that sometimes he's even surprised Diamond procs in some trades in the jungle, but they just chase too far, and I just think the entire idea of going into that brush near double golems to chase Diamond procs off was not the best, especially when you consider that top lane, they were just hammering on that tower. It was going down. It was 20% from being killed, at which point bot lane was 80% health. If they just turtle a little more, they take top tower, rotate it down the bottom. They had superior Drake control. They could push it, which allowed then Smithy to pressure Alex H more, which would give them no opportunity to Destiny out. But they just... Did you?
I know we were so close.
Oh God! And even though we harp on Vulcan for all their mistakes, I gotta admit when I'm wrong. You know, Gambit played pretty well. They have very interesting map movements that a lot of NA teams wouldn't normally expect. I'm just gonna say interesting because those are not normal for us. The Drake.
Break it down. What's specific now? Because and the reason I want to interject here, I overheard Crepo and Monty talking about the rotations from Gambit, and we weren't painting a pretty picture. So I want to hear your thought, first of all, double lift, and then bounce it to Crepo and Monty.
I think, first, their lane setup for the 2v1, I felt like that was a little bit unorthodox. Generally, you would want your Kog'Maw to lane against Caitlyn because that's a pretty decent matchup. That kind of threw them off. Like, who would send an Aatrox of all champions into a 2v1? You know, that's very strange to me. Another thing is they're a super aggressive dragon movement. The second they got any leeway to get it, they just hopped on it like a Korean team would. And another thing that really stood out to me was the fact that they would just randomly 5-man bottom lane. And it wasn't random, but it was very surprising. They 4-man with the TF very aggressively.
I don't think you can really say Gambit chose to do that, because if you look back at the early game, Vulcan had the superior ward control. They knew exactly what Gambit was doing. Gambit actually had the chance to steal their red buff away, and they just pretty much traded red buffs. I feel Vulcan could have contested that, especially if you have the knowledge of what's going on level 1. Mirroring is probably the worst thing you can do. I think they could have punished that invade, because if you look back at the early game as well, Lee Sin could have actually dove earlier, like the 3v1 dive that we saw in the other game that last night as well, which can really hurt a lot of teams, could have happened earlier. They could have dove the bot lane at least way earlier. They just chose not to. Both junglers actually went for double buffs few jungle camps and then went into the respective lanes. So I feel Vulcan could have exploited their wards a lot more early.
For me, one of the big points, too, was we saw the itemization from Gambit while we were talking about the lack of rotation. So Gambit chose to build Ravenous Hydra on Aatrox first and then followed up with Lichbane on TF. And these are typically items that you get on those champions if you're looking to split push. But they didn't really split push. And at one point, Vulcan had filled their lower jungle full of pink wards, expecting that if they could get vision control, they could make a pick. But then Gambit just all stayed as 5. So it was kind of like a strange situation where I feel like Vulcan tried to guess what they were going to do, and then Gambit second-guessed them in response. It was pretty weird.
Let's take a look at the bigger picture. We step back and you know, we can all sort of agree that there was some misplays from Vulcan in terms of positioning certain engagement, things like that. There was no super standout individual player. I think Diamond Prox had some very good initiations with his Lee Sin, and you cannot discount the impact that it had in those very first few fights, because this was a low kill scoring game. Is it all just about the map and these weird map rotations that we've been talking about? I mean, Gambit just seems to be in control.
Well, it's interesting that you brought up the Lee Sin there specifically from Diamond, because they've been practicing against the Chinese teams a lot, which is what you were referring to the earlier games where with the 3v1 tower dives. And they actually took a lot longer to pull off their 3v1 aggression there. It could have gone bad for them, but again, the Vulcan were the ones that overextended and sort of handed them that Chinese playstyle, what they wanted to go with.
I really feel like Gambit really did well. I don't want to take anything away from them, but they handed Vulcan a few possibilities in which Vulcan actually opted out of.
Well, guys, we do have to slowly start wrapping this one up. So let's take a look at how that victory for Gambit has affected those Group B standings. So we'll pull the graphic up for you in a second. You'll see that Gambit sitting 3-0 at the top of the group. And you can see Vulcan, they're currently 1-2 right now. So it's different. I mean, analysts, you guys were thinking that Vulcan was going to pick that one up. Gambit solidly in #1 position.
They did fail us. I'm sad.
Yeah.
I'm sad too.
It's okay. We're back to even now.
Well, guys, I think we have to take a look.
Except for Crepo. Crepo's down to the show.
We'll get some time. We'll get some time to hammer on Crepo's inability to predict correctly. Right now, we need to take a look at some of the Twitter responses, because earlier today we asked you guys which pro do you think is making the biggest impact on Group B and why? And here's some of the responses that you have had. At Juka Julian, he says, Xpeke has been the best mid laner in Europe, the region with the strongest mids, making him the most impactful players. He's more than one player right now. Crepo, as a European player, and seeing Fnatic's play games already, what do you think?
I think Pekka has the potential to be one of the most impactful players, but he hasn't shown it yet.
Ooh, big words. But it's the truth as well. So Lissandra left a lot to be desired yesterday. At Farron Corey, he says that ManCloud's got my vote for the biggest player in Group B. I felt like Xpeke went in underestimating him yesterday. I see Double of nodding his head there.
People are going to underestimate ManCloud, dude, because he's underexposed. But obviously this game, when he gets shut down early, you know, it's just over for him. But if he gets a good start like he did in the first 2 games,
would you say he got shut down?
I think he got baited by that dragon fight and died to Lee Sin at a bad time for Orianna, because Orianna's not an early game champion. She needs to get to mid-late game pretty fast.
He did dodge quite a few Lee Sin ganks in mid. Like Diamond Prox was around mid like 2 or 3 times, and that actually allowed Smithy to get that stealth gank on bottom, which basically gave Vulcan almost a chance to get back in until like the dragon happened at Double F mentioned.
I think it was definitely the side lanes there for Vulcan that cost them.
ManCloud OP.
I do like, though, that our second Twitter answer guy sort of one-upped our first answer.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, you say Peke? I say ManCloud. He beat Peke.
Well, let's see how the third one goes, because at... Yeah, I'm sorry. There's no ways. At Chaz Wazki, I'm sorry, dude.
What did you call him?
Yeah. Lupa is the deciding factor of Group P. If he's good, Samsung Galaxy Ozone rolls. Getting shut down will be a sure loss. So what do you think about this one? Lupa, the super sub?
I think we saw them lose without Looper getting shut down too hard, and I think that fans of Ozone should be very concerned, especially after the Mineski game as well. They're just not looking tight. They're not looking coordinated. Their vision control is frankly not very good either, and the decision-making has been questionable at best. So I think their next game is going to be make or break, really, for Ozone.
There seems to be a few cracks in all the parts of their game, even the champion pools and...
Yeah. Well, let's say one last Twitter response here. At TT Carasso, hands down, the biggest playmaker goes to Alex Sish. His plays with Ari helped his team grab the win versus Ozone. What do you think, Kobe?
I mean, we've listed a lot of mid laners here. Alex definitely up there, and Gambit being 3-0. Hard to argue with that. Surprising that we haven't said anything about Faker, because even though his team did lose a game, he played really well in all of his games. Wait, are we on the wrong group
I
there?
think we're in the wrong group.
Yeah, that's why.
I think Twitter would mention
up, dude.
We're trying to be nice. We're trying to be nice.
We still love you.
I think the answer is in the question. Which most impactful player?
Let's carry on that note. Congratulations to the winners of those Logitech gaming masks. Those were some awesome tweets, guys.
And remember to keep hitting us up with your answers. We're still at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag Worlds.
All right, now it is time for you to make a call on our third match of the day. It is going to be Ozone versus Fnatic. Let's keep this one a little bit more brief, and we'll start this one off with Crepo. Ozone or Fnatic? Who's going to win and why?
I think Dada's gonna be slowly recovering from yesterday, and Fnatic didn't look that strong. If Fnatic picks better, they stand a chance, but my money's still on Ozone.
Picks better meaning not Yorick, I assume.
Part of it is not Yorick, yes.
Double lift. Who's going to take this one?
As much as Fnatic is, the #1 seed or whatever, I think
whatever.
Or whatever.
Yeah, not a big deal. The region is meh. No, I'm just kidding. I think Dandy is going to out-jungle Cyanide so hard, and that's why I think Ozone's #1 here.
Well, Monty, what do you think of this?
I'm going down with the ship with these guys. I'm picking Ozone as well. I think that both teams have looked shaky, not up to the normal standards of their own play, but I think Ozone is going to start recovering. I agree with that.
I went back and forth so many times on this one. I think this is really, really close, but again, I have to choose Ozone as well. Fnatic so far, they didn't really show up. Very impressive in day one.
I also think that this is a hugely important match to both teams, because if whoever drops the loss here is going to have an even harder time making it out of groups, and this may in fact decide to a certain extent who leaves in the end.
Well, once again, all four of our analysts are in agreement, and we'll have to see if they sink or swim this next matchup. Guys, we do need to jump to a very quick break, but when we return, Ozone and Fnatic take to our Rift in the third match of the day. Don't go anywhere. The Season 3 World Championship live from Los Angeles. We'll be right back, and like Riv always says, don't touch that browser, guys.
푸나틱은 엑스페케 선수 나는데 꼭 만나보고 싶고요. 푸나틱도 저희가 이기긴 이길 것 같아요.
You learn a lot from them, not only Korean teams but foreigner teams in general, because their playstyle is a lot different. You're not used to it, and you improve a lot, and it feels much better. Yeah.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship, where Fnatic is going up against Ozone in just a couple of minutes. But first, I am joined by a member of our incredible live audience. It's Caesar. Now, Caesar, you're sporting a lot of swag. You're a huge fan. Tell me about all the events you've been to, because I heard it's quite a lot.
Actually in the past, I've gone to MLG. I went last year to playoffs. I survived the CLG versus Wii game, and that was just tons of fun. It's just fun coming out to the event. I met Riot Redbeard earlier, and he's a cool guy to talk to. I talked to him at MLG, and it's fun talking to everyone. Like, I also met Fnatic's coach earlier, and he's just a great guy. I'm going to cheer on Fnatic in the next game. Hopefully they win. They're representing a Western team against the Eastern team in Asia, so hopefully they do good.
And who are you supporting in the NA region, or are you just like all for Europe? I like that.
I'm going for NA because it's my home turf. I'm from here, from LA. I'm going for Cloud9. But today it's a Group B day, so I'm going for Vulcan, even though they already lost one game. Hopefully they could come back and pick up the swing.
Yeah, how do you think it's going to go the NA EU? Because Gambit just did really good versus Vulcan.
I really hope NA wins. They've been showing that they're strong, but EU's just shown that they've been stronger. So hopefully NA can get out of the slump, and hopefully we take down EU.
All right, final question for you. What's the coolest thing for you coming out to these League of Legends events?
just cheering on everybody, talking to everybody. It's like I've lost my voice at MLG. It's tons of fun interacting with the crowd, and especially the pro players. I've talked to I went on the way to MLG. I was talking to MIA, Trooper, Mega Zero, and they walked with us all the way to the convention center. And they were just like real honest people. They were down to earth. They were talking to us. They were like saying jokes with us. They were just really down to earth, and it was tons of fun talking to everybody. It's amazing meeting the pro players.
Well, I hope you meet a lot of them here and have a lot of fun. Thank you very much, Caesar. As for us, we'll be going over to Jat and Riv over at the desk.
Thank you very much, Shocks and Caesar. This should be a good one. It's our third match of the day, Korea's Samsung Galaxy Ozone versus the European champions Fnatic. And while XPEC and crew ended the first day of Worlds with 1-1 record, it's hard to get a read on this Fnatic team.
It really is. It was a day of extremes for Fnatic because they got dominated by Vulcan in their first game, but they bounced back against Mineski in what was probably the most one-sided match of the year. They were putting damage on the Nexus at the 17-minute mark. But to talk a bit more about Fnatic, they have a very unique playstyle, so you usually don't know how they're going to match up against anyone until they actually play them. But in the case of this game against Ozone, at least on paper, it does look like a bad matchup for Fnatic, because Fnatic relies on roaming around the map a lot, and they use that unseen element to create surprise. But Ozone makes map vision such a priority, at least when they've been good, that it seems like Ozone should know how to be ready for it.
And while Fnatic is looking for their second win of Worlds, Ozone was able to grab their second victory earlier today against Mineski.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the performances against Mineski have been dominating, and this one actually was a little sloppy. You know, there were a few dives. They actually got aced at one point against them, and they took much longer to close out that game than they probably should have.
All right, let's get to this Group B match and take a look at the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Samsung Galaxy Ozone with Looper in the top lane, Dandy in jungle, Dade in mid, Imp on AD carry, and at support is Mata.
And in the red corner, it is Fnatic with Soaz in the top lane, Cyanide in the jungle, Xpeke, everyone wanting to play against him in mid lane, Pushu on AD carry, and Yellowstar on support.
And this is a game that I could easily say Ozone is taking into consideration. I got here a few hours early, and actually Dade was not sitting with his team. He was back in the concession area watching the Vulcan Fnatic game, watching these two play and figuring out what Fnatic can do. And mainly I watched him for a few minutes, and he was staring at that bottom lane, watching how it works, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, so Imp has definitely been a performer for Ozone as well. Even though I wonder if he's going to continue that trend of not playing his Vayne and Caitlyn. He's had so much success on Vayne and Caitlyn in the past.
And there were his 2 picks yesterday.
That changing it up at this point, after making it to World Championships, just seems incredibly dangerous. But man, Fast and Furious pick ban.
Absolutely, way faster than our previous games. Kassadin still finding himself on the list. Ari being one that ends at. They're just hand in hand.
They're just going right for Peke. You can tell that they've done their scouting.
You have to shut down Peke for Fnatic to be ever taken out.
Yeah, in the final game of the European playoffs, I remember Peke had 400 minion kills at like 30-some minutes. Yeah. On Ari, I mean, everyone bans against Peke because Peke is the man who makes all the plays for Fnatic. That's clearly what Ozone is going for.
That's the best way to have all your eggs in one basket, is when they have to ban you.
They're like banning away the other team's basket. I don't know.
So Looper looks like he will get his Shen. The Singed wasn't even taken out this time, so it kind of, says what he wants to do and what he has done with these champions.
Yeah, obviously, after all the assassins are banned out, it's kind of hard for Xpeke to just, play an assassin. So he's back to Orianna. But that's not something that you think of when you think of Xpeke. It's the balanced, average mid laner that can obviously have a strong laning phase and then have an impact in team fights. That is a very interesting choice by Fnatic.
We're going to see some Cloud play on that Rammus. Haven't seen Rammus in a long time. Throwbacks there, but it will be the swap-ups. Like you're seeing Aatrox still coming into play. The Sona being picked out as third pick. But what is their second priority here?
This would be the moment for them to pick probably a Jarvan or an Elise because those are the big 3 junglers, I feel like, for
Crystal
Dandy.
Ball's clean today.
Well, it was after the Elise pick. But really, that's the tricky stuff right here. They still get to pick their AD carry, knowing most likely what AD carry Fnatic picks after them. Pushu's had a lot of success on the long-range AD carries. He actually played 5 Ashe games as well. We haven't seen Ashe yet in the World Championships, despite seeing so much Ashe at the regionals. Ashe can also work fairly well against the Trinity Force users.
would be a potential pick for Fnatic if they're going for more of a control-centric team composition, knowing they already have the Ahri locked in. Or sorry, the Orianna locked in.
We're still waiting. Long bans coming out for both of these teams consistently.
Bans were fast.
Or look, picks,
are
right.
slowing down a little slow.
The picks. I'll get the right word. Corki being looked at here. We did not see the Triforce build coming out of an Ezreal in our recent games, but we may see that back onto Pushu. He's been playing quite well for the team. Very consistent throughout his play. He's not super impacting the team's games, but he's definitely there to keep him afloat.
Yeah, and Fnatic is looking to blow people up right now.
Yep.
Soaz has played Lissandra in the top lane a couple of times during the European LCS season, and Corki as well synergizes so well at just AoE team composition, team fights. Knowing that Ozone is a little bit more of a controlled team, and knowing that they used to generally run with 2 threats when they had Ohm in the top lane,
wow,
this is a whole bunch of damage for Fnatic, and then Ozone picking the Gragas to try and disrupt those combos coming through.
This is going to be a very nice composition. We actually get to see Imp on Kog'Maw. He's made a 3-game resurgence here. This is going to be different for him, but will he decide to go for the Triforce build? It's been done twice now by Genja.
I'm not sure.
No.
I'm going to say no. Imp is a Blade of the Ruined King user for the most part.
I think the crowd agrees.
Yeah, well, you never know. We'll see if it can terrorize the rest of the group as well as solo queue. But, I mean, Genja is 2-0 on it so far. This last pick for Fnatic, however, it's odd that you actually see the support this long into the pick and ban phase.
Well, it could be. Look at these picks. You have Orianna and Lissandra, so that could be your support, right?
The support Lissandra.
Support
I know
Ellie,
Edward
and it's
was
not, though.
practicing it, but
Awesome.
that's not it.
How much AP do you want, guys?
They just want to... This is actually something that I don't know if will work out for Fnatic, because their team composition is so much about just comboing all of their spells together at once in the team fights, and
That's a big boom.
That doesn't necessarily work against the best teams in the world. We've seen so many teams try and do it, and they will get out split pushed, they will get out pressured, they will get outmaneuvered in team fights, and Fnatic has to find ways to kind of catch Ozone in odd situations. Knowing that Ozone generally has such strong vision control as well, it is a very risky composition for Fnatic to pick right now. No real tanks in their entire team composition, but a whole bunch of team fighting champions they want to pull out. If they fall behind in this game, or if Looper gets farmed on Shen, Fnatic's not going to be able to pull this off.
All right, well, as the teams load onto the Rift, let's take a look at who you guys think is going to walk away with the win. According to LOLesports.com, our closest game of 51%. Believe that Fnatic is going to be able to take the Nexus, and the analysts all picked Ozone.
I can imagine being a fan at home right now and being like, you're counting my fan vote. I was one of the 49%, right? Because it's those Riot versus everyone else right here. It's just, oh man, 51-49. Who was it? It was Fnatic ahead?
Yep, because everybody picked Ozone in the analyst test.
Ozone has been looking very shaky, considering the expectations coming in. But
a few of the remarks for the Ozone picks, or for the Fnatic picks, were like, were mess-ups.
We also have to remember the way Ozone qualified for this as well. They, even though they won the spring season of champions, their actual ability to get the circuit points was winning the 3rd, 4th place game in the summer season against CJ Entis Frost, and that was a 3-2. And then Frost did very poorly in the next Korean regional tournament. Just saying, they may or may not be like the craziest of they're not playing as well as they were when they won the season.
We'll have to see what happens here. Game 8, a very and much awaited game of the day here in Group B on our second day of World. Samsung Galaxy Ozone versus Fnatic, the European champions, and we are on to the Rift.
And look at this double Fairy Charm coming out from Xpeke as well. Instead of a Doran's Ring, he's definitely going to try and maximize his item build instead of getting the early lane farm, but maybe we'll see some level 1 action here, because that's a very aggressive move up by Ozone. Soaz is just waiting to kind of see that happen. I could see a taunt coming out from Looper if they somehow got vision of him, but that would require Ozone to actually get the ward over the Baron Pit as the taunt was coming in, and they're not going to be able to do that.
Soaz actually hasn't even taken a skill yet. Playing that level 1 very safe. He may need to escape here, or he may need to get that final kill if his team comes up with him. But it looks like they're going to play this one steady and just to catch the vision. Fnatic does not want this to sway in the way of Ozone at all in the beginning of this game.
Get out of there, Soaz.
He didn't even take a skill yet either. He's like, hey, they're here.
Yeah.
I'm waiting.
The rest of Fnatic has to be pretty careful about where they're going to check for vision here. Peke has absolutely been spotted.
There's the movement.
But he's absolutely spotted Ozone as well. And we heard the analyst test talking about this as well. When you have knowledge of the other team's level 1,
trading is one of the worst things you can actually do. And knowing that there's wards within the red buffs, it does actually seem like these junglers, with so many pings going down, are just deciding to take standard jungle starts, both of them running over to their blue buffs. And now it actually depends on the lane swaps, whether we're going to see a jungler invade or not. So with Ozone having their AD carry and support top, that would have granted them the ability to invade the red buff of Fnatic. And that's why Fnatic is sending Pushu and Yellowstar up top as well to stop the Sona and Kog'Maw from bullying Aatrox out of his buff.
So how does this work as the junglers get through their lanes and you have now Elise going to the bottom side? It's going to be on the 2v1. And you're going to have Aatrox going for that.
Yeah, it's all standard at this point because they've kind of done the counterplay to stop each other. I think the lane matchups here are partly influenced by the jungle starts and the wards they've created, but it's also just because they want to lane that Corki versus Kog'Maw. Yes, Kog'Maw has some pretty good matchups against Corki, but that is actually a fairly skill-based matchup, and I think they want to fight.
All right, so Cyanide making his way to the red. It's matched up by Dandy. Actually, Dandy has already completed, so he is on the move here. Let's see if Cyanide makes an impact in any one of these lanes. And we did see the Fairy Charm start in the middle. Soaz taking a bit here, and he's going to be able to get walked on. This could be some big damage for Looper, but he doesn't really want to take that much damage from all those minions coming up on him.
Yeah, Soaz has to be incredibly cautious right now because Cyanide was just doing his own red buff, and that's the reason Looper was able to taunt onto him. He knew there was absolutely 0% chance of anyone being there, and he could get down that essentially safe harass onto the early game Lissandra, who has mana costs that are too high to trade damage properly with Shen right now.
And you're right, Jap. Both of the junglers actually doing the orthodox start, and it was Cyanide from his red to
all
the bottom
way back.
lane.
He spent so long to set this up because he was expecting an Elise gank with the way Looper was playing. But Dandy stuck around in that lane for so long, and the wave is pushing back against him that Dandy's actually left. Looper is just going to let this lane shove in, and that actually means a huge amount of wasted time for Cyanide.
Both junglers caught themselves out a little bit. Double movement into the brush here for the ward. So Dandy and Dade moving together as an extension of each other just to safely place these wards down.
So really just conventional laning from these guys. It looks like a bit of a gold lead for Ozone right now, but that's just because the waves were shoving in towards Fnatic's turret. Mid lane, of course, Peke. I want to see how he does against Dade here because Dade. The double Fairy Charm doesn't necessarily mean Peke's going for much early on. And both of these mids are somewhat vulnerable to ganks, but definitely Peke more so, just knowing that Gragas can jump away. But if those land, it's big damage.
Kuju not with the Gatling yet, so it's all about the auto attacks. They're not going to be able to shred out. He has 2 in that queue and 1 in his Valkyrie. Just used that, the cooldown quite far. Mada's able to stay in. They have the sustain. That is the difference between the heals and not having the heals, and the first blood goes to Mada.
And so has teleported up. There might get that kill.
Dandy tries to go hard. The red buff is burning. Stop, drop, and roll for the safety. Pushu gets out alive, and they're going to continue on to Imp if they can get this kill. It would be quite big, but he makes it out safely.
He leveled up right as the red buff was trying to burn him down. Fnatic, because of the teleport from Soaz that was not able to be interrupted by Looper in the bottom lane, get the 2-for-1 in a chaotic exchange.
Huge pressure in that top lane is going to help this double AP composition get quite strong. Teleport used there by Soaz to make an impact in the top lane, and they used it perfectly.
You can see now Soaz just trying to get some of the farm back, and the lane swap is already on. The Corki was actually beating Pushu pretty badly in that lane, even before the flashes were expended, so they just wanted to swap that back. Soaz, he's going to get out there.
Very nice. He throws Dade for a loop there. 7,000 gold to 7.4, so not too much has been done with whatever kills have happened. Both of the junglers showing a little bit of presence.
And this is why this group is just so incredibly close. Like, I almost feel like anyone can beat anyone in the top 4 right now. Ozone had such a strong game against Vulcan. Vulcan had such an even stronger game against Fnatic. And early on, Fnatic knows how to deal with this Ozone team. I still think we need to wait for the team compositions to really come into effect. Ozone definitely has a much more normal and almost balanced team composition in the sense that their lane matchups are strong and they get the split push and lane pressure that can come from having Gragas and Shen, whereas Fnatic is much more unconventional. That's the whole reason. You don't know what Fnatic's going to come at you with until you play them. They're so variant from game to game, and it becomes so difficult to actually plan for them.
It's kind of put Dade into the position where he went top lane. And now 6.5 minutes in, it's 47-37 in CS. Xpeke already has that lead in CS, and we said in the beginning, shutting him down is pivotal this game, and he's getting no focus right now from any of Ozone.
I wonder if Fnatic's going to go for this Dragon as well. They have done the lane swap. There was the scout from Dandy. He only got vision to the outside of his repel, so he didn't actually see them going for Dragon there. That was awesome movement there by Fnatic, sticking back for the Dragon. Since they had the ward over the wall, they knew when Dandy went for the vision check, and there's actually no knowledge right here of Ozone, knowing the Fnatic taking that Dragon. That's awesome.
Very good play. 7:15 is the Dragon. That will be 13-15 the next time. That one will be nearing the respawn. 10,000 to 9,000 gold. So it's only 1K lead. It's not too huge for them, but they are going to try to extend that quite far. The Chalice now picked up on Dade, and a yet to back here for Xpeke.
And Dade has been heavily questioned so far in this World Championship, knowing that a lot of his champions have been nerfed down, his Zed has been banned out, he defaulted back to Jace in their first matchup of the day, did pretty well with it, but right now, he's just going toe-to-toe with Xpeke, and Peke is the one out farming early on. Yes, Orianna does have a slightly stronger early laning phase against Gragas, but especially since Peke went with the no Doran's Ring start, essentially, not super strong in lane, and he's still out farming him, Dade's got to pick it up here with Gragas.
It really helped. Those Fairy Charms just allow the Q movement, the zoning out of lane onto Gragas, because he's going to be on Drunken Rage all day, so he's going to have the mana you need to get from those Fairy Charms.
Oh, look out, Soaz, there's people there!
Oh, it's going to be Cyanide as well, though. He says, we probably can't do this. And Soaz gets shattered.
No, but the dive bottom lane as well. Pushu trying to get Looper.
There it is, one last auto attack. Low on mana, but he doesn't even have to use the Valkyrie to get out, as it was used on the way in.
Yellowstar actually died during that dive, so that is effectively a 2-for-1 trade back for Ozone, and then because Soaz died to the impressive roam from Ozone, it means a top lane turret for them as well.
We see Dandy moving in here. 10 seconds for Looper to spawn, and Stand United is up. With Fnatic thinking that he is down, they may try something here, but it looks like Dade leaves lane because he's got to cover bottom now.
Yeah, Dade did do some impressive roaming there, and that's actually kind of on Peke that Soaz died. As a mid laner, Peke needed to have some ward control of his own jungle.
Dade trying to throws out the barrel, gets a bit of damage down there. Will he go for the slam and the cast? It does not look like he wants any bit of that. Not any vision behind it, but he chased him out. He can be a bully right now with where he's at. But it is 84-53. Xpeke, 84 CS. Dade, 55 right now. That gold is only 200 in the lead for Xpeke.
Yeah, even with the kill from Dade, it's just not quite enough because of how much Peke has been farming. But I think that was also Peke playing very passive in that lane and just concentrating extremely heavily on his last hitting ability. That's the whole reason Soaz died, and actually cost Soaz a little bit that Peke is doing well in the lane, which is, it's not something new for Fnatic. They're willing to make sacrifices for Peke. You can see he came back to lane, doesn't have the pink wards that we see a lot of other mid laners recently buying either, because he is so concentrated on hitting his big items on Orianna.
And so are those 80 carries, chat. Looks like we're going to get a Triforce out of both if Imp continues that build.
Channeling his Genja right now. He loses to the Triforce Kog'Maw. You have to bring it back in the next game.
Gotta respect it. 3-3 on the kills. Both of these teams being able to dish out the damage as well as throw it back. Good offense and a good defense from both sides. Yellowstar with the Zenith Blade, but they still throw it on the ultimate. Trying to fake that one out, but here comes that Stand United. Cyanide as well comes into the fight, and they will be able to get this down. Very low. Looper is just getting crushed. A great ultimate coming in from Soaz, and they obliterate the bottom lane with 4 members.
And that's the dive from Fnatic coming in. Everyone capable of piling in. That is the way Fnatic needs to play this one. They have had success with heavy compositions yesterday that dove, and that was a brilliant execution of it.
You said it before, Jat. They needed to grab the upper hand. If Looper was able to get ahead at all, it would have been too much for them. They have the damage team, and they're using it perfectly.
And specifically, the timing in that gank with which Soaz put out his Lysandra E was while he was crescendoed, and then he could still execute it afterwards. So it effectively negated the shutdown that Mata tried to put on him and secured a crisp double kill for Fnatic. Those are incredibly huge plays because it means Pushu still has 100% kill participation. When he hits Trinity Force on Corki substantially before Imp does, it's going to mean a huge power spike for Fnatic in this game.
Dade having trouble even farming in this mid lane. Finally gets a Drunken Rage on. You can see him 115 to 75 in CS with 60 farm on Dandy as well. He's been keeping time in that jungle to Cyanide's 40. But Cyanide, 2 kills from being on that lane roam.
And that's actually much more farm than Dandy normally takes. He is generally a jungler that completely defaults to his solo laner's farm. It's very uncharacteristic for him to have 60 farm
mostly Dade to say.
this early into this game. It always goes to Dade, and they usually just leave Home Alone in the top lane. That was not intentional.
6-3 here. You can see Looper trying to create some type of impact in the top lane. The 3K gold lead, however, shies them away after the taunt does not make it. We are having that 1 minute until Dragon coming back up. Ozone is going to clear out their jungle. The roam of Imp and Mata hip and hip right now as they continue to clear camps and get ready for this Dragon to spawn.
Soaz also rushing that Abyssal Scepter because there's so much magic damage that actually comes out for Fnatic. Specifically, Soaz is going to hit that Abyssal Scepter around the same time that Pushu gets level 11, which is rank 2 missiles on Corki. And that is going to be a huge power spike in the game for Fnatic, since that's actually going to be at a point in the game where Ozone can't build that much magic resistance yet. And the dive and just overall area of effect damage that will be coming out of Fnatic in that game, at that point in the game, could mean just a huge amount of objectives for them. That's what Fnatic is going to be going for.
Oh!
Oh, dear.
That was, I think everybody knew it happened.
That was a very impressive juke by Xpeke. It's actually very difficult to judge the flight of that Gragas explosive cask, and he just sidestepped it right to the side. That's Dade as well, just not having the mechanics right now on Gragas.
Maybe not a little on tilt, but definitely in his own head on this one. Dragon going down just about the respawn time, which is, especially for the second Dragon, not something you usually see uncontested, because both teams are going to have an idea about that. That just shows where Fnatic stands right now in this game.
Yeah, they're in a lot of control. The Abyssal Scepter is only about 400 gold away for Soaz to get it, and specifically because Peke went Mercury Treads, once Soaz gets the Abyssal Scepter, it's actually going to give the level of magic penetration that Peke would have if he went a more aggressive Orianna build, which for when they actually do decide to go in a big team fight and combo up, he's going to have the defense, obviously, from the Mercury Treads, but not really lose out that much on damage.
I'll have to see. I've never actually command protected Alessandra when she E's, so I don't know if it leaves her. It'll be interesting to see if you can put that ultimate on her, have that just crush people on the way in. The
Just throw it
combo,
on a Cyanide.
the combo could,
It'll
yeah,
work.
right? Just throw in a Cyanide.
It's all
and
gonna work
dive
for
in.
Fnatic.
They have so many options to initiate here, and Dade
actually-
with that ultimate to disperse it. So
Actually,
Ozone's looking for it.
the old put your ball on the delivery system and go in isn't actually the best way of doing it nowadays, because teams are better generally at spreading out in team fights, so you want 2 areas of control.
Right.
So you have the Lissandra go in. She can create the own shutdown herself with her ultimate, or even Aatrox, and you basically put a lot of circles on the map and make this giant Venn diagram, which is much better than putting it all in one spot.
It says, where do you stand? And it's pretty much nowhere. Trying to go for some damage. The Shockwave goes in. Thrown back as well. We're going to see if Peke can get himself out of this one. Ultimates went off at the same time, and it's going to be Dade, Dandy, and Mata on the aggression. Looper to follow in. The pursuit to Pushu, and they get him down, but he answers back. Here comes Leona into the side. Yellowstar gets a lockdown out of that. They take down Dade, and that is a killing spree coming in. Big stuff happening there for Cyanide, him picking up that 302.
Yeah, just a 2 for 2. That was a well-executed barrel by Dade, but then you could see just how far behind they were. It took them a very long time to finish off Peke and Pushu, and that's the reason Cyanide and Yellowstar were able to roam down and get some kills back for that one. Cyanide 3-0-2 on Aatrox right now, showing up where Dandy is not.
And I can't say that Fnatic doesn't want to force these fights. The Triforce and the BF Sword over still the Phage on Imp. He's not been able to back. He's not need to, but he is keeping himself in lane until he can get that item.
Yeah, he's not backing until he has a Triforce, which means Fnatic has a lot of time right now.
Yeah.
So he's sitting on 2,000 gold to try and make plays happen, because Imp is not part of the map right now. There was the 4-man dive by Ozone in the mid lane, really to buy time for Imp to try and get that Trinity force.
Dade, Xpeke. These guys just dancing it out in the mid lane. Oh my god, he missed another one! Dade! Really into his own head right now.
Peke is outplaying Dade through and through. Those barrels, that's a very large explosive range on the Gragas ultimate, and Peke is not getting hit by a smidgen.
A turret goes down. They were able to take Dragon on the last misplayed cast. It's a turret this time. The global gold is just accruing too heavy. 6,000 in a gold lead. 5,000 as they hit 22K at 17 minutes in.
And Europe is really showing up in the World Championships today. Gambit dominated Vulcan, now Fnatic dominating Ozone early on in this game. Everyone coming in to this World Championship was talking about kind of how Europe, no one really knew what they're going to do, but most of them were kind of talking them down. Because during the season, there was so much parity within the European LCS. Everyone was beating each other. There was a 4-way tie for second that had to have a playoff at the end of the regular season. And they were thinking that's because Europe's not very good. But what if it's because they were all very good and they were just kind of beating each other? That's something we have to consider here because Fnatic is doing amazing against a Korean powerhouse.
And we gotta give it to Expeke. He's playing well. Dade's playing a little off, but still, after being banned out, holding his own, 165 CS to the 127. And it's still kind of beyond me why they aren't giving Dandy that support still in the mid lane. It's almost gone now, the chance that they had for that. But with him behind now, they need to formulate another plan. They do have the split push available from Looper. His game, not unsinged again, is falling behind once more.
Yeah, Looper had a very good first game here in the World Championships, but now, especially if they're going to be picking champions like Shen, remember, they can pick Ohm or Looper for a game anytime in between matchups.
In between single games, not between a series.
Yes, and Shen is a champion that Ohm would actually have plenty of ability to play. And we saw the video about Ozone, how Ohm is really their leader. How much is this costing Ozone? Not having his essentially calming voice in game, knowing he is so much older, and they talk about how much life experience he has compared to the rest of Ozone. It might be impacting Ozone negatively, not having him in the games.
Well, this is where they try to make the moves. They're getting the gold wherever they can. Expeke going quite hard here with Cyanide on the outside, but he drew the exhaust from Mata. Soaz teleports in, throws the ult down. The cast hits perfectly that time. They disengage the right target, and they may be able to re-engage here. It's 1-for-1 on the supports, which means everybody is in the fight for themselves here to the cooldowns come back up. Looper getting chased down to the bottom, but Fnatic is also not following accordingly.
Yeah, a very scattered fight ends up with both supports just having to go home because they're dead. Everything else was just traded ultimates right now. Everything pretty much burned from that one. A little bit sloppy, but really not much done at the end of the day.
Finally, Imp having that Triforce finished. He is now in the bottom lane. They're trying to get the turrets back in their favor. It is 3-1 in those turrets that Fnatic has been able to quickly drop the outer tiers. Is now giving them a little bit of entry into river fights in the jungle. That river fight we just saw, and another one to come up as Dragon is alive.
And pink ward control is becoming so paramount right now. All of the pink wards in the Dragon area have been placed by Fnatic. That is, or no, sorry, by Ozone.
Right.
Whoopsie-daisy. They need to take control back of this area. They have invested now about 6 pink wards into this Dragon area. If they do not get a team fight win or a Dragon out of this, they are more than 5,000 gold behind. As long as Fnatic is scouting around this area, they have the potential to punish Ozone for placing so many pink wards. Another one goes down, but they can get catches.
They go on to Puju. Puju has the distance, but that means they've wasted quite a bit to get in here. Looper really not going for the full taunt on that, so he's still got to back up. Will they be able to hit this one? He gets locked up. Great peel onto Looper, and he doesn't even get to try in this fight. Goes down by the hands of Expeke. They continue. Bottom of the fight is still just being drowned out, but it's Pushu and Soaz trying to corner them back into mid and stop this from doing any more damage. Low health bars on Fnatic, but they get out.
So you can see what Ozone is trying to do. They're trying to get a pick within the Dragon area, and they did. They got one onto Pushu, but they didn't have the spike damage to finish him off before he could Valkyrie away. And now that Fnatic gets the Dragon anyway, that is a tremendous gold sink that Ozone put themselves into by pink warding, losing a fight and a Dragon.
Such a definitive game. When have you ever seen a team do the Dragon with 3 red health bars when the other team is ace? So Fnatic knows how much ground they hold right now, and that's astronomical. If Ozone didn't even want to attempt that with full HP on all their members.
No, Ozone had just been pushed back from the previous fight. They couldn't think about contesting that one because they lost ward control effectively. Ozone tried to control that area with pink wards, whereas Fnatic controlled the area with an Oracles on Yellow Star. And because Fnatic was so much stronger, they were effectively daring Ozone to protect their own pink wards. And it did not work out for them.
Those pink wards are still being thrown into the hands of Ozone. You can see them trying to clear out their own jungle here It's something that these teams have kept up throughout the entire tournament, really, is good warding going around. Some falters, as we talked about earlier on the analyst desk, but now back to the inventories here. 21 minutes into the game, Speke actually just picked up that Leandries, but he's also upgraded his boots as well for that speed.
Yeah, the Alacrity boots. He's already been juking a lot of those Gragas explosive casks, so he's going to continue to try and do so as well. The chase down after fights for Fnatic is quite high. Everyone needing to kind of pile onto Ozone since Fnatic is very all-in right now. It does seem like a smart choice.
I feel like they're putting quite a bit on Imp here to be a late game carrier for them. They just finished up the Void Staff quickly on Dade, except besides a surge of power like a Rabadon's or something else. But still, whoa, Speke dodging out. Alacrity boots coming into play there, and it's going to be Yellowstar to lock him up. Bashes him with the shield. They throw the lockdown to the command shockwave. Will they get the kill for Pushu? And he does end it up with a nice missile.
They were just shutting down Looper. 1-4 right now on Shen. Fnatic is the team that dominates split pushing in Europe, and they're trying to dominate split pushing right now against Ozone. The biggest threat right there was immediately eliminated. Peke got him low. The rest of the team went to finish him off.
You know, Jad, I said earlier that Dade was watching as much as they could of that Vulcan Fnatic match, but from game to game, anything can change, and I'm sure Fnatic is not doing what Ozone had in mind.
No, this is completely different from Fnatic right now. Just the fact that Soaz is on effectively a mage in the top lane with the Sandra, rushing that Abyssal Scepter, it just adds a whole new element to the Fnatic team composition. It's so much more damage, no real tanks. Who does Ozone actually try and focus? These fights have been very scattered. Generally, Fnatic thrives in scattered environments, whereas Ozone, as far as Korean teams go, is much more about control, catching the right vision, and then winning overall team fights. And that's not what Fnatic is allowing them to do in this game.
And you know, we said before a little bit, if Looper got going, if Ozone was ahead, this would be a very hard composition for Fnatic to come back
Exactly.
on. But since they're so far ahead, they can still put Merc Treads on Speke and Soaz as well, and continue to build the items they need for damage.
Well, the amount of focus that Fnatic has put down to Looper is actually extremely targeted, because they know that if Looper becomes that super tank, then all of the squishies of Fnatic will effectively have nothing to deal with him, because they wouldn't be able to stand toe-to-toe with the very farmed tank. The people that Fnatic have been killing is very calculated.
You see Cyanide respecting that Void Staff quick pickup. He buys himself a Negatron Cloak. Keep himself safe as more wards being cleared out. Yellowstar, like you said, they're working the Oracles in this fight. Well, Ozone still trying to work those pink wards. Finally get an Oracle onto Mata, but now towards the second tier bottom turret, Fnatic has all of their members.
And if Fnatic wants to tower dive, Cyanide and Soaz have to lead the way. Cyanide, because he's 4-0-3, and now is actually past Dandy and Farm. He was actually pretty far behind earlier. Is really trying to
60
tank
to
up.
40.
He's really trying to tank up so they can go and dive turrets to kind of end this game. They don't want to draw this one out too long.
Soaz acting as that split push. Not the easiest to catch Lissandra. We saw him dip out of that Dade gank around level 4 or 5 earlier. Looper to the top lane. Both teams trying to pretty much give themselves an advantage in one lane or the other, but it's being thwarted here by Soaz in the bottom. He's going to grab himself a turret, and it's Looper trying to really get the lane past River right now.
Soaz, he's got a ditch out of that one.
Yep.
There's a lot of ward control battles within that red jungle, because that is where Fnatic is looking to focus their split push right now. And in typical Fnatic style, you can see the farm distribution amongst the team. When Fnatic is at their best, Peke is always top farm, 246 on Orianna, 25 minutes into the game. And then Soaz is also usually his split push buddy, who when Peke goes and makes a play, Soaz can always appear to support him. They've swapped that part of the role a little bit, because Peke is on Orianna, who typically needs to be a bit more of a control type champion, but just the way they're distributing their farm is very core to their playstyle.
The farm right now across the map, 40 still a lead for Xpeke. We have 196 to 167. Imp trying to finish that Infinity Edge, but with the Triforce beforehand, they're not getting the damage that he really wants just yet. Yellowstar making sure that they are clear on wards. And he'll know that one was placed, but they won't decide to clear it out. He does not want to be baited into this.
Well, Soaz is not near the team right now.
Right.
It's actually allowing Ozone to get a fair bit of ward control back. You can see how much Mata has sacrificed in order to get this type of ward control. He just has his Ruby Sightstone, non-upgraded boots, and that's it. Whereas Yellowstar has been able to pick up a Negatron Cloak for the teamfight phase. and it hasn't actually cost Fnatic that much.
26th minute of the game. Only one turret has fallen on the side of Fnatic, and back to the bottom lane without teleport. Soaz is able to stop that. Keep an eye on where Fnatic has these wards, because Soaz has initiated these fights quite strong from across the map.
Fnatic was thinking of picking on Looper once again. Dade ult side on him, but that's the tank.
He throws him right out of the move. Could not dive away, and it looks like they go into Mata. He dives out of the crescendo over the golems. He completely saw that coming. Dade gets locked up by the ultimate of Soaz, and they continue to go in. Again, like you said, the focus onto Looper. They know Imp just is not a factor right now.
Fnatic just looking for fights because they know they can win them right there. Dade did not get a good separation with his Gragas ultimate, and the timing of Fnatic's invade was directly so they could get this dragon afterwards. This is only going to increase their giant gold lead, Riv.
It's just focused faces for Gambit right now. For Fnatic, I should say right now. Not even really talking to each other. Everything is just going by movement and what they're doing. They are playing like a team right now.
And it's just crazy. You never know what you're going to get with Fnatic. Look out, Imp!
Imp gets hit up right there. He knows he can pretty much 1v1, but not with a Stand United. That's going to make him back off right there. But the blue buff becomes theirs, and this is the continued pressure that Fnatic has been able to place. It's causing Ozone to always adapt, and there's a little bit of it.
And Peke, you know, he can ward off 4 people by himself with his Orianna. He may not be on Kassadin, but he's still a very potent threat. He's actually sitting on 2,200 gold right now. He is a very scary man.
Those are some big pockets all around him.
I'm very surprised, actually, in Ozone's champ selection right here. Going Kog'Maw on Imp, while yes, Kog'Maw is an auto-attack-centric champion, Imp's playstyle and his strengths so heavily revolve around his movement. And Kog'Maw is typically just a turret as far as damage goes. It just doesn't fit with what Ozone is good at. Fnatic is just running circles around him right now.
Maybe Ozone coming in with the first compositions that Ozone ran is Fnatic coming up very big on the side here. That ward being cleared out. Revolved around that Singe, that Jarvan, that Rise in the mid lane. So we'll have to see what they can get up here within these games. Still backing off. No, all the control right now by Fnatic. Ozone trying to keep 5 in mid, but there's nothing really that is going to help them in that fight unless Dade can hit the perfect ultimate into that crescendo, because it's going to be big from Soaz and both Expeke. We've seen the ultimates over and over.
10,000 gold, and Ozone still hasn't gotten that middle turret down. They're trying their best to run away, but man, they get caught a little bit, and Fnatic might just go and fight.
This looks pretty big. They're coming around that banana bush. There's not too much ward coverage there. Fnatic is running into this. Yellow Star gets a ward down. He is actually quite far from the team. Can the gap close with him? Knocked out again. The ultimate only affecting one person. This is the decider now. Pushu going in. He gets hit up, but he's already taken down Dade. They turn the fight around to Imp. Soaz is 1v1'd as well in the fight against Dandy. And Fnatic takes the jungle back. That was Ozone's.
4-0 in obliteration fight for Fnatic. They're teleporting just for fun right now. They're going for an inhibitor.
This is going to be huge for them as well. It's going to put another task on the plate for Ozone to stop, a lane to figure out, and this is going to mean that Looper is off on the side even more, and he cannot get going. Fnatic is the one making the plays happen. They're causing Ozone to dance around the map right now.
And right on point. Inhibitor down at 30 minutes for Fnatic. They are just crushing Ozone right now. You know, no one saw that. Don't worry, it was not in the middle of the screen. Pushu, he can still push on. You know, Trinity Force Infinity Edge, he's 7-1-7. I'll give him that one. He didn't need to make it over the wall.
Gets himself out. He's a little tired from last fight. It was a bit extended. We have the Zanyas coming out onto Soaz. The teleport was used out. And let's actually check this out, because it was quite extended.
Here's the thing. Ozone was trying to run away from the fight, but they got themselves split up. Fnatic thrives in chaotic fights, as we said before. Yellow Star and Peke used the ball delivery system with Orianna, and then the disengage had to come from Ozone because they were afraid of the extra chase. But then Dade had nothing left when Pushu came in after him, and since Fnatic has so many individual initiators, they could just take out whoever they wanted. At the very end, Silent even did a nice little back jump, so Imp didn't get him with the Kog'Maw explosion. This was just coordination by Fnatic through and through, and using their enhanced mobility over Ozone to just catch the right fights.
A lot has happened in these matches, Jat, and a lot has happened in this one itself. But if we look at some of the basics, the solo lanes here for Fnatic have completely won. 247 to 196 for Lissandra Deshen, 317 to 240 in that mid lane of Expeke and Dade, and they did not shut down Expeke as much as they needed to. That is the engine for Fnatic, and right now they're all going full force.
Yeah, it's great gold distribution for Fnatic. 12,500 on Peke. He's actually built fairly defensively on Orianna because he can.
Yeah.
And it's making him even more resilient to Dade's Gragas.
They still don't have a member over 10 grand.
And they still haven't even had to go for Baron as well if you're looking at Fnatic. Ozone doesn't have much to fight back. Peke's actually split pushing with Orianna.
They're trying to get in here, but they're still split. Dandy was on one. Dade tried to come in on another, and the Shen ultimate was used there. So again, a lot of cooldowns for Ozone. Wasted before the fight.
Ozone seems to be playing very nervous right now. I feel like they need their leader Ohm in some of these games because as soon as they fall behind, they seem to lose their coordination and control.
That's kind of crazy for an AD carry to dive into the fight by himself. So showing how much aggression and how sure of themselves they are right now. Fnatic continues these fights. Peke taking a few shots, and that is just going to bring Imp down to 0. Pushu coming in from the side. Shots have been fired. They try to crescendo and cast back, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The chase is on to Cyanide. Pushu again, Valkyrieing into the fight, hip to hip with his compadres, and they are going to be going big. 19-6 on the kills as they continue to chalk up those. Just getting it.
And you cannot run from this Fnatic team. They chase everyone down on Ozone. 21 kills to 6, a clean ace, and another surrender from Ozone.
Huge play coming out here. As I said before, Ozone was watching Fnatic's games earlier today. They took consideration of this match very big. They considered it heavily. And Fnatic was still able to pull out something new. New champions again, pulled out the Lissandra, they had the Orianna, the AP composition to win the game.
Fnatic planned that one a little bit better. Imp ran down the entire game, caught out of position on Kog'Maw. Dade never landed proper Gragas ultimates right here. And everyone on Fnatic individually that game just performed up and down the board. They beat Ozone in every lane. Cyanide had superior dragon control, and then the team fight chase downs were just one after the other. What an impressive showing by Fnatic. Who would have thought that would happen after their tough loss to Vulcan on day 1?
I think Ozone a little too sure of themselves and their power. Coming in with the singed and everything in their build, I'm not going to say they thought they could make it all the way with one composition, but they definitely had a lot of power that looked like they could. I was pretty surprised at what they did, but now that they're actually being caused to switch up their champion so much, I think it's hurting them.
Yes, MVP, or Samsung Galaxy Ozone,
right,
really needs to take some time and think about their strategy coming into this one because they seem to be figured out and they have not adapted very well to the current patch.
All right, everyone, we're going to send it over to Quickshot and the guys at the analyst desk to break down the keys to Fnatic's huge win.
Thank you very much, guys. Before I even open this one up to these 4 incorrect analysts I'd like to highlight, I do want to talk to the 51% of you that predicted Fnatic were going to win this game. 51 to 49. It's the closest vote that we've had so far. And to the 2% of you that swung it in their favor, well done, guys.
Actually, Trevor, I have a confession to make.
Yeah?
I was the 1%. Because it was going so poor, I've been starting to bet
Every
on
single one
horses.
of them wanted to change their vote as the game started.
I just wanted to say that before this, I had Fnatic down, and Jat made me change it because he wanted the caster vote to be the same, so we wouldn't fall behind.
Calling him out, dude. Calling him out. All right, let's sit down and make this serious for a little bit. I want to start this off talking about the picks and bans. We've seen the duo lane coming in for Ozone, the Cog and the Sona, and we've seen counter picks, leaving the support to last for Fnatic. They had the Corki secured a little early on. They locked in that Leona. It's a pretty heavy counter, and I know, Crepa, you felt quite strongly about the 2v2 matchup, even some of the summoner spells.
I feel like going from the bottom of the picks and bans, like they first pick Shen, which I feel apparently Looper has a few champions that he can play are more carry oriented, and at the moment they are lacking plays. His team is lacking playmakers, and they're picking Shen, which is basically a defensive top laner that's going to help all the other people in their lanes. Just didn't really work out for them. On top of that, they didn't pick Corki, as Double pointed out. It does seem that Imp does not play Corki. He just doesn't play the champion, and they basically gave Corki to Pusu. At the same time, they knew Yellow Star played Leona because he played it earlier. So they knew they could possibly run into Corki Leona, which is an incredibly strong lane. And they ended up with Sona Kog'Maw. Even then, in that 2v2 matchup, there was a possibility to win, but it heavily revolves around Sona outpoking Leona and preventing an all-in engage. At the same time, I would almost want Sona to pick Ignite there, so you can really punish the second Leona engages, you can punish that. And I would have actually liked to see the typical Ozone ward, which Monte Cristo actually explained a few times earlier, where they actually put a ward somewhere in a lane so they can find the lane matchups that they want to dodge, and they actually ended up in the inferior lane matchup because Kog'Maw and Sona has a hard time against Corki and Leona.
Talk to me about the Kog'Maw pick, Monty, because I know you were thinking about it, and you know the composition of Ozone. They had that Gragas in the mid. Of course, they did have that Shen top, and then of course the Cog Sona for anybody that may forget. We were saying Cog never got a chance to ramp up.
Yeah, he didn't. And for me, looking at their composition, they had so much peel for Kog'Maw if they could make it to the late game. And I think this really shows some cracks in Ozone's armor and that they're maybe kind of mentally out of it right now. Because to me, in this composition, the Gragas pick, now, Dade has never played a professional game on Gragas. And so for them to put him on that, they were basically saying, okay, what you need to do is just use your ult to peel for Imp so we can win in the late game. But then the decisions that came out of Ozone were really strange because they tried to go all in a few times in lane and pick up some early kills, but they didn't respect the teleport coming out of Soaz whatsoever. And it's so dangerous to do that against Lissandra, even if you do have that Shen. And I feel like this is not only the patch problems that Jat was mentioning, where they haven't adapted to the current patch, but also I just perceive a huge lack of respect from Ozone as well. No pink wards against Diamond's Eve, not respecting the teleport coming in as well. I think they may believe that they could just make these plays, they can outplay their opponents, but it's not happening.
Yeah, I really wanted to talk about the playmakers that Krepo was bringing up. Talking about the teleport, Soaz made use of it before Shen was even 6, so he was the one already with an impact on the global stage. And then the movements from mid that were coming from Dade, he was trying to rotate to make up for these. He was always a step behind, and he was just basically wasting a wave every time he went for this, leaving mid. That allowed Xpeke to get ahead in CS, where he always likes to be, and Fnatic to play the game how they want. They had all of the playmakers lined up, and they were the ones getting money.
Yeah, and just the synergy between Ozone solo laners, so Shen, Gragas, and Kog'Maw, I see zero synergy there. Like, if I was playing Kog'Maw, right, as an AD player, I would want my team to actually, like, make sense with me. Gragas doesn't make any sense because you don't have any burst to follow up on his burst. So, like, if you pick Gragas, you want to pick something like Ezreal or Corki that can just instantly kill someone when you knock them out of position, or a Vayne. And then, like, Shen is great to protect you, but how does Gragas make any sense in that context? You should have picked a Karthus, an Orianna, or something. Things that I don't really see Dade playing, but would have really helped them in terms of, like, team fighting.
I also do want to point out this is the second European team that's beat Ozone, and European scene is definitely known for being mid-focused. Dade seems like he's crumbling under the pressure of these very strong mid players coming from Europe.
Yeah, he does seem that way. And I going back to the rotations, but Gragas, that one roam he did after the kills up in top lane, he didn't even have 6 yet. How is he going to make a play up there on Gragas? He ended up, because of that rotation and the pressure coming out of Xpeke, at one point being down about 40 CS in the mid game, which was pretty huge.
Maybe the wheels are falling off this Ozone hype train you got going?
I think they are. And especially because we also see Imp picking the Kog'Maw and then immediately reacting with the build he saw Genja use against him yesterday. Now, that says to me that they're really grasping at straws here, that they don't have a plan. I don't know.
We have to applaud Fnatic, though. We can not only hate on, or not hating, or just point out the mistakes that Ozone made, but we have to applaud Fnatic going for a pretty risky move, actually, going for double hard engagers, a double AP comp. Actually, Fnatic going back to its roots. Double AP was played a lot for Fnatic earlier. Lissandra interacts really well with Leona. It actually solves a few of the problems that Leona has later in the game, where you want a solar flare engage, but you're not sure if it's going to hit or miss. You always know Lissandra will back you up if you land it. She's going in, and you basically have 2 big AoEs going into the enemy team.
I'm getting very frustrated with you stealing my thought train because I was about to introduce the topic of the Scumbag Crepo, the crowd control team compositions. To remind everybody again, it was the Lissandra, the Oriana, as well as the Leona. And then they had Aatrox in there for hard measure as well. So you've got all potential defensive ultimates as well as offensive ultimates, to get in or get out. So a lot of versatility in there. As a Leona player, you highlighted the synergy with the rest of the Lissandra composition, for example. Double lift, if you were a Cogmore, is that possibly the worst comp to come up against?
Yeah, definitely. So AD carry perspective there's so much AoE power and zoning coming at you. You have to dodge Orianna ulti, you have to dodge Lissandra ulti, you have to dodge the Leona ulti and not get caught. It's like you need mobility against that. And he had a decent team comp. Sona and Shen are really great to kind of protect you during a team fight, but it's just really, really hard to play that out. I feel like if Imp went Vayne, I don't really remember if Vayne was banned or not, or if he played Ezreal, or just a more mobile AD carry, it would have been a lot easier for him to dish out damage in team fights. So what you saw was he tried to dish out the damage, and he would just immediately blow up in a fight.
It's almost as if the Kog'Maw would rather go farm alone in the lane.
That's smart, dude. That's smart. You gotta carry that way. I'm telling you.
Let's move this one along, guys. After that game, we have to take a look at how Group B, all of the standings look, because Fnatic picked up another win, and this puts Europe as a 1-2. Gambit 3-0, Fnatic 2-1. Ozone currently sitting 2-2, and remember that Gambit and Fnatic will be playing in the very last match of the day. Down at the bottom, Vulcan and Mineski currently rounding out that standing. So we'll have to see how this group plays out. Now we have seen how the teams are stacking up. Let's take a look at how the four of you guys are doing in the competition after a few predictions. Because of their bold calls and their faith in European squads, the viewers are now leading with a 10-3 record. The audience is clapping. I love
frauds,
you guys.
dude. We're all frauds. Like, we need to be fired right now.
There's a reason we're at this desk.
Exactly.
Take a look at this. The casters are in second place. With, of course, Double Lift and Monte Cristo there. And Crepo, you're supporting the bottom
Somebody's
of
got
the
to be
standing.
last. And if it means Europe is beating and I'm wrong, I'll gladly be the last one.
Touche. Guys, it is time to put your thinking buffs on once again. And give me your predictions for the next match. Mineski versus Vulcan. Who's going to take us one? Let's start with Double Lift.
Mineski's not been looking too hot. Gotta go with my brain and say Vulcan, but I've been wrong so many times, dude. I'm scared right now.
Well, we'll have to see how it works out. Monte Cristo, what's your prediction for this matchup?
Vulcan. I don't really have much more to say about this, given what's happened already in this tournament.
Fair enough. Crepo, are you going to buck the trend here at all?
I'm going for Vulcan, but in these dark predicting times, I'm getting really scared, and I might actually have to go for Mineski if I have any hope of catching back up.
Well, we'll have to see if they can pull it out.
Vulcan still.
I'll hold you, Crepo, don't worry.
I'm going to have to fall in line with the rest of them and go Vulcan here. Even though they did lose one, I still have faith. They're going to bring it home.
4 of us agreeing is a bad omen.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, Kobe.
The viewers are going to surpass us so much now.
Yeah, they're already in the lead, so we'll have to see if they can keep that one up. While you guys can't help these guys with their picks, you can help us upgrade our broadcast by going to bit.ly/worlds1. That's the number, not the word, by the way, and help us fill out that survey.
All you have to do is answer a couple questions like, what pros would you like to see on the analyst desk and future events? And don't worry, Double Lift won't see you. You see your answers, so you don't have to vote for him, just be nice.
All right, guys, we do have to say a very quick...
pros.
Guys, we're going to take a quick break, but when we return, it will be time for our fourth match of the day, as Southeast Asia's Mineski takes on ManCloud and Vulcan. Plus, Fnatic's Xpeke will join us to talk about their huge win. Stick around. The Season 3 League of Legends World Championship will be back in 3.5.
They had a big man, Zuna, and he is a good AD carry.
Me and Smithy are both Filipinos.
I know that their jungler is Filipino, same as us.
It's flattering. It's nice to see other or from my country that they're playing at a competitive level too.
We constantly make jokes about him. Just go join Mineski if you're not going to do this or that.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Season 3 World Championship, coming to you live from Los Angeles, California. Right now, I'm very happy to be joined by Fnatic's Xpeke, who I'm sure is feeling a lot better right now than this time yesterday. Peke, talk us through that last game against Ozone, starting with even before the match. How did you guys prepare overnight after yesterday for this game?
Well, pretty much, yeah. We kind of, in our mind, we had to win it because we knew if we lost this game, it would be really hard for us to make it out of group stage, and we would be really down after a loss against Gambit. So, yeah, we pretty much, our mindset was like, we have to win it. The game against Bulkum, we didn't lost it because we were bad or anything. We just lost it because of mistakes. So, in our mind, we were like, let's play how we normally do, play our game, not do mistakes, and we don't know if we will win, but I think we will do much better. And from what we saw from them, they are not playing that good. I think they were overconfident maybe. They didn't study that much. And yeah, they make a lot of mistakes, more than I expected from them. Because when normally I watch Korean teams play, they don't make any mistakes, and they were making a lot of mistakes. They were not that impressive.
So I think we have to talk about your opposite number, really, in Ozone at this point then as well. And, he picked Gragas in this one. Dade, of course, I'm talking about. And the word on the street is that Dade's not played much Gragas. He's never played it in a competitive game. What's your opinion on that? I mean, did you expect a Gragas pick out of everything to come your way?
Yeah, it was expected. When we were seeing him, he was not playing any of the commercial champions. He was not playing Ari, he was not playing Oriana, he was not playing any other hero but Assassins and Ryze and Gragas maybe. Gragas not even that much, but Ryze is really bad against Oriana, so it would have been really, really bad from him to pick Ryze that game. So the only option he had there was Gragas, when they ban everything and there is nothing open that he plays. So it was either Gragas or something that he never played. And he saw Faker play Gragas, so he thought it was good against Oriana.
So next game coming up for you guys, it'll be the final match of the day against Gambit, a team which you obviously know very, very well. You've got a great record against them this season from the summer split and from the spring split as well, obviously beating them in the playoff finals there as well. How tough is this game coming in, and what do you think to Gambit right now? They look pretty scary early on.
Yeah, they are playing really solid, I would say. Like every game I see from them is pretty much won really early. It's not like the game goes close and then they win a late game by some small things. It's just that early they dominate, they start winning slowly, and they just snowball the advantage since the beginning. So, yeah, it's pretty scary. And I think our focus will be on not making mistakes early, so we don't give them anything to take, and try to go at least equal or something into mid-game so we can have a decent team fight and do our best, yeah.
So I'm going to put you on the spot with this one. You won Season 1, you're here in Season 3. What are your chances of becoming a champion here for the second time?
Well, I think when we play our best game is like, yeah, we can beat anyone. And yeah, we were scared of the Korean teams mostly, but after watching them, is pretty much they are normal teams. They make mistakes like everyone. They normally, it's true, it looks like they don't make mistakes, but seeing them here, they are not playing as good as it looks on OGN stream or anything. So I think if we face them and we don't do stupid stuff and we play our game, I think the chance of winning are really high for us.
Well, good luck in the future, and obviously against Gambit a little bit later on today. Thanks for joining us, Peke. Hope to hear a lot more from you later on in the tournament. But for now, we're going to send it over to Freaking Demon at the broadcast booth for our 4th game of the day.
Thank you very much, Joe. I am Lee Diamant Smith, and providing all the colourful language for the next 2 matches is going to be David Freak Turley, of course. So, it is time for our 4th battle of the day. Fourth? Well,
it's our first.
I suppose if you're in
total.
Scotland, the 1st would be okay, but instead we are in LA, so the 4th is where we are. It is going to be the Southeast Asian champions, Mineski, taking on North America's Vulcan, and both of these teams really need a win to stay in the race for a place for the quarterfinals after they both dropped games earlier today.
Yeah, Mineski really looked overmatched against Ozone, but even though they fell way behind early on, they kind of held it together. They refused to go on tilt, and they even pulled out an ace while 10,000 gold behind. Unfortunately for them, it was too little too late. They lost their 3rd game in a row here at Worlds. But Vulcan, to be fair, they didn't do much better in their match. ManCloud and crew made a lot of mistakes. They ended up losing their Nexus to Gambit in just under 28 minutes. Pretty rough game. So, North America's most deadly player got lucked up by Alex and Diamond. ManCloud actually ended the match with no kills, no assists, and 4 deaths. And if Mineski can repeat that, they're in good shape here.
Okay, it is just about time to see if ManCloud can man up
for the win, or if Mineski will grab their first victory of the Worlds. But let's have a look at the lineups first. So, on the blue side, it is going to be Mineski. In that top lane will be Snoy, Kaigu in the jungle. You heard him interviewed by Joe earlier. Yume is the mid laner, EXO as the AD carry, and TG on support.
Meanwhile, for Vulcan, it's going to be Psycho Sid in the top, Smithy in the jungle, ManCloud going to hope to manhandle Mineski, Zuna on the AD carry, and Bloodwater as support.
So, Freak, coming into this game, obviously Mineski coming in big underdogs. Vulcan, yes. We've just seen them earlier on, though, going down pretty heavy to Gambit. Will that have knocked their confidence that much that Mineski could steal a match? Because, as we said, 10k behind, they still got an ace on Ozone. This is not a bad team.
Exactly. Mineski is a team who, and even against Fnatic, we talked about their match against Fnatic before, where Fnatic was hitting their nexus at 17 minutes, and yet you were still seeing fights pull fairly close. So Mineski have the ability to just keep trying, and they're here to learn, and if they learn after each game, they'll level themselves up. But you think about what Vulcan's been doing, right? Their loss to TSM back in the North American Regional, their loss against Gambit early today, is them not playing to their caliber. And if Vulcan continue to play at this sort of reduced state, there's every opportunity for Mineski to show up, start pulling up some wins.
We'll see how it works out. Picks and bans are underway, as you can see on your screen. It is going to be Ari and Orianna being taken away straight away by Mineski, so they're focusing on ManCloud. But as has been proven so many times, you can't ban out ManCloud. He has got a giant pool of champions.
Exactly. He can pull out whatever he wants. He's run Ezreal in the mid lane before. We've seen a couple of these guys start pulling out the double AD carry strategy and run Ezreal in there. There's a lot to pull from, but sure, you remove the biggest playmakers. Ari is one of the, I would say, sort of easiest to make plays with because she's so mobile. You get the 3 dashes, you can lock someone up as well, and you just tend to eat supports for breakfast. You kind of one-shot them and create opportunities. So the fact that Mineski's banning it, though, and not picking it as blue team is a little bit worrisome, and it tells me they've either got a completely different first pick option or they just can't play it.
Interesting. So picks and bans continue to fly through. Zed continuing to be, I believe, 100% banned out in this tournament so far. Obviously, so many strong Zed players. Nobody wants to let that one through. Sona also being taken away, as well as Lee Sin taken away from Kaigu. Corki being banned out. Probably one of the strongest AD carries, although Hogmore's put him in a good couple of appearances. So picks coming in.
Yeah.
Shen straight away from Mineski. So we're going to see Snowy on Shen. It looks like Elise is going to get picked for Mithy.
This gives a lot of opportunities for Vulcan.
I should say
really.
X-Mithy, not Mithy, because we've got X-Mithy and Mithy in this tournament.
Yeah, you got to be careful about all those. So the Shen coming in is just a really good standard pick. It'll work with pretty much anything going on. You can run actually heavy dive comp with champions like Vi, which Smithy likes to run, or a Twitch for the AD carry and pull the submarine strategy, or just a standard default split push to protect the hyper carry in the late game. A lot of those options are available here for Shen. On the other side, for Vulcan, they've actually opted for an ambiguous jungle top lane pick. Some guys even play mid lane Zyra. It's not one that I know ManCloud for, but you never know. But Zyra, a great bottom laner. They're one of the two that Bloodwater loves to play outside of Sona, and it gives a lot of backline control as well as follow-up for hard engaged teams.
So the pick's still waiting on Mineski. 20-second countdown. They're certainly taking their time, making sure that you make the full use of it. Nocturne potentially coming out. Yes, again. So we saw Nocturne used by Mineski earlier on in the groups. Obviously, it hasn't worked too well because they're still 0-3. But Thresh also getting locked in.
Well, I like Nocturne being picked up alongside Shen, though. It allows Mineski to actually dive into the backline and wreak havoc and kill Zuna if he plays Ashe, which has been actually a pretty popular champion for him of late. He doesn't have good escape tools. He's pretty easy to jump on him with the Shen and Nocturne. And interestingly enough, for what it's worth, Twisted Fate is still available. You might see the triple global come out. You never know.
Absolutely. Just shrinking down, guys. Don't worry. I got this covered. We're waiting for the next few picks for Vulcan.
We're good. Is this better?
Absolutely. Wonderful. Thank you very much, Freak. Tried to sneak that one through, but they weren't letting me. Production quickly switching back onto me. So Caitlyn potentially going to come out here. And alongside Karthus for ManCloud. We haven't seen a Karthus so far in this tournament, so this could be an interesting pick. ManCloud, of course, as you mentioned earlier, able to play anything.
Yeah, so I actually like the two picks they grabbed here. The Caitlyn, they realize that Nocturne Shen is so good at diving onto the back line. And actually in the North American Regional against Curse, he said, give me Kog'Maw, I can outplay Shen Nocturne, it's no big deal. This time around, he's like, you know what? I'm just going to play Caitlyn and be safer here and survive in the back line. And ManCloud picking up Karthus denies the sort of one of the third global options you would see here for Mineski. Again, Twisted Fate still available, or picking up Teleport still available for them. But removing one of the globals, also having one of their own for Vulcan to counteract some of those ganks, it's an important pickup here.
Tristana potentially could make the first appearance, but no, going back to Varus instead. Which actually, Varus we haven't seen a great deal of either this tournament, whereas coming into the lead up to this was a big champion pick for every team.
Yeah, it's the crowd control. It's actually sort of a very European pick, more so than North Americans, because a lot of the flashy AD carries there play carry-oriented AD carries, as opposed to the utility-based ones. But this is a good setup here because they've added Ryze for damage output. I wouldn't have liked Varus and TF on the same team because there's not enough threat. There's not enough damage output. But now you can have Shen and Nocturne dive in there. You've got the follow-up from Thresh, the follow-up from Varus. Everyone's crowd controlled, and Ryze just throwing abilities out there. And when you've got a champion like Karthus, who doesn't really threaten the Ryze in any way, Ryze gets to farm. And then if you actually gank with Nocturne, Ryze has some lockdown and can kill the Karthus off in a duel. So this actually gives a pretty good matchup to the Neski mid lane. When Nocturne hits 6, there's a dive potential in the mid lane. And when Shen hits 6, there's another dive potential as well.
So fast on-the-spot prediction for Sid here. What's he taking in that top lane?
Nasus would be a good one. It's just kind of a good sort of passive laner against Shen, who's going to scale better ultimately. Honestly, it's been the sort of type of champion he's been playing. Kennen's also a very good one-on-one matchup. Kennen beats Shen straight up, has stuns to break out the teleport as well. On the other side, he could also be a jungler picked up. That could also have been Elise the entire time for the top lane.
Well, it was the first choice he went with. Nasus in that top lane. We saw him playing it against Fnatic. Didn't really get a great use out of it because, as he mentioned himself, I was off the side guy. I was doing a great job. I was split pushing everybody. I was doing a great job.
He was basically the insurance policy because no one ever touched him. He was spamming that siphoning strike. He had a lot, and I wish I had the number on hand, but it was in the 400s.
It was high.
On a moderately short game. He was a very stacked Nasus. If a team fight had to break out later on, he could have two-shotted people, so that would have been all right. But again, he was the insurance policy. His team won without him. That is looking like Nasus right now, by the way. He's got teleport and goes for summoner spells. He's swapped onto the Nasus, and that matchup is good because he can 1v2 and survive, and he can survive and actually thrive in 1v1 because there's no kill threat from a Shen.
So while these teams are spawning, let's see who exactly you guys at home think is going to win this matchup. And according to you guys at home, it is going to be Vulcan, of course. 81% of you will think that Vulcan will be bouncing back and picking up a victory.
And of course, the analysts all agree with you guys, so the standings aren't going anywhere, whether we all got it wrong or right. Crepo, unfortunately, is still the worst among us. But just so you guys know, you're on a 7-game winning streak. You guys have predicted 7 games in a row correctly. So this is your number 8, which will make you legendary.
That's quite impressive. That's quite impressive considering, how strong these groups have, especially Group B. I mean, you just think of the teams that are in this group right now. Nobody really could guess who is in there. It's definitely all open. So the game about to come in there. What do we think we're going to see from this one? Meneski have gone behind early in a couple of these games. They need to try and hold out that lane phase longer against Vulcan.
So this is the interesting thing, is Meneski's actually got some good late-game security in Ryze. He will be pretty hard to kill by the Vulcan lineup. None of them can really assassinate him. And he's got good scaling and good damage output. Also, they're the team able to make plays. They've got Thresh and Varus for a lot of crowd control, and Shen and Nocturne to dive in. These guys, the Filipino team, can really start fights and wreak havoc, which is, I think, where they really want to get things going. Get an early game lead, because we've seen them team fight well. Even from behind, they team fight well. So they get ahead, they're going to team fight phenomenally.
Well, you definitely know they're going to be diving in there. They've got that horrible combo of Nocturne and Shen leaping onto someone, so there's a potential for multiple members all in the same place. You may already taking damage in that mid lane from ManCloud.
That's kind of unfortunate. He'll be able to survive. It's not that big of a deal. The one thing that might gum up the works is that Smithy on Elise, that is a very good jungler early on. And you can never count any lane out. Even the passivest of lanes like Shen versus Nasus, you can turn that into a kill when Elise shows up. So you've always got to keep your eye out where Smithy is going, because he'll be able to make plays.
So it doesn't look like there's going to be anything crazy happening early on here. The two teams are setting themselves up. And this is conducive of what we've seen throughout most of the tournament so far. Nothing crazy in the invades. It's just either been a simple trade, or late invades. We haven't seen a great deal of full-on aggression. The one time we did, it backfired horribly.
Yeah,
it was Fnatic, I believe, against Vulcan.
Yeah, that one was really, really rough. That was actually a trade that Vulcan just did a better job of turning around. Lemon Dogs tried one in their game against SK Telecom, and they had a decent start, but they ended up burning summoners for not much damage. It was the later ganks that snowballed ahead. But yeah, here we are. Both teams able to check brushes really well with spiderlings or lay waste and that kind of stuff. So typical setup. But what matters now is actually what the lane matchups end up being. It's Zuna and Bloodwater 2v1ing the Shen. It's Psycho Sid stuck in 1v2 against EXO and TG. And I'm going to say it again, I like Nasus in this matchup. I think he will survive very, very well and just get levels and then duel later on.
He is going to be getting the experience. Didn't obviously take the blue, but instead, that means the blue was given across the Mancloud in that mid lane.
I actually like this a lot because Ryan has a rough time last hitting under turret when his mana pool is limited and the base damages and cooldowns are pretty weak early on in the game. So Mancloud gets to shove really hard as Karthus, put Yume under his turret, and make him miss early last hits.
So Mithy looking at going for an invade here on towards that blue buff of itself. We're going to see it eventually. There it is. Smithy didn't manage to get it. Kaigu taking a lot of damage. It did mean that he has got that double buff, but he was forced to back away. So Smithy desperately trying to get in there. Is he going to try and create any plays? There is that ward in that top lane, so already Snoy pushed well against that tower. We're expecting this from the 2v1 lanes.
And look what just happened in the mid lane as well. Yume missed every single last hit there underneath the turret because Mancloud is just shoving and trying to ruin his day. This is going to be the order of the day, and until Nocturne hits level 6 or gets amazing positioning, he won't threaten Karthus at all. In fact, Kaigu's just defending the top lane, keeping Shen afloat.
And with that blue buff, he can just keep on hitting that lay waste on him all day long. Kaigu and Snoy having to help out this top lane. Does mean, of course, that down the bottom, I mean, this is expected. Sid's going to be slow, late behind there, but he should be able to hold on fine.
The interesting thing I've seen with Sid is actually, last time he did this, he actually learned Wither at level 3, just to have a little bit of crowd control. Normally, you actually want to see rank 2 Spirit Fire, just because you have more minion clearing. There's the Wither again. So he actually has a little bit less turret protection than you would normally see from this. But what's up here for Smithy, though, is they had seen Nocturne for a while. He should be counter-jungling and slowing down that Nocturne level 6.
Yeah, he's just passed down that blue buff ward. So they know that he's heading towards that middle, which is why you see Mancloud already stepping away a little bit here. He's not been shoving quite so hard on the tower. Still up there, they're fairly aggressive, so we may see a play here from Mineski.
Now, with Mancloud shoving that much, you've got the opening. Smithy's going to turn around. He'll walk over one, getting spotted. There's the Rune Prison.
He managed to get the Rune Prison on the tower, but it flashes just in time before that Fear Leash went off. And Kaigu now gets caught out. That's going to be the Cocoon on towards him. He's taking a hell of a lot of damage here. Will it be enough? Yes, it will. First Blood will come in. It's Smithy that takes it.
That was a belated flash by Kaigu. The Fear Tether had already broken. He showed up too late, and the exhaust from Mancloud also helped create a little bit more distance than I think the Nocturne was expecting. Great counter of Force by Smithy. He'd actually already run toward the mid lane because he's, oh, okay, Nocturne's on this side. He will look for mid. Mancloud baited out.
So Smithy immediately follows that up, takes away those large wraiths, and the pressure in that mid lane was so strong that, well, Mancloud's gone back, and you can see the gulf developing here. The fact that he got that blue buff early on, the fact that he's just been pressuring, is 13 to 35 CS. Massive difference, and it's already 600 gold advantage just 5 minutes in.
Yep, and even though the blue buff is timing out right now, the fact that Mancloud has Tear and a Doran's Ring means he can just keep shoving. And after that basically double buff transfer, the bad gank on the top lane, it's going to be fighting a Snoy first.
And Snoy is going to go down. There's no way he's surviving this one. Normally it's very hard to dive that Shen, but the 3-man Vulcan team knew exactly what they were doing there.
It's Nocturne heading up to the top lane to try to soak up some experience, but you never know. Vulcan might just dive him.
They may just turn this one around. The turret's going to go down very soon, so Kaigu can't stay too close to this one. We see the repel coming out from Smithy. Going to be throwing out that Cocoon in a moment. He's waiting for that spell shield to be burnt out. There it is. He lands the Cocoon in there. He's going to sink his fangs in. He's going to put a lot of damage on Kaigu, forcing him back away to base.
So none of that experience ended up going to Nocturne. He's still only level 4, doesn't have his buffs. He won't be able to farm very quickly. So that paranoia gank that we were looking for, the Stand United from Shen, those aren't coming in for a very long time. Vulcan could force a dragon before any of those globals come up.
Sid taking a lot of damage in this bottom lane. You can see the turret already being taken pretty low as well. So almost out of mana, and the rest of Vulcan, they are already transferring themselves down to that bottom lane. I'm not too sure whether they're going to get there before that tower goes, which is what Sid's just realized. That's why he's sticking around just a little bit longer.
And it really depends on how powerful Zuna and Bloodwater will be in this lane. The Wither on Exo, that actually makes, now that I think about it, that's great. It lowers the turret damage output to keep it alive a bit longer. Yeah, it's going to go down anyway. So that actually makes sense now on the Wither, now that I see him use it to keep the turret alive. But Sid's going to have teleport in about a minute. They don't need him for the dragon fight just because of the big item and level lead here for Vulcan, but if they wanted to wait for it, they could just kind of abuse the teleport.
Looking in this mid lane, you can see Mancloud's taking a lot of damage actually from Yume, it seems. So Yume bursting out on towards him, but Vulcan, look at this. Dragon control, just coming up to the 7-minute mark, is almost certainly going to get taken. There it is, secured by Vulcan. That continues to stretch their gold lead. They're up to 2,000 now, just 7 minutes in.
And look at the number of wards these guys have bought up. 3 of them were just carrying wards. Zuna just put one down in his Tri-Brush, helping to let Bloodwater build towards the Sightstone earlier on. Of course, you're seeing wards on Psycho Sid as well. And he's going to have to ward up his top lane to make sure he can watch for ganks on that same merit. But now Sid is level 6. He's got rank 3 Siphoning Strike. And here's a Shen donating him a bunch of minion waves. And here comes that Psycho Sid sitting in the top lane, getting Siphoning Strike.
Yeah, you can see he's just going to farm it up. He's going to be sat there pretty much the whole game getting that Q built up. As he said, I was doing something. I was keeping the pressure on that top lane. And often, you know, when there is a top lane who's just been left on that island, he does probably feel like he's just playing his own game.
I think that's why he got the name Psycho Sid. Actually, he's been left alone so much. He's got a little bit crazy up there, and just his only solace is Siphoning Strike stacks. He's like, yeah, I've got 80 now, Yeah, who wants to? And that's what's going on in his head right now.
I was starting to wonder where that was going there, Freak, I gotta be honest. But I'm glad you ended it off there. Yume is going to be taking away that blue buff. And the blue buff, of course, was given across to Mancloud. So Mancloud looking like he's going to take those wolves and transfer down to that bottom lane. We do see Zuna and Bloodwater pushing in this mid lane, so they're going to try and keep pressure on there. TG was coming up to try and help out, but he is going to be passing straight into that wall of pain from Mancloud. Mancloud going to keep the pressure on. He has got flash available. It may well require it because Mancloud's not going to give up the waste chase on here. Does manage to get the lay waste down. Ace in the hole coming out. Mancloud caught out there. Great chain of corruption from Exo, but the exhaust just timely. He's going to flash through. Gets the kill on towards Mancloud. Zuna in trouble around the backside. He's going to get taken down. You're going to see the Requiem landing. He's not going to find his target. Now they're going to get the lockup on Bloodwater. Bloodwater tries to get the kill. He's got his passive available, but that's a 3rd kill for Mineski. And Vulcan just completely caught out in the river.
And Psycho Sid did not teleport down. The globals are a little bit easier to access here for Mineski. They were able to dive in, turn that around. That is exactly what their team comp wants to do. Hit level 6, get a battle, everyone show up.
So Mineski now in charge, pushing down this bottom lane. They are going to back away from it, but that's going to give them a giant confidence boost. And you can see Kaigo feeling that confident. He's getting in towards Xmithy's jungle, taking away his minions because Xmithy himself is taking away that lane and really keeping the pressure on towards Vulcan.
It's always an intelligent choice, and it's what we actually see from the counter junglers, is they typically do it once they know where the enemy jungler is. You don't want to run into a 1v2 and be like, surprise, I'm in your territory and outnumbered. You wait till you see the enemy jungler and start poaching camp sway. Take the big golem, take the big wraith, take the big wolf, and then when the enemy jungler walks around, he's like, oh, I got this lane experience, but I'm missing out on jungle XP, and it puts you ahead. So smart choices there by Kaigu, but here comes the cooldown period, because the globals are now down for Mineski. The thing is, they'll be back up in time for Dragon, so that's not even a big issue. You just won't see them play aggressive for a little while.
So difference of items. We've seen so many Trinity Force stacked out this time from the AD carries. This time around, doesn't look like it's going to happen.
No. Looks like it's going to be the standard Infinity Edge build here for Zuna. He realizes, okay, I'm going to go for that late game. That's always been Zuna's style, really, is play for the late game, build an Infinity Edge, do a bunch of damage overall. Exo, that's actually a Bloodthirster build. It's the more caster-based Varus build that we see more often. You can go Infinity Edge. It's still good. You actually have roughly the same damage output as a Caitlyn. You're just less safe. But he wants to deal a bunch of burst, snipe people with piercing arrows, do a bunch of burst damage with the hail of arrows as well. So it's just a different style. He'll be doing plenty of damage, though.
And talk to me about Xmithy, because, sorry, not Xmithy, Psycho Sid, because he's gone straight for that Negatron cloak, and really the only magic damage is coming from Yume, and he just doesn't care about Snoy in that split lane.
Yeah, that was actually specifically Vulcan looking to fight Snoy. We've actually seen teams see someone go for an early Negatron cloak and swap their dual lane into him to kill him with the physical damage of the AD carry. Psycho Sid needs to fight Shen to survive any of those matchups, but he knows that's exactly where Mineski wanted to put Shen, because the global, you want to put it as far away from the dragon as possible.
So we do see Vulcan stacking for a potential gank down the bottom. Xmithy has snuck into this bush unseen, but it does seem that Kaigu is within ultimate range. Hasn't got it quite available just yet. Will be up in a couple of seconds. You can see Vulcan already putting the pressure down. The hook on towards Zuna pulls him into the tower. He is going to go down. There's no doubt about that. Stranglethorns will not save him.
Hitting a hook like that is so important. getting the plays, opening them up, lanterning someone in, starting the fight. That is what this team wants to do. And now the Globals are coming back up. Mineski can make another play and secure a Dragon if they get the right opening.
Sid just shows himself down this middle lane, goes back towards the top. There's nothing to be gained from continuing that shove on that top lane at the moment because Snoy is pushed right against his tower, seeing if he could gain anything on Yume, scare him away from that lane. But as it stands, Mineski are leading in the kills, 4-2. This is more kills than they've had, I believe, in the tournament. I don't believe they've hit that 4 mark. Oh, I tell a lie, they got the ace on Samsung Galaxy Ozone just earlier on today, but this is the first time they've had the kill lead in the tournament, that's for sure. And actually, in terms of gold, despite the fact they're 1 Dragon down, they're only 100 gold difference.
Yeah, they've tied the turrets equally, and it is that kill lead. It really is what it comes from. And actually, look at what EXO's been doing. When we first started the tournament, we said that EXO was the guy to watch, that he had done a very good job during the SEA regional. And you look at him, 104 to 93, has a minion kill lead over Zuna, despite Vulcan being the team trying to dictate the pace and trying to make a lot of the early moves and lane swaps. So EXO, with a finished Bloodthirster in time for Dragon, that is an important power spike.
We'll see how that develops into that power, because we do see it. Dragon is up in just 5 seconds time. Mineski are setting themselves up. Yume is going to go back and buy before he goes to it. They wants to complete that Rod of Ages, it seems. Looks like it's going to be his first item. So we do see the 2 supports actually heading towards that river. Looks like Vulcan, though, have that timing down, coming straight in. TG tries to sneak that ward in that corner, and Vulcan realizing it. They don't actually have a pink ward of their own to get on towards that Dragon.
Yeah, they only have one kind of scooping off to the side, so they don't know for sure that Mineski can see them, but you've got to guess when you don't pink ward on top of the Dragon, that's going to be available. The other interesting thing about the Mineski squad is they actually want to buy a little bit more time, because EXO just built the Bloodthirster, so he's still stacking it up. He's missing up to 30 attack damage for the next couple of minutes, and that's actually pretty important as far as team fighting well.
Yeah, so Vulcan, despite having the timing, they don't want to go for it. They're feeling a little bit more cautious suddenly of Mineski. Suddenly not so confident coming into this one. Sid taking some damage from Snoy with that Sunfire Cape. X-Mithy getting aggressed upon by Kaigu. Kaigu forced away from this one, though. Yume does come in, just got himself that blue buff completed. And look at Mineski. They are setting up for a potential Dragon of their own.
They're definitely going to be able to, honestly, with the globals available, Ryze having his blue buff now, a finished Rod of Ages as well. That guy has not been shut down. It's a 2-0 Ryze. Here's the push in. They've got to realize, though, that Vulcan can see them go for this, and Nasus has teleport.
He has teleport. There is also Stand United available. Oh, that's going to be, I think it was just off the side. X-Mithy getting caught out completely. He's going to come in for this one. Doesn't get the steal. Instead tries to repel away, but he's got nowhere to go. Zuna's going to get dived on by Kaigu. And instead it's a bit of a sloppy fight. We do see a piercing arrow landing across. MacLeod getting involved. Gets himself straight up towards Yume. He goes down. Snoy gets the kill there, but this could be good turnaround from Vulcan. There's going to be the Requiem coming down. He manages to get one. It's going to be another going down as well. Sid comes across, and that is almost the ace coming out here. One more to go. Snoy turns around, gets the flash, gets down on towards X-Mini. Bloodwater taken low, but Psycho Sid with that wither should have enough to finish him off. He tries desperately to get on Bloodwater, but it's not going to happen. Wow, Kaigu the only man to have survived.
But that's a 4 for 3, but with a Dragon going over to Mineski. Let's watch this fight. X-Mithy goes for the steal and doesn't get it. And now watch as the fight sort of starts out, but watch what Yume gets to do. He is a fed Ryze with blue buff. CC'd for a while, but gets to show back up. ManCloud blows up so fast. Unfortunately, Yume does get taken down in the back, but just watch Psycho Sid, though. He got teleported in and gets to wreak havoc. Chases down EXO, makes that kill happen with a siphoning strike. And really, these top laners on the island got to just sit there and wreak havoc in the back. While everyone's distracted, everyone's trying to fight everyone else, Psycho Sid and Snoy ran around, killed dudes in the back line, made everyone cry a little bit, and in the end, still a small gold lead for Mineski.
Kaigu taking a big chunk of damage there as well. So a 4 for 1 compared to a Dragon means that the gold is actually still fairly close. Just 300 gold between them, you can see. And despite that massive farming lead that ManCloud had in that middle against Yume, so far it hasn't equated into too much damage from him. Did get good position in there, and it does mean the Vulcan are going to push on towards this mid lane turret.
And you can see a lot of damage into Kaigu!
Oh, he's in the hole, going to get blocked off by Yume. This time around, it won't get the kill, but it will get them the tower.
That's important, though. Of course, the top lane turret got traded back, but Vulcan aren't done pushing mid.
They're not done yet. They're going to push on towards that inner turret. Sid's not going to allow them to back off either, so it's only going to be Yume protecting this one. So Vulcan should take themselves it. Just off the side, you can see Snoy is laying in wait. Is he going to go for it? It's going to be very ballsy play. You can see just coming from the back is EXO as well. Yume gets caught out with the cocoon. They don't take the tower, but they do take it very, very low.
And that is a dangerous thing here for Mineski. They want to be able to keep that alive, but there's so much push potential from the Vulcan lineup. And of course, they're happy to leave Psycho Sid in this top lane. He will scale harder than Snoy's Shen. So in a way, it does create a bit of pressure. And even though I talked about Ryze early on being important, Karthus scales hard as well. So ManCloud's going to be a big threat. And in the end, you've got to look at, well, you know, Vulcan has one extra high scaling lane. Honestly, it's still on Mineski to make aggressive moves and put pressure on.
A piercing arrow, though, from EXO, continuing to find its home. This time onto Zuna, forces him slightly backwards. And Mineski in a bit of a standoff against Vulcan here. Stan United will be up in just a few moments, which is why you see Snoy already heading down to that bottom and starting the split push on Vulcan.
He's going to look for the openings, and always Psycho Sid will be the man sent to counteract it. Those are the only teleporters on the map, so Vulcan has to use that. The only disadvantage, though, for Vulcan is a cooldown disparity, because Snoy is starting to build cooldown reduction. The base cooldown as well on Standard Edit is shorter than Summoner Teleport, so even though Sid will scale better, Snoy can show up to fights better.
So Infinity Edge still yet to be completed by Snoy. Obviously wants to be the item he's trying to get. It's going to be a long way off it still, because as it stands 18 minutes into this game, Mineski are now in the gold lead for the first time. They've just passed in towards that gold lead, only ever so slightly though. That turret taking damage in that mid lane, but they've got to be careful, because it seems when Vulcan want to go, they could easily jump straight on towards them, but it's Mineski forcing them away from that turret.
Yeah, they've got a really good siege team with good poke and good pick potential. If a hook lands from TG, there's a lot of follow-up available for these guys. And Smithy's not really helping to wave clear, so when these minions all fall down, Mineski gets a little bit of time to push that turret out, and then Vulcan has to try to get rid of minions to counteract that.
Can they try and land that cocoon on towards anyone? Smithy tries to get that grab. EXO taking low. He gets the cocoon on him. That should surely be the go sign. Can they catch on towards him? Stranglethorns does manage to bounce 3 members, but it's Smithy that's trying desperately to back away from this one. Stan United was burnt out from Snoy, and Vulcan successfully hold onto the turret.
And that's a really important cocoon, because now Snoy can't easily split push anymore, because he has no way of leaving and helping his team. So now he's got to be a lot closer to his team, because Vulcan's 4v4 is pretty dang good.
So it does mean that Yume's going to pass across. Vulcan could try and push this one. Remember, that middle turret is very, very low, so they could try and catch on towards it. Just put a little bit of poke. That's all it's going to require. And Mineski forced to defend this one while Yume's away farming.
And what's interesting as well is that both these mages have gone for stacking items, and they're still stacking up right now. The Tears turning into Archangel Staffs, the Rod of Ages still building up their stacks as well. So, you know, we're not even done seeing the power of the mid laners. They're going to continue to be more important in this game, but who's important right now is actually EXO. We talked about the Bloodthirster earlier. He's 3-1-3, has a Zeal done as well, whereas Zuna is not even close to finishing Infinity Edge. He can add the Cloak of Agility, but he's still another 600 gold away from finishing Infinity Edge. And that's not even talk about the Zeal and everything else that has already been added to EXO's inventory. So as far as those two are concerned, Mineski's got a much scarier AD carry.
So it's going to be down, it seems, to ManCloud once again to carry them through. Sid doing a grand job, though. Let's not count him out, because he's just been off on his own, farming up that Q, stacking it out heavily. It's already building up. And what's he up to so far?
306 right now.
306. So I think he hit 500 plus last time against Fnatic. We'll see how long that continues to develop. But look at Mineski. They're trying to gang up on him.
There's this taunt coming in. It's Kaigu to show up. There's a lot here. Psycho's going to have a hard time getting out.
He has to use that Ghost. Gets fear leashed off, but the rest of the team come in, closing around the side. EXO getting caught out. As we mentioned, he's the man. He's the target. But instead, he puts a good piercing arrow back across onto one Sid. Mineski's going to go down, though. Kaigu tries to get down, but he gets away from it. Zuna gets turned around. Has to cleanse off. Taken so low. But that red buff's not quite enough to take him down, and he gets away with just about 8 hit points. Spell shield comes out from Kaigu. Requiem does not find its target.
I'm so surprised ManCloud took so long to use Requiem. They had an opening earlier on in this one, but Zuna with no health at all can't defend a push right here. He needs to recall back.
Bloodwater might get caught out. He's in the corner there with that pink ward. Does manage to clear out that Dragon Pit. Mineski thinking of going for Dragon. This is a bad call, though, because Vulcan are close on by.
But the thing is, though, ManCloud has burned all of his major cooldowns, whereas Yume is on Rise. He basically doesn't have any long CDs. The problem is that Smithy is so powerful and can make so many moves by himself.
So I can just say that Zuna actually got out of that fight with 4 hit points. 4 hit points. Vulcan, though, they're going for it. You can see Kaigo coming in. He wants to get the smite steal. It's not going to happen for him. Xmithy manages to lock it down. Sid comes back in there. He's caught out, and you see the Stranglethorns bouncing Mineski up. Snoy is still yet to get him towards anyone. And instead, it's going to be Vulcan backing away, but Sid's not done yet. Gets on towards Kaigo.
Exactly. Vulcan could not fight that battle. Zuna had to go back to base. It was a 4v5. And on top of that, they sent Zuna top lane to go clear out some minions. But because of that, Mineski just turned around for the mid lane. They had people in the right places. And now Mineski are winning in turrets, only down 500 gold.
You may get a little bit more gold and experience for that Dragon, but I'd take that mid turret any day of the week. And it seems to be working well for Mineski. Do not rule them out. Could this be the game that they win? They are 7-6 up in kills. They are slightly behind in gold, but they are really giving Vulcan a tough test here. Vulcan, of course, themselves lost earlier on today. Has their confidence been shattered?
It kind of looks like they still don't really look like that sort of top-of-the-world Vulcan squad. The squad that took down Fnatic convincingly. The squad that, honestly, did great throughout the regular season of the summer split, finished third in the spring split in North America, had a pretty good run overall. This doesn't look quite like them. Zuna finally finished at Infinity Edge. That's going to be really important for them. ManCloud is powering up the Archangel staff. It's Stacks getting up there. 644, he's almost got Seraphs done, and of course Sego Sid's still scaling up, but it feels like Vulcan are like, shoot, I don't know what to do, let's just go late game.
Yeah, meanwhile, Mineski are going aggressive, but that may actually cost them. You can see they're pushing in. Vulcan immediately react. Snoy is well around the side at the moment, looking to try and go aggressive. Instead, not going to find its target. Kaigu seems to be the man that's always up the front, and he may well have got caught out again. Has the spell shield away. That late waste will finally dodge out the grasping roots from Bloodwater, and instead, Snoy, it's back to that bottom lane.
Yeah, the thing is about Vulcan's lineup is they don't have that great of catch potential. They've got Wither and like Wall of Pain, and then they hope a Cocoon lands. But they're fighting against Nocturne, they're fighting against Shen, they're fighting against guys who are tanky, have tenacity, spell shields, or ways of getting out of the way. So Vulcan don't really get to set up picks all that much, whereas Mineski is the team with Shen, Nocturne, and Thresh and Varus. They're really good at picking up these scattered kills away from Vulcan and just gelling together around the map, and now Standard Edit is up, and Summoner Teleport is not. Again, there's a window for Mineski to make a play.
Vulcan trying to bully out that mid lane. Remember that mid turret very, very low. Thought they'd got positional advantage while Mineski tried to ward out that Baron. They managed to get a pink ward in there and clear out Vulcan's ward. So Vulcan have no coverage really of that river area right now. So they're going to want to try and get back in and try and gain some vision of that river area. Does see Yume going across towards that top lane, so he's going to be farming up. That's going to give Vulcan a bit of a breather, and it's just going to be these two top laners continuing to battle it out on the bottom.
And the thing is, for the next few minutes, if Mineski wanted to play the Baron dance, they would have they would have Vulcan just sort of in their grasp, because Sid would have to walk across the map to participate in a fight, and not many of the members of Vulcan can really help, like, punch it at Baron or actually fight the guys of Mineski in the Baron pit without walking the long way around and exposing themselves to that Nocturne Shen trap, exposing themselves to counter-engage and getting jumped on by Varus, Thresh, and everything. So if Mineski wanted to play a vision game and say, fight us in this jungle while your teleport is down, you'd have an easy fight for the Philippines team.
And while the lane phase, we saw ManCloud building up a big head of steam against Yume. He's been stepping off to the side every time, farming up those waves. You can see he's actually starting to gain back on towards ManCloud. He's closing that gap. ManCloud himself has been stuck in that mid lane for so long with the rest of his team. He's starting to just feel the pain a little bit in terms of farm.
Yeah, the only lane that's really accelerating for Vulcan is the Nasus lane, Psycho Sid. He's not being pressured much at all. He's 1-0-3. The score is very familiar to the game against Fnatic. Ooh, yes, that was close, but Vulcan go for an opening.
They're going to try and turn it around. Kaigu uses that paranoia, goes straight back in there. Stranglethorns will bounce a lot of them up. Bloodwater gets away from that. That's a good chain of corruption. ManCloud's going to get focused on, but he's managed to get that damage down. He's going to try and go towards Kaigu. Gets blocked up by Snoy, but it's all to the Veil, and he will go down, but that's a jungler for mid laner.
And that's a 2-for-1 without Sid even showing up. And he's about to get a minion wave right in front of this turret. He's going to get this as a prize for his opponent leaving his lane. Sid's going to take another turret down and make it 3-3. And Vulcan don't even have to stop pushing.
No, they don't, but it was a kill nonetheless for Yume. And that's actually going to bounce in terms of gold back towards him, I feel. No, tell a lie, he's still 1,000 gold behind ManCloud. You can't stop that man farming.
So Vulcan need to do something with this map lead right now. They picked up a kill. They've got to make something happen because of it. They didn't see the ward in Baron Pit, but Vision is a legitimate reward for... There we go. Vision's a legitimate reward for winning a team fight. It doesn't have to be Dragon, doesn't have to be Baron, doesn't have to be a turret. It's, let's get ward control over Baron so you can't do that dance against us. Or let's get ward control ourselves, because Naz has teleport, and Shen doesn't.
So, 8-8 in kills. You can see it's just 1,000 gold split between these two teams. And this is closing in on the 30-minute mark. Definitely going to be the longest game that either team have had to deal with so far, I feel, in this group, because this is not going to be finishing anytime soon, I believe.
Likely not. Likely not. And Psycho Sid, actually, I like his choice of tank item as well, because you just talked about how the game's not going to end very soon. He didn't buy a Sunfire Cape. He doesn't want minions to die accidentally. He wants to make sure Siphoning Strike gets every last one of them so he can go infinite and get a 4th digit under a Siphoning Strike that's now over 450. And you got to keep that in mind. There's this insurance policy for Psycho Sid. Vulcan don't have to do anything except wait.
I think Kaigo just realized, like, yep, I can't keep up with that Sid guy down the bottom lane, but Dragon has spawned. Mineski set themselves up for this one. Vulcan not in any particular position to deal with this one. They're going to lose out.
But it leaves open Baron is the problem. All 5 are down there. They have no way of getting across the map easily. Vulcan can start this.
They're going to start it out. You can see Zuna farming it up from the backside. Mithy's going to tank it out on the back there. ManCloud's also with that layway, so you can see the Psycho Sid. He's teleported up there. They're going to try and take this one down very quick. You can see Mineski, they're coming up to this one. They realize why it's happening. Can they get close enough though? Paranoia is available. He's going to have to go. He's too late. That's going to be Vulcan picking up the Baron. Can they turn the fight around now? Smithy taking low. Psycho Sid also getting dropped. He's getting picked off, but he's so tanky. Pops like Ghost. He's going to get dropped down. That's one down for Mineski. You see Kaigo and Snoy getting close in there. ManCloud's finally going to close the gap. He's going to have to get focused on. You can see standing eye down towards him. That's going to be ManCloud going down, but Exo is also going to pay the price. And you can see Requiem not going to find his target. Ace in the hole comes in. It was a 2 for 2, but it was Baron for Vulcan.
Uh-oh, but it's Smithy getting caught right here.
He's going to get caught out. It's going to be the damage coming out, but Exo, Zuna comes in. Zuna puts the damage down. Snoy's going to have to try and slide away from this one, but he's not going to make it. Grasping Root comes out. Snoy taken so low, but forced away. That's also going to be a turret for Vulcan.
That was an incredible pickup right there. As soon as Mineski came into that fight, I was worried for Vulcan because 2 of them were in the Baron pit. The other 3 were on the other side. Watch this come in. Baron comes down, and Sid and Smithy are stuck right here. They're just able to get hit, but Sid takes so long to die that Vulcan can regroup for this fight. And this Stranglethorns does so much early damage that it allows basically this Caitlyn to just shoot for a long time. ManCloud pulls so much attention, but is useful when dead. And so they pick up a kill just from soaking up damage and letting the backline do stuff here for Vulcan. So they go +1 in the fight. They get Baron buff as well. Now Vulcan's the team in the lead. They can start making a siege.
And Baron buff still on Zuna, Bloodwater, and I believe Smithy. Not sure who the other one was. It's still definitely on 2. It is on Smithy. Should never question myself, honestly. So, Vulcan are ahead. You can see 3k gold lead. Ahead in turrets, ahead now in kills. Finally, how they turn that corner. Mineski, 0 for 3, I believe, in this group so far. Almost rank underdogs in this tournament as well. And Vulcan, well, a lot of people have put them for possibly a 1st or 2nd place finish in this group, and they have to start picking up the wins. And right now, they are really being pressed against it by Mineski.
They are. It's very strange that this game has been so close for Vulcan. You saw how one-sided the fan vote was. All the analysts went to them as well. But Mineski, to be fair, have put on a very good show against this. They've been learning quickly, right? Despite how rough some of their games have been, they've put now very good team fights against Fnatic, very good team fights up against Ozone, now a very close game against Vulcan. What happens when they start turning these better and better and start picking up wins? You've got to feel a good sense of pride for Mineski, how quickly they're improving in their games here. And Snoy on this split push, no teleports here for Vulcan, so again, you get room here with Shen to make moves.
He's going to be taking that turret down, that's for sure. So it's a trade, inner turret for inner turret. Vulcan catching Mineski a little bit out of position on that top lane, but Snoy definitely sneaking in there. That's going to be the turret gain. He's going to back off. You can see Vulcan trying to collapse in, and this is actually wasting time on that Baron. I mean, they've taken that top turret, sure enough, but that is going to be all.
Yeah, it's sort of like an Ozone-style late game. This is looking at them from the summer season, but it's going to be ManCloud. No, okay, he's got out.
He's got out Kaigu using that paranoia. Smithy actually missing out on towards the cocoon there. He may get focused on. There's going to be Chain of Corruption landed on towards him, but they're having to back out. Stranglethorns popping Mineski back there, and now Kaigu's in trouble. He's got that Oracle on, but it may not last because Smithy's going to pounce on towards him. He does survive. Ace in the hole comes out. TG catches that one, uses the box randomly. The Requiem comes through. That's going to find a double kill, and now Snoy's in trouble. He gets focused down. Finally, Vulcan starting to turn the screws on the Philippine team, and it's going to be Yume backing off. Exo gets caught out. Wither comes in. Vulcan closing the door. They do manage to get one. Yume's not going to be able to survive another, though, and that will be the ace for Vulcan. When they finally land it, it's Smithy that closes it out. It's a 5-for-1.
That's a well-played team fight for Vulcan. It'll give them a lot of Mineski's base, if not the whole thing, and I've got to wonder why Mineski wanted to start a fight against the team with Baron Buff, who's winning in goals. We'd seen them team fight pretty well. They pulled a bunch back. That one seemed a little bit over-eager, and you saw Vulcan really just destroy that battle.
And this is maybe just the experience selling there. The fact that obviously Vulcan have been in the LCS in North America up against the top teams in America for the last year.
Yeah, so watch the start of this fight. A lot of burst goes down on the tanks on both sides. What changes this battle here is actually the persistent damage of the backline. Compare Yume to Mancloud. Compare Zuna to Exo. Exo's running around in the backline, is not able to do much, while Zuna gets more or less free reign to channel his ultimate, put shots down onto Snoy. Exo's still running around doing nothing. Requiem's, of course, an easy kill pickup. And the entire time, Yume's not doing much except now running away. NASA's tanking these two guys, but with Wither, it's just easy to chase guys down. Mancloud gets to follow up as well. And it's because the damage dealers got to keep dealing damage. That actually meant a lot in this fight.
Yeah, you see Yume, he managed to pick up that one and only kill on towards Sid, but frankly, the damage was done. The Wither was down, and Exo was not getting out of that one. So blue buff goes across to Mancloud. Mancloud himself picked up that double kill, of course, and that stretched him out in those items. Void Staff was completed. Rod of Ages also stacked in there, was a long time ago, sorry. What I'm talking about is the needlessly large rod he's just picked up as well. Meanwhile, he is a big difference in gold. And you were talking about earlier, Zuna was falling behind in items. He's actually just turned it and completely caught up now because of those kills that he picked up.
Yeah, he's got a 500 gold lead. A lot of that comes from the global advantage, especially from Vulcan, but also, yes, him finally getting some kills under his belt, just barely eclipsing now Exo, who had started 3-1-3, has done much worse since then. Vulcan grabbing another global objective, getting their whole team now in the lead, and it's Vulcan looking to basically close the game out. It's a secured end game. They're taking their time, grabbing objectives, making sure that they do everything by the book and don't overdive and give comeback potential here, because we've seen how well Mineski can team fight. You might even see them go for Baron again, set the wards back up, and close it out, a good while from now.
Sid stealing away the golem, every little counts, but meanwhile, the rest of the Vulcan are backing in towards that mid lane. Remember, it's super minions pushing down there. They're going to try and buy themselves a positional advantage, try and push that top and bottom mid lane.
And the siege is still happening. Yeah. Top, bottom, and mid. All three. They're pushing them all.
I don't know where mid came from there.
The super minions. That's exactly where they were going.
That's where they were going.
Yeah. But the top lane is getting siege down. Sid has good turret pressure here. Snoy, though, it will sweep away minions decently. This is a catch here on a Smithy. This might be good.
Smithy repels away, catches on towards it. TG taken low. Standing Knight are going to be used, but it's not enough. Teleport comes in. Psycho Sid's about to join the party. Jumps on towards a Yume. Yume taken very low from this one. Psycho Sid does manage to get room prisoned up there. They're trying to get away from this one. That's going to be Exo going down in the backside to Mancloud. Meanwhile, Psycho Sid romps on through the whole base, and that surely will be the game for Vulcan.
Super minions hitting the Nexus. This will be Vulcan finally getting a much-needed win at the end, or I guess the end of the day for this team, making them back to 2-2. And the crowd chanting USA in the background, happy to have their hometown team pick up a win right here. Hard-fought victory, but Vulcan's done it.
Absolutely. So Vulcan, they finally close out the win. It took them a time, that's for sure. 35 minutes. It was not an easy win by any account. Mineski certainly put up a very valiant performance this time around. But Vulcan finally, after the fans and all the analysis claimed they would take the victory, they certainly did, but it took them a long time.
Yeah, +1 win for the analysts, +1 win for the home audience, and +1 win for these guys. Mineski, I would not hang your head low if I were them, though. They put on a good fight. Couple of miscues, sure, but I think their team comp looked pretty good. I think they had a pretty obvious goal there, and they executed it reasonably well. But a couple of good picks by the Vulcan squad, a couple of rough team fights, but they've been learning. They said they came in here to learn. They're doing better and better each game. I think they're still a team that could take some wins here by the end of the tournament. Each team plays each other team twice.
Well, that's for sure, but you've got to look at Vulcan on the other hand after that performance. That was not a confident performance by any stretch of the imagination. They struggled there. You know, when you're looking at the rest of the group with Fnatic, Gambit, and Samsung Galaxy Ozone all ahead of them so far, that was not a performance you think they're going to take it by storm.
Yeah, and even though Vulcan did take down Fnatic, Fnatic immediately said, like, yeah, we really screwed up in Champion Select there. We didn't play our game. And you compare Fnatic in that game to the rest of Fnatic's games, and that squad looked a whole lot better. So, Vulcan, you got, you know, if they turn it around, again, you're playing another, 6 games throughout. You're going to play a couple more here. There's still a good chance for these guys to turn it back around, do a good job, and get themselves where they need to be.
Well, we'll see exactly what they do later on in the week. So for now, we are going to send it over to Quickshot and the analysis, guys, which I think it could be a band game, of course, but I think it would be a really cool band name for a breakdown of Game 4.
I don't think D-Man is convinced that's a cool band name. I mean, he's not really in love with the idea.
That's okay. Freak's got good style sense. Yeah. Nice shirt.
So first of all, congratulations for Vulcan. They picked themselves up a win. Definitely hard fought by. I don't think we can discount Mineski's performance in this particular game, but we'll get to that in a second. Let's go back to the picks and bans. One of the things that stood out during this pick ban phase was that Vulcan, they had a lot of sort of champions that would scale well into the late game, and there was a fair amount of global. We actually seen Twisted Fate was hovered over before the Rise was locked in, so Mineski, they were thinking about that Shen TF Noct and decided against it.
I actually would have preferred them to do that. I mean, they would have been lacking a bit in the damage, but when they saw the Karthus come out there, I think that says, I mean, I think this is the first time we've seen Karthus so far in this tournament, but that says really that Vulcan doesn't have a lot of confidence in Mineski's ability to close the game early, which has been a problem and why we haven't seen very many Karthus picks here. But if they went all in with the Twisted Fate, I think they could have maybe applied even more pressure. They had some nice plays in the mid-game, though, all the same.
In terms of the performances we've seen from Mineski thus far, this is definitely their strongest game. I mean, think about Fnatic. Fnatic had them against the ropes at 16, 17 minutes. Then they still scrapped for another 10. Ozone struggled to close it out. They were aced a couple times trying to push into their bases. And now, you know, Mineski were basically trading blow for blow with Vulcan up until the 25-minute mark where some of the fights didn't go their way. What did you think of the game as it played out, Doublelift?
Yeah, definitely. I think Mineski fell behind early game by a decent amount, but they came back in a dragon fight where it was really unexpected that they would outplay Vulcan that way. But as the game went on, Vulcan just proved more experience, maybe a little better mechanically, and their team fighting, both the team comps were very good at team fighting, I feel. And when the team fights would just start up, I feel like Vulcan just outplayed them a little bit, enough so that they would just pull out a little bit more in the team fights.
Problem basically is with the Karthus as well. Early game, you can try and kill him and then initiate, and then go away from him and walk back as he ulties, reset the fight. Later in the game, you saw actually Mandatory Cloud getting a little tankier, having a little more damage, being more of a threat. They could no longer just kill Karthus and move out, and he just kept ruining the fights. Even if they managed to run away from him, the ulti came down and finished people off.
I want to bring it back, too, to something that I believe you were saying earlier, Doublelift, about Zuna being a playmaking AD carry. And I think we can see what a double-edged sword that was that game. Sometimes he'd flash right in and end up melting. Sometimes he'd flash in and pick up kills. We really saw both.
I mean,
both
he flashed
angles.
into melee range to finish off 2 kills at the end there. So sometimes it does work out.
You're Caitlyn, that's what you do, right?
Exactly.
He did get away the first flash with 4 HP in dramatic style. Let's talk a little bit about what this means. Now, of course, Mineski, they're sitting at the bottom of the table. The games are improving as the tournament goes on. And there's 2 things I want to highlight. That if Mineski do manage to pick up a victory against anybody once they continue playing, it makes life for that team even more difficult if they want to make it into the playoffs. Secondly, for a team like Vulcan, who convincingly beat Fnatic, and now, I don't want to use the word struggle, but they scrapped to pick up this win, you know, as it went on. How do you think Vulcan will be taking this one psychologically?
I mean, they definitely look like they're having a hard time today in general already with this win and the earlier loss. I know, Krepo, you felt strongly about it.
Yeah, I don't know if it's part of their composition, but I just really felt like yeah, they were struggling a little bit. They just weren't the same Vulcan that really beat Fnatic. They weren't as confident. They weren't the Vulcan that was getting all those early leads. I can't but feel like it's my fault. Ever since I started supporting them, they've been doing poorly. It's like I'm cursed.
The EG curse, dude.
Yeah. Oh,
the EG curse.
Oh, no.
Oh, wow.
Scumbag Crepo indeed. So, another victory picked up for Vulcan. There is one more game coming today. So let's actually start to move this one along. Take a look at how the standings are looking for Group B. Because now, of course, Vulcan will be bumping themselves up to 2-2 to tie themselves with Ozone, who are currently sitting at 2-2 as well. So the middle of the pack, almost as tight as a European LCS. Not quite, though, this time. I see Crepo is nodding in agreement. It was a scary few weeks.
Good point, Trevor.
Yeah. Guys, it is time to give your expert opinion one more time and choose the winner of our final match of the day. It is a battle between Europe's two Group B squads and the current Group B leaders, Fnatic and Gambit. I'm going to start this one with Crepo. Where's your prediction lie?
Coming into the day, it would have been Gambit 100%. Seeing the last game that Fnatic did, they were like solid. I still think I have to go with Gambit. I think Gambit, even though they got beaten 4 times by Fnatic during the regular split, just on the really important tournaments, they step up and it's Bootcamp Gambit, and they were really solid.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Crepo on this one as well. I'm going to keep supporting Gambit. They're my pick to make it out of this group, along with Ozone, although I'm rethinking my Ozone pick right now. But Gambit, I'm all aboard the hype train.
News headlines right there, dude. Rethinking Ozone. Monte Cristo 2013. I agree, Gambit. Not just because they've been playing solid today. I just think their style of just being like a rock, unfazed by anything, is very good against Fnatic's like kind of not so traditional style of TP making plays that way. And I think Alex H can definitely go toe-to-toe with XPK, who is like the all-star of that team. If XPK doesn't snowball and make the big plays, I don't think Fnatic is nearly as strong as people make them out to be.
So I'm tired of all these people going with the wussy votes here. You're taking the 3-0 Gambit to get another one. I'm going to switch it up. I'm taking Fnatic. I think they're going to pull it out in this one. You talked about XPK, but Soaz showed himself to make great use of teleport as well. So they actually have multiple threats that they can use for their spread out sort of interesting type of compositions that they like to go for. I really think that it's time to spice it up. I'm either going up or I'm coming down to Crepo's level with this one.
I do, however, want to highlight something very, very important here. After calling the 3 of them out, you did change your vote at the beginning of that last game, which
gotta spice it up, man.
To do. They have played more than one game in a day, so it's within the rules. So we'll have to see who's going to come out victorious here. We are going to take another very quick breather, guys, and give everyone here a very quick break. When we return, Fnatic and Gambit face off in our last match of the day, plus Vulcan's X Smithy and ManCloud will join us to talk about getting their second win at Worlds. Don't touch that mouse. The Season 3 World Championship live from LA. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship live from Los Angeles, California. Just about to head into our final game of the day as Fnatic take on Gambit. But first, I'm happy to be joined by Vulcan's ManCloud and X Smith here in the interview lounge. First of all, guys, that last game against Mineski, so far, they're now 0 for 4, but coming into that game, they were 0 for 3. You guys made it look a little bit tough there, and you said to me before this interview, can we maybe not talk about that last game? Was it not the best? Was it not the performance you were looking for after all?
Not really. I think we were kind of flustered because of the last game that we had, and I think we made so many big mistakes that game.
I think one of the biggest issues was we got completely outpicked. We thought they had a certain priority, and then they completely threw us off with the first big Shen, and we ended up giving them a really strong comp.
So let's go a little step backwards then and talk about the Gambit game, which probably another sore point, so to speak. But talk us through that one right from the very get-go, from the picks and bans. What went wrong for you guys?
That game we actually feel like we picked really well, but we just didn't make any plays. I literally did nothing that game, so not much else to say.
And going forward, I mean, you're now sat at 2-2. Fnatic just above you at 2-1. Obviously, you're tied with Ozone, who are also 2-2. Are you Gambit fans for this next game? Are you hoping that Gambit take that one and knock Fnatic back to this 2-2? Or do you think it's better for the overall plan if Fnatic even take that one to keep things even?
I think we want Gambit to win only if they win everything. But other than that, I think we want Fnatic to win.
What do you think to Ozone's performances here today? Because they seem to be missing the right plan. We've already heard that Dade, his champion pool has really suffered in the past. Do you think they're a very beatable team at this stage for you guys?
Yeah, definitely. It almost, I don't really like trash talking that much, but it almost seems like Dade is a one-trick pony at this point. People ban Zed, and he doesn't seem strong on anything else.
So where do you think that the other weak point is in this one? I mean, it's hard to really say that if you look at the table and how it stands. Obviously, Mineski stand out there at the bottom at 0 for 4 right now, but there's 2 teams that come through from 4 very strong teams that are left in there. What's your realistic goal here? I mean, we've seen how strong Gambit are. They've beaten everybody so far. Or not quite everybody. They still have to play Fnatic, but where's a realistic finishing point for you guys? Is number 2 that point where you're going to feel safer aiming?
I think they definitely look pretty strong, but I think we can still beat them at their own game. And yeah, we're hoping for second at least, and maybe rank 1.
Well, you always got to hope for those top 2, right? Otherwise, Worlds is over for you. We do have quite a few Vulcan fans here in the house, I'm pretty sure. So a bit of a moment for you guys to say thank you.
Thanks to all our fans, especially the one person that keeps yelling out Man Cloud.
Well, thanks a lot, guys, and good luck in your matches coming up in the future. We're going to head over to Demon and Freak now, though, for our final game of the day from the broadcast booth.
Thank you very much, Joe. So, like he said, this is our last match of the day, and well, it's going to be one of all the European LCS fans out there. It's going to be a very early morning for you guys, but you have been waiting for this showdown between Fnatic and Gambit. And unlike other teams in Group B, these squads have played each other a heck of a lot during Season 3.
And just like, Season 3 has shown us, Fnatic has actually dominated that head-to-head. They've gone 4-0 during the summer split regular season. Fnatic have consistently beaten that Gambit squad. Their team KDA was almost 8, and Cyanide individually had been crushing. And this is, mind you, this is against Gambit. This is a team with Diamond on the team, and that's how well Cyanide is doing. Also, he's been owning Alex Ich. Alex Ich has had a horrible time against Fnatic so far in the summer split. That is a less than 1 KDA across the 4 games. He has been camped and destroyed repeatedly, and that is a good thing for Fnatic.
And the funny thing is, I remember all season we were saying how bad Cyanide had been doing. He just hadn't been performing like he had in the spring. So turns it around, but Peke is definitely a man to beat. But that was, of course, Europe, and this is the Worlds. And so far here in Los Angeles, both of these squads are looking fantastic. In fact, the winner of this match, well, they're going to be in control of Group B halfway through group stage.
Yeah, so Fnatic came off a huge win over Ozone, and this is an impressive look for Fnatic. You compare their first game where they champ select pretty horribly, and now they look really awesome. 21-6 in that game. It's a really good line. Gambit also coming off a good performance over Vulcan. 10-2 in that win. They did a very, very good job. And as we saw, they're 3-0 in the group. They're in control. If they win this, they're 4-0. And halfway through the group, undefeated. It's a pretty good mark for these guys.
While, of course, Peke and Fnatic have had the upper hand lately in their matchups against Gambit, Alex Ich and the team are confident that they can flip the game and take down their rivals, as long as they take care of their own mistakes first.
Fnatic are really good at the moment, but like if we don't do mistakes, if we play our best, I think that we can overwhelm them.
In this split, it was like we just won them every game. We have a good record against them, and I guess they are scared of that, so probably they have prepared a lot for it.
Obviously, there's more at stake now. I'm pretty confident we can still beat Gambit, like we beat them the last 8 times. I think we played them or something.
I think the only reason why they were really good against us was our mistakes, so we should just fix them, so they will have no chance if we will do so.
I was actually asked this question before, who I would like to face in our group the most, and I said Gambit, because I just want to beat them again, to be honest.
I don't feel like they really outpicked or outbanned us during the panic phase. It's only 2 games and we can win those.
Well, I mean, that's how you beat them, apparently. So it's going to be interesting now to see. And I'm actually just thinking back to how important this game was. This was the very last game of the summer split in Week 9. Fnatic had to win this game to get in that 4-way tie for second place, which obviously boosted them into this position in the first place. They won that game. So Let's check out those lineups. Starting out on the blue side, it is going to be Fnatic. So the top laner is, of course, Soaz. Cyanide in that jungle. Peke, the superstar in that mid lane, leading kill score in the European LCS. Pushu as the AD carry, and Yellowstar, well, as support.
And in the red corner, the starting 5 for Gambit are Darian in the top lane, Diamond in the jungle, Alexich in the mid lane, Genja on AD carry, and Voidal on support.
So picks and bans about to get underway, Freak. What are we expecting? So many times we see the Assassin champions focused.
Yeah.
Got a feeling it's going to be the same again.
It's weird because it's almost going to be different as well because, so when you play against Gambit and Fnatic, we've seen Kassadin banned right away, but this is the time where both these teams actually play Kassadin. Both these teams actually have very, very similar champion pools, and I guess if they both want to just ban each other out, they can go for that and hope that something down the line like Lissandra on the Fnatic side or Karthus on the Gambit side are just the go-tos that'll work out. But it's interesting to see. Like, they didn't need to ban Assassins away.
Well, there's Zed and Ari being taken away straight away. We'll see what Assassins follow through here. They could also be aiming for that Evelyn of Diamond. You know, we saw he's only been allowed to play once so far. It is, I believe, one of his favorite champions right now. He's already pulled out Lee Sin as well, which is a champion that Cyanide can play as well. There is that Evelyn ban. So staying with pretty standard bans that has happened pretty much throughout the season in the European LCS so far.
Yeah, and I would almost expect to see a Lee Sin ban as well, just because, again, these teams share so many of the same champions. Aatrox played by both sides. Shen played by both sides, yet banned by Gambit. Corki, we've seen from both these players. The Sona, the Thresh, again, both these supports play those champions. It's always weird to see a team ban out champions they're happy to play themselves. When that happens, it says, look, we have a strategy that we're ready for, that we're planning on doing, that don't need these champs.
Well, Darian was the very first player to bring Aatrox into the competitive scene, so he seemed to work out very well for him in the last match as well. Corki has been taken away, so that's almost going with the flavor of the month, I believe it is, taking that away. Of course, the Trinity Force Corki has made a big appearance here in the World Championship so far.
Yeah, and again, it's a champion that Pushu had just played in their prior game. They're banning their own champions away, and it always confuses me a little bit. There's the first pick Aatrox being taken away. That's typically been Cyanide in the jungle, and I expect to see that happen again here, but you never know, Soaz can play anything.
So, could see a switch around here, and this actually could be the first appearance of the Rat that is being selected on so far. But Aatrox, obviously, as you mentioned, selected, at least being taken away from Soaz as well. Well, it could have been Cyanide as well, but it's generally Soaz that plays that. He's had fantastic stats on that champion up against Gambit, but it is going to be Twisted Fate once again, this time for Alexich, not letting Peke have that backdoors.
So that is interesting. So with so many of the mid laners still available, like Kassadin, that a lot of people consider a countereffect to Twisted Fate, champions like Fizz and Assassins in general, just good against TF because you beat him straight up 1v1 and don't allow him to roam. It's interesting to see Gambit pick that so early and say, yeah, it's fine, bring it, we think Alex can do fine. The Twitch I actually would not expect to see so much just because with teams playing Assassin heavy, with teams going all in, having champions like Aatrox, Twitch would not have an easy time in those fights.
We've seen talent in the European LCS. Nukeduk was the one that broke it out, actually. And it did work out very, very well. We'll see how it works, whether he gets selected. Peke is obviously considering this one an option.
And Talon's actually one of the pretty okay 1v2s in the mid lane. We see Kassadin get 2v1 sometimes, and he can't last hit very much. But that said, yeah, this is kind of the more likely setup here. Pushu's been playing utility carries by the end of the split. Ashe, Varus, that was the other one there. So locking in champions that Genja likes to play, with the Orianna coming in here. Now, Ori doesn't threaten Twisted Fate that much, but it's worked so well for Peke before, they're just going back to it.
Well, Varus was just played by Mineski in the last game. Almost played off for them. We did, of course, see a lot of Ashe Zyra coming out from Fnatic throughout the qualifiers, but this time around it's not going to happen. So Orianna, strong champion. Peke, though, I'm never convinced when he's on it. I like to see Peke, as well as Alexich, on those Assassins. Yeah, Orianna sometimes doesn't offer that position, and, you know, we've heard some players, ManCloud already, is just saying he felt useless earlier on.
It's interesting because last time we saw Peke play Orianna, he just farmed mid lane. He went something like 1-0-10 for a while. He was in the fights, but he wasn't making the plays. He was sort of vicariously living through his teammates, and they would make the plays for him. And you're right that it's weird to see these really dominant mid laners not do a lot, but they will stay in lane and push. Anytime you roam, they'll get your turret down, deal a bunch of damage.
This is very interesting. So Gambit are falling back to what they know effectively here. They're going back to what they've played against Fnatic. So Xin Zhao coming out and Genja going on towards Misfortune. So Xin Zhao in that jungle.
most likely.
Pretty much sure of that.
It's interesting because Darian said that Xin Zhao is his favorite champion in an interview a while back. He's like, Xin Zhao's my dude. I like that champion a whole lot. And I've seen him play it once in a while in the top lane. Every once in a while he does it. You're right, that's much more likely to be a jungler here. But here's Gambit, as you said, sort of going back to their comfort style. You've got Sona Misfortune, Crescendo into Bullet Time, and Twisted Fate plus Xin Zhao can make so many individual plays around the map. They can carry the mid game. Yeah, okay. You guys can... Those are cheers, not boos for Teemo, right? Just making sure. But they can make so many individual plays early on that then they can come back to the team fights and Misfortune can carry.
Well, it could be Leona being picked once again for Fnatic. It's worked out okay for Yellow Star so far, so wouldn't be surprised. And it is going to be Soaz on that Zac in the top lane.
All right, so here is a heavy engaged team. It's very similar to the last one. No Corki this time, but they want to put Varus in there. But even though most of these champions are different from last time, no Lissandra, it's guys who are going to want to dive in, put the ball on one of those initiators, and start a bunch of fights. And even though you almost want to say, oh, they want a 5v5.
Whoa!
All right.
Okay, so is this Diamond on jungle Shyvana, or is this going to be top lane Darian on Shyvana? I believe top lane.
We've seen both.
Yeah.
In China, we've seen top lane Shyvana, heavy pusher, push you to your turret all the time, and then pretty good at running away with her ultimate and whatnot if she ever does get ganked. And at the same time, when you think back to when we first started seeing Shyvana competitive play, that was Diamond who brought it out and was like, hey, Shyvana's a really fast clear and I can counter jungle all the time. So we'll wait for the rest of the time to tick down, but you can really see it both ways.
Fantastic stuff coming out. So we'll see how this goes. At the moment, it is sat on Darian. There's 17 seconds. I almost want to see the entire countdown to make sure this doesn't switch around.
Yeah, the one thing to also point out is that Soaz is running teleport up there in the top lane, and if he fights Shyvana, Shyvana can't interrupt teleport with anything but her ultimate, whereas Xin Zhao can do that much more easily. 3, 2, 1, top lane Shyvana, jungle Xin Zhao.
Jungle Xin Zhao. So those are the champions. Let's see what you guys at home have been thinking. The players are loading into the Rift. Let's take a look. And you guys think was going to win the battle for Europe. And according to lollysports.com, well, you've been going with who is top in the group right now. It's 60% for Gambit. So you guys are putting your eggs in one basket and on to Fnatic. Gambit, sorry.
Yeah, so everyone here except for Kobe going for Gambit here in this one. Just so that the casters can have a couple of better votes. I almost want to say I hope Fnatic wins, but honestly, I just want to see a good game. It doesn't really matter to me too much. I'm not so petty they need to score to tell me if I'm good at my job. So these teams coming into the Rift, I mean, it's a good way to help me feel good about myself, but as long as the games are good.
I'm surprised you didn't put it out there, the fact that you got everything one right yesterday.
I went 4-1 yesterday.
You went 4-1, so it's not a bad score. Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. As we go into the Rift, it is going to be the battle for Europe. It is Fnatic as the blue team coming in strong into this one. They have a big, strong result against Gambit in the past, in the last summer, and of course in the spring. Remember the spring LCS, that was one they won 3-2 over Gambit. That's what made them the victors. But Gambit, they are in the red team, and we are seeing Shyvana for the first time in the World Championships.
And Yellow Star with a very important ward that gets taken down, and that was a 3-minute ward. That was a long duration ward, so that's 30 gold and 75 gold really trading hands there. But of course they know that Gambit has been there, and immediately Yellow Star puts another ward down on the river to spot that likely blue side invade.
This is almost certainly a blue side invade, I feel, because they're setting themselves up. The question is, are Fnatic going to counter this one? Cyanide not in any position to go for that invade yet.
But the actual starting items I like about this, when we're kind of just watching the teams span out, is Peke has gone for double Fairy Charm early on. Now, it's a little bit scary because he has no boots versus Twisted Fate. Xin Zhao is easy to gank, but Peke is wanting to shove very, very hard early on, base for an early Chalice, and keep Alex under his turret to prevent any TF roaming early on. So that's where the ex-Peke eggs are, is don't let Alex make plays.
We'll see how that works out for them. You can see that actually there is a bit of movement coming on. They haven't passed that river ward yet. They will do in a moment, but it's a 1 minute 40. This is going to be a late invade from Gambit, and it may catch Fnatic out here.
And of course they know they're not spotted as well, Gambit, so they can kind of sit there as long as they need, but they're going to get spotted by Soaz here, but Gambit has control over the side of the map, and Cyanide has to go somewhere else to get his first buff.
There is the spawn pink ward thrown down by Gambit. They realize there's no vision from Fnatic, and Fnatic immediately reacting. They're going towards that blue buff, but blue buff has gone to Diamond already. Are they going to be quick enough to get to this?
This should be safe. It will become a belated base trade because there's no one here to stop Fnatic. Yellow Star and Push, you started up early on. This does, though, give Darien time to push or at least hide in the bottom lane and get early experience.
He's doing exactly like he did against Ozone, just lingering in that bush. This time he's on the right side of that bush. Not going to be able to have the dive ability that Aatrox gives, but Diamond, he's taking away the wolves. Advantage gained.
And a lot of damage coming on to Darien, though, actually. But yeah, got experience. He's going to be doing all right here. But everyone else is trading their buffs early on. So now the thing I really want to look at is how do Diamond and Alex respond to Xpeke, because he's going to be able to start getting the push down. Peke's got to make sure he's safe enough with the ward in the upper jungle to not get killed.
We'll see how it works out. Alex does take that ball and the attack dissonance on towards him. He's going to have to see how this one works out because, well, he's up against the backdoor master, of course, Peke, famous for that Twisted Fate, but Alex is no slouch on Twisted Fate either himself. Had some very good results in the past, but Darien, Shyvana, 2v1 lane. What do we think of this one? He's going to be up against a really tricky lane early on here.
There's a lot of damage, but the thing is, Yellow Star doesn't get to do much in a 2v1. There's nothing Leona can do underneath the turret without taking a bunch of damage to do it. And the thing is, though, Diamond can't defend a teammate, can't really defend a turret, but he can aggress a turret. Gambit are looking for a 3v2 if Diamond wants to go for it.
You can see level 3. It's going to be aggression on the top. Genja's going to get dived on. Cyanide comes in. The passive popped straight away. He's going to have to get away from that one. And Genja on 3 hit points.
That was dangerous. Soaz barely surviving, of course. All the summoners being burned. It was a good counter gank by Diamond. But the thing is, that lets Soaz sustain back up in his turret and not miss out very much. I actually think this works a little bit better for Fnatic.
Will do. Cyanide, of course, that passive burn is not going to worry him too much, but Diamond, he's doing what he used to do back in Kiev, back when he was on to Moscow 5. He's going for the full counter invade. He was the man that started it all.
Yep, he knew Cyanide could not touch him in the jungle right there. Diamond takes control of it. He's gotten rid of some of the early wolves. He's going to go back around. He may get one other camp out of this because Cyanide had to base.
He looks like he may well go around towards that middle. Peke has that flash and cleanse up, though, so he will get dived upon. The aggression going on towards him with 3-talon strike, not going to be going off that. Instead, damage goes back on towards Diamond. Didn't force the flash.
Did not, but Peke's now out of mana. He can't really pull this same move many more times. Just from that gank, lane control has gone to Alex, because it forced Peke to burn 150 mana just to run away, and now the TF is one who gets to shove.
So 3-man dive possibly coming on towards the bottom up to the 5-minute mark, and well, it's Darien that could get closed on. Has got flash available. Cyanide in position, ready to go for this one.
This could be successful for Fnatic. Darien just burned his move speed.
Just burned his move speed. Can he get away from this one? Tries to dodge around, gets locked up, stunned up. He has got flash available, but doesn't go for it. It's first blood for Pushu.
And that was incredibly well played by Fnatic. Yellow Star made sure he tanked it up first with the giant armor buff from Eclipse. Knowing that Cyanide had no passive, the rest of his team was able to follow up easily. This gives Fnatic the first turret, but at the same time, Gambit will be able to respond to this very soon with Diamond in the top.
He's going to be going up towards Soaz. Soaz, who I believe will have that passive available as well, so it'd be a bit of heavy dive for Diamond if he went through, which is why I believe he's backing off. They just realized, okay, we're not going to win this early trade. We're fine with Darien just taking that one death.
Alright, so this does give actually control back to Fnatic here, but the thing to point out is that despite a first blood, which is worth 600 gold total when you count assists, Fnatic are only up 300 to 400 gold, so Gambit are doing better overall in their laning phase.
Well, more importantly, they didn't take the turret down because, of course, remember, those turrets are buffed and they didn't push it heavy enough. Darien is able to actually return back to that bottom lane and continue farming.
But it will probably go down in the near future, though. Pushu has gotten to go back. And this comes a gank for Cyanide.
Shockwave burnt out there. Alex H managed to flash away just after the damage, so Cyanide wasn't able to close the gap quick enough and knock him up.
Yeah, Pushu now has gotten to back, though, for a BF sword. So his pushing potential is so incredibly strong. And now his team having full health and mana, the flash is up for the Fnatic dual lane as well. They can survive a Diamond gank. They will get this turret eventually.
Diamond using that audacious charge to push on, try and force something out of Peke. Peke happy to continue farming as Diamond just stops that wave being wasted on towards the tower. See Fnatic, they're going to be warding out. Yellow Star off to cover off that dragon. We've seen a lot of early dragons coming out from Gammon in the past, which is why he's making sure that does not happen again. It's actually going to be a blue buff ward. That blue buff will be up in around about 30 seconds time.
That's an incredibly smart ward there by Yellow Star. They know they have the numbers advantage in this bottom lane. Gambit have not swapped their lane back, and you wouldn't when you're 2v1ing a turret and putting a lot of pressure on it. So this is going to be a blue buff attempted steal by Alex. It plays into that whole early chalice thing from Peke. They're trying to stop Alex from getting to roam on TF. But at the same time, Gambit are already ready to steal away Fnatic's blue buff.
Yeah, they don't care about their own blue, it seems, because they've gone heavy on towards this one. So as maybe the focus target, though, we do see Diamond coming up towards the tribe, but she's coming in towards him. There's going to be I was about to say Peke, but instead it's going to be Alex Hitch. Where's he going to go? He's realized he's not required. He may still come on towards his top lane. Not going to go for the steal. Instead, they back away, time it nicely. It's Diamond that picks up the kill in the end, though, but Fnatic, they quickly react to this. They go for the dragon themselves.
And at the same time, Peke also pushed the mid turret pushed the minions down to the mid turret as well. And now, unfortunately, it still is going to give blue buff control over to Gambit on the left side of the map. But Fnatic said, oh, we were going to steal blue. We'll do that later. We'll take dragon first. So Fnatic are reacting well, but of course, Gambit are making great moves.
Darian, in the meantime, he's gone down, taken away the golems, going to be running around to those wraiths. We'll see which way he keeps on heading. He may come around towards Peke here. Peke himself just around the side, looking like they're going to try and lock up on towards him. They do manage to catch some damage. Cyanide is there to help out, though, and they do back away.
And Diamond's not far away either, but he's just sitting around counter-jungling the wolves right now. But Gambit do have a numbers advantage on this left side of the map. They could re-dive Soaz, or they could dive Peke, even despite the shockwave.
But look at this. Look at the gold. You can see, obviously, because they've taken that tower down, despite that dragon, Gambit do still hold that lead. It's something they do so well often. When they start losing out the lanes, they still manage to keep that farm ticking. Darian just returning in time. Has he saved the turret? I don't believe he will. Yellow Star's going to make sure it gets secured. And that will be the first turret of the game for Fnatic. So, all square. Fnatic take that gold lead.
Alright, so this is interesting now because, again, you still see the dragon on one side is the only reason Fnatic are winning in gold right now. Diamond has actually done a very good job of not getting spotted by wards, and just compare what the junglers have done so far. So they both have been part of ganks, but compare the minion kill lead. Look at how much Diamond has gotten to counter jungle. Look at the level lead that Diamond has. We talked about Cyanide early on, but Diamond has really turned it on in this game.
I can tell you that Genja not going for triple Doran Blade on Misfortune is a pretty big deal. It's something he's been doing all year long. This time around, I'm going for that double. And now we see, actually, Solar Flare catching onto Genja, but I feel he's going to be able to back away. No, he gets locked up. Chain of Corruption, great stun GCC chain here. And that is going to be Genja going down. Fnatic playing it perfectly.
Absolutely well done by this Fnatic squad. Genja had flash up to dodge the Solar Flare and didn't think he needed to use it. Good catch here by the Fnatic group.
Diamond just off the side there, clearing out those blue buff minions. The rest of Fnatic try and push through. It is only Diamond and Voidal defending this turret, but they will back away.
Alright, so Gambit are just sort of playing clean up right now. Fnatic, this is kind of the story of these teams actually, is that both of these teams are set up to make moves. When we talked to Vulcan after their win against Mineski, ManCloud said, I didn't feel good about this game. We didn't actually force anything. We didn't make any moves. And when you've got champions like Twisted Fate and Xin Zhao on one side, when you've got Aatrox, Zac, Orianna, Leona on the other, both these teams want to make moves, keep making openings, contest buffs, contest dragons, contest turrets, and this will be a brawl of a game if these teams can find any sort of opening.
Diamond Prox trying to fight for it. It's Peke that steals away the large wraith. Now he's going to collapse on towards Peke. Alex Hitch looking towards him. Let's look at his middle lane because, well, Peke has built up a pretty hefty lead. 103 CS to 85. And you can see there, stealing away the wraiths from Diamond's jungle.
That is what Peke does when he's on Orianna. He doesn't roam nearly as much. He's not Ahri or Zed here or Kassadin. He says, I'm just going to outlast hit you. I'm going to push to your turret all the time. He even has some turret damage despite never getting a gank for himself because he keeps hitting that when Alex leaves lane.
It's a 4v3 in that mid lane so far. That does mean that Genja's going to get himself some free farm while Fnatic try and bust down that middle turret. They can't siege it out just yet because Gambit are in full force defense. Cyanide clearing out. They're going to spot out where Darian's roaming. Darian wanted to get around, see if he can get to his wraiths, but he's going to keep that split farm going against Soaz. How do we count these two now, the fact that they are up against each other? Shyvana versus Zac. It's not a lane I've called myself in a long time.
I'm trying to think about who scales better, and right now Darian's just going for pushing. He's building an early, I'm going to guess, Sunfire Cape off of that Giant's Belt. Soaz, though, I think is going to be better at disrupting the back line. It should be very easy for him to get onto the Twisted Fate or the Misfortune and really wreak havoc there with Soaz. I think that Darian is like trying to push a lot. and create so much distraction around the map that it opens up Alex and Diamond to make plays.
Changing build from the AD carries there. Genja went back, but instead he went for the Berserker Greaves instead of building out that Bloodthirster. Damian goes aggressive on Soaz and puts a good chunk of damage down on towards him there, keeping that pressure on as well. Soaz realizing he can't really fight for this one. Alexic is going to come around here, but instead he gets interrupted. He does manage to get up there. Soaz bouncing away from that one with his ultimate. Is it going to be enough? Yes, it is. Elastic Slingshot saves the day.
And that was actually interesting by Soaz, because there's two mechanics here to think about with that ultimate. Is one, it no longer gives tenacity, and he activated it before the stun, but there's a dive in mid.
Solar Flare used on Voidal, but Crescendo turned back around that tower, though. It's going to go down. He can't hold it out. Genja hasn't got his ultimate bullet time to try and keep them away. While this is happening, the bottom turret is being pressured. Gambit going to trade their middle outer turret for the bottom inner.
And this is actually super interesting. Pushing though also on this right-hand side, but this Shyvana play actually allows Gambit to break apart the play style. They can keep pushing with these champions.
They're keeping on going. Fnatic have rotated round towards the bottom lane, but can you see Gambit? They're keeping on towards this inhibitor turret. Soaz, I'm not too sure he can keep them away from this one. Alex is keeping that damage down, going down. Bottom inner turret has gone down, but that's an inhibitor turret for Gambit.
That's incredible. They're just sending people down and getting no responses here from Fnatic in time. That, while the turret kills are the same, the important turrets are very different. Gambit already built an exposed inhibitor. That's massive.
That is a 13-minute inhibitor turret. That is very quick there. And it does mean Genja, oh, he's going to be completely caught out of position. Once again, they laid that trap in that bush, and he got completely caught out.
Yeah, so to talk about the SOS point from a while ago, no longer gives tenacity the Zac ultimate. He activated it before the stun, but it also gives ramping movement speed. So even without that, he can use it to run away. That helped him escape from the Twisted Fate. But Fnatic, they had their members on the bottom side of the map the whole time, and they were there in time for the Dragon, of course, as well. So a bunch of crazy things on the map, but Fnatic are still building the gold lead, but I don't know if they have a response for Darien.
Well, the also response is that exposed inhibitor turret does give Alex a little bit of a sneaky chance to try and sneak around that back door. But as it stands, it's a 2,000 gold lead for Fnatic. Those two dragons being the big difference so far, because you can see it's still 3-3 in turrets. Impressively, for 3-3 of those turrets for Gambit all along that top lane. So they still yet to take those outer turrets.
Which is actually kind of gold lying in wait for Fnatic. You're right about that. There's different advantages here. It's a very interesting game to call, because anytime someone from Gambit presses that top lane, it requires a response from Fnatic. The super minions are scary things to deal with. It's difficult for Fnatic, but at the same time, you can consider outer turrets gold waiting to happen, especially for a team like Fnatic, who love to split push so much and just make plays in different spots around the map. So Fnatic has gold waiting for them, but Gambit has map pressure waiting for them.
So let's take down exactly what we've had so far. There's an inhibitor turret taken down by Gambit in that top lane, completely exposed. Shyvana pushing it could be a bit of a problem, but Soaz struggling to hold him out there. But Fnatic themselves have that lead. They have a 3-0 AD carry as well, which could be a big thing for Pushu.
And he's spiked so much earlier than Genja. They can actually use this to keep moving forward. And I actually misspoke, so it's Gambit who has more outer turrets ready to kill.
Yeah.
So there's actually more easy gold for them to grab. But when you've taken the first middle turret down, that's actually the most important first turret to get, because now you can start getting into the enemy jungle and making a lot of moves. And the two turrets down on the far side away from Baron, even though the inhib turret's not dead, that's very far removed from the rest of the map. That's very far removed from Baron. And if Fnatic pokes there, you can heavily split up the Gambit lineup and say, we'll deal with this on one side, but Baron's here on the other. So, and with a Fed AD carry, you can apply a lot of pressure in that way.
So I can tell you at the moment, the pause at the moment is because there's a player not feeling too well. And well, I hate to say, but it's a player that's happened before to him. It is actually Alex Itch. So we're just waiting to see what's happened there. So while we do have this pause, we are, of course, going to go over towards our excellent guys out on the analysis desk. It's going to be Quick Shot and the guys to help us out.
Thank you very much, D-Man.
Quick Shot and the excellent guys now.
Yeah. I also prefer analyst desk. Just saying, just saying. So, guys, we're kicking this one off. Gambit versus Fnatic. Some interesting picks. I think before we talk about some other games, let's break down some of the picks and bans that we've seen here. Shyvana and Xin Zhao Double lift?
I really like the Shyvana top pick, actually. I think it's a good matchup into Zac, and it's really good against their team, which is really immobile with Varus and Orianna. At the same time, though, I really am confused with TF Shyvana. There's no synergy there. I'm a big guy on like synergy between solo laners and the AD, and I feel like if Alex had picked up Orianna or pretty much anything but TF, there would be some synergy between him and Shyvana. You know, the Ori-Shyvana combo is so strong, like pretty much anything except for TF. But so far, Gambit's been doing pretty well. I think Shyvana brings a very high mobile champion, and so does TF.
I mean, I really like the Shyvana pick, too. We've seen a lot of Shyvana in the LPL in China, mostly in jungle, but sometimes in top lane also. And Shyvana is great against more immobile AD carries like Varus or Caitlyn, because if you can get that ult in after you get Sunfire and Spirit Visage, she can just stick to the AD carry, and with her passive adding all that extra armor, she's pretty much unkillable. So in the late game, if you can get ahead, and while they don't have the best wombo combo, I agree with Double Lift, if Alex had been able to make the early plays with TF and kind of snowball Shyvana, I think it would have been a different story.
I definitely feel like, yeah, I can't but agree with these two guys, especially like from my support point of view. If you're playing Leona, very late game, it's really hard to peel a Shyvana off your AD carry, so that's definitely true. But I do feel like the TF really isn't working out that well for Alex. I just generally don't like it when he picks it. And on top of that, I don't like the Jinzhao pick on Diamond Prox either. I think he's such a great player, and I feel he limits himself by playing such a linear champion.
So talk to me a little bit now about how we find ourselves in the game. You know, there's been some early trades back and forth. It's only 3 kills to 1 if memory serves. But there's an exposed inhibitor for Fnatic. With the split pushing power of Shyvana, with Twisted Fate that can Destiny in and take that basically at any point in the not too distant future. What's going through Fnatic's minds right now?
Fnatic is still in control of this game though, because Gambit dropped the ball on a few things early. Like they allowed Leona to dive, while Leona doesn't excel at pushing a tower down slowly, say like a Sona does, poking it from far. They are generally poor at pushing the tower, but she's really, really good at diving, which basically, when the jungler joins that fight and gets a dive off, it needs to be defended.
They also tried to make a play against double revive passives, which is probably not the best idea. And so I would have rather seen Jhin cover than dive, but...
Well, we'll have to see how it plays out. I believe Alex is back, so sorry to cut you off, Kobe. We'll get back to that a little bit later.
It's okay.
Let's send
My team's winning. I'm fine.
We'll send this back to T-Man and Freak for the rest of the game.
Thank you very much, guys. We'll see about that one, Kobe. There's a long way to go in this game, I feel. This is no way a done deal by any team so far, because every team have their own advantages. Pause is about to go away, so we're about to get back into that match. So, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's Fnatic versus Gambit, the battle for Europe, as it were. These teams have faced off against each other so many times in the past, Freak, and as I say, there's no clear advantages yet.
Not any huge ones. You've got a lot of different things on both sides. And the one thing to think about, I kept thinking about that top lane matchup, but actually, there's a battle in the top lane. Never mind, it's not turning into much. But Diamond and Yellow Star got in a bit of a tussle there. I kept thinking about that top lane matchup between Soaz and Darien. And Soaz hasn't built any magic resist yet, but that's most of what Shyvana does. Sunfire Cape plus Burnout, plus her E damage as well. All of that is magic damage. And when Soaz gets a Spirit Visage, he's going to start ignoring her damage output while he does % health damage and starts making moves.
Fnatic 5-man push in this mid turret, and we're going to see whether Gambit do respond to it. Alex did get caught out quite heavily there, but they don't get a great deal of damage down. I think that was all Cyanide, hoping he could catch something out there. Instead, they've caught Diamond just off the side. That's a great lockup from Yellowstar. Has he got enough damage to turn this one around? Goes aggressive back on towards Peke. Doesn't have enough with the bullet time raining through. He's not going to land that damage. It's a kill for Fnatic.
And that's now 2 ultimates down for Gambit. Fnatic have enough health bars to keep exerting themselves on the map.
Well, Darien feeling aggressive there, but I didn't think he really got the call from the rest of his team. Peke is going to back away from this one. They don't really have any vision around that jungle, so they couldn't keep pushing out.
Unfortunately for them, nothing else but a kill picked up for Fnatic. I want to see what they do, though, because if they don't get to do anything off of individual kills, like, yeah, you can go up 400 gold at a time, but what really separates teams and brings them ahead is getting something else, whether it's ward control, whether it's a turret or a dragon or what, off of kills. If Fnatic can't do that, that's a bit of a worry, because it shows that they don't have the ability to close things out.
And Alex has actually grown back in towards that lane, because he was around 20 or 30 CS behind at one point, and you can see now they are just 4 TS different, and he's going to keep on pushing. That bottom turret, as we mentioned, they had all those outer turrets available to them. That's going to get a bit more gold towards Gambit. They had fell behind. It was around a 3,000 gold lead. It's fallen to a 2,000, and Gambit continuing to put pressure on this mid lane.
Yeah, and you can see them kind of, it's Gambit out Fnaticing Fnatic, but here comes the fight.
Chain of Corruption on towards Diamond. He launches himself back in there. Crescendo comes out, but it's the damage for Fnatic that's doing the job. They get one, get two, get in on towards Diamond. They get the slow on him. Soaz comes bouncing on in there, and Cyanide should finish this one out. It will be another kill. That is a 3-for-0 exchange. Fnatic looking strong. Alexis tries to come around the side, realizing this is a bad idea. Get the hell away from this fight.
Yeah, Alex used his ultimate to try to find his way in and didn't find anything. All he can do is keep his mid lane turret alive with wildcards, but here comes Soaz!
Let's bounce, lock up, and that's going to be another easy kill for Fnatic. I was surprised that he went for that one. It's an 8-1 kill score for Fnatic now.
That was absolutely massive for these guys, but without any health bars left, Fnatic can't do anything but just take the kills and come back. And so we're just back to this 3,000 gold lead. Watch this fight start. It's a 5 versus 4, basically. Really good engage. Diamond can't do much, not even a knock-up from his Q. He gets stun locked out here, and Genja had already burned bullet time. So that combo, that 5v5 type of team fight that Gambit wanted, wasn't there for them. Genja was useless in that battle, so Fnatic got to stack their crowd controls, pick up kill after kill, and just run through the Gambit lineup.
And it seems strange that they went for it, because that was perfect line for bullet time, but like you said, it wasn't available, so it seemed that they just didn't look at what was available for the team. Instead, it wasn't to be. So Fnatic, they are looking strong now. They have that 3,000 gold advantage, and they keep on pushing. They're taking away the advantages. You can see they're taking the blue buff off of Alex Hitch. That's important for that Destiny cooldown, and it is going to be Peke that takes that one away. So Fnatic looking to stack up in the mid lane, but this time Gambit are ready for them.
Yes, they are. With enough cooldowns. Well, actually, they don't have a lot of great cooldowns, actually, Gambit, right now. They don't have the crescendos. They have no good way of forcing a bullet time, except unless it's like a counter-engage and Genja waits around. But Fnatic are stronger. They can just siege the turret, use shields onto Soaz. Gambit's going in anyway.
Diamond just launches himself in there. Actually, Solar Flare doesn't land on anything from Yellowstar, so that was an ultimate burn there. And you can see Audacious Charge from Diamond Prox, but he's going to take a big chunk of damage out from Expeke there. Bullet time still available, of course, for Genja this time around, and Fnatic, they are not done sieging yet.
And Crescendo's up now as well, plus Diamond can re-engage, so there is a potential for a crazy team fight. But I want to point out that Peke's gotten Alacrity enchantment on his boots. He's actually, you actually heard Double talk about them being immobile in the back line. Fnatic are going to add some mobility to make sure that none of their back line gets caught in this.
Fnatic realizing that Gambit, they're trying to push Alex Hitch. He wants to go away and try to split push farm, but it's not working out. Fnatic, they're breaking down this inhibitor turret in the middle, and Gambit are simply not reacting to the damage that's going on towards them.
It's down to half HP, and their main wave clear in Alex Hitch was preoccupied bottom. There was already a big minion wave shoving up down there, and Alex said, I'll clear this one out, not realizing mid lane is already getting sieged.
Diamond out of position here, and they're continuing to keep those piercing arrows. You can see it was Alex Hitch that caught it this time alongside Voidal. Yellowstar doing a great job of shutting out Diamond, and they're continuing to siege down this turret. It is almost gone. This is the middle inhibitor turret. It's so important. Peke taking damage. You can see Gambit, they're going to try and turn this one around. They're going aggressive. Can they catch on towards them? No. It's a great hail of arrows to stop Darien.
This is tricky though. Alex Hitch has home guard and he can run forward, and Fnatic are actually very low on health bars here. Most of them are at about half. They can contest the dragon, and maybe the gold lead's enough for that. But honestly, Gambit can win a fight here.
Turning it back around, you can see jumping in. Shockwave used along with that elastic slingshot on Soaz, and well, Voidal's just removed from the map.
Voidal did not need to be there. There was no ward coverage over that side of the map. That's something that Fnatic had done with their gold lead, is ensure that the dragon side of the map didn't have many wards, nor does the Baron side of the map actually have many wards for Gambit either. Yeah, Darien doesn't get to do much with that. He has to run away from the enemy team. But the ward coverage is actually something that Fnatic has, and they're basically making plays off of that. They're also making plays off of sieging. Honestly, the game is just going Fnatic's way.
Darien trying a little bit too hard to get something from this one. The rest of Fnatic closing in. Solar Flare doesn't land. Alex Hitch okay eating that piercing arrow again. He's not going to get the blue buff for Darien here. He's going to use his ultimate to try and get away. Chain of Corruption didn't quite latch on towards him, and he will walk away from that one.
Yeah, he had to predict which way Darien was going to go. If he waited till he saw the direction, he would have been out of range anyway. Unfortunately, he thought Darien was going to cut the wall off to the side, But now you're sort of seeing the Fnatic game plan working very well. Heavy magic penetration Orianna plus the Liandry's means she can poke really, really well. She'll do a lot of damage with the Liandry's proc, whether she gets a squishy in the backline or even a frontline tank because of all the health they'll have, and they're just going to wear down the turrets.
4,500 gold lead for Fnatic, and you can see the siege potential. It's working very, very well. Alex is desperately keeping that wave on that bottom away from the turrets. They're going to try and buy themselves some time. In terms of a 4v1, it's Fnatic. They've definitely been winning out. You can see top lane, Darian, he's continuing to burn out. Soaz is joining the party once again. Push, you're going to get that red buff, and it looks like it's going to be Fnatic going back for that middle inhibitor turret.
And I want you to keep track of where the minions actually end up going. You talked about Fnatic pushing for the mid lane. The side lanes, though, are getting shoved out by Gambit. Darien has the top lane moving down. Remember, this is a top lane without an inhibitor turret. Gambit can race for inhib just like Fnatic can. And that is something that Fnatic has to worry about as that lane continues to push down and down and down and down. Minions can take the inhibs by themselves, in fact. Now, Peck on the other side is shoving the bottom lane, so it's kind of like a 2-for-1 here. Fnatic will get more out of these minion waves.
See Yellowstar waiting to try and catch someone out. He's got that ward placement in there, can throw out that ultimate and see what he gets to unlock someone up. This time it's the bottom lane turret they're going to poke towards. You see Pushu, every time he gets in, gets a couple of pokes onto that turret, takes it down. Diamond again, taking an attack dissonance from Peke. That drops his hit points very low. And again, the siege from Fnatic is so strong that Gambit is struggling to defend.
And despite the gold lead only being 5,000, which is important but not game-breaking, Fnatic show no fear while sieging. Gambit have never once actually tried to get in on Pushu just sitting there, auto-attacking a turret until now.
Darien goes aggressive, uses that ultimate to come in. Solar Flare locks them up, and Darien's going to drop before Gambit can respond. Diamond comes in, but it's too little, too late. He's forced to get away. It's a double kill for Pushu. That's going to be bullet time. All he does is manage to pop the passive of Cyanide. He flashes away. Shockwave flashed out from Boydell. Almost caught him out, but it's Fnatic that continue to push it.
And you can see it's just been a 2-for-1 right now, an advantage here for Fnatic, and they're still able to put some moves. They're going to back out with low health bars and say, we want to take away the buffs, we're going to control the map off of this.
Soaz did go down in that exchange. Alex Hitch using that Destiny. Where's he going to go? He's looking for him. Too low target. Cyanide's passive already popped, remember. Getting full vision of this one, but Yellowstar and Peke come across to prevent anything from them, and it's going to be the blue buff steal for Peke.
Alex only forced a flash from Yellowstar. That's all he got out of that Destiny gank.
The bottom lane, though, the top lane, sorry, the inhibitor being pushed in by minions. Are Fnatic going to get back in time to prevent that inhibitor going down? You can see them rushing back up there. The inhibitor not really taking a great deal of damage, so it will be stopped off. But Gambit, they're going to try and respond to this one, going for Baron.
They need to make this move. Fnatic's been spending their entire time on the bottom side of the map. They haven't gotten ward coverage over this side. They can guess Gambit are going for it, but Gambit must get this with no ultimates to try to get a way back in.
They're going for it very quickly. It's down to half health. Cyanide's going to get close enough just in time. It's down to 2,500 hit points. Cyanide's not going to get close in time. It is going to go down. That's going to be picked up. Cyanide goes in. He's going to get locked up. That's Gambit picking up one kill. So has the target. Passive not available. Solar Flare finds his target. That's going to be another kill for Pushu getting on towards him. Gambit taken so low. Have to back out the side. Diamond goes down. Genja gets away with it, but it's another kill for Pushu. That was a 3-for-1, and it's Fnatic that can turn and run for those inhibitors.
Despite the Baron, Fnatic just have more members on the map as well as minion waves, at least in the mid lane, going their way. Maybe Alex can miracle wave clear this. Maybe Genja can hold with bullet time. I wouldn't even be surprised to see him use it to kill some minions. But Fnatic can basically backdoor this turret.
Those piercing arrows from Pushu have been lethal. That's an inhibitor that is going to go down for Fnatic. You can see Alex rotating straight around to try and protect that bottom. He realizes he can't fight off Fnatic from this one. So, gamble didn't work for Gambit. They got that Baron, but they lost an inhibitor.
And they're still sitting at a 5,000 gold deficit. And unlike normally when you see a team hold Baron, you're like, it's a 4-minute pause button. You won't fight us with Baron. There's only 2 guys with the Baron buff for Gambit. And you've got super minions flooding into the mid lane now for Fnatic. They are able to just keep playing the siege game that they've been doing the whole time. I don't expect Fnatic to slow down for anything.
So let's see how this develops, because there's super minions pushing in that mid lane. You can see they're getting cleared out. And with those super minions going, it means there's minion waves going to Gambit. It means they're going to keep a gold supply going into Gambit. So Fnatic have to follow on from this one. Of course, that bottom inhibitor turret was taken very low. Suspect that's probably the next target.
I'd almost expect them just to take the freebies in the top lane just because there's almost no way Gambit stops even Pushu by himself shoving the top lane out, but it's really up to what they want to go for. They can get a gold lead by pushing top, but they can probably get the base by pushing bottom. It's really up to what Fnatic thinks is the best option for them, because I can't call it for him.
Innistar locks himself up, extra little bit of gold. He is actually got to be careful he doesn't keep pushing, because Darian and Alex Rich were hoping they could get themselves a free support kill. Not going to happen. Alex goes back up there and keeps that wave shoving against itself. As you mentioned, the outer and inner turret available, but it's Fnatic. They're going for the bottom lane.
It is. They shoved briefly the top lane, but there's Alex. There's the Twisted Fate going for the exposed inhibitor lane. The thing is, Fnatic gets to Gambit's base in time. It forces Alex to recall.
He's going to have to recall. There's no way he can try and split push against these two, because you see that turret already taken low. Pushu putting the damage on it. Peke putting the damage on it. That's another inhibitor turret picked up for Fnatic, and they are keeping the pressure onto Gambit.
And this is the thing, is Gambit no longer has a turret to fight under. Last time they fought down here, it was actually Darian diving in outside of turret range, and that's what made that fight so bad. It's what gave Fnatic control over the bottom side of the map as they sort of recovered and everything there. Now with another inhibitor without a turret, it's another easy point for Fnatic to fight over with no terrain advantage for Gambit, with nothing to keep them from just winning the inhib for free. Dragon goes down, it's just more advantage being controlled by Fnatic. This is still going their way, it's just Fnatic trying to not be too aggressive to not get caught in bullet time crescendo.
All season long, Fnatic have had Gambit's number. They are currently chasing them in the group. This would lock them up at 3-1 apiece in Group B, and actually would put Fnatic in the lead, because obviously that win over Gambit would be vital. Gambit themselves, they were looking to try and stretch some ground, and looking, honestly, pretty much invincible so far in the group, but Fnatic have found that weakness, and Gambit are in trouble here. They're 8,000 gold down now. In terms of turrets, it's looking like, ooh, sneaky play in this top lane.
It's a Fnatic. They're pulling a Fnatic.
They're going to go towards Soaz. Soaz is going to get locked up, of course. He will have that ultimate. Solar Flare responding. Shockwave doesn't land. Darian uses the ultimate, but it's Gambit in a very good position. Cyanide forced to back away from that one. Passive wasn't quite popped. Darian taken low. You can see Soaz going to be the focus. He's got passive available. Just off the side, Peke with full hit points, pushing taken low as well, trying to keep them at bay, locking on towards it. Diamond's going to go down. Soaz bounces on towards him. Voidal in trouble now, and Fnatic turning around. That gold advantage paying dividends, and Fnatic just have the item difference.
That's exactly what it was. A small item and level lead allowed them to just tank that fight out. The number of shields coming through for Peke, he'll win that duel. Yeah, Fnatic using the gold lead. Nice attempt by Gambit to try to find something and force a battle lopsided, but they had to engage on a tank of Fnatic, so they couldn't burst him out.
Tried to go for the sneaky play, did not work. Fnatic were ready, just happened to be all nearby, and that was the lane they wanted to push. That's 2 turrets from that one exchange, and they're going to take themselves, I feel, another inhibitor turret. But Gambit are all respawning. Remember, we're only at the 30-minute mark. Those death timers are not that long yet.
It's a 5 versus 4, and it's an injured 5 versus a full health 4. There's still a chance that Gambit pushes Fnatic out of the base, but not before the turret goes down. Now with Baron in 2 minutes, now here's the next question for Fnatic. They can wait around, take control over the ward game, and get a Baron for free, or they can say, screw it, we'll take the inhibs down. There's no turrets to stop us, we'll close it out from there.
With a 10,000 gold difference almost, I feel it's a risky game to go for that Baron when they have clearly teamfight advantage. As you just saw, they got sabotaged and assaulted on in that top lane, but still managed to turn it back around. Gambit realizing this, trying to keep those waves clear. Inhibitor will be respawning shortly in that mid lane, but that is 3 exposed inhibitors that Fnatic have. There's no way they need to siege down. They can just keep on pushing through down towards that Gambit base.
And when you got an 80 carry like this Varus right here, it's pretty easy for Fnatic to push you out. So, Yellow Star and Co. moving up the mid lane, the mid inhib respawning, yeah, it has just respawned now. They still have 1 super minion left in that wave to push with. And you look at them, the prizes in their eyes. Fnatic have their cooldowns back aside from 2 ignites, not a big deal. They even get a blue buff steal. And Fnatic, this is the what looks like the game-winning push for Fnatic if they execute it right.
Alex was trying to push out that top lane, but instead he's left it exposed, and Fnatic just walking straight in towards the bottom lane. No need for backdooring from Peke this time around. They're just putting their big size 10 boot straight through the front door. And Gambit, unfortunately, can't do anything about it. And they are going to get driven out. Solar Flare lands. Diamond Prox just gets dropped where he stands. Chain of Corruption on towards Voidal. Voidal gets hammered as well. It's a double for Pushu. Darian next target. He's tanky, but he's not that tanky. He can't prevent 5 members of Fnatic just stomping on his face. Peke picks up the kill. Bottom inhibitor goes down, middle inhibitor will follow. Just 2 members, Alexich and Kenja, stand in the way of a 3-1 victory for Fnatic, and they are just going to drive this one through into the base.
This is going to be everything for Fnatic right now. Even comes in on Alexich, and here's the good bullet time. It's not going to mean much. Alex goes down. Peke is going to survive. The turrets have a very different fate. They're going to be going down. This will be Fnatic's game.
The score says it all, ladies and gentlemen. 21 kills to 3, 7-0-11 for Peke, 11-0-5 for Pushu. The AD carry and AD AP mid did their job. Fnatic and win 3-1 in the group's Gambit. They looked invincible, but wow, they've just been swept aside by Fnatic.
That was impressive to look at what they did at the beginning of yesterday. A honestly horrible looking loss against Vulcan where nothing seemed to go right. They kind of yelled at themselves for champion select. To come through here, beat the only undefeated team left in the group convincingly. Never were they actually really behind in this game. A lot of great moves, and you're like, well guys, Europe's 1-2 in Group B.
They are 1-2. They are both 3-1 now. It is all open. Remember, this is a round robin. These guys are going to go against each other again.
Yeah.
And Gambit called it yesterday. We saw it, Alex Sitch with the interview with Travis saying, Fnatic are the only team we really fear in this group. Ozone are good, but we've already beaten them. It's Fnatic we're worried about, and sure as hell you can see why. Fnatic, in their first game against Vulcan, looked so shaky. But it just seems they found their confident flow, and today they have looked magnificent.
They have looked magnificent. It was Fnatic playing the Fnatic game, and it was interesting because it looked like Gambit was trying to beat them at their own game. Gambit are a pretty well adaptable team, but they ran a heavy split push top. The Shyvana, who had a good matchup for the first part of the game against Soaz's Zach, and you had Alex Ich running around Twisted Fate, making a bunch of pressure. They got the inhibitor turret down. Had such a good run in that beginning of the game. The early game plan was great for Gambit, but Fnatic played their sort of new styles. What they've done today is picking people off, not hesitating at all to engage. It's now Yellowstar playing Leona, who we haven't seen play her a lot, and now showing up and saying, here's the new Fnatic, we're going to jump at you, and it's going to be painful.
And I do question that Twisted Fate pick. Alex Sitch, during the summer split, said himself, leaving that Twisted Fate open is often a big bait for your team. Fnatic knew what they were doing there when they left that open.
Yeah, they seemed to completely outplay it. And even though they knew it was able to come out there, even though Peke never roamed to match him, he just said, I'm going to keep shoving mid, I'll build a minion kill lead, and I'll be a force for my team in team fights, which is what Fnatic looked for.
Indeed. So guys, we've got to take a quick break, but when we return, our experts at the analysis desk will be breaking down Group B and previewing, of course, tomorrow's Team A battles. So stick around, the Season 3 World Championships returns from Los Angeles, California in 3.5 minutes.
We're here at Worlds and it's awesome. The game that stood out the most to me has to be OMG against SK Telecom T1.
SKT were favored to be the strongest team in the tournament.
OMG with a new style said no. We're gonna team fight, we're gonna dive you, and your life's going to suck.
I'm slightly disappointed in Lemon Dogs. All of Europe were kind of expecting, okay, Lemon Dogs are actually gonna beat SKT. That didn't quite work out for them.
Lemon Dogs, if they find that middle 10 minutes, they're golden.
I feel that TSM are the second weakest team in Group A.
Reginald needs to perform if TSM are going to do well.
OMG vs Lemon Dogs is kind of a battle of an unstoppable force that is OMG. They're going to dive you, and a mostly movable object in Lemon Dogs. That's going to be a really close matchup.
It's almost impossible to say who the best team in Group A is, but I would say OMG and SKT probably have an edge over the rest.
road to the biggest event in esports begins right here.
Gentlemen, to the League of Legends Season 3 World Championship! I'm Evke Shock-Supporter coming to you live from Los Angeles, California, in front of this incredible studio audience. Today, the 5 teams from Group A continued their fight for the Season 3 title and the Summoners Cup. Our first battle of Day 3 features Nukeduck and Europe's Lemon Dogs taking on the undefeated leaders of Group A, China's OMG. But before the games begin, let's take a tour of the League of Legends broadcast studio, starting with Joe and Kobe over in the broadcast booth.
Thanks a lot, Shocks. I'm Joe Miller, along with the only man on our entire team who foresaw Fnatic's victory over Gambit Gaming yesterday, Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler. Good job, Kobe.
All right, thanks, Joe. Let's just hope that Jat can keep the casters ahead, because we all know if Double Lift starts to get ahead, he's just going to call everybody trash, and nobody's going to have fun.
And today, our team of casters will be bringing you all the play-by-play of our 5 Group A matches from right here on the desk.
But for now, let's send it over to D-Man, who's hanging out up in the interview lounge.
Thank you very much, Kobe. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and today we'll be bringing you interviews with the winners of our matches, as well as special guests that are here watching our group stage games. But right now, let's head over to those guys you all know and love. It is the analysis desk, and it's going to be get the start day started for the World Championships.
Thank you very much, D-Man. What's going on, everybody? I'm Rivington Bism III, and insta-locking the analyst desk with me, D-Man's getting to me, is Joshua Jat Leesman. Plus, joining us again is our very own Trinity Force of LoL punditry, OGN casters Monte Cristo, the Evil Geniuses Crepo, and CLG's all-star carry, Doublelift himself. Gentlemen, it's always a pleasure.
It's great to be here again.
It absolutely is. 3 strong days so far. We're going even harder and faster this day. If you missed any of yesterday's action, here's a visual stroll down memory lane, a compilation of all the world-class plays from Monday's 5 Group B matches.
Day 2 of the Season 3 World Championship was all about the unpredictability of Group B. In the first game of the day, Samsung Galaxy Ozone flexed their muscles against the overmatched Mineski.
Here comes the stand united. Dandy very low on mana. He's going to stay on the outside. Mata goes in for the ultimate. He is focused down very fast. They're looking at Yume now. Eyes onto him. He takes the lantern home.
And that is just them flexing their muscles right now. But Mineski would not go down without a fight.
Looper coming in with the ultimate. Tries to get Exo so the damage can't be done. Kiting very well. Blade of the Root King keeping Exo alive in the fight. And holy crap, Mineski comes up huge.
Nice one. Nice one. In the end, Samsung were too strong, and the win improves their group record to 2-1.
Expect that hammer to be dropped, and it looks like they get up a nice pad on the KDA before they take down the Nexus turrets. Ozone coming into this one quite strong. The fight didn't put him on tilt. They knew what they needed to do.
Yeah, you can see a fairly calm and collected Ozone right there. In their match against Gambit, Vulcan made one mistake after another.
Level 4 to 4, they're going to Diamond! Could it be first blood? He pulls himself out just on the outside! It wasn't the Q! Psycho Sid couldn't hit it! The kill goes out! First blood going over to Voidal, and Genja gets the second one!
Gambit punished Vulcan for those missteps, and they continued to roll through Group B.
Smithy may go down there. Oh, they throw the command shockwave. That was quite unfortunate on the vault breaker. He connects with it and he kicks it back.
Nice.
Gambit, 3-0 here in Group B.
Gambit absolutely dominating this group so far. In the third game of the day, Fnatic exploded Samsung Ozone's bot lane.
Cyanide as well comes into the fight, and they will be able to get this down. Oh! Very low. Looper is just getting crushed. A great ultimate coming in from Soaz, and they obliterate the bottom lane with 4 members.
And that's the dive from Fnatic. Fnatic dominated the Korean Ozone, and the win would give Europe the top 2 spots in Group B.
This is the decider now. Puju going in. He gets hit up, but he's already taken down Dade. They turn the fight around to him. Soaz is 1v1 as well in the fight against Dandy. And Fnatic takes the jungle back.
And you cannot run from this Fnatic team. They chase everyone down on Ozone. 21 kills to 6. And another surrender from Ozone. 2 teams in need of a win played a very close game until 30 minutes, when Vulcan was able to pull away for the win to keep pace with the Group B leaders.
Finally, Vulcan starting to turn the screws on the Philippine team, and it's going to be Yume backing off. Exo gets caught out, Wither comes in, Vulcan closing the door. They do manage to get one. Yume's not going to be able to survive another though, and that surely will be the game for Vulcan.
And the crowd chanting USA in the background, happy to have their hometown team pick up a win right here. Hard-fought victory, but Vulcan's done it.
The last game of the day was perhaps the most important. Gambit were looking to remain undefeated, while Fnatic were trying to snap Gambit's 3-game winning streak to move into a tie for first in the group standings.
But it's the damage for Fnatic that's doing the job. They get 1, get 2, getting on towards Diamond, they get the slow on him. Soaz comes bouncing on in there, and Cyanide should finish this one out. It will be another kill. That is a 3-for-0 exchange. Fnatic looking strong.
The early deficit would force Gambit to gamble for Baron.
It's gonna be close. We can fight them. We can fight. We can fight. We can fight.
It's low.
We can fight. Fight them. Fight them.
Yep. Cyanide goes in. He's going to get locked up. That's Gambit picking up 1 kill. So has the target. Passive not available. Solar Flare finds his target. That's going to be another kill for Pushu getting on towards him. Gambit taken so low. Having to back out the side. Diamond goes down. Genja gets away with it. But it's another kill for Pushu. That was a 3-for-1. The score says it all, ladies and gentlemen. 21 kills to 3. They looked invincible, but wow, they've just been swept aside by Fnatic.
And after those incredible games yesterday, let's check out the standings for the 5 teams in Group B. Europe has the top 2 spots locked down halfway through the group stage portion of this World Championship with identical 3-1 records.
Samsung Galaxy Ozone and Vulcan are sitting just 1 game back with 4 games left in this double round-robin group stage, while Mineski is yet to pick up a win.
All right, gentlemen, so let's start to discuss. Let's talk first about Fnatic's amazing and fantastic games yesterday. 2-0, jumping into the top spot of Group B. They were just kind of on a rampage.
Yeah, and Europe in general seems to be stronger than a lot of people anticipated. I know during the European LCS season, there was a lot of questions about whether they were actually good because there was so much parity in that league. We knew their mid laners were strong. We knew they had unconventional picks, but we weren't really sure how they're going to prepare on this world stage. And so far, it seems like they may actually be a little ahead of the game.
I was really impressed with the way Fnatic bounced back. Having that early loss against Vulcan really threw them off the game, I would say, but then a day later, they come back and they just completely own it up. They played so well. Even Gambit played really well. So every European team has been doing well, and it actually makes me feel slightly less awful for not being here. So I'm rooting for the Europeans.
Yeah, and Fnatic, they did have that slow start and that questionable York pick, but when I talked to them yesterday, they knew what they had done wrong. They lamented that pick a little bit, and they immediately turned it around. And out of the 2 kind of expected powerhouses in that group, Ozone and Fnatic's been the one to turn things around, and Ozone just continues to struggle. So I think they're looking really, really good.
Yeah, and just going off that, Europe's unique picks and unorthodox strategy really seems to throw Asia off. Especially, you see Ozone struggling against Europe so much. But I have a very patriotic hunch that NA is going to give Europe some trouble. Just patriotism.
That's cute.
All right, so Fnatic definitely wowed, got some fans yesterday, but there were a few other teams we were talking about as well, and one of them was the pre-tournament favorite, Ozone, coming into this one, which they have struggled so far.
Yeah, my eyes were on Mata, because I feel like on Ozone, Dandy, Dade, and Mata are the playmakers, but really, Mata's the one who gives them the vision to make those plays happen. When I watched him play, I was really unimpressed. He didn't seem himself. Very uncharacteristic of him not to spam pink wards, especially against Evelynn. I think he's just really off his game, whether it's jet lag or just nerves getting to him. I'm looking forward to see how he adjusts.
Yeah, they were definitely a shade of their former self. I was particularly still impressed though by Looper. I mean, you're bringing in a sub, first
time.
tournament, hasn't played much before, opens up with proxy singed, like played really, really well. But then at the same time, if your sub that you just brought in is your best player or one of your best players at the moment, you're not doing well. So I don't know what really happened there because they replaced him recently with instead of Home, right?
Yeah, and coming in, we've seen just Ozone be in utter disarray this tournament. It's not just they're losing lanes, it's that they're foregoing all of these fundamentals that have been so strong in the past. And has always been the emotional center of Ozone. If you look at the interviews that have been done with that team, all of the other players constantly say, we really rely on to be our kind of emotional core. And he's 29. He's about a decade older than Imp. And in Korean culture, too, age comes a lot of respect as well. So with him being taken out of the picture, even though Looper may be playing better in lane, they're missing something fundamental to that team that is causing them to play a certain way. And maybe we might see him in the next few games.
Yeah, I was actually during the cast yesterday wondering if they're going to bring Ohm back, because once they seem to fall behind a little bit in these games, they just kind of lose control, and it does seem like they need a bit of guidance. But I think one more thing about this team is they were probably greatly overrated coming into this World Championship.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Because they won the spring split of the summer season, but they came in third place, or sorry, spring split of the spring, won the spring OGN season, and then came in third for the summer season and barely beat out CJ Antis Frost for that third place, who also wasn't that strong of a team. So it's been a while since they've been at their peak.
I agree, and it's worth noting, too, that since they played Frost in that third place match, Frost is a team that's been having their own troubles with the mid lane, and so I feel like that may have masked some of Dade's weaknesses in that series, so we didn't really get a full read on Ozone as of late. But yeah, based on their performance, you have to say they were very overrated coming in.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, considering and regardless of the results for some of the teams as they wish, Ozone and Group B do get a couple days off to regroup and recharge, while the 5 teams in Group A now take to the Rift. So let's take a look at the standings heading into today's games. China's OMG is now the only team remaining in the group stage with a perfect record, and because of that, they're in first. It's funny how that works.
Yeah, then in the middle of the pack, it's Europe's Lemon Dogs, Korea's SK Telecom T1, and North America's Team Solomid. In 5th place, we have the international wildcard, Lithuania's Gaming Gear EU.
And out of the first 5 matches between the guys in Group A, I think the highlight for me and many others was OMG's dominating win over the pre-tournament favorites, SKT here.
Yeah, in terms of SK Telecom, though, I'm not particularly worried. Again, we talked about this yesterday. SK Telecom has a habit against good teams of dropping the first game. In their last 3 best-of-5s, they've either dropped 1 or 2 games and then come out and won 3 in a row. So they adapt very well, and that's what we're going to be looking at here, I think, because they can make those adjustments, and once they see a strategy once, it's incredibly difficult to fool them with it again.
Yeah, and OMG specifically for me, I'm really looking at their bottom lane because in China during Season 3, you see a lot of Graves and Varus. Those are like the super common picks. Right now, because of Trinity Force changes 3 and 11, Corki and Ezreal are really, really popular. I feel like Son, I've seen him play Graves, I've seen him play Varus. Those are hard. I'd say they're counters to Corki and Ezreal on lane. And I'm really interested to see how he's going to adapt to the fact that everyone's picking Corki. He has like the easiest time. He has so much experience playing those strong counters.
That's a really good point. That's really going to play in their favor because if you look back at yesterday's matches, the inability to pick Corki or pick any lane counter really threw Ozone off their game. Like they had the chance to pick Corki, they didn't do it, and then they had the chance to counter pick Corki, and they really, I think, even when Ezreal into it at one point, it just doesn't match up. Like this patch, Corki is really strong, and you either need to, you're gonna run into one at least, so you need to prepare for it, pick it yourself, or deal with it.
And I kind of want to pose that question to you guys as the bottom lane. What is that, what makes it so centric about Corki right now? Knowing the matchup isn't just enough, apparently.
Well, I feel like if you've been playing AD competitively for a long time, you should be able to play pretty much every AD at a competitive level. Since all ADs are pretty similar, I'm not going to lie. It's not like mid where there's a difference between like Zed and Orianna. They're very different. In top lane, you can play everything. Bottom lane is really just like you should be able to play just about everything. And if something strong like Corki comes up, either play it or play a counter to it. It should be very simple. What's really surprising to me is that these ADs are really just either not able to play Corki or the counters, some of them, and that's just like, it blows my mind.
All right, so shifting gears a little bit, I want to talk about the players outside of the games. Many of you at this desk have played in high-pressure tournaments before, even including Jat back on Dignitas. So what's going on in the minds of these players right now from game to game when things aren't going the way they think it should?
Well, For me, whenever I get frustrated or whatever because of a loss, the biggest thing is that you don't tunnel on the wrong things. If you're tunneling on, oh, this is so big, this is such, and it's really just not like a centric problem that you have, you're really just not going to be able to adapt and change your playstyle from game to game, and that's going to hurt you as the tournament goes on.
Yeah, and kind of going off that, the thing I noticed in my small time playing and like my larger time observing is anytime a team is in that high pressure situation, they really just default back to their core tendencies that they're most used to. And if they try and make an adaptation, it has to be to something that they've already practiced and then have that plan be prepared. Because if they try to go for something they haven't prepared, even if it's worked in solo queue for them or they think they have it, once the pressure is on, it never works.
I think that's a perfect description of what we're seeing happening with Ozone right now because they're going back onto their older champions or they're seeing the Gambit Kog'Maw, Genja's Kog'Maw build, and then immediately trying to replicate that. It's really strange.
Exactly, because Imp's that Vayne or Caitlyn player, when we've seen him be successful, and specifically his Vayne play, is all about moving around teamfights and getting right in there. We saw him doing that on Kog'Maw. It doesn't work on Kog'Maw, and they just wasn't working for them at all.
And Crepo, in these intense situations, where does it fall for you?
Yeah, once the pressure gets really high, and especially when you drop a map, a lot of these teams will go back to their comfort champions. And once the meta keeps changing so quick, that might be a really bad tendency to break. If you're competing at the world-class level, you need to be able to have a wide variety of champions, or people will read on that, and they will just ban you out, force you into situations you can't recover from. And that's, as Mondi said, something that Ozone was really suffering from.
All right, we'll see if they can pull it back around today. It's going to be pretty intense for just about everyone on that stage. And the 5 teams of Group A aren't the only ones competing here today, as you gentlemen know. All week long, the 4 of you have been picking the winners of the games, or in the case of Crepo, not picking the winners of the games. But
good one.
Completely okay. Well, look at how you guys have been doing so far. The casters and the viewers are sitting at the top of the standings. Those 2 hive minds have guessed 73% correct.
Power numbers.
Yes, they are continually doing a good job so far. Keep it up, Jack, because it's you. The rest of the guys aren't far behind, and it's all up to you. So as you said before, Kobe's been throwing you on the bus.
Yeah, he tried to throw me under the bus yesterday because he wanted to pick the Fnatic upset, and I was like, I don't know, man, that might not be safe. I also told him to do a couple other things that would have worked out well, but he didn't mention them.
Are we sensing some rivalry between the casters here?
I mean, I just want.
I mean, it's just a game, Jack. It's just a game. Why do you have to take it so serious?
All right, so before we get to our first picks here at Worlds, it's time to talk about something that I can predict with 100% accuracy, and that's today's schedule. Up first, the Lemon Dogs try to mark up OMG's perfect record, and then SKT try to bounce back when they take on Gaming Gear.
After that, Team Solo Mid and Lemon Dogs face off in a transatlantic showdown, followed by Gaming Gear looking to take out OMG. Then, of course, SKT takes on TSM.
All right, gentlemen, Lemon Dogs versus OMG. Monty, I'm going to kick it off with you. Your prediction.
I'm going to take OMG for this one, even though I do think this is an extremely close call. Lemon Dogs has been playing well, and of course, now that they've had some time to observe OMG and their rather unique play style here in groups, I think they'll probably have some answers, but OMG, cool, he's just good.
Yeah, Cool's a pretty big monster, and I also think OMG is going to win. It's a really big toss-up, but I think, well, the word is that when Lemon Dogs gets behind, they lose, and OMG is the perfect team to put them far behind because of their super high aggression, early 5-manning. It's just a natural counter to Lemon Dogs' playstyle.
Okay.
See, I'll actually have to go with Lemon Dogs here. I mean, I know you guys like this race now, and I gave you a little lead, but now I'm going to catch up again. I'm rooting for European teams because I want a top 3 European team because by that definition, we would have been the 4th team in the world, right? That's how that works? No?
Okay.
I hope so.
There we go. Sure. Exactly. But honestly, I'm going to go with Lemon Dogs as well. We talked about how well the European teams are doing so far here at the World Championships, but specifically why is because Double have mentioned that Lemon Dogs does poorly when they fall behind. I feel like OMG is even worse when they fall behind. I've been watching a lot of the Chinese LPL, and when they are a snowball team. If they don't get extremely far ahead, they fall back. And specifically with N-Rated now as the analyst for Lemon Dogs, and how well Lemon Dogs started against SKT on day 1 of
groups. They have really good level 1s.
I feel like they can plan a level 1 for OMG and just play conservatively enough that their overall team play will take over OMG.
That's okay, Jet. You can be wrong.
I think when we're talking about these teams that have never played outside of the country before, I think you got to give them a little slack in the first couple of days. But I think we're going to see SK Telecom and OMG really start to get rolling today.
All right, well, the split decision here between the desk. You've heard what these guys have to say. Now it's your turn. It's time for you to make your decision. Head over to lolesports.com and vote for who you think will win today's matches. Just go to the schedule in the top right, click on day 3, and pick your team. And if the first 2 days of Worlds are any indication, odds are you're going to be right.
and then head over to Twitter and let us know. Which pro do you think is making the biggest impact on Group A and why? Hit us up at LOL Esports and be sure to use the hashtag Worlds. We'll be reading the best responses live later today, and if one of them is yours, you'll get a Logitech G602S gaming mouse.
Not too bad. All right, everyone, we're going to take a quick break, but when we return, Europe's Lemon Dogs and China's OMG take to the stage for our first game of the day. The Season 3 World Championship live from Los Angeles. We'll be right back. Don't touch that browser.
Welcome back to the League of Legends Season 3 World Championship, coming to you live from Los Angeles in front of this lovely studio audience. It's time for our first match of the day as Europe's Lemon Dogs take on China's OMG. And thus far this tournament, China's regular season champs have applied a massive amount of early and unrelenting aggression on their way to a perfect start here at the Worlds.
I know. In both of their games, OMG were able to pull off 3-minute tower dives as cleanly as I've ever seen them executed. Loveland has impressed me so much already. He used to be a support, and now his jungle is just on point. He used the Aatrox passive to go for a level 2 tower dive, as well as Lee Sin in their other game, getting 2 kills on top of the first blood. And once OMG have that lead, they've been able to build those into some very clean team fights in the mid game, which they've been able to finish off the entire game from there. This mid laner from China, MVP Cool there, he's put up some incredible numbers. In their first 2 games, remember, one of those games was against Faker. That 15, 3, and 16 score, even more impressive now. But the most deadly man on OMG so far has been their AD carry, San. He stacked up a KDA of 19.5 in their first 2 games, while taming Wild Turtle and Piglet.
Well, today San and OMG will try to add the Lemon Dogs and Nuke Duck to their portfolio of wins as they head to the Rift to take on Europe's second place team.
Yeah, well, Lemon Dogs didn't fare as well against SKT as OMG did. Adaptation has also been one of the hallmarks of Lemon Dogs this summer. They show that they're capable of adapting to these new patches quicker than other teams in Europe, and now they've also had a day to try and adapt to OMG's high-pressure style. They saw that game against SKT1, so they're probably going to plan something to come at that very early. The big matchup, though, against these 2 teams is going to be in that mid lane. It's the Lemon Dogs' Nuke Duck. He's all about controlling his lane rather than roaming very early, and then he snowballs that later into split-pushing style. He's going to be looking to lock down Cool.
And for Nuke Duck and team, this Season 3 championship is their first time on the world stage, and the Lemon Dogs are confident that even if they lose out in the group stage, they're bound to win over some fans.
Lemon Dogs is a new team which came from the bottom to the top, and now they're gonna play for the World Finals.
Lemon Dogs is one of the teams with the lowest fan base. It's a team formed of like fresh players. None of them have really been pro except for one, which is Tabs.
We're kind of like the unknown team, dark horse that maybe people underestimate, and we'll try to show what we are made of in the World Finals.
We have a small fan base, no one cares about us, but we're still good at the game, so it's definitely a huge opportunity. But I think like we are here, we have like nothing to lose but everything to win. Even if it doesn't work out, we are still like safe in the next split, and we can train for like the next year and see how we do then, because we're still a pretty young team. Why shouldn't we go for like the 1 million if we are here?
We always have to deal with pressure, so I don't think it's gonna be something that hinders us at all. Hopefully it just makes us play even more focused and better.
In a way, we have entire EU on our backs right now. We present the EU and we have to make them proud.
Everything to win, nothing to lose, and I think that's what could make the Lemon Dogs so dangerous here.
Well, they said they don't have that many fans, but they're good at the game, so that's important.
Fans will come, no doubt about that one. Let's have a look at the starting lineups for this one, starting in the blue corner with the Lemon Dogs. They are Zoro in the top lane, Dexter in the jungle, Nuke Duck in the mid lane, the AD carry Tabs, and the support player Mithy.
And in the red font, it's OMG. Going is up top. Loveland's in the jungle, their mid laner is Cool, their AD is San, and their support is Big Pomelo.
So let's talk a little bit then about Champion Select, because there are some crossovers in this one. The mid laners both played Ahri up until now. We've seen Corki coming out of both AD carries. Could be a very heated Champion Select this one around.
I think that the most interesting part of this Champion Select is going to be the jungle for Loveland. Because I talked about, Lemon Dogs, they adapt quickly, and they watch the other games previously. He hasn't gone to use his jungle Yorick yet. I love really crazy jungle things, and the jungle Yorick is actually a very interesting pick for them because it changes their style a lot. So if Lemon Dog's prepared for the early tower dives, OMG, if they get Yorick, they won't be doing that, and it'll be more of a counter jungling, and it'll be Loveland going to attack the other jungler. So it'll definitely throw Lemon Dogs off if they forget to ban out that Yorick.
Well, we're into Champion Select, and we can see the first couple of bans coming out. Aatrox taken away from Loveland. That was in their win against TSM, of course. Ended up 4-2-16 with that. Good champion to take out. Zed on the other side, we've already seen what Nukeduck can do with it.
That Aatrox ban really makes me sad. Every single game that's happened so far that Aatrox has been in, I haven't been able to cast. I have so many little nuances that go into playing Aatrox I want to contribute, but taking that away from Loveland's a great choice. He went with the 1 buff tower dive, which is what caught the other team off guard there. Level 2 going for that and using the passive that early to get first blood was really beautiful play. But like I said, no Yorick ban here, so I think that OMG might go with that one and switch up their strategy.
Well, the other bans coming down. Caitlyn and Orianna taken away here by the Lemon Dogs. Caitlyn again aimed towards San. It leaves that Corki up, or at least unless OMG ban it here for their final one.
I mean, you're right to keep bringing this Corki back up. It's a very high priority throughout this whole tournament. I think it only got through once so far, not being picked or banned. And it is up first for Lemon Dogs, but the first pick, very important, especially we talked about the mid laners here. Both of these guys have big champion pools, and Cool is very well known for counter picking. So I don't think they're going to want to blow that one very early on the mid lane.
So, Elise being hovered over and selected here by Lemon Dogs. Now, this is a champion that Dexter is no stranger to. We finished 9-0-6 coming out of the jungle against Gaming Gear EU. But back in the summer split, when Lemon Dogs destroyed Gambit all the way back near the start of the season, that's where he started as well. So this Dexter, Elise for Dexter, very dangerous.
Yeah, if you want to be dueling early in the jungle, Elise is actually pretty good. She did have some resistances taken off of her spider form, so it's a little bit harder, and she relies a lot on getting the jump on the other jungler so that she can land her combo and get the burst out early. But this Kennen pickup as well for OMG, the first pick away from them, takes that away from Zoro up in the top, who loves Kennen.
And second pick was Ahri as well. We already mentioned that both mid laners have played that up until now. And it's going to be Cool that gets that one this time around. Did play it against TSM as well while we're on that point. Finished off with 11 kills, so certainly scary. Other side, Corki coming in finally for the Lemon Dogs, along with the Sona for Mithy.
Yeah, that duo lane is extremely strong. Corki, once he hits level 6, poke with the rockets is really good against another AD carry that doesn't have too much to say, someone that isn't going to be rushing a Bloodthirster. It really slowly whittles them down. And early on as well, Sona, very strong poke with the power chords. It also means in the mid game, they've got a nice area of effect power spike there from the bottom lane coming from that Corki and Sona.
So let's have a look then over towards OMG. Picks starting to slow down a little bit as we get deeper in. Zyra is a champion that Big Pomelo has exclusively played so far in Worlds. We're only 2 games in though, and he's going to make it 3 here, along with that Lee Sin pickup for Lovely.
So it's not going to be Jungle Yorick. My hopes are dashed again. It's going to be the Lee Sin this time. He performed very well in the Lee Sin though as well. We talked about the early gank up top that got them first blood, 2 kills, and the first turret. That's what snowballed them their first game. And they did lock that one in. The crowd cheering for the Fizz, I think. It's not the Zach cheer. I'm pretty sure that's for Fizz.
I think we're safe in thinking that is a cheer for Fizz coming down. Zach going to be picked up as well. Again, another champion used against Gaming Gear for Zoro in the top lane. But this Fizz, we've seen throughout the season that Nukeduck is definitely good with Fizz. He's got Tabs there to teach him, who was famed obviously for his Fizz over in Europe when he actually played mid lane before. So strong, scary lineup from Lemon Dogs.
Yeah, Tabs, he's still actually confident in his ability to play mid lane as well. He said that he could play mid lane right now in the LCS, and he would be fine, even though he's already switched over to AD. So they've got a lot of mid lane players over on that Lemon Dogs team. But I think that, you know, it's really Zoro that shoves up his lane, and he's the one who does the roaming. So it'll be interesting how they make use of this Fizz sort of in the mid game. You know, once he gets the Lich Bane, though, then he'll be looking for those roaming assassinations. Meanwhile, OMG, Cool first picking that Ahri. There's not a lot of counters to Ahri. I mean, Fizz is pretty good against him, against her, but he is so confident in that, he's going to be looking to roam very early. As soon as he's level 6, the other lanes are going to have to watch out because cool combos with Loveland for very early roaming kills superbly well.
Final pick coming out there for OMG was the AD carry, Tristana. Let's have some thoughts on that one, Kobe.
Yeah, the Tristana, that's definitely kind of fallen off a little bit here. There's a couple reasons. Because she passively pushes her lane because of the explosive shot that you level up early anyway. And then also, with the nerfs to Blade of the Ruin King, it means that she does have to wait really till that late game. She's got a nice, very early power spike. As soon as she hits 6, it's a good burst. But then the mid game is kind of weak for her, and then she'll really shine at the late game.
So let's have a look then what you guys at home have been thinking about this one. According to lolesports.com, 70% of you think that OMG will keep their perfect record intact. And it's also between the analysts, very, very split. 2 of you, Jack and Crepo, going for Lemondogs, Monty and Double Lift going for OMG. So this one up in the air, but the fans, they've not been wrong too often in this one, we have to say, going for OMG.
Yeah, 70% is actually quite a lot. I'm pretty glad the analysts were split 2 and 2 because this game really will be close. It's kind of a classic matchup here. OMG, everyone knows they like the early aggression. They didn't bring out the Jungle York. They usually sin, so it's probably going to be a similar story to what we've seen from them already. And Lemondogs prefer a slower early game so they don't get behind, and then they methodically finish out the mid and late games by just taking the objectives that are clear and slowly pushing up.
So we're going to get into game then. An important one here in Group A. The unbeaten OMG taking on Europe's 2nd place. And honestly, the shining light team from the summer split, we have to say, leading all the way from week 6 in that one. So let's get into this one. We've said level 1 going to be very important. Lemondogs tried something funky against SKT T1. We all know that OMG are not scared of getting their hands dirty at level 1.
Yeah, and we talked about how Lemondogs have scouted OMG the past day, but OMG also saw that level 1. So Lemondogs are not going to pull the same trick twice. Much more defensive this time, and they only drop 1 ward. They use the rest of their champions as body wards here, just sitting in the bushes, making sure that OMG don't pull anything tricky. And it's actually a very defensive start for both teams. OMG might be doing a late invade on the blue to take this one away very early from Dexter.
So we see they're checking that brush up in the top side. They will be moving down towards that blue buff, which there's no vision there right now from Lemondogs. They've sat quite happily down on their red buff. So this could be a very interesting start. And by the looks of things, could see an early steal. They've got those deep wards down, so they're happy at this point, OMG, with the vision that they've got.
Lemondogs did not see that late invade either from OMG. So this ward, this lane ward here, that's going to see the duo lane for Lemondogs go up top, will tip off OMG. Currently, they have Kennen already up there. And it doesn't look like they are going to switch it either. He has started Doran's Blade, though. And Kennen with Doran's Blade start, it's a little bit rough in the 2 versus 1 situation, as we've already seen earlier in this tournament. And now he's going to recall, as soon as he gets the info, they are pulling the switch.
Yeah, switch going to come straight down. Big Pomelo and San headed up there. That's Zyra. Tristana lane. We see Dexter. He's kicking things off with his red buff, as is Loveland over the other side for OMG. And we'll see if, with the vision that they've got down early, whether they'll be trying to steal things away. But the stage we're at the tournament, the fact that OMG are so good at level 1 and are 2-0 in the group, looks like we're just going to see a pretty standard start coming out.
Yeah, they definitely did get their money's worth with that ward, though, because we've already seen how bad it is for a Kennen Doran Blade start. He got 1 pot, and both of their side lanes are getting back very late to the lane. Sand takes so much harass. Good job by Tabs. They actually have the experience advantage here, too. So as soon as they hit level 2, they can put even more pressure.
Dangerous start here for OMG and San. Meanwhile, Nuke Duck in the middle, taking a lot of damage here from Cool. And we'll see how that Fizz handle things at level 4, where he could get started. Dexter roaming up top.
I love this from Dexter. They're going to take advantage of the early harass that they got in on San. Elise is amazing at turret dives. She does have Flash and Repel available for this. There's only 150 HP on San right now. He still has his barrier, though, so this could be a well-played bait.
Well, let's see. The recall going to be started there for Sant. Is that the bait? Are they looking to bait them in here underneath that tower and see if they can lock them down? This could be very, very scary for Lemondogs if they get involved. Sant holding far enough back as to not take any poke out of Sona and Corki.
They have to be careful because the longer they wait, the more likely it is that Loveland will be heading up top. And if they try and pull off a 3 versus 2 tower dive on OMG and fail, then it would be the complete same story that OMG's already had. Even though they're the ones not going aggressive, they're not the ones initiating the tower dive. If Loveland's able to counter this, okay, they just show. A lot of build up there for not much action.
Well, Sant did manage to get himself back. You can see in the player cam down there on the left, Mithy just having a few words after that one, realizing that they couldn't quite get things together as they would have maybe hoped. But they should be able to get a bit of damage down onto this turret. Loveland actually coming from the side. He's going to land the Q. Tab's going to Valkyrie away, but Loveland will follow him. He has to flash away from that one. Realize he's gone a little too deep.
Okay, flash from the jungler for exhaust off the support is a pretty decent trade. And they also chunk down Tab, so he's going to have to recall right now. They also did get a good try ward, but now it's Dexter. He has the opportunity to steal away this big Wraith camp and get a little experience back. Since he spent so much time camping that top lane, he's a little bit behind Loveland right now.
He's going to be able to steal that one away. Where's he going to go back to? They put a ward down in that top tri-bush, and honestly, there's been no answer to that one coming out of OMG.
Dexter spending a lot of time here up top. I think it will pay off. They did not ward behind them. Sant still does have both of his summers, though.
This could be very, very interesting as Corki and Sona get back into lane. The ping's coming down. They're not 100% sure where that Lee Sin is at this point, and I think that's what's slowing them.
Oh, they have vision of this, so Dexter's going to have to back off. Not able to make anything happen from so much time spent in this side of the jungle. Now he's in trouble.
Well, going in there on towards Loveland, who's going to chase him through from this one. Repel goes in, but he's coming straight back down on top of him. Charm will be flashed away from there by Dexter. Nukeduck came across. Nice cocoon landing there, max range onto Loveland as Nukeduck going to go in aggressive here onto Cool, who's not really got much mana, but in the end, no kills.
Now there could be kills up top, though. More action.
Sant going very low, but again, they've not quite got the damage to finish this one off. Big Pomelo is going to be chasing here on towards Mithy, though. And Mithy right now does have a flash available. There is a grasping roots landing in, but Sant not close enough. Loveland came up to help, but they've seen that.
So now, both junglers without flashes after that last exchange. The big thing is that Ahri, without flash, pre-6, you can actually pull off a gank. Okay, now she's 6. Tough break.
Timing on that one. There is the grassing roots coming out once again. There is that mid lane. Cool and Nukeduck both up at level 6 at this point. And we'll see if any action goes down there. Meanwhile, Loveland has snuck himself into the brush in top.
And we don't have Dexter returning top either, so he's spent enough time up here. He doesn't feel like he got anything out of that time, and he wants to catch back up by farming his jungle. Whereas Loveland has not given up on the situation up top. We see this a lot in the Chinese LPL season. The junglers will repeatedly gank the same lane over and over again. But as Lemondogs are freezing right now, there's not much that you can pull off with a Lee Sin.
And we've talked about this early game for OMG, these 3 men dives that they've done so seamlessly well in their other games. We're 7 minutes into this one, and Lemondogs have managed to hold all those attempts away.
It is a little bit of an interesting twist from OMG going with Tristana here too. They do have a stronger late game than they usually do. They've got Ahri, who's an amazing assassin, one of the most highly prized assassins in the game right now, to go pick people off. And then they also have a lot of mid-line control for their team fighting situations. If they have a Slicing Maelstrom from Kennen plus the Stranglethorns from Zyra, it's a huge amount of area control among the first dragon fight that will come out. So they actually have a very well-rounded team composition right now, and the early game is really just up to the plays that Loveland can or can't make. So far, Dexter's been done a good job at going even with Loveland.
And he will pick up his red buff once again. We'll see if he, with that, takes himself into a lane. This mid lane being very quiet in terms of the junglers. They've not really visited there whatsoever. Something that surprised me because Dex, who we've seen in the past, has spent a lot of time helping out Nukdog. Here he comes, the cocoon though, not going to land. Cool, of course, has his ultimate available. Going to be hard to lock down.
Yeah, that was sort of a half-hearted gank right there. You didn't really expect to burn anything. Cool has his Spirit Rush available, so he could have even burned that if he had to. But really the story from all the early action was the CS lead that Tabs has been able to accrue over San, and that is also partially due... Okay, so that was the ticking damage there. It's unfortunate. Dex. Oh, here we go, aggressive up top.
Diving onto Mithy, exhaust is put down onto him. There's a ward. Mithy gonna fall. It's first blood coming in, but will they be able to make it too? Right now, Tabs, he's gonna stick around because Dexter's coming in. It's Tabs that gets the kill back. First blood to OMG, but an instant reply from Lemondogs.
And that was a good job of Tabs pulling in the ADN support. After he had already lost his support, they were still able to answer with a kill at least. So it wasn't as bad as it looked. I was about to talk about the CS lead that he has gotten over San though, and it was because they switched those lanes. So San and Big Pamo were a little bit late to lane, and that's why they got chunked down so early from the power cord of Sona and the phosphorus bomb of Corki.
So you'll notice no blue buff after that was taken by Dexter. A little bit unfortunate, not the end of the world for this one though.
Yeah, there's a few things that you have to be wary of when you're a mid laner and you're trying to get that blue buff from your jungler. It's the red buff burn. Also, there's that mastery in defense where the minion or the monsters will do damage to themselves when they hit your jungler, and then you also have to worry about the elite spiders.
And obviously, Dexter didn't worry about any of them well enough. Able to pick that one up. We'll just say he wanted to do that. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt from this side of things. Cool, though, on the other side, does have that blue buff gifted to him by Lovelin. Also has a nice CS lead there in that mid lane.
And because Fizz is melee, he often gets behind in CS fairly early. Being behind only 11 right now at 10 minutes is actually very well done by Nukdog. I think that's a very acceptable CS disadvantage for a Fizz versus Ahri matchup.
Wow, pink ward's coming down there, and Lemondogs instantly getting themselves in position from that one. Dexter is around that area as well. Zoro0 has actually come down from this top lane, and this is where things get dangerous. We mentioned earlier Zoro0 not scared to leave that top lane to get involved in mid.
I'm glad you brought that up, because that was a sort of classic Zoro0 move, where he's got pink ward in that tri-bush, shove up the lane, then rotate down to try and make something happen mid. Cool right now is just so mobile, though. They weren't able to take advantage of these triple pink wards that Lemondogs have placed up in the top side.
So earlier on, obviously Zach and Kennen were facing off down in this bottom lane. They've now switched since then, but Zoro0 doing a good job still of holding out on that one. Just 5 CS behind at this point. Got that Cowl in there as well, working himself up. And we'll see how that one goes. Double Doran's Blade blasting one now in there as well for Go-Go into Kennen.
Yeah, the Zach-Kennen matchup is, just kind of a farming matchup right now because Zach has gone Doran Shield to start, reducing the auto attacks, which is Kennen's early harass, and then with the Cowl, it gets also the magic resist and regen for the magic damage that Kennen puts out at later stages.
So Nuke taking a bit more damage. Lovely, and actually inside of the tri-bush right now, this could be extremely dangerous on top of the wall.
Opportunity for a counter gank here. Okay, this is going to be a 3-on-3. I'm getting a little excited. There they go.
Cocoon landed onto him. They're going to all dive onto him. Flash away from Lovelin, but can he escape this one? He gets the W off towards San, stays alive, but he's low now, and Dragon is there.
Yeah, that's still definitely a win for Lemondogs. Chunking out the jungler that low means that now Dexter has free roam of the map. He was seen by this pink ward going up mid, and Cool is not afraid.
There's Chum the Waters coming down. Can they lock him up? Cocoon will land in onto him. Cool in trouble. Has to use the ultimate to dash back towards his turret. Stays alive.
So Dexter, so far, chunking down Lovelin, then chunking down mid lane. He's got some good harass off, but he hasn't really been able to convert anything.
Wow, dive in there. Crescendo coming back, but it won't be enough to save Mithy. There's the jump and the Valkyrie away from Tabs at exactly the same time. Tabs survives. No one there to follow up like that last one, though.
So that's the post level 6 Tristana that I was talking about, the burst that he has with the rocket jump, explosive shot, and buster shot. It's a very good combo for killing supports.
So We were talking about how Dragon was opened up by Lemon Dogs earlier with that damage. Now it's OMG with that kill that are in position and have got it down to below half HP. Dexter is hanging around. He wants to go for the steal. Ooh. That won't happen though. It's Loveland that will smite that one away, and Lemon Dogs back off.
This duo lane for OMG is doing a lot of work for them right now. Even with that early CS disadvantage, they've been able to make plays on their own. And this one was able to be converted into a dragon. This is one of the reasons that OMG were at the top of the LPL, the Chinese scene. They often will fight and then go straight for objectives just like that. Very well done.
See Nuke able to pretty much dodge everything that Cool's throwing at him there. That CS lead has slightly increased for him. We can see that Nuke wants to make sure he's got vision around that area. Doesn't quite have Chum the Waters off cooldown, so wants to be very, very safe on that front. Lovely not being able to get involved in any of the 2 kills right now. For an OMG game, this is actually really, really low in terms of kills.
I'm definitely surprised that it's actually the bottom lane for OMG that's picking up the slack in the early game that Loveland hasn't been able to convert. But again, you have to applaud them. And now he got it this time, so that's why everybody's laughing.
It did. Dexter actually backed away completely from that one. He's like, no, don't do that again, Dexter. That wouldn't be very nice of you. Nuke able to pick up his first blue buff of the game here, 14.5 minutes down. Let's have a look at the overall picture. It's around about a 2,000 gold lead at this point for OMG.
And again, even though OMG is ahead, Nuke in the mid lane is doing very well. We talked about his style being just staying in mid lane mostly, and until he can accrue that big power spike. He's doing a good job on Fizz, staying relatively close with Ahri, which is difficult to do. And once he's able to combine this Sheen and Blasting Wand up into that Lich Bane, then he'll start to look for the plays that he can create on other members of OMG.
Let's have a look down the AD carries here as well while we're at it. 2 out of the 3 components, main components of that Trinity Force done for Tabs as Corki. On the other side, we can see that the workings for Tristana there with that Vamp Scepter for a Bloodthirster, but also looking like it will be that Infinity Edge first.
Pretty classic there for Tristana. She really does thrive in the end game with that attack speed she gets from her rapid fire ability. So going Infinity Edge or Bloodthirster, into Phantom Dancers is a very classic build. Play of the Ruin King also fairly popular, but like I said, with the range nerf and the cooldown nerf to the active, some people are definitely thinking twice about it on her now even.
Sand just freezing out that lane here. They've got a single ward down, to be honest, in the river there. Obviously being very careful about Dexter, because in his previous Elise games, the fact that he's got off to such strong starts has been what's helped Lemon Dogs go forward in the game. This time around, that's not quite worked out for him the way they'd have wished.
Well, I think, yeah, both of the junglers have matched up very well here. Nuke just throwing off the blue buff ultimate there. It's because he does have that cooldown reduction, so he's not worried about just using that on Ahri very quickly. They trade ultimate actives right there, and they'll be back up at very similar times.
Actually, Loveland is coming around here. They're pinged right on top of him. That's the ward that Nuke put down a little bit earlier on when he came back into that lane. Tabs and Mythic also been very careful in the bottom side as well. They saw that Big Pomelo had just gone out there to ward. But look at this. OMG actually moving up through the side of the Lemon Dogs jungle.
Really big fans of contesting the blue buffs over and over. Wow, he runs into the wall. Leeson couldn't quite get over there. But what I really want to point out is definitely some miscommunication here from OMG. They've built 2 of these Abyssal Scepters on each of their solo laners. Ahri, if she wanted an item for herself, if they were going to be split up. Well, Nuke does get dove here by Loveland.
Yeah, kicking him, or trying to kick him back towards Cool there. Didn't quite work out, but either way, it's freed them up for their second turret takedown of the game here in that mid lane. And you can see that while it's not a high kill game, they're starting to really build up that gold lead with that Dragon, with those couple of turrets going down.
And the roam is going to continue here from Loveland. They've comboed going after he took his turret. He's double roaming with the jungler now. They've all set their sights towards this bottom lane, and Lemon Dogs have to be aware of this one.
but can they defend it? That's the problem. They've got 4 versus 3 down here, and you can see that they're just not comfortable with sticking around for that one. OMG going to pick up the 3rd and final outer turret left there that was standing for the Lemon Dogs.
All right, since they aren't going to fight over this, we have a little bit of time to go back over those dual Abyssal Scepters that were bought. If, you know, Going and Cool were like, okay, we're going to be split up, so we're going to both want these auras, then a solo item for Ari would be the Deathfire Grasp if he was going to rush something, if they wanted 100% pure. I think that was definitely miscommunication on their parts. They both got the same aura here, and that is a little bit of hope for Lemon Dogs because some of that gold lead is spent in maybe in not most optimal way for OMG. Meanwhile, we've hit that Lich Bane, and we've also hit the Trinity Force for Lemon Dogs. So even though they're behind right now, they have fairly good items for the next dragon that pops up. 30 seconds on the next dragon will be very telling for the mid game. If Lemon Dogs decide to go for this one and OMG contest, it's going to be a very, very dirty fight.
Well, Zoro has come away from that top lane now. We can see that Cool in middle is going to be pushed a little bit here by Nuked, but Lemon Dogs trying to hold this position in here on the dragon. They've got pink wards down. They've got all 5 men on this bottom side. Now Kennen is nowhere near. He's starting to come down. Tristana coming from base as well. Lemon Dogs are going to get a lot of damage, if not take it, before OMG can get there.
Only thing Lemon Dogs have to worry about here is Cool picking one person off and assassinating them. They did have Going roam down, so now Lemon Dogs are actually forced to try and get behind their turret before OMG can actually start getting damage on it. They're a few steps behind right now.
Well, let's see. 4 men on the top of it. Will be a 5th as Big Pomelo comes around, and not sure that Lemon Dogs can stop this happening. That turret being shredded down right now. Will fall, but here comes Zoro from the side. Where are they going? They've gone on towards Go, and they're going to dive right on him. He gets nuked down. There's a 4-man crescendo at the back as well. Cool and Big Pomelo both going low as Tap Valkyrie's in. He picks up another one. Here comes Zoro once again. Lovely actually diving to the back line. He's going to fall, and right now 4 men are down. Only San left alive here for OMG. Can they carry on and keep up with him? No, they can't. They let him go. Well, that's 3 men left alive to push that outer turret in mid.
Very good initiate there from Lemon Dogs just at the end of the turret, so they were able to get the damage down before OMG were able to react. We saw Going get bursted completely down by Nuke Duck, getting chunked out on the side here. All right, yeah, so let's look. A beautiful cocoon plus the initiate from Zoro, and Going gets blasted by Nuke Duck. This is the Abyssal Scepter rather than the Hourglass for him. And at this point, that big one missing was huge actually for OMG. And that's the reason that they were actually to answer right here. San in the back was still at full life, so he was comfortable rocket jumping in. One of the few situations we have the Tristana going for those very late rocket jumps into a full team. But he was confident enough, especially since there was no more mana left on Nuke Duck, that he could clean that one up.
So that leaves us at 5-4 in kills, 4-0 in turrets though for OMG. Something that Lemon Dogs will be certainly thinking about changing. It's close to a 4,000 gold lead as well for the Chinese side at this point.
And I think really doubling up on those Abyssal Scepters right there. If Going either had an Hourglass or Cool. Oh no Hourglass still. He's going down.
Yeah, they're going to bounce onto him here with Zach as well. It's Tabs that will finish off that one. And I was talking about towers and how they want to go for them. Meanwhile, Nuke Duck here in the mid lane. He's in all kinds of trouble. He's a dead man. Cool will pick that one off. But they trade that for a killing top plus that tower.
Dual assassinates right here for both teams. But it's Lemon Dogs who got the turret down. So at least they got their first turret taken. That's some global gold for them. This is really where pretty much all the deficit is coming from for Lemon Dogs right now, is in turret money. OMG took this opportunity to get full ward control of the lizard side jungle of Lemon Dogs though, and that's a very scary thing when you have an Ahri and when you have a Lee Sin.
So let's have a look down the items once again. AD carries now. We mentioned that Triforce earlier, finished 4 tabs. He's now added that last Whisper into that one. Other side, for Tristana at 3-0-1 we should mention as well right now for San. And a goal between them is still in favor of San down there. Only a couple of CS in the lead, but 3-0-1 and those extra global objectives that OMG have been able to pick up. He's already got that Infinity Edge done as well.
Yeah, it's all that tower money is still keeping OMG ahead. But if Lemon Dogs can keep this one solid out for a little bit longer, they are going to look for picks with their Fizz. It's just that OMG are doing the exact same thing with their Ahri. Mithy doing a very good job with that Oracles, clearing out their Lizard side jungle. Nukeduck finds his pick.
There is Chum the Waters coming in. San had already jumped away, and look at the damage there coming out from Nukeduck's Fizz. He will pick up another kill for himself, but right now, Cool going in, Mithy going low, busts down the crescendo onto 3 of them. We're going to have Zoro diving in. There is Go going, popping his ultimate. Tab falling low. He will be picked up in the end. They switch around to Loveland, and now Tab's finally getting in onto the fight. He'll get another one back. It will end 2 for 2.
So, I was talking about both assassins getting picks. They both got their picks right there. Nukeduck got his solo onto San, but then Cool had a very good charm under the turret onto Mithy, completely taking him out. He did get Crescendo off, which almost saved it for them. And another trade here for both teams. This is a very close game. Even though OMG have the lead, the outer turrets are looking a little bit weak for them. So Lemon Dogs can actually close up that gold lead fairly quickly with just one team fight. One successful team fight. It's a better choice of words.
I got you. Lovely. Go-Going is close to finishing off that Zhonya's Hourglass there as well, which is certainly going to be helping things out as things go forward. That DFG we saw from Cool last time in that fight, how dangerous it is at this point. Other side, Zhonya's is now added in to that Lich Bane for Nukeduck, and well, we all know what a Fizz can do at this stage of
That is I think that is the scariest point for a Fizz, because Lich Bane, yes, that's a crucial damage spike for him. He gets a huge amount of power from adding another AP ratio to his already very strong kit. But now, with the Hourglass, he has the ability to buy himself time for those cooldowns to get another rotation of abilities off, and he becomes an extremely potent assassin right now. Same thing, though, for Cool. He has the 2 items that make Ahri devastating right now. He finally has the Deathfire Grass. He will be able to kill Mithy all by himself next time.
Well, let's see right now a bit of a dance around, because that dragon, as you see in the top left, is coming up in around about 20 seconds time. Pink Ward's put down a Oracle Elixir for Big Pomelo right now. They've got the positional advantage, but Lemon Dogs, we've seen anything from them before. They're not going to let that go.
And OMG are ready to fight for this one. They have the Hourglass now on Go-Going. Like we said, the Deathfire Grass is ready to go. This is definitely going to be a brawl between all 10 members.
There is Zoro getting himself in the corner. They've cleared out the vision that Loveland put down. Will he decide to jump over onto the OMG team?
This is all about the area control from the 2 AoE support ultimates that are going to go down. If Mithy can land a good crescendo first, then Lemon Dogs can get the jump on this fight.
Zoro starting to charge up. The dragon has gone down, but look at the damage coming onto Zoro already. And he can jump away from the backside of that dragon pit, but we see Lemon Dogs going south. OMG going straight towards that mid lane.
This is, again, the same thing we saw at the last dragon. Lemon Dogs grab it, but OMG get the positional advantage, pushing down the lane first. Last time, they got a turret, even though Lemon Dogs won the team fight. This time, Lemon Dogs are actually in a small corridor, which is very bad for them. Zyra would be huge. They can't walk down that small corridor.
Turret damage already coming in here from OMG. Not quite half health taken away, but certainly a good chunk there. Here comes Mithy from the side. Flash Crescendo comes in. Chum the Waters goes down onto Go-Going. There's a Stranglethorns as Dexter has to flash away, but Tabs is right on top of them. Nukeduck on top of them there with that Fizz. He will use the Zhonya's, but he's miles away from the rest of the team. He's still managing to get away. There is the Elastic Slingshot in. Let's Bounce comes down. Loveland's going to have to try and escape this one. Flash over the wall from Tab. That's a double kill for him, and somehow they turn that around there, and it will end with a 2-0.
Again, Go-Going right here. Go-Going gets chunked out early. He has to burn his Flash and his Zhonya's before he even can get the damage from his Melch. That was just huge for them. Lemon Dog's doing a great job here. Always targeting Go-Going. The beautiful Flash Crescendo I talked about. The ultimate's coming from there. He had to use his Zhonya's everything. Now he's going to pop it late. Nukeduck does a great job kiting the damage from this ultimate. And we talked about the Hourglass allowing him to get another rotation off. He gets it here to survive. Zero is not afraid to go back in because he's got to sell the vision. And right here, Loveland actually with his Safeguard second active smites the Golem for the extra small HP that you get from Spell Vamp, but that's not going to save you from a full health Corki.
Now, Corki able to finish that one off, and look at that gold. it's come back to just 200 the difference. 10-7, 2 turrets still behind are the Lemon Dogs right now, but these fights slowly but surely working in their favor. They're now starting to take control of OMG's jungle.
Yeah, that last fight was a huge confidence booster for Lemon Dogs. Can't emphasize enough their focus on going. Getting him to burn the Flash and the Hourglass before slicing Maelstrom, effectively negating that huge area control that they wanted with that pick. It's completely deciding these team fights.
Nukeduck is sat waiting by that top lane. The lure of a juicy wave of minions coming around. He's thinking someone's going to get drawn into that, and he wouldn't be too far away. But Loveland coming in. Is he going to go for a 2v1? I doubt it. And he decides, I'm going to get it away from this one. Let's not stick around. Back straight off.
OMG, though, they're still slightly ahead in gold, and they still, in their back pockets, have this late-game Tristana. Already Infinity Edge plus Phantom Dancer completed. So if they are able to not have going chunked out very early, they still have a really strong chance in the team fights because they can control the mid grounds, and Tristana will be able to put out a lot of damage free firing from the back line.
Lemon Dogs taking down, finally, that third and final outer turret of the game. So, we're a little bit more even on that front. Still the gold sits at 300 to 400 as it starts to tick around. Actually, that'll change things there with a big, massive wave of creeps. And now, awards start to go down towards Baron. Tense time here in this game, almost 30 minutes in.
Getting really tense right now. It's all about the first few steps of those team fights. Again, they're waiting for flashes here for Lemon Dogs. The two reasons that they did so well was the flash crescendo from Nithy, huge initiate, and then Nukeduck was only slippery enough to get out of that with his life because he also had his flash. So that's the only reason he could kite this whole OMG team. And they're just spreading out, grabbing CS until they get those very important summoners back up.
So everyone headed home right now. A Void Staff was completed for Cool, and a lot of pink walls being picked up here by OMG. So they want to try and assert some dominance when it comes to that vision wall, which right now they're certainly not doing a bad job of, but the fact they've lost that outer turret now and Lemon Dogs have shown they're willing to get into the OMG jungle to start that vision wall going means that they're going to have to put down more pinks to try and clear out.
Nithy's got an Oracles, but he has to be so careful with it. At any point, if Cool gets a Spirit Rush into Charm on him, he will die because with that Deathfire Grasp and the Void Staff you just pointed out, he can easily burst down the support in one single rotation.
So, we heard earlier on, 10 minutes was the time that Lemon Dogs have to really survive to get things going in this game. They've made it to 30. And honestly, from the summer split, the experience that we have is that Lemon Dogs, they're not a flashy team. They like to play these longer games. They get the job done.
They are getting the job done so far. I think that people have been underestimating the Chinese team in the mid and late game. Their team fights are usually very clean. I think that if they make a couple small adjustments to their team fight and their positioning, that they can still easily win that team fight. And that's why Lemon Dogs are still very wary. They need to get those very crisp flash crescendos to start things off.
Right now, only 400 gold separates these two, and both of them setting up in middle. Again, as I mentioned, the wards being cleared out with those Oracle Elixirs, with the pink wards that have been put down from both sides of the map. For now, it's OMG who force Lemon Dogs back, and this little dance, it could go on for a while, but it's going to get explosive at some point.
Yeah, they're trading. They're taking turns trading with the ward killing around Baron. Lemon Dogs are taking advantage of this lapse by grabbing the global gold from Dragon, but since OMG are the ones in control of Baron right now, it is a little bit risky. This is actually a very confident play here from Lemon Dogs, and it does get them 1,000 global gold.
Zoro just face-checked a little bit there, took some damage, but doesn't really matter. He's seen the rest of the team, and Lemon Dog's actually pushing up here on towards the turret. Nukeduck dives in onto the backline. He is miles away, will actually flash away a little bit. Here is going, moving around the side as well. He's got 3 of them trapped in. There is a crescendo. Cool's going to be locked down, but can he get the charm onto Dexter? Yes, he can. It's Sam that finishes off as Nukeduck tried to get Loveland there at the back, but now he's running for his life. The rest of Lemon Dogs have already backed away to River, and it's Nuke that's going to be chased down from this one. Managing to avoid a little bit of that damage, but how far can you really get against this Tristana? We'll see once his rocket jump comes up. There we go. Straight in on towards Nuke. Uses that Zhonya's. Can he get down the charm? A little bit too early. But there's the explosion. Sam takes down Nuke.
Nuke there, very aggressive initiate with the Fizz going so deep. I think they were overconfident with the way the last two team fights went. They thought they could even tower dive. That is not the case here against OMG. Like we said, Going got off his slicing maelstrom that time, and it was devastating. That might even end up costing them this Baron. Only 2 members of Lemondogs in position here.
Baron going down. We just saw the stats there for an average game time so far in Worlds, and OMG's games up until now have been that little bit short, that little bit longer. So there is the Baron taking down. Yeah. Great pickup for OMG.
Yeah, that was definitely Lemondogs getting a little overconfident. Nuke, he was happy with how he was able to 100% stun up in that top lane by himself, but that was definitely an over-aggressive move, and they paid the price with a huge, huge deficit now. Baron buff means even more than the gold that they've got.
So what are Lemondogs going to do from this one? We saw them being overly aggressive when they were feeling confident. Now their opponents have that Baron buff on, so surely a little bit quiet at times incoming here for the Lemondogs. Not wanting to throw any potential away that they've got from this one. It is still very close, but that Tristana really going to start to become a problem, as we saw in that last fight.
Oh yeah, she's very, very strong at this point. She hit? Yes, that is level 18 Tristana, so she has the maximum range. And with Going now being successful with his slicing maelstroms, it buys her that time to get her DPS out. I think that another thing that contributed to Lemondogs' overconfidence there was that the early double up of the Abyssal Scepters that were bought by both solo laners of OMG. OMG kind of, they lost out on that early phase where we see them usually put a lot of aggression. With the 2 Abyssal Scepters, they didn't have enough to win the mid-game team fight where they usually get the first step.
I'm wondering what they're going to put into effect here with that Baron. You know, most teams that will pick it up at that stage will say, okay, now it's time to push some towers down to start those team fights off. But up until now, OMG, they've kind of sat back here and just pushed those waves out. So Lemondogs, they're not really losing too much when it comes to that immediate power that Baron gave them.
And Lemondogs are actually happy for a stall right now. You know, they're waiting for not only the Baron buff to drop off, but also, again, those flashes that they have to have in order to make the first move. They have to be the ones with the initiates here. They have to be the ones landing those crescendos and bursting down people like Going before they get off their key spells. This tower only has 1 more hit, though.
There we go, finished off. Obviously, OMG did do a little bit of damage to that one earlier on, but that is at least something they've picked up here with that Baron buff. It leaves the inhibitor completely open now for the taking, but you can see they're pretty wary of actually going into the base at this point, not wanting to throw things away. Dragon coming up in just under 2 minutes time as well. But right now it's a bit of a skirmish, a back and forth on the steps of the base.
Yeah. I was also talking about San either going Bloodthirster, Phantom Dancer, or Infinity Phantom Dancer. He's got both right now. So not only does he have all that damage coming from the backline, but he also has Sustain. So after he rocket jumps away or Buster shots you away, he can lifesteal back up off of your tanks and get back to full life.
So inhibitor focus down to less than half. OMG tread very, very carefully here, making a step closer to taking down the first inhibitor of this game. There we go. Sang going to home in onto it. They are going to be able to take that inhibitor. Nuke actually taking a lot of damage there and getting stunned up by Going. But OMG taking down the inhib. They're going to be happy and back away.
That's that 703 range that we always talk about late game Tristana being so strong. She can get those stray shots onto an objective like a tower or an inhibitor without even having your front line go in. Very, very safe take right there. And then now it's actually OMG, the ones that are playing the slow, methodical game, ending this one out, taking all of the outer objectives now, trying to add more gold onto this inhibitor lead that they've got.
Well, they're going to poke down the in a turret in this bottom lane right now. Zoro0 actually dives in, but he's down to less than half HP. There's a crescendo coming in. Mithy gets knocked up. Lovelin was caught there by Chum the Waters, but he only lost half of his health. Going finally taken down. Right now, only one man down for OMG. That could change here quickly as Big Pomelo goes low. Lovelin is still low. San going very far forward in this one, but still they stand. Look at his health here, San. He's regenerating up so quickly.
Yeah. The Bloodthirster right there definitely paying off. He's still back to full life, and 4 members means they can go for this one. They take down the turret, and they continue to press in.
Keep going on to this one. San not worried at this point, thanks to that lifesteal that he's going to be able to get back by that next minion wave coming down. He sets about the tower. Lovelin trying to get those coconuts onto Lemondogs to see if he can get in. Nukeduk was having a sniff as well, but that Tristana going to outrange him by a mile, and he knows that he just can't get close enough to even think about going in.
It's all so scary because he already has Cowl there, San on Tristana, and once that turns into the Banshee's Veil, you won't even be able to catch him off guard and pick him off. If Nukeduk goes for his combo, he can't, either the Chum the Waters or his initial damage burst in are going to be negated. It's a good job by OMG. They're showing up all their weaknesses here, and it looks like they have a very solid hold on this end game.
So Baron buff has now worn off and will be spawning again in 1.5 minutes time. The Dragon is available for the taking as well, which the later we go down this one, the gold that it offers obviously not going to be the biggest thing around, but certainly something that OMG will quite happily deny to the Lemondogs. Right now though, probably going to be all about regaining control of this Baron area again.
And again, Lemondogs do have to be extremely careful right now. If they don't get the first step, then they're going to pay for it. We've seen 2 Slicing Maelstroms be successful and 2 very huge, crucial team fights for OMG, grabbing them this huge lead. Now that their base is wide open as well, it's very dangerous then for them to extend up to that Baron pit to try and keep their vision alive.
Crescendo is up for Mithy. He's so far this game done well with getting the initiation from it, but without the flash available to him, it becomes all that much harder. Right now, Nukeduk here waiting in the tri-bush. Lovelin puts a ward straight on top of his head. And just to add insult to injury, we'll clear out the wards from earlier on with that Oracle Elixir that he's got running.
Now dual death caps by both solo laners of OMG as well. So the power spike up here for all this dual AP means that they are going to have pretty much all the control that they need in a team fight. And it's going to be OMG making a huge mistake if they actually lose this one.
Well, the ping's going down. Zoro0 on the front, just narrowly avoiding the charm. Taking some poke back, but he is going to move in and try and get OMG out of position from this one. And interestingly enough, Lemondog's able to go through there and grab that Baron area control.
Now, Zach is a very, very chancy initiator because the other team can see that shadow. And if he misses his elastic slingshot, he can get chunked out before the team fight even starts, just like last time.
And there we go. He's already down to less than half. He's going to let bouncers go into the back. Great crescendo from Mithy, but will he be able to survive? No, he won't. Cool now on a rampage as he shuts him down. Flashes in as well. They're going to keep up with the kills. Tabs is going to fall. That's a double kill here for Cool. Dexter's walking away on the backside. Tabs is being chased down by Lovelin right now. This is going to be a close fight. The Q misses. Nukeduk going to take him out. Brilliant stuff from Nukeduk, but now Dexter is being chased as well by San on this bottom side of the river. Is he going to be able to escape? No, he's not going to be able to. Nukeduk even managing another one. Finished off in the end, though, by the plants.
All right, yeah, so Zach is inherently a chancy initiator, very risky, because if you do miss that elastic slingshot and your team is not immediately following up, you get bursted down before the team fight even starts. And now OMG, with those death timers, they're running on Nexus.
They're looking.
Oh, inhibitor respawn.
Oh, wow. That's always a bit of a pain. But OMG, you know, they've got these big death timers coming in. They are going to start taking down those Nexus turrets. They're going to pick up the Nexus kill and go 3-0 here with that victory over Lemondogs in Group A.
Congratulations to OMG. They look very, very strong.
We have to give credit here to the Lemondogs as well. You know, this game was incredibly, incredibly close. for the longest of times. This wasn't, level 1 masses of fights. It was a much slower game, to be honest, but OMG showing that they can perform in a fast game or a slow game. It doesn't matter to them. They know how to do this.
I think that is the biggest takeaway from this one. Going up against Lemon Dogs, who are known for the slow late game and the strong late game, they were able to accrue the early tower lead, and even though they started dual Abyssal Scepters, once they got the team fight to go their way, with the cannon not being bursted down first, they won pretty much everything after that.
It's a real question now. Who can beat OMG? Coming into this one, we knew how strong we were. We were a little bit fooled almost, I think, to say that OMG weren't in the quarterfinals. Let's be honest, because they had dominated LPL throughout Season 3. They lost to Royal Club, obviously, in the qualifier finals, and they came into the group stage. But that almost tricked us into thinking that they're maybe not going to be as strong as they are. And we've seen already they've beaten the top teams in the group.
We also have to remember still, this game was so close.
Yeah.
Just a few moves at the very beginning of team fights basically decided that game.
So let's get over to Riv and the guys at the desk for their thoughts on OMG's brilliant win.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and there is quite a bit to talk about. We're all pretty much huddled around each other for this entire match, back and forth, yes or no, you guys disagreeing and agreeing, so let's start it right away, and the only spot to start is picks and bans, so Crepo, hit us with that knowledge.
It was really interesting pick and ban phase. Like, immediately we could see Ari was left open and not first pick. That indicates, like, two things. They don't care about the Ari, or, like, either it's lack of respect or it's preparation. And this time it was preparation. We could really see Ari open means Fizz. So on the last rotation, they would pick Fizz. Then it comes to the point, what are you going to first pick? Elise. But to my knowledge, I'm not 100% sure here. I asked Money, he wasn't 100% either. Do they play a lot of Elise? OMG, we don't know. But it really felt like Lemon Dogs could have actually first picked Kennen there. Zach was... I didn't see it. Then in the middle of the game, I started seeing, but then due to item choices, it wasn't as effective. We'll get to that later. So they went out to Elise, picked up the Fizz as a counter to Ari, and actually went really well to the point where he lost his blue buff to the jungler. But yeah, I think that the game went into its final fold, or when it did initially, went really well for Lemon Dogs when they forced the lane swap and OMG had to react.
Right at the start of the game. Even though you said they got a little bit lucky because OMG was so tunneled on getting that 2v2 lane.
Yeah, good point.
And Double F can talk about the lane matchup, like why they would have wanted that beforehand. But because they got to the lane so late, it put basically Zach at an early survivability against Kennen, which shouldn't really be the case either, and it allowed Corki to push to the lane early on for Lemon Dogs, which is why it seemed like they should have had control of that game, and it created a slow opening.
And that's just why I wanted to illustrate the Chinese bottom lanes. Like, this guy San, he doesn't care about Corki. He doesn't have to play it. He can just play Tristana. It's a comfortable skill matchup for him, and he'll outscale Corki, as you saw this game. His item choice was really interesting, to say the least, because he didn't have a Lasso Spirit, even with 5-item Tristana. But it doesn't matter, because Tristana is just a monster late game, and he managed to, even with the bad start, make it to the mid-late game as Trist.
It wasn't just a lane swap, though, for me. Taking a look at Loveland's early jungle path, I mean, we were talking about how the warding effectively gave them a free blue steal that would have been unknown to the Lemon Dogs. And instead he started red, blue, Wraiths, and then tried to gank that mid lane. And it wasn't the same kind of pathing efficiency like we saw against SK Telecom.
Then at the same time, it would have, if he would have changed his path, he would have probably ended up ganking top lane, which due to the lane swap was initially behind. You saw Dexter waiting there for a minute. So actually, Loveland not playing the ideal path went in OMG's favor because Dexter was camping that top lane brush for over like a minute.
He was hoping for a counter gank.
He was hoping for a counter gank, and it didn't came. And actually, that put OMG slightly ahead. Although you have to at the same time admit that Lemon Dogs were really lucky because they went for a super safe start because their level 1 was inferior. And
right, but Dexter wouldn't have been able to be up there if he hadn't gotten his own blue and then went top either. So if they had taken blue to red,
completely agree.
So I think it just changed everything.
Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry. I feel like that game was so much a Lemon Dogs style of game and a Lemon Dogs game to win because the laning phase being slow is exactly what they wanted. But then Mithy kept getting hit by the roots from Zyra in lane. It turned that bottom lane around. There was the very unlucky blue buff that Nukeduck wasn't able to get on Fizz, and those two things combined swung so much momentum back for
that
OMG.
Influenced the Dragon. The first Dragon OMG got so much, because, I mean, you can always go into hypotheticals, but an Ari with blue buff pushing down a Fizz means Fizz will farm almost the same on their tower because Nukeduck is such a mechanically strong player, but he will always be the second one to farm.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest factors that changed that game was the top laners. Zach's poor item choice with Sork Shoes just let him get CC'd as the game went on. But Kennen also played really, I would say, shaky. He got caught a lot. Going was like always in front, getting caught, had to flash out. And at one point he hourglassed, and then he ultied after his hourglass was done, hitting nobody. So he had a really rocky start to the game, but you can fix that problem as the game goes on. You can play better, but you can never go back on a bad item choice. And I feel like if Zach went Mercs, yeah, you can sell it, but you
should have sold
you
it.
lose a lot of money.
After 2 fights with those Sork Shoes, he should have sold it.
He was doing nothing.
Especially because we saw those Sork Shoes come in, and to put this in context, it's because of those tenacity nerfs on Zach's ultimate. So it looked like Zora wasn't comfortable on playing on the new Zach, perhaps, that he hadn't really gotten in there and tested it.
I think do you think he was tested it because he was up against something that caught your eye as well as the double early Abyssal Scepter build coming out from OMG? So he's kind of thinking he needs to be able to impact for his team as well?
Well, it did give them a lot of that magic resistance. We were all talking about this as well against, the Corky missiles, and we had the Elise as well. So a lot of AP damage coming out of the team. However, while I think it was okay on the Kennen, because the Kennen's going to get hit by all of that stuff, I still think that even though Fizz is very strong and you may want to itemize MR, I still really like the DFG first because Cool is a playmaker. He's the core of OMG, and I think he should have more confidence in himself, really, to be able to skirt the outside of that AoE.
Yeah, I agree. And also, I just wanted to point out, Lemondog's team comp works only when Zach is really disruptive, and it's just he needs to get in there, right? Like they have Fizz, they have Elise, they have these champions that need to get in with the disruption of Zach, and he was just stopped in his tracks every team fight.
If he lands a perfect light bounce, though, then Magic Pen boots are better. But then he needs to land spot on 3 people and then avoid getting stunned. Although we have to look, if we saw, Lemondogs actually came back. So they won early.
It was such a crazy
They got behind. Then Nuke Duck started the Nuke Duck show, pretty much. Up until the point where he dived mid past the tower. And I think that was because he did not see Tristana building Spectre's Cowl. Because otherwise he would have probably blown up Tristana. His team would have dove in with him, not cared about fighting on a tower. But I think that Spectre's Cowl right there, combined with Nuke Duck's slight bit of arrogance, which actually gives him so many kills on the other hand, definitely turned that game around.
Well, there's also, after that, I feel like Going's just split-second aggression before the rest of the team could come in as well.
Zoning
him out with his ult, and Cool was there with the follow-up charm also. So I think it was a good reaction as well from OMG.
Yeah, I think really surprisingly, the item choices from OMG had a fairly large impact on the victory for the game, because I know we actually had a pretty lengthy discussion about the double Abyssal Scepter and which one was better.
I still don't like it.
Pretty lengthy.
Do you like it?
See, I like the double Abyssal Scepter from them.
I like double Abyssal. I just prefer DFG before Abyssal.
Well, here's why I like the double Abyssal Scepter here, and I think it's one of the reasons that Nuke Duck tunneled so hard on Tristana in the end, because as soon as they rush the Abyssal on the mid lane Ahri, it's because he respects Nuke Duck, right? And so many, not many people give him, you can counter this in a second, but when he has...
that phase.
Yeah, when he has the ability to go in and assassinate really only one person cleanly, he tunneled on him over and over again in these team fights, and eventually tunneled on Tristana, which was honestly obviously a mistake going in. And I think that's the mistake that cost him the game.
I just feel even regardless, if they wouldn't have the Abyssal, he would still opt to go for Tristana. Because Fizz just makes AD carries disappear, and his team could deal with Ahri a little better compared to how he could deal with Tristana, I imagine.
All right. Double final thoughts there. Look like you had something to say.
I hate the double Abyssal Scepter because I like to min-max, and I think if Ahri wanted MR to respect Nuke Duck, he should have won Athenes. The 20% CDR actually makes up for the lack of M-Pen that you get.
It's obviously not just to respect Nuke Duck. It's because it works for everything in their game. There is more magic damage in that Lemondog's composition than we see out of almost any team composition in this entire World Championships, because Corky, when you look at your damage dealt after the game, he's pretty much half, maybe more magic damage, especially when a Kennen's in team fights kind of zoning him back. Elise's all magic damage as well. Everything is about that Negatron cloak he gets to build into an item. That's the only reason I like it.
All right, guys.
Still a good game, though.
Oh my,
very good.
I always thought Lemondogs
This was a world-class game,
in
my opinion.
Very close.
Well, they're doing it in the right place on the right stage. And with that, let's check out the Group A standings, hot off the rift. OMG on top at 3-0. SKT T1 at 1-1 with TSM right behind them at 1-1 as well. Lemondogs 1-2 with Gaming Gear looking to pick up their win. 0-2 right now. All right, and if guys, it's that time in the show where you guess who is going to win the next game, and the viewers as well. But they've been guessing better. And last time, Crepo, Jat, you guys, Crepo, you said you were trying to catch up here. You're supposed to guess the winning team.
I would have imagined the winning team, like, or the team that was in my head going to win to build the proper boots, but nah,
Ooh.
that's hard. That's too hard. They played so well. I can't even diss them. I'm
Their
not
team
even
fighting
here.
was
I'm not even
extremely
here.
solid that game.
Yeah, they,
That it was. That it was.
I
You
like
can't
game was
take
just
that
so
away
good.
from them.
We're already talking
for the
about
people,
it.
for the people that didn't know that, like we were all standing here like shouting at this little monitor.
All right, so our next match features Korea's SKT1 looking to bounce back from their loss against OMG as they take on the wild card Gaming Gear. So, Crepo, we're going to start this one off with you.
Well, whatever team I choose ends up losing. So to spite Monte Cristo, I'm gonna go with SKTT1.
Oh, trying to put the bad juju on SKT.
Yep, SKTT1 all the way for me. Not much to say here. Korean team versus the wildcard team. I gotta go with them.
Okay, Monty?
SK Telecom, T1, of course. I'm a little bit nervous about Crepo's sabotage, though.
Change your vote, change your vote, dude, change your vote.
It actually makes me wish that the KT Bullets were here because we know they're immune to curse. So,
Yeah, I don't think we need to go too in-depth on this SK Telecom for the reasons why they're the far favorites in this game. Gaming Gear, as well, has struggled heavily in the first day. I still feel like SK Telecom is the strongest Korean team in the World Championship, so I think it's a fairly clear choice to think SK Telecom is going to come out on top.
All right, we'll see what it is. Crepo changing his pick up this one. Doesn't want to lose anymore. It's not really the category that he wants to be in. So with this game coming in, how do you guys feel that's going to fare for them? What do you think is really going to be on the plate with the picks that we've seen coming out from SKT?
I feel like SKT, they might. I don't think they're going to pull out anything new for this game, just because they don't have to do anything new. They can just do what they've always done: standard picks, standard whatever, and just beat Gaming Gear fair and square.
I'm actually interested to see if Gaming Gear is just going all out and just tunnel on this like early 3v1 dive, because I think that's their only shot, disrupting SKTT1 early.
It's kind of unfortunate, though, because when I watched them at the International Wildcard Tournament, they were the team that was very passive in lanes and then was able to win team fights. That is a hard strategy to pull off right now, and I don't think they can just switch into a 3v1 hyper-aggressive style. That's not the way they play.
SK Telecom's a playmaking team, and if you're going to beat them, you have to outplay them in the laning phase. So
if you're playing up against a team with incredible solo laners, how do you defend that? Are you forced to press yourself into the 2v1? How does that work for a bottom lane when you know solo lanes are going to be a factor for your team to stop?
I would definitely say Gaming Gear's best shot is to do something unorthodox, whether it's like different lanes, different picks, things that SKTT1 wouldn't understand just playing in Korea, practicing in Korea.
Okay.
Maybe like some sort of not cheesy bot lane, but like strange double bruiser bot lane, or just something nobody's ever seen before.
So
yeah, Jarvan Leona.
Even though the game didn't matter in the International Wildcard Tournament because it was the end of their group stage and they're already moving in, they did win a game with a Tryndamere top lane and a Quinn AD carry, and they just tried to split push the whole map.
Yeah.
Sure, I mean, we are all very in agreement that SK Telecom is the favorites here, but we're just talking what could they do?
I don't think they have to make the level 1 play. They have to really win level 1. If they're not ahead in the first 7 minutes, I don't see them coming back.
Yeah, you know the mentality when you have nothing to lose and everyone expects you, or expects the other team to win, is, when you have nothing to lose, you just do everything. You just do the craziest stuff, and that's what I want to see, actually, when you're the underdog, or when any team is the underdog in a match.
Like sending Nunu mid and counter jungle CLGU?
Exactly,
Maybe with
dude.
Promote?
Promote? That's not even in the game anymore, dude. Gaming Gear's bringing it back. Banner of Command.
I'm waiting for the Banner of Command.
It's broken,
Ooh.
dude. I've been saying forever, Banner of Command is OP. Whoever's watching this broadcast, if you're in Worlds, buy Banner of Command.
Is it kind of like Promote and Janna type of thing in a different lane?
Doesn't matter, dude. Just buy it on your mid. It doesn't matter who gets it.
All right. Well, we've got to take a quick break, but when we return, we'll see if Gaming Gear can make these guys regret their picks when they take on Faker and SKTT1. Plus, OMG's mid laner Cool will join us to talk about their perfect start to Worlds. Don't go anywhere. The League of Legends Season 3 Championship will be right back. Stick around.
Welcome back to group stages, ladies and gentlemen, of the Season 3 World Championships, coming to you live from Los Angeles. SK Telecom will be facing off against Gaming Gear shortly, of course, and that's going to be the next match. But first off, I'd like to welcome OMG's mid laner, Cool, to the interview lounge. Thank you very much. Nice to see you here, and it's you've been great to watch you guys playing. To start with, I want to talk about the matchup you just had, Ari versus Fizz, up against Nukeduck. How do you feel it went? Because it seemed to start really going in the favor of Nukeduck, but you pulled it back so well.
就是他想问一下，今天的比赛里，你是用阿狸对的小鱼人，然后你觉得他们两个对线的情况是怎么样的？因为在一开始的时候，我们是很明显是落后的。
那个小鱼人对阿里的就感觉就是首先阿里是一个长手英雄嘛，然后妃子就短手，然后英雄上面我觉得阿里要小占优势吧，然后我是利用就是那个阿里一点一点就是这样慢慢的就积累上来的优势吧，就也不是突然就有的，就
Because of the pick of the champion, he think that Fizz is like a million assassin, but Ali is a long range like a champion, so he has a little advantage in the lane phase. And by building up this little advantage, by accumulating them, he's gaining a lot of advantages. So that's why he think it's good.
Now the game started unusually slow for OMG. Obviously, the lane switch almost backfired and San fell so far behind tabs at the start. Was the team under pressure from the very beginning from Lemondogs?
就是你们一开始是换线了，然后换线了之后呢，好像情况也不是特别好。然后你是怎么看待刚开始的时候游戏的情况的？
因为我是中单，所以首先换线就是我们队一般都是上下去交流，然后我中单的话呢也没有顾到上下路的一个情况，然后我打完了才知道就是可能前面没有想象中那么好吧，大概就是这样。
Because he's focusing on his own lane, he doesn't really pay much attention to other two lanes, so he didn't really think they are falling much behind of other to Lemondogs, but he thinks they played very well in the mid phase or the late phase, so it's pretty good.
Okay, yesterday you guys faced off against SKT T1. Obviously it was a big matchup against Faker in the mid lane, worldwide known. How do you feel you stood up against Faker and against the rest of the mid laners in the world, I guess, that are in this competition?
因为你已经打了好几场比赛了，你也跟其他的很多中单打过比赛，然后你觉得跟包括在 Faker 在内的其他一些中单，你觉得跟他们对线啊各种感受是怎样的？
我就最近打了3场比赛，我觉得不管是哪一个队的，就是那个中单的话，我真的觉得都很厉害，没有就是看那个英雄的克制吧，然后我觉得。每个队伍的中单在训练赛比赛都有用过，所以我觉得都很厉害。
Because he has played 3 matches with 3 different teams. He think all of their mid laners are pretty good. They're very good players, and he learned a lot from each of them. And
但我觉得 Faker 还是比较更厉害一点。Faker.
Yeah, but he thinks Faker is kind of the best of them.
Yeah, I think the rest of the world also agrees with you. Thank you very much, Cool, for joining us, and good luck with the rest of the tournament. So, while all of us here in Los Angeles had a great time bringing you the World Championship Games, Monty, Crepo, and Doublelift, well, they've also learned a few things along the way.
Well, Riot asked me to come out and be on the analyst desk.
Riot graciously invited me to become an analyst at the analyst desk.
I really love doing anything from analysis and eventually, hopefully, one day color casting.
I'm happy to be here and breaking down some of the games, having a little fun after the matches.
At first, I was super stiff and kind of nervous to be on camera. Never done anything like this before, you know?
Our personalities really mixed. We have a little bit of everything.
Crepo tends to be more reserved, Doublelift tends to be more outspoken, and so I think they balance each other in that way pretty well.
Doublelift and Monty are getting really good into the hate-love relationship, being coach-player. NA Korea, hype train fanboy.
Monty has to tone down his enormous ego when he's on camera. Like, it's big. Like, you don't understand. This is like 5 CLG members combined. Like, triple that, that's Monty's ego.
I wish that Doublelift knew as much about League of Legends when he plays the game as he does on this broadcast. One of the things that I was very excited about is as a caster, I have to be a lot more neutral. But here, I can really unleash.
Yeah, when I said something insulting to Korean player Dandy, Monty burned me and said...
So Peter, you didn't make it to Worlds, so you're practicing your stand-up career now?
Oh. And I was like, ooh, like it hurt, it stung a little bit.
It's pretty interesting being at the other side of the mic right now, or at the other side of the camera. As a player, you used to be like pampered. You're luxury. You walk in, you set up, people help you, they bring you something to drink. But now you walk in, you're part of production. You get there early, you leave there late. You have these meetings. If you screw up, people will shout in your ear.
Oh yeah, at the first I was like, wow, there's like GLaDOS in my ear. She's like telling me all this crazy stuff, like you know, you're up or T minus whatever until you start speaking. And so I'm just sitting there, I'm basically just listening to instructions and getting ready to speak. It's pretty different, and I didn't know it was so complicated how much goes on behind the scenes.
The best thing about doing analysis work or anything at the desk is that I don't really have to think too much. People ask like, do you clear your mind right during you start? I'm like, no, I just sit at the desk and I just talk.
I'm trying to avoid the word trash because it's kind of like an immature thing to just constantly throw out there. Like, it's a trademark, but I don't want to be like, that's trash, that's trash, that's trash, because people will just think I'm a dumb little kid, which I kind of am. But at the same time, I don't want to propagate that kind of message.
You know, a lot of people know Doublelift for his one-liners, but his knowledge of lane matchups in bot lane and his ability to express them is something I think everybody's appreciating now.
I think an analyst's job is to not only bring entertainment, but like teach the viewers something or talk about something that makes the viewers think.
I enjoy it a lot. It doesn't feel like work to me at all. So I'd love to explore this option more in the future.
Oh my god, yeah. As soon as I'm done being a pro gamer, I want to be a shoutcaster or like do this desk thing, being an analyst or whatever it is, a host.
Of course it feels good. It's great to get support from the fans. And I'm glad that everybody's enjoying it as much as we are.
I kind of miss being over on the analyst desk. It's definitely fun with all the little jokes going back and forth. Everybody's friends, though. I do want to respond a little bit to the analysis that they did, though, because they were split on my criticisms of the Abyssal Scepters. I just want to say I think that rushing as the first item in both your solo lanes could be a little bit inefficient if Kennen had Hourglass, or if Ari had the other source of magic resist like Athene's. And anyway.
There we go. A little bit more analysis coming through on this side as well. So it's time for our second match of the day, guys. It's Korea's SK Telecom T1 versus the international wildcard champions, Lithuania's Gaming Gear EU.
Seems like all the pressure is on SKT1 to perform well in this match. They came into the tournament as favorites to win this group, but OMG pressured everywhere, and he pressured everywhere that Faker wasn't, I guess, because Faker held on to his tower, and that's how OMG came up with their win. SKT is really all about Faker so far at Worlds. He's been great. He's been involved in 25 of SKT's 26 kills. Stone cold.
Yeah, stone cold and a lot of fans, and no surprise, he's incredible to watch. And today, that incredibly tough task of shutting down Faker falls to Gaming Gear's Mazarine and Alanir.
Yeah, if we do look back to Gamescom, the synergy between Mazarine and Alanir was really the reason they were able to get past the wildcard favorites, which was Pain, and get to the spot that they're in now. So if they want to get past SKT, they're going to need to rely heavily on that combo again. I think Alanir ganking side lanes and Mazarine roaming, coming up with some game-changing mid-game plays is really the secret here for Gaming Gear.
Well, everyone says that they want to go up against Faker and prove themselves, and now they've got the chance here, the guys from Gaming Gear. So let's have a look at the starting lineup, starting with SK Telecom T1. On the blue side, they are Impact in the top lane, Bengi in the jungle, Faker in the mid lane, Piglet AD carry, and Poomandu the support.
And on the red side, it's Gaming Gear EU. NBS is up top, Alanir is in the jungle, Mazarine is mid, Deadly Brother on AD, and Inspiro on support.
I just want to remind people here who have maybe overlooked Gaming Gear and not really seen where they've come from, because to get into that international wildcard finals at Gamescom just, well, less than a month ago, I guess, by now, they actually played through the CIS and Baltics qualifier that had hundreds of teams in. I think a 256-team bracket that they actually got through to get to Moscow in the first place, win there, and then get to Gamescom. So, now, these guys, despite having, let's be honest, a rough start in Group A so far, they can pull off upsets if you don't watch out.
Yeah, they've fought a long ways to get here.
So, let's get into Champions Select and see what's going to go down on this one. Coming quickly here as we see SKT banning out Orianna, Thresh, and Renekton, 3 champions that Gaming Gear really have been relying on.
Yeah, the one thing they did let through is the Sona, which Gaming Gear put a very high priority on. They did take away, in exchange for letting them have the Sona, they've taken away that Renekton for the top lane from NBS, though. Now,
there's a lot of cheering from the crowd here as we switch through the likes of Alistair, Tryndamere, brand. Let's not forget, Gaming Gear have played Tryndamere in the wildcard tournament.
Yeah, but here they've played pretty much the same things. It's been Jarvan, Renekton, and Thresh as their core three, and then a Trinity Force AD and an Assassin mid for Mazarin so far. So Gaming Gear already changing it up. Because the Renekton was banned out, they pulled in the Aatrox. I finally get to cast an Aatrox game, but I think it will be a top lane Aatrox, which is a little bit less exciting because I love jungle.
We saw a little smile from Faker there as he trolled the crowd with that brand hanging in there, but that was switched out in the end to the Ezreal. Mordekaiser, so that's not going to happen. We should talk about SKT. Zyra, Shen, Ezreal picked up for them.
Okay, so they have the disengage there from Zyra. Very, very popular support nowadays. Sona still being left up for Gaming Gear. I think they'll lock that in as their last support. But with the Shen as well, they do have that global pressure that's going to come from the top lane.
So, other side, Gragas, a big pick for Mazarin, and probably his second champion to really go to after Orianna, which of course was banned out here by SKT1, and that Sona, as you said, probably 100% likelihood of that getting locked in here at this stage. Pretty familiar lineup for Gaming Gear.
Yeah, let's talk about this Gragas on Mazarin, because this is actually a very big pick for them. Orianna's been banned out the whole time. He had a lot of game-changing plays on Orianna, but Gragas was his second favorite champion at Gamescom. He got a Baron steal that basically won them the game. He's got picks in the late game. He's very, very accurate with that usually risky ultimate from Gragas. If you miss the Gragas ultimate, we've already seen teams, some of the Korean teams, like Ozone, if you miss that combo, then Gragas is a very, very weak mid laner. But Mazarin usually on point with those, and that's where a lot of Gaming Gear's success comes from.
Right now, SKT T1 got to be picking up the Fizz here for Faker in the mid, and a Vi. Teemo, right. I'm not going there.
I'm excited for a Faker Fizz, because Fizz is a flashy champion. You can pull out some very spectacular moves, and Faker is definitely the man that you want to put that champion in front of.
So cycling through the likes of Victor in there as well.
This guy, the crowd is even more excited than me for these interesting picks.
In the end, though, this Zac probably a likely choice for MBS. I'm quite surprised that Jarvan has not even been touched here, because Gaming Gear, they've played 2 games, both of them with Jarvan in the jungle. SK Telecom have also had Jarvan in their game against OMG.
That's why I was expecting a top lane Aatrox here, because I was assuming that they would just lock in that Jarvan, but you're right, Gaming Gear making a lot more changes than we initially thought. And Corki is definitely an upgrade for them as far as Trinity Force ADs go. Shucks.
And there is the Jarvan, just as we thought from that one. So that will round out Gaming Gear's team, and I think a very strong team overall here, and very comfortable picks for them generally across the board.
So again, they have that same mid-game AoE damage that comes from the bottom lane. Corki, with all the missiles and Sona's Flash Crescendo ability, gives them a nice control over the mid line, where the game-changing plays, really, like we said, are going to come from that Mazarin, the long-range Gragas ultimates. They're going to hope to split up this SKT team. Meanwhile, SKT on the other side, they're looking for the Vi Fizz combo. That means somebody's dead right there.
Yeah, and, well, for Gaming Gear, they've got to try and avoid that one, but usually when you see Vi coming, it's kind of too late. You need to predict where Vi's coming. That's the real key point to that one. So it's 2 very strong teams here on very different stages of their whole tournament, I'd say. Obviously, SKT T1 not having the best start to things. They're losing out there to OMG. On the other side for Gaming Gear, they're rock bottom right now, and hopefully this day off that they had yesterday, they've really managed to group and talk about things and get over what I think were a lot of nerves as well for them.
They don't seem too down, though. It seems like they're in good spirits right now. And the other thing that goes in with that, but it's going to be devastating when they get to the back line.
Well, then, let's have a look then at you guys and what you've been thinking about this one. Something tells me it's not going to be too close. LolEsports.com says 93% of you believe in SKT to win this one. All the analysts said SKT as well. I guess I'm going to have to
Wow.
go with Gaming Gear just to be the maybe possibly one person in the world, along with the other 7 that are right.
All right, guys, write that one down. Joe is for Gaming Gear here. Let's keep track of his scores.
That
from
doesn't
now
count
on.
onto the caster's total. I will just throw that out there right now. So let's get into game then. It is SK Telecom T1 versus Gaming Gear. An incredible matchup. We're hoping SKT, they could be angry coming into today's play after that ropey game against OMG though.
And Gaming Gear, they have had very, sporadic spots of brilliance. In the mid-game, they've had some team fights where they win when they're already down by like 10k gold, yet they still come out ahead in one of those later game team fights. So they do have the ability to even win after they're already behind. So if they can get off to a good start, then maybe you and that 7% of the fans could show everybody that that they've put all their eggs in this SKT basket erroneously.
I got you 7%. We're good for this one. Right now, Gaming Gear are down on the bottom side of SKT's jungle. SKT were up in the top side of Gaming Gear's jungle. See that those wards closely identical on both sides of the map. One difference, however, is that Gaming Gear already had a ward there by red and spotted them moving around.
So they will have knowledge, but you're right. Those are the sort of classic dual red side invades. I mean, SKT1 are the ones that have the lane ward, so they'll see Aatrox going up top. And Aatrox as the top laner, the reason that Wicked really likes him so much, because you can make use of that passive very early, go for a turret dive and a flashy kill early, and then once you have your ultimate, popping that with the extra attack speed you get from charging up Bloodwell means he's a beast at taking down turrets if ever left alone.
So there's a red buff taken from Alanir, and a very quick one at that, using his smite here to get that one away, actually leaving up part of the camp as well. So Bengi's going to come around and have to reset that one a little bit later on.
And because of that Tribush ward, they saw the exit of Alanir out of the jungle. So Bengi's not wasting much time here. He's not going to even go check his red, knows that it was stolen away, and he will answer here with the Gaming Gear red.
So look at that statistic there for Mazari. 100% win rate with Gragas from that wildcard tournament. We'll see if that can continue today. Certainly, I think a different caliber of opponents that he's going up against. It's Faker in the middle, after all.
Faker's definitely a different caliber. Maybe be in his own league even. I don't know how many people can stack up against him. He will be going up against Reginald later in the day, so he has not faced all of the international mids.
We'll see about that one. I'm sure Reggie's really excited about that one as well.
He actually is really excited. He's not super confident, but he's very excited.
Excited, at least. So we saw there a bit of counter jungling going on, and I say a bit, I mean really a lot actually.
Yeah.
We've got the entire time Bengi on the top side of the Gaming Gear jungle. Alanir's down on the bottom side, and he's actually moving down now to that bottom side of this bottom lane. So we'll see if he can actually get in here. They've spotted him though from that Tribush ward.
Ooh, good flash there from MBS. Gets out of the Vault Breaker range from Bengi. And there was no, late flash there from Bengi. You can actually Vault Breaker flash and still land it, but you have to instantly react. It's very, very difficult to do. Now Aatrox with no flash will have to worry. He does not have wards up top either. And with Alanir not backing yet, he's not going to be able to supply wards for Aatrox.
So this mid lane then, Mazarine on Gragas versus Faker on Fizz, and Mazarine got a slight CS lead, got actually a level lead there. We saw him hitting level 4 that little bit earlier than what Faker's done, and Mazarine generally being good with this one, but Alanir right now is down in this bottom lane, hammering away on towards Piglet. They switch around. Deadly Brother going very, very low from this one. Piglet forced to flash away. Deadly Brother has managed to walk, but now they turn around. They're going in on towards Alanir. Are they going to be able to get across?
Flash.
Here is Bengi moving across. They've got a ward for Vision on towards Alanir. Right now, it looks like they might be able to get back to the turret. There's the grasping roots on Inspiro, and he does get back to safety.
That exchange right there just reminded me that Piglet actually, he's running Ignite with the Ezreal. So he's definitely looking to Arcane Shift forward into the fights for cleanup, as opposed to backward. But Deadly Brother was the one, the ADK right there, overextending a little bit. Almost cost him his life. But nobody goes down. SKT1 are able to shove the wave into a turret, which is going to allow some CS to be lost right there for Gaming Gear.
So Bengi on his way, and he's like, ah, look at that. Camp all up. Bad times. So, and we'll clear that one out. This top lane, despite that early pressure from Bengi, you know, MBS, no flash, but Aatrox generally going to be that little bit safer with the ability to jump away, get his slows down, and have that passive for use if needs be.
Yeah, Bengi having to clear out those small lizards from the lizard camp means that he knows Al Lanier doesn't have the timer on his red. So I don't think that there will be a repeat invade from Al Lanier on the second respawn of that red. But Bengi's going to be aware of that, so they can actually take advantage of around the 7-minute mark. We've seen a lot of these Korean teams go for secondary invades on the buff spawns.
So Alani just had a bit of a visit towards mid. Faker actually recalling from there, and he's going to come back into lane with double Doran's rings. Got himself some wards as well, so should be able to set things up for Bengi to actually get in there and have an impact.
Yeah, and like you said, we're coming up on that 7-minute mark. So with Faker timing his recall already at 6 minutes, he's going to be ready with that power spike of the dual Doran's rings, but he's also bought Pink Ward and Green Ward. Come to clear out so much vision from that mid lane. You can see even Bengi as well as Ezreal doing their part, buying these Pink Wards. They are going to spam vision in this bottom side, which is very dangerous for Gaming Gear.
We saw Mandu there, and Piglet taking a bit of a blast from Inspiro. Right now, Bengi is waiting inside of the tri-bush. They're going to spot him. They've spotted him there coming around. Right, and then they just back away. He uses his pink ward there so they can clear out that vision in that bottom lane. It's going to leave Gaming Gear now a little bit more conscious as to where they are positioned in that lane.
Interesting. So Bengi going bottom with the gank. He's able to tell that Gaming Gear have a ward in that side bush because they started moving back only when Bengi got into vision of that river ward. He drops his pink up there to clear that one, and it allows Piglet to use his pink ward to clear side bush. So now Piglet and Pumandu have side bush control as well, which is very important for Zyra with the skill shot CC.
Well, the funny thing is he put his pink ward down on that top side bush, but there's a pink on the bottom side as well. They're kind of missing each other on that one. There's Bengi's statistics right now for 100% win rate. Certainly the kind of win rate that you don't mess around with. As Mandu putting down more damage. He's around about half HP himself, so they need to be careful not to go too far.
Up top, they've timed the flash here from MBS. It's about to run out. So Bengi's making moves up there, but they've already been able to fill in a ward, easily bypass by with the dash that she has. And NBS, he's got another 20 seconds left on his flash. He won't have it for the gank.
There is the taunt coming in. Where's MBS going? He's actually headed around the other side. Will pop his ultimate here. Jumps over towards that tri-bush. Already taking a good chunk of damage. Going through that turret. Is Faker going to come up to this one? You can see that Mazarine started to work his way down. And MBS, where's he going to go from here?
He could have gotten out if they had a mid ward for vision. But since Faker went to farm the Wraith camp, he thought Faker was coming to cut him off. And he burns his flash again. Yeah, he wanted to burn his flash to try and not give up first blood and suicide the turrets right there, but he ends up doing both.
Mazarine there going to throw down the barrel, but Shen going to come into this one. Lands a taunt. Mazarine is a dead man. Faker picks that one up. Meanwhile, Inspiro goes down in the bottom lane. Mandu is low. Piglet's going to chase in here on towards Deadly Brother, who will have to Valkyrie back away towards that turret. And, well, when it rains, it pours here. As Alania now being troubled underneath the turret of his own. Faker tanking that one up. That'll switch off. It's going to go down. Alania picks one up there, but that's kills everywhere for SKT.
That was devastating for Gaming Gear all over the map. Aatrox dead, first blood. Aatrox passive down as well. Bengi's not done.
That's Deadly Brother, and he's going to go down. But this one did manage to pick up Mandu in the process of that one, but still, it's another one spread across the board. Look at the kills here. 2 for Bengi, 2 for Faker, and a single one there on Piglet as well.
They have been able to trade there. Faker, because he used the damage coming down portion of his playful trickster, the trickster part, he got tower aggro and died. As well right there, Deadly Brother was able to answer, but even more important than the kills is all the CS that they pushed up and all the CS that Deadly Brother is going to lose by being dead.
So MBS, no passive at this point in the game. No flash either that was used as he tried to escape a little bit earlier on, which leaves him very, very vulnerable in this top lane. We already saw Impact there giving him a good bit of damage back after the taunt comes in. So things start to slow down somewhat. Let's have a look down the items between the AD carries. Almost a mirror image between the two, headed both up towards that Trinity Force.
Yeah, that's no surprise. Both of these are the Trinity Force AD carries. I guess Kog'Maw's in there as well if you're Genja or if you're Imp. Yeah, if you're Imp looking at Genja. Double Lift is not sold on those yet still, though.
So, across the map, we see already boots some ability in there for Bengi. That's going to make him a little bit more dangerous as he runs quicker around the map. Picking up an Oracle here 10 minutes into the game.
Wow, that's a very, very ballsy pickup. A little bit less so with the changes to Oracles because it does persist through death now. I guess that just shows confidence that they want to be able to clear out and continue to have pressure on each lane.
Oh, Deadly Brother trying to put down Piglet here as we are going to see Stranglethorns coming in. There's a crescendo, but here comes Bengi from the side. They've not seen him. This could cost them. Deadly Brother surely going to be finished off. Bengi picks up another one. This will be a 2-for-1 in the end.
Right.
Pumandu did go down, but a 2-for-1 and 2 more kills for Bengi.
Okay, what it was Bengi was the one getting all the last hits. I forgot he was the one getting all the last hits. So the way that you exert your pressure as a jungler, if you're the one who gets all the last hits from your ganks, is that you get the mobility plus vision control of the Oracle's mobility boots combination, and that allows the first kills that your team gets to effectively pressure all lanes because your opponents don't know where the jungler is, so every single lane has to play careful or they go down just like that.
That's going to allow a Dragon pickup here for SKT. We also saw the move from Impact there, going between the inner and outer turrets in that top lane and stealing away that entire wave of minions. Faker actually did start to come down, by the way, to that bottom lane to see if he could get involved in a few more kills. In the end, though, it's Bengi who's soaking the wall up. Oh, yeah. MBS and Impact here and have a bit of a fight with each other. Actually, Alanir is coming around the side as well. Impact pretty tanky already with that Sunfire Cape in there. He's not actually seen Alanir coming down, so this could be deadly as Jarvan does come around there. Impact down to below half HP. He's going to try and stand United away, and he is going to get away. Wow, brilliant from Impact. Straight to base. Nice recall.
He's got a good shield down there, ready to buy. It is going to give them the tower pushing power that we talked about for Aatrox, and that combined with Jarvan will be enough for Gaming Gear to claim the first turret of the game.
First turret of the game for Gaming Gear there. Exactly, or not quite exactly 3,000 gold behind, but certainly close enough from that one. Bengi here going to get things kicked off on the blue buff. We'll see Faker come around and collect that one for himself. On the other side, Gaming Gear's blue buff is available for the taking as well for Mazari.
Yeah, Bengi actually doing a very good job of showing why it's a good thing to let your junglers have the kills, because they can visit all of the lanes and pressure the entire map because of the early roaming advantage that they have. And I also like that he's building into that spirit of the ancient golem on Vi, because it will give him some HP to make him a bit more tanky and tenacity for him to allow him to get out. But cooldown reduction is really the best way to scale a jungle Vi as they contest for this blue here. There's enough pinks on Gaming Gear, though, that they are able to chase off SKT. Anyway, cooldown reduction is amazing for Vi because proccing her denting blows is the way you get so much damage.
Oh, not great from Piglet, the aim on that one, but that turret going down very, very low there and will be finished off here along with that one as well. Piglet just trying to run as much of those minions down low as he can to prevent Deadly Brother getting the farm. Blue buff actually is still up there, so in the end they decided not to fully challenge for that one unless they left the camp up somewhat. No, it is still there, so SKT going to come around. Gaming Gear looking like they're not quite so happy with giving it away, though.
Sona's definitely committing to this one. She's cutting off Bengi.
They're all coming around from this one. Bengi down to half. There's a Stranglethorns crescendo. Moved away from Mazarine's barrel. Will push Bengi away from danger. Mandu will die. And now Piglet is the one that's going to be in trouble. He's looking to get over the wall. Arcane Shift will do that. Inspiro goes down. Piglet actually sniping him off there with a Q. And I don't think they're done from this one. Bengi has come back into the fight. Deadly Brother going to get initiated onto. And that is another kill coming in. Actually did manage to finish off by. And now Faker is very, very low. It's still going though. He dives back in. Mazarine takes him down. Piglet flash away from Mazarine. Can he finish off Jarvan? Where's the slide? Oh, it doesn't matter. You finish it off there anyway. And wow, a turnaround, a 3 for 2 there in the end. Actually, it was a 4 for 2 really because Mandu died right at the very start.
This is a great foothold here for Gaming Gear. All started from Inspiro going around behind them. Even though he missed the crescendo and Mazarine's ultimate knocked away by, because of the positioning of Faker, not rotating down, they had the early champion advantage here. We do get the... Okay, let's go back to the game because Alanir almost died. But yeah, they had the early champion advantage with one extra champion there. So even though the ultimate's not the hugest effect for Gaming Gear, they were able to focus their damage, take down Zyra very early, and come out ahead in that.
The fact that they're keeping up here in kills shows that Gaming Gear not ready to roll over and give up on this one by any stretch of the imagination. We've got the Dragon coming back up here in 1 minute and 40 seconds time as well. A distinct lack of wards, pink wards in particular, down there on that side, which sure will change here in a few as we see that both Alania and Deadly Brother do have those pinks, and Inspiro as well, as you maybe expect at this stage from the support. So they're certainly going to be able to get those pinks in position. Whether they're willing to fight there or not is a different matter.
It looks like they're definitely not going to give up this vision battle, and it shows because that's how, you know, they got that one little advantage in the last blue buff fight. The thing that's really scary here, though, is that SKT have hit the Lich Bane and Trinity Force spike at the exact same time here. So the Fizz and the Ezreal are extremely scary right now. And they also have Shen stand united. So whatever move SKT want to make on the map, it's going to be Gaming Gear having to play a little bit defensively and trying to answer this SKT aggression.
Well, that Dragon now less than a minute away. MBS, is he going to come down for this one? You can certainly expect that a 5-man presence is what Gaming Gear are going to be planning for in this one. There's a couple of wards there put down in middle just to keep vision up for SKT. They're actually going to lose their tower here in this mid lane. That's going to put Gaming Gear back in the lead when it comes to towers, and they're not done. They're still pushing.
They're getting very deep here. If SKT collapse, they have the advantage in this team fight. Deadly Brother still has 12,000 gold sitting on him. His Trinity Force has not been completed.
Oh, they've held up Inspiro there. And the grasping roots. Bengi moving forward. Shen can get involved as we see Ezreal come around this bottom side again. Gaming Gear actually headed down towards the Dragon position now, so they're going to set things up. Double ping ward, not ideal, but they're going to have that vision nonetheless. They start it off.
They're burning it down very quickly here. SKT have my ulti. There we go.
Bengi going to go in. They've gone for Deadly Brother. There's a crescendo coming back. Stranglethorns knock 2 of them up. Inspiro, Alanir, they're both dead in this one. There comes the barrel from Gragas very late in the fight, but look at Faker. He's gone low. Bengi picks up the Dragon right in the middle of everything. This fight a little bit split. Double kill coming down in the end from Impact. Mazarine the only one to walk away from it with the Dragon going on to SKT. That's a lot of gold right there.
I think Gaming Gear should have taken their exit when they got away from their mid push. Now Mazarine's still pushed up here, and it is still dangerous. Even though Vi and Shen ultis are down, he's got to be careful.
Piglet taking a blast from Mazarine as well there in the end. Didn't fall, so that's all good from SKT's side of things. Look at the kill spread as well again after that one. 2-0-4 now on Impact Shen. 4-1-5 for Bengi. 2 kills in the mid for Faker. And a 5-1-4 Ezreal here for Piglet. That is scary. Here's a fight again.
All right, so because SKT had collapsed earlier, Gaming Gear try and get Dragon and chew this one out. There's a good double taunt after Shen comes in. It was a beautiful, as well, ultimate there from Zyra, knocking them up and controlling them. But the Dragon's still low means that even after all the kills that SKT got, they also got that Dragon gold. So it was just an all-around win for SKT. And like I said, I think Gaming Gear bit off way too much because they had shoved down mid with very little resistance from SKT, they were fooled into thinking that they had the teamfight advantage and they could go for a dragon before basing for Deadly Brothers Trinity Force. Meanwhile, the already completed Trinity Force and Lich Bane on SKT, too much damage output.
Scary. MBS there we saw taking so much damage from this Shen. Spirit Visage plus that Sunfire Cape in there for him right now as Faker pushes out that bottom lane as well. Top turret can't be contested either here for Gaming Gear. Two-man team able to pick that one up, and it looks like with those wards down, they're going to start to close in towards this mid lane.
With the amount of gold that SKT got from that last team fight around Dragon and the Dragon. Oh no, Mazarin's going for it.
Yeah, Chum the wards goes down, but
good flash.
Yeah, gets
really
himself back towards safety there with that body slam plus the flash coming in. Faker though, you'll be happy with that. Your flash has gone down. They can keep pushing, and next time around, you're not getting away.
Very, very dangerous now as Faker's already heading towards that hourglass for the extra rotation that he can get off. SKT1 right now, since they have control of the entire map, all I have to do is ward up the insides of the jungle here from Gaming Gear and CS all the lanes until they get the cooldowns back for another one of those decisive team fights.
Look at Impact there over the top. In fact, forget that. It's Bengi coming around the side. Piglet was on the top as well. But this top lane, as I was mentioning, Impact so very strong with this Shen at this stage. Done brilliantly with his taunts. Stan United's all been in the right place at the right time. Meanwhile, Faker, he's not even hidden himself in this bottom lane. He literally stood there and waited for Mazarin to start backing away. Goes in, he's now on the top side of the tower with the minions about to be taken down. And look at this, he's going to put the damage in onto Mazarin. There is Shen coming around. Didn't really need him in the end. Impact and Faker again teaming up for the kill. They're going to do a lot of damage to this turret. They might even stick around if Impact tanks it up for the kill.
Yeah, Fizz is great at getting down poke damage even as a melee under a turret because he has so much mobility. Another engage here from SKT1 on the other side of the map.
Alania sliding in from this one, puts a Cataclysm down. Will it be enough to save MBS though? He's trying to run away. Alania, is he going to pay his price for it? There's a crescendo from the side. They focus onto Deadly Brother. He will Valkyrie back to the tower. Piglet goes low. He's exhausted, but Bengi dives in. Also very low here. Inspiro takes a big hit, but in the end, no kills. But look at the bottom lane. They're pushing. They're on the inhib.
That was 3 versus 4 up top, and SKT1 able to chase off Gaming Gear, allowing Faker plus Impact to take down the inhibitor turret. Their base has already been breached.
Base is breached. There we saw Inspiro, or didn't see really Inspiro going down, but I'm sure it wasn't that entertaining anyway. Bengi just getting straight in there. That's a 5-1-5 buy. Look at this though. Deadly Brother goes straight in over the top with a Valkyrie, trying to chase down Piglet, who's already very slippy. There's a bomb landing. Mazarin is coming in there as well, but Ezreal, being Ezreal, will be able to escape.
Aatrox with his passive down is very vulnerable, and his dash is gone.
Yeah, 3 men on top of him right now. Chances of survival, 0. Faker gets that one. That's his 4th of the game right now, and one by one, they're falling here, and Faker's not done. He's looking for more. Actually, he'll back away and recall. Oh, in fact, the entire team of SKT are going to recall. They've got plenty of cash to spend right now.
This is going to be a very difficult defend for Gaming Gear. Because that inhibitor turret is already down, SKT1, they don't even need Stand United available. If they wanted to, they could just walk down that bottom lane and force the fight at inhibitor. They can also clear out vision on any area of the map that they want right now and force Gaming Gear to come to them.
It's an 11,000 gold lead that SKT are currently sitting on. Those wards that were put down by Gaming Gear are going to be just as quickly taken away from around the Baron pit. And SKT, they don't even need to risk Baron, but in the same token, they can fight Gaming Gear if they come anyway. This should be a win-win scenario for them.
It is actually very dangerous for Gaming Gear to get next to this Baron wall because Faker can jump right over.
And there we go. Faker dives in. Deadly Brother, he's going to fall. Inspiro getting hit by the True Shot Barrage. Will have to back away. I see Alani is still in there trying to take down Mandu. But honestly, it's just a matter of time there as he gets knocked up. He gets taunted and finished off in the end by Piglet, who's now back on the killing spree at 6-1-5. SKT, they're going to go straight back into the Baron pit. This should be theirs.
Yeah, when you get this far ahead, you have the money to clear out the vision around Baron to force your enemies to come to you, and then you also have the items to back up the picks when they come to the edge of the Baron pit. Vi, Fizz, Ezreal, Shen, all can get right over there. And Zyra can throw her snare over the side, which is what she needs to get down. So very, very tough place for Gaming Gear to be in. At least Gaming Gear is able to answer with the Constellation Dragon.
An added bonus, or a little bonus, I guess we could say, not really added, just a bolt on to what happened a little bit earlier on. SKT, well, that gold lead is 12,000, 12,500 even at this stage of the game. We see that that's actually the first dragon of this game for Gaming Gear. We'll see if they can do anything to stay in this one. Right now, though, they're going to be on the defensive. SKT T1, they've got Baron on, they've got a massive lead in both gold and obviously then translated into the items. This is a dangerous time for Gaming Gear.
And they've got a massive lead with a team that has a guaranteed engage. They've got Vi backed up by Shen and Fizz the Assassin. Like I said, very good at poking under turrets even though he's melee.
Wow, that's Alan here. Two-shot barrage comes across there. And just that combo almost taking him down. Faker moves in as well. Suddenly Dancer's back and all that time has managed to pick themselves a turret. Faker actually uses Zhonya's there. But Mazarin didn't explode the barrel till the Zhonya's actually came out and he took the damage for it anyway. Never mind, Faker goes back. Rest of SKT still hanging around there. Shen still pushing this bottom lane out. There's not a lot left in this game for Gaming Gear. And they continue to push as well there on the steps, and there's so much on the back foot here. And SKT, honestly, they're going to have to make a big mistake. Probably even more than one mistake at this stage.
Everyone always talks about, you know, the huge spikes that Fizz gets when he gets his Lich Bane, but it only gets scarier from there. Because like I said, that adds another AP ratio onto his kit, which means the later the game gets, the more scary he gets. He can chunk people down even under turrets at this point and get out unscathed. It's so dangerous for Gaming Gear to even get close to him.
And there we see it. Alanir almost hundreds as it is taken down in the
It wasn't
end.
on screen, but that was basically what I was talking about.
All the rest of them going into this one, though. We see Inspyro going solo. He'll be finished off by Impact. The rest of them, they're underneath the two Nexus turrets right now. Impact not caring about that whatsoever. SKT have taken down two men. They may look to get their second inhibitor from this one. They probably will get it with this as well.
Shen United here is going to protect Faker, but they won't actually re-engage on Mazarin. This is going to be two inhibitors down, though. SKT with a massive lead.
Massive lead. And I'm not sure if Gaming Gear can even think about going for the fight again. Taunt comes down onto Deadly Brother. And with that regen that they're grabbing from that Baron buff right now, they're leaving the base with only Faker remotely low from that last engagement.
They're going to rotate over to the top here. They feel like
doing
they
it
want
by
to
the
clear
book.
out every single lane. Faker's going to go spend his... Oh, it's only 900 gold there. No. So they're actually not going to get a whole bunch by him basing. He goes back for Home Guards. Was that the upgrade he just purchased?
Yes. Home Guards picked up there. Which
They don't actually need that at this point.
Not particularly, but he's full health now at least when he comes back into the action. You can see that all those pink wards down and wards giving him complete vision control over Gaming Gear's base with that Baron still running on them. Not too much time left on it though. Gaming Gear have slowly but surely lost a big portion of that base. Only the one turret still left in that top lane.
Faker isn't with the rest of the team right now, and Gaming Gear are kind of at that point where they're like a caged animal. They know they don't have much hope left, so they'll make a reckless move right now, and they will go for this Bengi Piglet duo that's standing up by the turret. It's one of the only moves that they really have left, is hoping for a Mazarin ulti, someone by themselves into turret, and capitalizing very quickly. Other than that, it's really SKT just pushing in for the win.
Well, at this stage, that Baron buff has now run out. Deadly Brother trying his best to spam his abilities and get them away from those Nexus turrets. The final final inhibited turret will be focused and finished off. There is Impact going in. Stranglethorns knocked two of them up. They're not going to escape from that one. Now they go on towards Mazarin. He heads back up towards the fountain, and MBS becomes the focus. But they're going to go in towards these Nexus turrets. The first one going to go down. Alanir goes straight in there. They pick one kill up, but they're probably going to pay the price of the rest of them for this one. NBS using his passive there to stay alive for a little longer. Mazarin, though, the only man left alive. They're diving him here right underneath the fountain. There's the last second Sonya from Faker. He does go. No, he doesn't die in the end. Just about survives. SKT finished off the Nexus and the game. Brilliant performance. they picked themselves back up.
Yeah, that was a very clean little initiate there by Mandu at the end. But SKT really, after the mid-game team fight there, where Gaming Gear basically forced the issue themselves. After SKT1 got that lead, they never let it go.
Yeah, not making too much hard work of it, I think, and see that shake of hands between these two teams. Very respectful, sportsman-like behaviour as you would have come to expect at this stage of things. And Gaming Gear, that's another loss for them. Mazarine still got a smile on his face at this point of things, and we talked about this yesterday that for the likes of Gaming Gear and Manesi, who don't have really any major stage experience, even if they were to come here and end up losing every game, the experience is something that they can use moving forward to when you look towards Season 4 even.
Yeah, these guys do have a really good attitude about it, and they are increasing incrementally in skill level. They're getting off some very good mid-game team fights against these world-class teams, so this is literally the best practice that you can ever have in League of Legends.
Well, another big win there for SKT T1. We're going to head over to Riv and the crew for a breakdown of that dominating win.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And it's actually one of the games that we kind of thought would go the way it did, coming out of coming out of picks and bans for their champions. It was really something different actually coming in for Faker that we noticed is that Fizz pickup.
Yeah, and this is really a testament to SK Telecom's versatility here, because actually that's the first time Faker has ever played Fizz in a professional match, and that is his 19th different champion in 51 professional games, so that gives you some idea of the scope of his champion pool. And it's also only the third game that Piglet has ever played on Ezreal, so they're trying to mix it up here, trying to get some different strategies in, and I think that's a good sign.
It really surprises me that he would pick something new and show it against Gaming Gear that like other teams in the group are going to pick up on, oh, he plays Fizz. But at the same time, I think he might just be flaunting his huge champion pool, being like, I'm Faker, I play everything, and I'm good at everything.
I just think it's the opposite. If you have a chance, if you get into a game where you're top favorite to win and you have a little bit of leeway, let's face it, they're outclassing the other
I'd
team.
agree with
With
that.
all respect to Gaming Gear, you cannot like discredit that SKT1 is like a giant compared to them. And this gives you a little bit of leeway to try new champions, still at a world-class level in front of the crowd, like the same setting, just to introduce something new.
But not only that, I think it's actually good to use it because at this point you're saying, hey, look what Faker can play, and you may not have thought it's a threat before. That's another ban that Faker can absorb right now, and I think it goes further in the mind games that way.
Yeah, specifically with the Ahri Fizz play we've been seeing so much of, and people trying to pick Fizz against Ahri, even though it hasn't been scaring people off the counter pick as well, it could just be another thing that adds to Faker's repertoire.
And just one more thing about that game, with these picks, with the definitive win that was found, it was a slow start there for SKT. They kind of put their hard hats on before really going full force.
I think at the beginning we still saw SK Telecom being a little shaky in that game. They were over-aggressive at times, but really when it came to that Dragon fight, you could see how well, Kobe was talking about the power spike that they got with Trinity Force and Lichbane. They knew it was a great time to fight. And not only that, but their team fighting was virtually immaculate. When they came in with the Assault and Battery, it chained perfectly into Vault Breaker, then into Shentot, then into Zyra. And so that chain CC, that's what we expect from SK Telecom, and that's what allowed them to take the Dragon and 4 kills, and Gaming Gear got absolutely nothing in return.
All right, so with that game, now let's take a look at the Group A standings. With their win, SKT has taken control of second place, at least for now, while Gaming Gear is looking for their first win here at Worlds, still 0-3. So all week long, we've been talking about what kind of impact Faker can have on a game, and now we want to know your answers to our Twitter question earlier. We asked you, which pro do you think is making the biggest impact on Group A and why? And here's what you had to say. JLOH14 says, I think Loveland is making the most impact on Group A. His aggressive early ganks allow OMG to gain a lead and snowball from there.
Ironically, though, his not-so-aggressive ganks made him also get a lead in the Lemondogs game because he completely dodged Dexter camping out. I actually met up with Dexter during this game, and he's like, yeah, I will camp top lane for like a minute. But where was he? And yeah, we explained to him he was mid, so Loveland, like, next level reads.
All right. Mnemonic C or Mnemonic G says, Dyrus is the most impactful player in Group A. If TSM has a rough time, he's going to be the one to keep their heads in the game. How do you guys feel about that?
I think Dyrus is a very consistent player, but I wouldn't say that he is the most impactful. He's not a big playmaker, he's more of just like a rock that will always do well, always like carry out his job. I feel like Darius is really strong, probably one of the best top laners in his group. But to say he's most impactful is, a little questionable.
All right. Bossa Nova, sweet name. I think Dexter will have the biggest impact. If he can get Nuke Duck and Tabs rolling, they're unstoppable, and I think we already saw a little bit of this.
Yeah, I mean, he was unfortunately not able to get Dexter and Nuke Duck rolling, and we were talking about the Lemon Dogs loss. Like, they've kind of had 2 losses to spend here, and they have to run the table from here on out. And Dexter, he can't get, I guess, red like they were in that past game, because even though they first picked Elise,
I doubt
because
it was red, though.
You said it was a next level read, Crepo.
Yeah, okay. Damn it, I got put on the spot there.
Yeah, but if it's an Elise that you're first picking, he needs to have a larger game impact than he did in that last game, because they gave up Kennen for that, which was very valuable.
All right, our next winner and answer, Nick, CSGRV, says, Faker is making the biggest impact so far. Even when SKT loses, he is still bringing a completely new level of play, and that was just reflected on his face.
Yeah, he's the ace of that team, but don't count Piglet out. Even though Piglet really didn't get rolling on day 1, he did have a higher KDA than Faker over the course of the season in Korea. So keep an eye on him as well, because he can carry very hard, and his team fight positioning is frequently excellent.
I'm just hoping that, even though it was about Faker, Piglet needs to play his core champions again. He needs to be playing Caitlyn and Vayne. We've had this problem effectively with Ozone, where we saw Imp, the Vayne Caitlyn player, trying to change off to Corki and Ezreal in this really short time frame, and it hasn't worked out so well for him.
Well, there was a Kate ban last game, and I know these guys were talking about going Vayne into Corki as not being an ideal matchup. So I think that's probably one of the reasons why we saw that shift.
All right, so with those 5 answers locked in, our social media experts actually found one last one straggling along. And this one is from Scumbag Crepo. He says, I think Impact will have the biggest impact in top lane. Get it? Really?
Yeah. Well, I had to try.
I don't get it.
No, you don't get it? I'll explain it to you later, Peter. I just really wanted to win something. I mean, after losing all those predictions, I just wanted to try and win, and I felt like I really had that one.
Is it winning when you just call into production and say, guys, I made a tweet?
No, that's losing.
We'll make sure
that never happened, Jed. I don't know what you're talking about.
We'll make sure you get a seat in the front of the crowd, and somebody will throw you a Ziggs bomb later.
Thank you.
All right, perfect. So congratulations to everyone and the winners of the Logitech Gaming Mice. Those are some impactful tweets. And yes, I know impactful is not a real word.
So please keep hitting us up with any grammar mistakes Riv may or may not make with your picks for the players who will make the biggest impact in Group A. We're at LL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag Worlds.
All right, guys, it's time for the fearsome foursome here at the desk to lock in their picks for Game 3. The Team Solo Mid versus Lemon Dogs. We already heard the cheer from the crowd as Team Solo Mid walked out on stage. Gentlemen, Crepo, take it away.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I was expecting something else there. I'm going with Lemon Dogs here. As much as I'd like to see TSM bring back a game.
Ooh, you got a boo.
I'm getting
It's going to be a lot of that.
It's not my day, is it? I keep losing prediction. The crowd's booing me. But at least I got my tweet on the screen.
It's a small victory for you, dude. TSM knocked my team out of Worlds, so I'm going to go ahead and say Lemon Dogs. Boo.
Oh.
Boo, dude.
Love for the Lemon Dogs so far. Mani?
I'm going with Lemon Dogs, too. I think they looked really strong against OMG. They're getting better and better as the tournament... I hear the crowd. Double lift, Scumbag Crepo, Monte Cristo, DSM. Nice chant, guys. Nice chant.
Thank you.
That was quick. I feel like you planned that beforehand. But really, I have to go with Lemon Dogs as well. I still feel like they could have won that matchup against OMG, and just based on the results we've seen in this group so far, and honestly watching TSM throughout the entire split, I don't feel like they're on the level of play right now of Lemon Dogs. They can come together briefly for small stretches of time, and then it seems like they fall back off again. And if they had a miracle against Lemon Dogs here and just kind of came back together to beat them quickly, the odds aren't with them, and that's why I'm going with Lemon Dogs.
Yeah, and in all seriousness, Lemon Dogs is performing really well. I mean, even in their losses, you can see they're not like, it's not a stomp. They're playing really well.
They had the game.
Yeah,
at one point they had the game.
Lemon Dogs is really good at controlling the pace of the game with their like kind of assassin-y team comps. I feel like they'll have an easy time against TSM just because it's unorthodox for NA to pick something like that, and also Nuke Duck versus Reggie is going to be, I feel, really hard for Reggie because Nuke Duck is just so good.
We actually noticed that I saw when I was walking around that a few of the TSM guys weren't really even watching the games that, their teams they were going to play against. What is it for you guys to know that you have a few games and you're going to be playing against the same teams? Are you in your seats watching that game happen? Crepo double lift?
it all depends on like what your personality is, because you can't, even though you say like, oh, they weren't really watching it.
Right.
Maybe that's just them getting their head clear. Because I mean, expecting for World Finals, your research is probably done before the day you're actually playing.
For sure.
You can always pick up some last-minute tendencies, but they probably want to clear their head, stay like away from the games, and then when they go up on a stage, they're nice and clean to start.
At the same time, though, it's really important to see how somebody's playing that day, because tendencies will roll over from game to game, day to day. Sometimes you can change a habit from a week to a week. You know, if you're looking at Lemon Dogs in the playoffs or something like that, if you see what they do today, it's really a good indicator of what they're going to do against you. So I don't see any reason for them not to watch Lemon Dogs.
And as a coach, too, of CLG, I would encourage my players to watch the games before the matches.
Thanks, Coach Monty. Should have done it a little more, though.
Ooh.
So should I have.
There you go. At least being humble about it. So to each his own in the preparation of a game. Right now, we have to take a short break, but when we return, Reginald and team Solo Mid take to the rift for their first game of the day when they battle Nuke Duck and the Lemon Dogs. Plus, SKT's world-class mid laner Faker will join us to talk about their 2-1 start to the tournament. Don't go anywhere. The Season 3 World Championship live from Los Angeles. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship live from Los Angeles, California. Team Solo Mid and the Lemon Dogs are getting ready for the next match. But right now, I'm happy to be joined by SK Telecom T1's amazing mid laner, Faker. First off, congratulations on that victory against Gaming Gear. You picked Fizz for the first time. Tell us how the game went from your perspective.
일단 게이밍 기어와의 경기에서 승리를 하신 것에 대해서 축하를 드리고요. 게이밍 기어와의 경기에 대한 감상평을 잠깐 해주세요.
이번에 게이밍 기어 팀이 좀 정보가 많이 알려진 바가 없어요, 한국에서. 그래서 되게 좀 어려울 것 같다고 생각을 했어요. 그래서 좀 많이 준비를 했던 것 같아요.
Gaming gear wasn't that well known in Korea, so we had to prepare a lot, and I'm glad about the result.
All right, now, of course, in this tournament, you're regarded as one of the best mid laners in the world. Can you share a little bit about what were your impressions of the ones you've played against in this tournament and maybe seen playing in the other group as well?
지금 그 미드 라이너 중에서 최강이라고 평가를 받고 있는데 이번 토너먼트에서 같이 경기를 해본 그 상대 선수들 중에 기억에 남는 선수가 있었나요?
이번에 저번에 OMG랑 경기할 때 쿨 선수가 되게 좀 잘했던 것 같아요. 그래서 좀 압박을 많이 받았는데 요즘 저만한 미드 라이너는 없는 것 같아요.
During the game against OMG, the opposing mid liner Cool was pretty good, and he gave me solid pressure. But I think I'm still the best.
All right. Nice statement there. Talking about being the best, coming into this tournament, SKT T1 was regarded as one of the favorites for taking the entire thing. Now, the Korean teams in general haven't been dominating as much yet. Why do you think that is?
이번 월챔에 그 SKT T1이 거의 가장 강력한 우승 후보라는 평가를 받고 이 토너먼트가 시작이 됐는데 현재까지는 아직까지 그렇게 강력한 모습을 보여주지 못하고 있습니다. 거기에 대해서 어떻게 생각을 하고 계신지요?
이번에 정말 저희가 좀 정말 준비를 안 했거든요. 이게 말이 안 되는 소리인데 정말 저희가 이게 완전 미쳤던 것 같아요. 그래서 이번에 OMG 전을 진 이후로 좀 연습을 많이 해서 우리 SKT가 좀 이전에 보여줬던 경기력보다 훨씬 더 나은 경기력을 보여주도록 하겠습니다.
I know this is a ridiculous thing to say, but we weren't really prepared, and I know it was crazy, but the game against OMG was a wake-up call for us, and we're gonna, do our best to prepare and show you guys a better performance.
All right, well, thank you very much for that insight. Congratulations on your victory and good luck in the upcoming matches. And as for us, we're going to send it over to Kobe and Joe for our third game of the day. Take it away, guys.
Thanks a lot, Shocks, and I know the crowd is excited for our next match, so let's get to it. It's time for our third game of the day as North America's Team Solo Mid takes on Europe's Lemon Dogs. And for TSM, Worlds hasn't really started out as planned, especially for Reginald.
I mean, Reginald did admit in his interview on Sunday that it was in part his fault. He took responsibility for his team's less than spectacular day one. He admitted his fizz was not the shiz, and he promised that he'd step things up today.
Well, with just a couple of shaky games, TSM is still sitting at 1-1 in the group, well within striking distance of the top 2 spots, while their opponents in this match, the Lemon Dogs, fell back in the standings after dropping their first game today.
Oh yeah, but Lemon Dogs came real close to handing OMG their first loss here at Worlds. At one point, they were in control of the game, but OMG took advantage of a dive by Nuke Duck that went a little bit too deep and blew them up from there. That dive aside, though, Nuke Duck had a very solid game on Fizz. At one point, he was able to blow up Kennen before Kennen was able to pop off his ultimate, and then he kited the whole team of OMG, escaping with his life.
And for the Lemon Dogs, they were actually fans of Team Solo Mid before they became opponents today, but that doesn't mean that Mithy and the Dogs will crib their game against Reggie and the Reality Stars.
I've been watching TSM play for a long time, since I even started League, so it's very fun to play them.
They're like the first team pretty much with CRG back then in the days, and I always wanted to meet them and play against them and see how we do.
Yeah, when you see the crowd and you see their fan popularity, I think it's going to be really difficult, but we have to be professional when we play and we have to look beside that.
They're the second biggest threat out of everyone at group stage.
They might actually be the strongest European team, but unfortunately they drew group fast, so it's going to be slightly harder for them to get out.
So let's see which Lemon Dogs comes out, the good ones or the sour ones.
To beat TSM, we have to watch every game crib and analyze their personalities.
Wow, the burn from Mithy there right at the very end. Let's get into it, because I know everyone here is pretty much just dying to watch this game. So let's have a look at the two teams. Starting out in the blue side with TSM. They are, of course, Dyrus in the top lane, the odd one in the jungle, Reginald the mid laner, Wild Turtle the AD carry, and Xpecial the support.
And in the red side, it's Lemon Dogs. Up top is 0-0, in the jungle is Dexter, the mid is Nuke Duck, AD is Tabs, and support is Mithy.
Well, hearing the reactions from the crowd here, we do have one Lemon Dogs fan sat somewhere back here. Might have a couple of friends with him as well, but it's pretty clear that TSM are the fan favorites here. And I'm wondering how that's going to really play into their game, and maybe into Lemon Dogs' game as well, because I don't think this crowd's going to be so loud if it's Lemon Dogs picking up those kills.
That guy is definitely going to
Well, he is, yeah, that's for sure.
He makes up for 10 Solo Mid fans. But yeah, I mean, Team Solo Mid, we're going to get into the game right now, but they've been practicing against a lot of these international teams here. They've been scrimming pretty much anyone they can get their hands on. So they actually feel a lot more confident now than they did even a couple weeks ago.
Well, let's have a look. We are in Champ Select, and the first ban's already coming down. Kennen going to be taken away from 0-0. They've removed the Zyra as well from Mithy, who has already played Zyra, of course, in World so far. The other side, Sona taking away the Rumble as well.
So respect to Dyrus right there, banning out the Rumble. That is something that's very telling of TSM. You know, they like to have those mid-game dragon fights, and that's actually a big part of it for them. So Reggie, banning out the Fizz, he doesn't want to play it. He doesn't want anyone else to play it either.
Well, I think that's fair enough after what we've seen from Nuke Duck in that last game and in the games before. Corky taking away. Zed right now is left up. Now, Reginald played the Zed in the first game that they had. Nuke Duck is also a Zed player. TSM are going to have to decide whether they want to first pick it now.
So Zed and Ari are up. Orianna as well. There's a lot for the mid players to go after here. And they actually don't even have to first pick one of those mids because there's so many high priority ones that are left up.
So what are TSM going to go for?
Zed though.
Zed, first pick in there. Reginald, of course, did play it in their first game of the tournament against Gaming Gear. Finished 6-3-10 on that one. On the other side, though, Shen, Elise, two big champions for the Lemon Dogs, straight in there.
It's going to allow Dexter that early pressure. Last time he spent a lot of time up top in the bush and didn't get a successful gank off, though. So if Odd One can take advantage of misspent time by Dexter, then Solo Mid can get going very early, and that's when they are the most scary, if they get the early advantage.
One thing that we've pointed out is the fact that Reginald needs to do well here, and Dexter previously in the Summon Split has spent a lot of time babysitting mid lane. And that could be a danger here for Reginald if that's the weakness that Lemon Dogs are pointing out.
Yeah, the EU teams are always very mid-centric, and they have their junglers visit mid a lot. In North America, though, TSM is the team that plays that same style. They always have Odd One in mid with Reginald to back him up.
Well, this time around, the Thresh and Caitlyn is a duo lane for Wild Turtle and Xpecial. Actually, the first time that we're going to see something other than Corki coming out for Wild Turtle. On the other side, Ari picked up for Nuke Duck. What a Lemon Dog's going to finish off? Simon, doubt it.
The Caitlyn also, it's worth noting that was Wild Turtle's Pentakill champion in the North American LCS. So even though he hasn't done it recently with all the Corki hype that's been going on, it's definitely a very strong champion for him.
So what are we going to see out of TSM for their final picks? Vladimir, something that Dyrus has spent a lot of time playing actually on his stream, if you've been keeping notes of that, which of course I think most of you here in the audience have, judging by the fan reactions to that one, and the Vi coming out as well for the Odd One.
Vladimir is perfect for Dyrus style too. He likes to stay up there by himself, just farm away. Since he's not going to be on Shen, he isn't going to have to worry about communication with the rest of his team and staying united in. It's basically going to be him shoving the lane as a solo split pusher with a lot of spell vamp to keep him sustaining in that lane, and then joining team fights much later. Meanwhile, the other combination that TSM are running here, the Zed plus Vi, is a very potent combo that can lock down even that Ari in mid lane here for Nuke Duck.
Well, the finisher there was that Vayne that was picked up there at the end, and Tabs, of course, played a lot of that in the summer split and done really, really well with it. So while the team's loading into game, let's take a look at who you, the viewers, have been thinking are going to win this matchup. And I can tell you now, it's a close one. According to LOLesports.com, 64% of you think that the guys in the back are all wrong and Team Solo Mid are going to take down the Lemon Dogs.
So we do have a lot of TSM fans here.
Yeah.
We're going to have to watch out for the early tower pushing as well from TSM, because anytime you do have that Caitlyn, even if they go up against something like Shen, who would normally taunt 80 carries under the turret, Caitlyn can use her range, and Wild Turtle is quick enough to sidestep back and avoid that extra damage.
So a big game here, I think, for both teams, you know, coming in off the back of what have been some close games, but, you know, not close enough in the end of it. The obviously losses coming down from them, and I think this is really going to separate and give a much-needed boost of confidence to whoever wins this match.
Yeah, at this point, really both of these teams are looking up at OMG and SKT, and they're fighting very, very hard to try and steal away one of those spots. So this game in particular is crucial for both these teams.
So here we go then, in-game TSM versus Lemon Dogs. A crucial matchup for both sides. What are we going to be seeing at level 1? Lemon Dogs right now headed all the way down their bottom lane. TSM a little bit more spread out.
Maybe an N-rated special here. Early level 1 rush to the bottom lane for Lemon Dogs. Odd One does not get there in time.
Oh, this is bad news. He's going to get taunted. He's going to get charmed. Odd One is a dead man. First blood Lemon Dogs. Zoro picked it up.
That is the importance of buying your items extremely quickly. Those few extra steps that Lemon Dogs got down there. Odd One had to walk all the way across the river, and he just barely did not make it into that bush in time. Because both Shen and Elise leveled up their crowd control abilities, an easy first blood there for Lemon Dogs. I guess the N-rated special does pay off. First blood.
And it wasn't even that special. That's the thing. It was no 5-man flashing over the wall. It was get down to that bottom brush as fast as we possibly can.
That was a sprint.
Yeah, the Odd One just saunters on in, gets himself locked up with taunts and charms galore. And that will be first blood drawn for Lemon Dogs.
And because Shen has grabbed that cloth armor on top of the Doran's Blade, probably looking for the 2-versus-1 lane here for Lemon Dogs. Extra armor wouldn't do too much for him up against Vladimir.
Well, we see that Xpecial and Wild Turtle are actually on this top side of the map, so they'll be going up there. Zoro will join them as well. So it's going to be a red buff start here for Dexter, exactly what he did in that last game against OMG, where he started on the bottom side when they were blue. On the other side of the map, though, it will be a blue buff start for the Odd One.
So even after he goes down first, he did not blow his flash, so at least Odd One still has his summer spell available, and he can have an early game impact. The Vault Break Vault Breaker flashes are still very scary early. Even if he does not have his ultimate, he can get off one very potent gank.
Now, we also saw that 3 out of the 5 players, or 4 remaining players obviously with that kill, managed to pick up assists as well, and that's given a couple of potions here and there added into the tally for everyone. This bottom lane, Thresh Caitlyn for Wild Turtle and X Special up against the Vayne Lulu for Tabs and Mithy.
So if they all get assists, then it actually spreads the assist gold really thin over the 5 of them. And they don't get a substantial lead to any of the other lanes. It's pretty much just Shen, who was put into a 1 versus 1 here, as Caitlyn and Thresh rotate all the way down here to the bottom lane.
So things getting started there up on that top side. 0-0 and Dyrus going to be going at it. We'll see if Dexter tries to get in there and capitalize on that Vladimir's bits of weakness. I mean, running the Ghost Ignite there up in the top lane. We've seen a lot of Vladimir's, specifically in Europe, I'd say as well, going full utility summoners with a Flash and a Ghost.
Yeah, you know, Europe and Korea, a lot of people that run the split pushing Vladimir opting for Flash as well. But Dyrus, with the extra kill potential of Ignite early, it'll be interesting to see if he does have to pay for his lack of Flash when the ganks do come around, because Shen and Elise is a very potent combo as well. Shen can set up ganks really, really well, because since he's already getting into melee range to farm minions, you don't get tipped off by his movements, and then Elise can follow very easily with a cocoon.
Oh, this is dangerous for the Odd One. He's actually walked over the top of a ward right now. Elise is coming around from this one. Shen's going to come down the top. Odd One could be in trouble from this one. They've seen his position. He's going to have to Vault Breaker through. There's the taunt though. They stop him. Cocoon lands as well. He flashes over the top, but they're going to keep chasing. Dyrus coming down from the top lane. Lots of damage to the Odd One. One more hit will do it. Dexter picks up the kill. And again, Odd One going down, paying it again for it.
Oh, Odd One, first and second blood. You're right, the ward right there, tipping off Lemon Dogs. And because he didn't do this very, very quick, short Vault Breaker over the Baron Pit right there, a very nice flash taunt there from Zorazeo, catching him. Really early lead for Lemon Dogs, which is very bad.
Very bad for TSM this. Dexter actually pretty much between the turrets in that TSM mid lane. He'll just repel over on towards those wraiths, which he'll take for free with the Odd One going down a little bit earlier on. So this mid lane, we've not seen too much of it, but Reginald versus Nuke Duck, Ari versus Zed.
Yeah, this is a classic matchup of the two most popular assassins in the league right now. And with Reginald starting off with the Doran Shield, he wasn't really looking for that kill potential that we see when Zed will start with the red elixir, and he's looking just to stay in there with the farm, which he's done a good job at.
Currently level on that front as well. Neither of them really backing off up until now. But we do have the Odd One actually waiting in that mid lane here. Nuke Duck not hit level 6 just yet. He's got his flash available, but look, he's turned around and done a lot of damage here on towards Reginald. There's the orb landing as well. And Reggie gonna have to back away with Dexter coming in from the side. There'll be no kills coming in from that one immediately, but Nuke Duck just showing how confident he is, not even blowing his flash.
Genius plan there by the Odd One. He gets Reggie to go all in and lose the trade so that he now gets mid lane farm. So Odd One now can catch up. He's going to get some solo lane experience.
That's exactly what he'd planned from that one.
So it was Odd One coming in with the gank, but Nuke got the better of the trade there. So it was actually very bad for Team Solo Mid. And some more Wraith Camp abuse from Dexter.
And this top lane, Dyrus has already hit level 6. Zoro just a little bit behind him on that front, but once that Stand United comes in, and there it is, they'll be able to get involved. This bottom lane, not really seen any action, apart from obviously that first blood, which was down there anyway.
Yeah, the duo lanes, not too much action here. But since there is a Thresh in this lane, Tabs and Mithy always have to be careful about the backwards lanterns. Now that Zorazeo's got his Stand United, it's going to be a little bit easier for them to answer any sort of aggression, though.
So they stay pretty much under their turret from that one, very much aware of the danger that Thresh poses to them. Mid lane, both champions now at level 6. So Deathmark and the Spirit Rush available for Reginald and Nuke Duck. We'll see how that one all develops. Quite a few wards down there to alert of early presences of the Odd One or Dexter coming in. I've been surprised that this this top lane has been relatively free from any kind of action, despite, you know, the only thing really happening was 0-0 coming down. But look at this, 7.5 minutes in pink ward on Dragon, they're going for it.
Yeah, well, this is because Dyrus can't join the fight or interrupt 0-0. So Lemondogs know they have the extra advantage. Team Solo Mid know that they have this too, though, so they won't even go contest. They don't waste any time, though, at least, going down to Dragon, so they at least shove in the mid lane and rotate up top.
Oh, this is going to be a 3 versus 1 here, 0-0. It's going to be bad times for him. Odd One going to come in. There's the ultimate coming out of Dyrus. Draws instantly that tower aggro as there is a taunt coming down. Dyrus now getting in there. Look how low he's gone from that one. The Ignite actually ticking. He's going to heal from it. The Odd One is going to go low as well, but they managed to pick up the kill. It was a little messy, but they got it nonetheless. But meanwhile, Dexter and Nuke pushing mid.
Definitely pretty messy there. Dyrus started off very early and still had tower aggro when he went back in to get taunted. Almost enough with the Ignite, but not quite. They do get the first turret, but you're right, Nuke Duck here, as well as Dexter, trying their best to answer at mid.
These Wraiths pretty much belong to Dexter at this stage. I think that's the 3rd time, maybe even 4 by now, that he's managed to pull them away and steal all that golden experience for himself. He's, funnily enough, behind on levels, though, to the Odd One at this stage. Odd One hitting 6 already. And that's the farm. I mean, Dexter has been in these lanes a lot more.
And with Odd One 6, that was really key to that gank being pulled off too. If he was not 6 up there, with how close it turned out already, definitely would have been bad for them. But the kill going to Reginald means he can pick up his Cutlass. So now he has an active damage that he can apply to that death mark once he applies it. The slow also going to help him out with his 2nd assassination.
Ward's down there. Oh, by Dyrus. And he's actually going to be moving in there. So we saw the ping coming down for Nuke Duck, so they had the idea that Dyrus had come down from this top lane. He's currently roughly 20 CS ahead from that one. There's the stats for Reginald. 80% win ratio in the North American LCS Summer Split with that Zed.
And again, returning to the Zed and RA matchup, it's very, very interesting once they both are 6, because Nuke Duck can predict where Reggie will appear, since the shadow goes down first, and if he's quick enough to Spirit Rush back and then land the charm, the 1 versus 1 matchup will go all his way. Whereas if Reggie's able to mind game him, then Zed gets the 100% kill.
Kind of surprised here of how this game has developed. Think about it, 2-0 very early first blood. Lemondogs in the lead on pretty much all fronts. They've lost the tower, though. They're only a couple of 100 gold ahead from this one, so they've not really been able to capitalize on those initial 2 kills.
And right now, the moves they're making don't look like they are going to do it soon here. Dexter does get the cocoon, though, into taunt.
Let's see what Dyrus can do. There is a taunt coming down the pool. Ward's down there from Dyrus. He loses half of his health, but he's not going down.
He's low enough, though, that they can pressure this turret. And with mid already taking a lot of extra harass, Lemondogs are looking to answer that global gold pretty quickly.
Yeah, and that could be the thing that swings it back well and truly over towards the Lemondogs. There's a taunt coming down and towards Dyrus. He's going to put his ultimate down. That's not going to be enough. Now they pressure Nuke Duck. He flashes away from this one. Stan United coming down. There is a death mark. Nuke Duck goes down. Reginald picks up the kill. 0-0 trying to finish up the Odd One as he will get the kill with that taunt, but Reginald should have to flash away. Shadows used nicely here by Reginald. Well, does he have enough damage? Oh, he misses. Flashes in there. Can he get the finisher? Yes, he does. Little bit sloppy, but he got the kills. Oh, Misty down in the bottom lane. Wild growth onto himself. Look at Tabs. Exhausted here from the side. Did a lot of damage and they're not done yet. They're going to keep going with this one. Wild Turtle losing out a lot. There's a flash away. Piltover actually did a lot of damage to Mithy at the back and a crazy 30 seconds.
Yeah, the net right there, the 90 caliber net did miss Tabs, so they're able to both disengage after that. The mid fight there, where Odd One and Reginald stayed on Nuke Duck and continued to focus. They didn't hesitate when the Stay Night shield came in, and that was the key to them coming out with the extra kill right there. When Shen Stand United appears, a lot of teams will instantly back off, but since they both focused him down, they were able to kill him before 0-0 arrived, and so that turned into another 2 versus 1 situation.
Dyrus doing exactly as we expected him there in that top lane as well. Just farming. About to hit triple digits at this stage. Up at 99. He's actually moving in once again for a ward down by that red buff. So this is something that TSM have actually done really well of. After the fact that Odd One did get caught out because of the ward before, they've managed to keep vision control of that top side of the Lemondogs jungle.
And Dyrus is getting to that very scary Vladimir split pushing role right now because he's completed that Spectral Wraith item, which gives him so much spell vamp. And it makes it very, very hard to push out of lane. Even without the flash, he's been doing very well at his job.
Sticking around, and Zoro knowing that he's probably going to take more damage at this point than he can put down. Now with Dyrus up at level 10, Wild Turtle trying to farm himself into more of a lead here against Tabs. He's got currently a 10 CS lead, got that BF sword in there with a pickaxe as well. Going to be finishing off those Berserker Greaves on his next trip home, and that turret is only hanging on by a thread in his bottom lane.
The next minute or two is pretty much going to be determined by the roaming of the jungles and of the mid assassins. Whichever one can get the jump on the other is going to have a big, big lead coming in. They need to take advantage of the window, or Team Solomon needs to take advantage of the window between Shen Stand United coming back up.
Oh, and there's the assault and battery going through. Nukeduck carrying so much trouble underneath the tower. Reginald picks up the kill. That will bring them level on the kills and ahead in gold, and that's perfect timing for the Dragon.
Well, there it is. Team Solo Mid are the ones who get the jump on the jungler solo mid assassin combo there, and it's perfect timing for the Dragon to come back up. Stand United will be available in the next 2 seconds here, but with that would leave the Vladimir continually shoving up that top lane.
Yeah, and look at this. It's Dyrus going all in on towards Zoro Zero. He's going to pick up the kill, survives the turret hits as well, and that means that Shen can't get involved. The Dragon already long done, and TSM stringing it
coming
together.
down. He sees him through the ward, though.
Oh, Dexter. Can he get around to that one?
Ghost is already out.
Ghost is gone. He's got nothing to speed himself up, but can Dexter get over? He's going to have the minions here to repel to in just a second. It's going to be about whether Dyrus can dodge this Cocoon. Dexter is chasing in. Cocoon pretty much a mile away. Dyrus is going to walk off.
Elise does gain 10 movement speed in that spider form, yeah. So he was crawling to get back up, but Dyrus able to get the kill and escape. He's just showing us why he picked Ignite instead of Flash right there. Definitely the difference, able to take down Zoro Zero.
Reginald is still holding on to this tower. It went very, very low earlier on as TSM had that 3-man dive onto the top lane, but he's still holding it. That one denying that gold to the Lemondogs, who up until now are still to pick up a single turret in this game. TSM only one ahead after all, but that bottom turret at least is very low.
It's been very good dragon control from TSM. They just completely ignored the first dragon because they knew they had no answer for Shen. But for the second dragon, Dyrus timed his aggression, went right in as Zoro Zero's looking down there. And it also caused the rotation from Dexter, so there was no answer from Lemondogs.
And there is Dyrus up at the top lane once again, coming back with a needlessly large rod. And those minion waves do not last very long at this stage of things, so that's probably the similar thing for Zoro Zero, who finally got that Spirit Visage in there, so he should be feeling a little bit safer than he was before. As Dexter just helping out Nukeduck get himself that blue buff as well. So as things calm down, TSM have themselves a 2,000 gold lead at this stage of the game.
Lemondogs do have a Vayne that's been powering up here, though. Again, in the mid lane! It's that Regiod 1 combo.
Yeah, and going straight in towards Nukeduck. There's the Assault and Battery, and you can't get away from that one. Reginald, unstoppable now at 5-0-0 on the Zed.
Everybody in North America is used to Odd One being right behind Reggie all the time. Looks like Lemondogs weren't quite ready for that one, even with this mid-centric game. They're the ones to take down this first turret.
Wow, Dexter diving straight in there on top of him. Lost about half of his health. There's Dyrus in the top lane as well. He's, I think, got taunted underneath the turret there. That was the problem why he took that bit of a hit, but he can heal himself all the way back up, and he continues to pressure that turret. Meanwhile, Tabs going in here on towards X Special. Stand United gonna come in, but the box causing them some real problems. They can't keep up.
The box definitely going to cost them right there. Shen Stand United is blown and the rest of TSM rotating down bottom to answer this even.
Yeah, the odd one did start to come down in the top lane. Vladimir continuing to push that one through. The turret went very low, but not quite finishing it off as Nukeduck was able to come around to keep it alive.
That Stand United also means that Nukeduck has to rotate to deal with Dyrus, but Nukeduck has not been building to deal with a split pushing Vladimir. He's gone with the early arm guard because he was laying against Zed. So he's not the ideal person from Lemondogs to go answer this Dyrus split push, and they actually don't even want him to meet.
So Reggie, who we pointed out as a key component of this TSM side, and he said it himself yesterday that he was feeling nervous that, or the day before yesterday I should say, he was feeling nervous that he didn't play well, that yes, he does need to play better, and he certainly turned up here today on Z 5-0-0. Honestly, Nukeduck has been pretty much a non-threat at this stage. Yes, he's kept up in the farm, but other than that, he's not had really an impact.
And you got to give credit to Odd One. Even after feeding the first 2 kills, his repeat visits to mid lane just show how good Vi is at getting those mid lane picks. That's why she was so popular in Europe, because so much of it revolves around those early mid-game dual kills.
There is Dyrus once again, just visiting to obliterate that top lane. He's now 50 CS ahead of Zoro0. Lemondogs here have 3 men waiting on that bottom side. The odd one pinks up the dragon, which will be coming up in 1.5 minutes, and then should be able to visit that bottom lane as well, either for the counter gank or to get in as Dyrus and Zoro0 getting into a bit of an altercation once again. But Dyrus taking a big chunk back will laugh in Zoro0's face, and that turret only a couple of auto attacks away from being taken.
Now down at the bottom lane, Elise is setting up a counter gank here because they know that TSM want this turret, and they're trying to use this low health turret as bait for TSM to get TSM to overextend in it and then pull up a counter gank, but they have the exact same idea as Odd Ones also come down bottom.
So one thing that Dyrus had done well there, keeping vision in the jungle. This time though, Nukeduck has taken a different path. He puts the ward down, will ulti on towards Nukeduck. Look at that damage. Pull comes in from Dyrus. He sidesteps. Oh wow! Even finishing off the kill there in the end to Nukeduck. Zoro0 going to chase him down, gets that kill back. In the meantime, bottom lane and turret taken there by TSM.
That means that there's no presence middle for Lemondogs because they had the rotation up, plus they don't have anything bottom because Shen had to burn his Stand United to try and protect Nukeduck, but because of building for Zed, Nukeduck did get killed by Dyrus. All the magic damage, there was no mitigation for it.
Yeah, killed being the understatement there. He got absolutely destroyed. Dragon is up. TSM have full control of this one. Dexter going to be zoned out of that area by Reginald, who's just sat there in the brush waiting for some easy spider killing. That won't happen for him though. Dexter walks off, but Dragon goes over to TSM. As you see there, they've taken 2 out of the 3 Dragons so far. And this is a team that, this is the TSM that their fans have been really hoping for throughout this tournament. They look really, really good today.
I think the mid picks are actually very crucial for TSM, and letting them get Reginald on a more comfortable champion really did cost Lemondogs. Seems like even with the early kills there, they weren't able to capitalize on anything. Oh. This is dangerous.
Oh, Miffy, there's the death mark going down. He'll wild growth himself. Actually flash away there. And Miffy survives just about. Walking in there with that Oracle. That could have been a lot more dangerous previously, but now that Oracle goes through death. Reginald here, let's forget about that one. Odd One's coming in. Dexter now the one in trouble. He flashes away. He's burning from the Ignite, and Reggie picks up another kill. And there are 4 men now from TSM in the enemy jungle. They're going to steal away the Red Bull.
TSM plays usually start with Reginald. He was the one to get this off the ground, and Odd One coming back in again for another combo kill. Dyrus finally does get credit for that turret kill as well.
He has spent so long in that top lane, as you say, just on an island up there, and a bit of a tropical, lovely weather island, I have to say, because he's really not had any problems, despite the 3 men coming in there to finish him off earlier on. It's been pretty much plain sailing for him, and look at the gold here as well. increasing every single minute that we look at it. TSM doing everything right at this stage.
Odd One definitely showing he's very, very proficient on that buy as well.
Yeah, this is Odd One who died at level 1 face checking into the brush at the bottom of the river, and then again in the jungle. That, you know, a lot of players at that stage would just think, you know, we're done from this one. Red buff was actually picked up there by Lemondogs, not quite stealing it away.
Yeah, Lemondogs right now. I think they'll be looking at tabs for the big plays because Nukeduck has gone for that hourglass since he's been taking so much damage from Reginald. Wants to be able to Zanya's that death mark, which means that he has not built either the Deathfire Grasp or the Abyssal Scepter, and it's going to be Tab's dueling potential with the Blade of the Ruined King on Vayne that gets Lemondogs back into this if they are able to have anything get them back into this.
Look at the pressure as well here from TSM. Top side of the Lemondogs jungle, and quite frankly dominating it. You've got full vision control there. Lemondogs keep having a bit of a sneak in and then coming back out. It's Mithy that's currently holding onto that Oracle. They use their wards to carve out a path of their own just to make sure that no one's waiting, but there is someone waiting. Odd One gonna ulti in. Nukeduck uses Zhonya's. Will he be able to escape? There is Zoro coming down. A big fight going on as Reginald dives into the back, picks up 1 kill. Can they get more? Yes, Zoro's down. Mithy won't escape. Now they chase down Dexter as well. He'll be locked up. Finished off by a double kill there from Reginald, and that is 4 kills, maybe even a 5th here. Tab's very low. They'll leave him alone. They may as well just turn around and have Baron.
That's why vision control is so important when you're facing Vi. TSM did a great job of controlling the Lemondogs jungle, and they're the ones able to make the move inside Lemondogs jungle, get the pick, and after that, this is the reason why Zed is such a highly prized assassin. You saw right there, area of effect damage from that assassin. When Reggie went in with his ultimate, the Shadow Slash hit the entire Lemondogs team, and Dyrus comboing on top of that adds so much area effect.
And I think in those messy team fights as well, that's where Zed really is hard to pin down because he's just gone, and you have to figure out where that death mark's coming down, and well, certainly mopping up from that one. 8-0-2 now is Reginald on that Zed. Meanwhile, Tab's trying to get a second turret here for Lemondogs with a big wave down on this bottom side, but he's going to have to be careful. Reginald's coming over, got that Blade of the Ruined King already in there.
Lemondogs do want to take advantage of Tab's ability to duel here. Nukeduck in the bush.
Yeah, Nukeduck waiting for that one. There's the pin against the wall. Reginald, you got baited, son.
Yeah, that's definitely the definition of bait. Very well played by Lemondogs right there. You can't say more than there's an Ahri in the bush.
Speaking of in the bush, Dyrus comes out from 1. Zoro says, you know what? Don't think I can fight him. 2 level advantage he's got on me, plus that Baron buff. And Dyrus is not finished here. He's going to keep chasing. Meanwhile, down in the bottom lane, 3-man team from Lemondogs trying to get in on towards that inner turret. Dyrus is still chasing on that top side of the map, and in the end will finally give away. He also picked up a level as he was sprinting through there. But TSM, they've lost half of their health on this bottom turret. Kind of strange considering how much TSM have been dominating, and they've got Baron buff on that. Lemondogs just got in a situation to pin TSM on their own tower.
Yeah, even though TSM have lost Reginald and they're down 1 champion, they have a static Shiv, Caitlyn, who's great at clearing out waves, so they could easily defend a bottom turret, even 3 versus 4. And Lemondogs don't want Dyrus versus Zoro solo up in the top lane because Dyrus will slowly get the advantage in that matchup. So even with the pick off there from Lemondogs, they aren't able to get a substantial lead back.
If you look down the CS totals at this point, so just one-sided across everywhere. On the map from this one. We do have that dragon coming up now with just 7 seconds to go, and this is TSM's. I don't think that was such a hard call to make. Lemondogs nowhere near it. They've got no vision whatsoever down on this bottom side. The Oracle is clearing everything out. Between Reginald and Wild Turtle, they make very quick work of this dragon, and now they can move straight on towards their next turret on the map on this bottom lane.
Yeah, I think at this point, TSM, they only have to worry about those small baits and the bush ganks and the picks that are going to come from Lemondogs. At this point, and you see someone solo pushing like that, you have to guess that there's probably some sort of trap set up for you if you're TSM or Reginald. but him going headlong into that bush didn't actually hurt them that much. And they're still able to shove down here with Baron buff. They have a little bit longer left on Baron buff.
0-0 actually pushing this top lane out. Does have Stan United, of course, so he can get straight back in when things are needed. And he probably will have to here because it's a 5v4 on that inhibitor turret right now. He needs to come back. The hook flying through. There's a hook. The Cocoon coming on towards X Special, but they dive in towards that backline. Tab's going low. Dyrus will ulti in there as well. That's going to really break them down low. Dyrus actually will pull as he picks up the kill on Tab. Mithy real low at the back. Ace in the hole comes through. He won't get the kill, but Reginald will finish that one off. That's 2 men down, and an inhibitor will follow.
Great CC chain there from TSM, and Dyrus at this point adding on the death cap, able to add so much area effect damage. They also come out with the building destruction there. Just a giant win for them, and they just have to watch, like we said before, the picks from Lemondog at this point in the game.
Well, funnily enough, it was the Lemondogs who managed to land the Cocoon there and thought, okay, we can actually do something here.
The hook, though, there
Yeah,
from X-Special starting it off.
It's really going to be dangerous. So, let's see what comes out here as they head off home. Obviously, Wild Turtle now with that Infinity Edge, Shiv, Last Whisper, and himself that Vamp Scepter added in as well. For Reginald, Last Whisper as well as that Blade of the Ruin King, Brutalizer, Hex Drinker. Look at Dyrus, Death Cap, and the Zhonya's in there as well. Yeah, that's a very, very scary Vladimir, and we expected this to happen, that he's just going to sit there in this top lane and farm and farm and farm and farm, and there's been no real answer to that one. We've seen, I think, one time where they tried to shut him down, and Nuke Duck got destroyed himself.
It is a little bit surprising that they haven't tried to punish Dyrus for taking Ignite instead of Flash, but that does go back to the style that I was talking about. Nuke Duck likes to control his lane more early in mid game instead of roaming a lot very early. He likes to get his power spike and then transition into being a split pusher. But since Odd One kept repeat ganking mid, they got him behind early. There's another bush gank. This is what TSM had to watch out for.
Ulti down there for Dyrus. There's the Zhonya's going to be used from Dyrus as well. Tabs has gone low. There's a Lanson. Brilliantly done. Wild Turtle taking down the mid turret. Tabs is going to be dead from this one. Dyrus comes back around. Here is Dexter being focused. The Odd One on top of him as Wild Turtle going to chip slowly but surely away on the Spider, who probably only needs 2 more hits. Hilts over missing. Odd One finishes off, and now Reggie going in towards Mithy. And it's Wild Turtle that finishes off that kill with the ace in the hole. This is going to be another inhibitor, possibly the game for TSM.
Even Dyrus getting picked off there. The Zhonya's Hourglass completed in time buys him enough time to survive till the Thresh Lantern. Congratulations to TSM. They're running on Nexus turrets.
Yeah, Nexus turrets going down. 0-0, the only man that can really do much about this one. Nuke Duck actually fighting with Dyrus there on the bottom side. Reggie not quite landing in there, but they're going to finish the game. TSM get the victory against the Lemondogs, and that's going to give them a massive boost of confidence here going forward in the groups. You can see what it means to them as well.
That's a happy Reggie.
This entire crowd here completely behind them, and well, against Lemondogs, who, look at Europe, the summer split. These were the team to beat for the second half of it. They were so very consistent. One of the top favorites here coming out of Europe, of course, with Fnatic and Gambit. And TSM, I don't know where this TSM team's been for their last couple of games, but they need to make sure they turn up for the next days as well.
Definitely that scrimming against the international teams paid off. This is going to give them also a huge confidence boost. Going against Nuke Duck. Nuke Duck is a very, very good mid laner. And Reginald doing that well with all the repeats ganks from Odd One is going to boost his confidence a lot. We'll have to see if it translates later in the day when he goes up against the final boss, which is Faker.
If he can do a fraction of that against Faker, they're going to be doing really well. And in the interview that I did with Reggie on day one, where he very openly said to me, I need to step up my game. I did not perform to the best of my ability. I was nervous. I was even scared going into that game. This was a different Reginald completely today.
I mean, the Odd One getting so many successful ganks off on Nuke Duck really was a huge part in that, and it's very hard to gank Faker is what I've noticed. A lot of people will come mid, even with Vi, and they still can't lock down Faker. So I don't know if they'll be able to have the same success.
Still a lot of work to be done for TSM here today, but that's coming up a little bit later on. We're going to send it over to Riv and the guys at the analyst desk to talk about TSM's win and Reggie's godlike Zed.
Absolutely, guys, and thank you very much. Fantastic job on the broadcast, but it really was about Reginald in the mid lane. We've said it all weekend long, and TSM is known to play like this, and that if Reggie is kind of put out of the game, then so is Team Solo Mid. But we saw the exact opposite from the get-go.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to start by talking about picks and bans in this game, which I think went very well for TSM. In this case, we have the Zed, Thresh, Caitlyn, Vi, Vlad comp. And when you see the Spectral Wraith coming out on Vlad, you know that's going to be a split-pushing Vlad. And with the composition as well, you know Thresh, Caitlyn, Vi are going to be forming a turret-pushing core, while Zed roams or split pushes and Vlad split pushes as well. So I first started getting worried when I wasn't sure whether Tabs was going to be able to solo split push on Vayne, and also the Lulu pick. Good in lane, but not optimal for split pushing. And if you're trying to counter the turret pressure from Caitlyn with Ahri, Lulu, Elise, when you need Shen and Vayne to split push, you're going to be sacrificing a lot of towers.
I don't necessarily agree that Lulu's that bad against a split push. I just think they picked Vayne maybe to stop the split push, but it's such a horrible matchup against Caitlyn. It's really, really poor. You saw it as well. Every time they went in, like, they gave a special Thresh, and he played so well with it, because every time Vayne doubled in, he went into the box. Even if he gets a Shen ulti, they couldn't close that gap. Their composition pretty much centered our double protection on the two heavy carries, being Lulu and Shen Shield being able to protect Zed from blowing them up, but they weren't even playing teamfight Zed. They were playing split push Zed. I think Lemondogs dropped the ball on that, and even with the composition, they could have played better, but it just didn't work.
At the same time, though, I feel like Tabs did surprisingly well in a counter matchup. Caitlyn is supposed to crush Vayne. I feel like going even in that lane, doing like normal, would be going like 20 to 25 CS down. Tabs never fell more than like 10 CS down from Wild Turtle.
Until they started fighting.
Yeah, and then they started fighting and things went downhill. But I feel like Tabs pulled his weight. I think the team calling, or the play calling that game for lane rotations was a little bit off, because they never used Vayne to her full extent. You don't put Vayne against Caitlyn because she can't split push against Caitlyn. You can put her against like a Zed, or you can put her against a Vlad, and she'll actually be able to put pressure on the map. And another thing was just the fact that TSM's team comp had no hard CC. They had Thresh, Caitlyn, Vi, Zed, and Vlad. That's not a team fighting team comp. No. That's a splitting team comp, right? So you don't want to lose laning phase. You want to play passive in laning phase as Lemondogs and just force them to 5v5 you, because you'll out 5v5 them.
And that's just not what they were. That was a classic TSM snowball in a sense, where they got a small lead and just started running away with it. And like retroactively, we can go back and talk about all the things Lemondogs did wrong in their team comp, and it seems right because they lost. But I mean, TSM's team comp wasn't that great either. It's just they executed it in the way, like one of the only ways it could work. Reggie Zed, he's the only one who's been allowed to play Zed. And because he got so many Vi ganks that Nukeduck was effectively walking into, it just snowballed them out.
It felt like a little lack of respect for the Zed pick, and especially like the way Vi ganked that over and over, it felt like, yeah, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on you.
And then like 5 times.
Exactly.
I would say that the team comp wasn't multi-dimensional, but it was extremely good at what it was supposed to do, which is split push and create picks. But it is easily readable. But Lemondogs just didn't pick up on it. TSM executed it very well.
The only answer early game would have been putting the lanes 2v1. And I think we saw that in an indication that Shen actually got first blood, which was a good pick off by them, based by Claw Farmer. Found himself in a Vladimir lane and didn't counter swap. They should have sacrificed the CS there. Like, sometimes it's really poor to swap at late minute or last second. Like we saw the early game when they put the 2v2 matchups and they got wrecked. But right this game, I think it was still the best choice to counter swap, because Vladimir post 5 is gonna do really mean things to Shen.
Yeah, Darius dominated 0-0 in that matchup. It was just it was another runaway, and I think that could have also been remedied a little bit if we had seen the lane swap, even from that regard, because they just. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it made that first blood totally meaningless, effectively.
So with you guys kind of in agreement and disagreement that TSM's team was one they play a lot, or the team that they want to snowball with, let's look a little to the future before we hit the standings here. Will a composition like that work against SKT in the final match of the day with them?
If you can outplay them in 1v1 situations, then yes, it will.
I mean, TSM played really well. I mean, we were analyzing like mistakes from one team and good plays on the other.
Yeah.
We can't really take it away. They played really, really well. I don't think teams will give Reginald Zed, because he was really efficient on Zed, and his other games weren't as performed as well. We don't know if that's the confidence he got like from this game will transition into other champions or not.
Right.
But I don't think we'll see Zed again.
I definitely feel like a team comp like that, if you don't get really far ahead in the early game in laning phase, it's not going to be effective as the game goes on. It doesn't scale well because you have no hard CC and your 5v5 is actually really weak. If Reggie does manage to go 5-0 against Faker, then yeah, of course they're going to win with a comp like that. But I don't think Faker would give Reginald Zed and not be able to play against it well.
And this was one of those TSM games where they just seemed to have everything go right for them. They had a couple of them against Vulcan in the North American regionals, and then they clearly did not have them against Cloud9. Things sometimes really just work for them, and whenever Reggie starts the game with a couple of those kills, you tend to get these things. I don't expect people to be giving him Zed anymore. He's been the only one that's been allowed to play it. True. Because he honestly didn't play very well on Zed previously, so people kind of just were disrespecting him in that way by giving him Zed.
Everybody has bad plays. Like if you give a player, for example, that plays a lot of Sona that sometimes misses some crescendos, who we're talking about, I don't know. He can still be really efficient on Sona the next game. Like same with Reggie, he has that clip on the internet where it's like, oh my god, Reggie played so bad. But if you watch this game, he really had an impact. He controlled his lane. He let Nuke push him in the tower. He's like, yeah, come push me. And then Vi shows up, kills him. Reggie starts roaming. It's just you gotta respect the champion.
Yeah, and I don't want to take anything away from TSM. They played really well. I feel like we're really just like talking about how Lemon Dogs messed up. TSM played really well. It's just that I feel like that comp is very one-dimensional. Yeah, exactly. Like if you don't get really far ahead in the first 10 minutes of the game, you cannot contest dragons. You cannot contest. You're not going to be able to like even defend against the siege unless Caitlyn is in that lane. So.
All right.
Yep.
All right, guys. Well, thank you very much. With that, we will take a look at the standings and keep those ideas in our minds for the last game of the day. So after Team Solo Mid's win, they are now tied with SKT for second place, which adds even more excitement to the matchup later today. Lemon Dogs, on the other hand, find themselves near the bottom of the standings at the halfway point of the group. And now that we've seen how the teams are stacked up, let's take a look at how the four of you are coming along so far in your competition. And that last pick didn't help too much. With the pick of TSM and TSM. The viewers have opened up a commanding lead over the gentlemen here at the desk.
Things are going a little
14-4 for them. Yeah. So, guys, it's now time for you to improve those records.
I need to start picking what Crepo doesn't pick. Just
well,
like
actually,
whatever he picks, I'm doing the opposite.
I have a confession to make. I actually saw Reggie earlier today. I made a little chat, and he promised me some TSM swag if I voted for Lemon Dogs, and yeah.
So you're using your powers for evil now.
I sold out, dude. I'm a corporate sellout.
All right, so it's time to improve your records. Try to catch the viewers now. So you guys are going to be voting on the next game. It's Gaming Gear EU versus OMG. Doublelift, what's on your mind for this matchup?
Definitely OMG. Just Gaming Gear hasn't had a strong showing, and until they, have one, I'm going to go for the other team.
Couldn't agree more. OMG. Same reasons as Doublelift there.
Oh, dear. There's two.
I really want to see a European team win, so I'm going for OMG.
Crepo. No, dude, I want to win this one.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we're all in agreement here that it's going to be OMG.
So you guys either trying to dig a deeper hole or get up to the rankings faster?
We'll go all the way down.
I don't want to drop 2 games below them, because I'll feel really horrible.
So why so many OMG picks right off the bat?
Wait, you're already 2 games below
Well,
us.
I mean, the OMG picks are basically they're top of the group versus bottom of the group, especially even if we're just going off of recent results. It's the logical pick in this sense. They've been able to display so much early aggression. They even were able to play slow against Lemon Dogs. And it just, Gaming Gear, even with a little bit of unconventional things they did against SKT, they were overmatched in those games. And I feel like OMG should be able to do a similar thing.
All right, well, I think you guys might have the viewers vote on this one as well. So as you look to improve on your records and catch up in the standings, we're counting on the viewers. We're also counting on them to pretty much take you guys out of this one in the broadcast because they have been getting each one for themselves.
Yeah, so the viewers here can upgrade by going to bit.ly/worlds1 and answering a couple questions like, what pros would you like to see on the analyst desk?
That are better at predicting.
Maybe they can predict a little better than us, so good luck.
Maybe. It's going to be tough. You guys are doing a pretty good job. Up until today, it's going to be a roller coaster now.
It's
you guys getting tired? You're going to blame it on that?
I'm blaming Crepo for everything that goes wrong from now on.
What can I do?
All right, so we've got to take a short break, warm the brains back up. But when we return, it's time for our 4th match of the day as the wild card, Gaming Gear EU, looks to shuffle up the standings with a win against OMG. Plus, Team Solo Mid's Dyrus will join us to talk about their win over Lemon Dogs. So stick around. The Season 3 League of Legends World Championship. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship live from Los Angeles, California. We're just minutes away from the match between Gaming Gear and OMG. But first, I'd like to welcome Team Solomid's Dyrus to the interview lounge. Dyrus, congratulations on that victory versus the Lemon Dogs. Tell me about that matchup, because you guys got behind. They got an early first blood, the Lemon Dogs. How you guys come back from that?
So the moment Odd One died, I immediately felt the need to carry really hard. So since my lane, I'm supposed to win really hard. I actually lost in a scrim with that matchup yesterday, so I played against Xpecial like 7 times, and I lost 6 out of 7 times. So the practice came in handy, and the hard work paid off.
It absolutely did. Tell us something about how you feel about this group right now and your performance so far and the chances of getting out of it.
Right now, we can't lose more than 1 game, and we already choked really hard on our second game. Me and Reggie threw pretty hard, but getting out of this phase is just a matter of playing solid, analyzing replays. One of the things that I'd like to state is I felt like I was a little bit behind in the top laner meta. So I watched the replay, I watched both top laners. I immediately understood everything, and I felt like I just jumped in the level of understanding.
Now, of course, later on day, you'll be going up against SK Telecom T1, another chance to go up against a Korean team and grasp a victory, and against Impact, as you were talking about, strong top laners. How do you feel going into that one?
I felt pretty good after watching the Gaming Gear game, seeing how they died 7 times, no offense. No offense to either teams, but I feel like they may be a little jet lag still, or maybe we're just overhyping. But either way, I'm going to go in with my strongest hero, strongest play, and we'll do our best as TSM to show that NA that we can actually get a win against a Korean team.
All right. Yes, as you said, they don't look unbeatable. Is that also the impression you get out of the Korean team in Group B, or your general impressions about that group?
I feel like without Halm, they've been a little handicapped because they don't have him. He's the main mental state of their group, and I feel like they're just not playing their best right now. It's very unfortunate, but when you come to Worlds, you gotta bring your best, and I feel like they could be much better. Also, this new patch, Dade's champion pool got screwed over, and he wasn't able to prepare a new champion. So when I was watching yesterday, I felt really bad for him. But he's a very good player regardless. What other part of the question was there? I'm sorry.
Just generally about Group B, but if you just want to keep it to Ozone.
No offense. A lot of people are going to hate me for this, but I feel like Group B is at least 3 times easier than Group A.
Could you maybe elaborate? Because you just hit on Ozone, but is there any other team you target with that statement, or?
Everybody.
All right. Fighting words. Well, of course, you guys have a lot of confidence right now after that victory, and the entire team just gelling well, good team fights. How would you say that the atmosphere is in the team right now?
We're feeling pretty good right now, winning and morale. Morale is a huge thing. You can tell from our last game. The moment Odd One died, like everyone on the team instantly worked on morale and like looked for ways to win. And I'm not actually sure how we won that game in the end. I just was pretty much on an island. But one of the biggest things is just morale.
All right, well, thank you very much. Congratulations. Good luck in your matchup against SK Telecom T1 later on in the day. For now, let's send it over to Quickshot and Freak for some more group stage action.
Thank you very much, Sharks. I am Trevor Quickshot Henry alongside David Freak Turley, and we have the pleasure of bringing you our 4th game of the day, the international wildcard, Lithuania's Gaming Gear EU versus China's OMG. And while these 2 teams' records make this match a real David and Goliath battle, remember that David did win.
Yeah, I did. I was awesome back then. Now, guys, even though Gaming Gear did lose their first game today, they actually played their best match of Worlds so far. And that was against SKT and Faker. Those are some good opponents. So if Gaming Gear can keep improving, you honestly never know what's going to happen. We've seen teams turn their fates around in the middle of this tournament already.
Yeah, the problem is that Mazarin and the Lithuanians face the only team that has beaten SKT so far at the Worlds. That is, of course, the undefeated OMG.
Yeah, OMG have been doing a very good job of winning all their matches, but their just prior match against Lemon Dogs was actually really, really close. At one point, it looked like they might have lost that one. 16-13 is not an impressive scoreline against a team that's 1-3 in the groups. But, of course, OMG was able to keep their cool, and, of course, their mid laner was a big part of that one. He went 5-1-7 as Ahri. That's a champion you kind of want to remove from China's summer season MVP.
Yeah, he played it twice already, and both times has been very impressive with it. Guys, let's actually pull up those starting lineups for you. We want to get this match underway. And on the blue side, in this particular game, it is going to be, of course, Gaming Gear EU. NBS up there in the top lane, Alinir in the jungle, Mazarine in the mid, still full smiles across his face with Deadly Brother and Inspiro as your AD carry and support.
And of course, on the red side is OMG with Go going in the top lane, Loveland in the jungle, Cool in mid, Son on AD carry, and Big Pomelo on support. And something you talked about with those lineups was the smiles on Gaming Gear's faces. We actually just heard Dyrus talk about how important morale was for TSM. Even after giving up first blood, they all made sure that they were still focused and still happy and ready to play. And that is important. That's something we've seen both with the Group B underdog in Mineski, but also with Gaming Gear as well, where even if they're down early on, they have smiles on their faces, and they still put out a lot of effort in the matches.
Yeah, it's definitely something that you cannot discount in these games. We've already heard from Gaming Gear that they are here to learn, they're here to absorb as much as they can, and they have been progressively improving with each of their games. So let's see how they do now against the Chinese OMG. We are into picks and bans, and as it stands, there's some shared picks and bans, or pick champions. You know, the likes of Renekton, Aatrox, we know that both of these teams play them.
Yeah, and the top laners especially share a lot of similarities. Actually, they play a lot of those brawlers like Renekton in the top lane. The mid laners are actually very, very different. Whereas Cool's playing the assassins like Zed, Ahri, and Fizz, we've really only seen Mazarine really play Gragas and Orianna. Now, Orianna's a champion you might see from Cool, but you actually have a bit of a disparity here in styles, and that's where I'm really going to see some of these players start diverging their picks.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Mazarine can adapt his playstyle. He hasn't had the same level of impact here at the World Championships that he did have at Gamescom at the International Wildcard Tournament. And as it stands right now, both of these teams, they're really taking their time as far as picks and bans is concerned. Zed, Shentek, and Lee Sin once again targeted. They definitely want to get that one away from Loveland, who's already played it twice this tournament.
And I still want to see the jungle Yorick come out, because that is one of those champions that we see banned away from OMG a few times. Loveland plays the jungle Yorick, opens with the Doran's Blade, dives as heavy as he would with Lee Sin, just uses ghouls instead of kicks to get kills. But I want to see it come out. I do. I want to see the interesting stuff come out, the unconventional picks that we don't normally see too much of. And here's a good chance. There's only one ban left. Maybe they give it away.
Well, we'll have to see what they decide. Thresh has been taken away. Inspiro has played that twice already this tournament. Sona once. So we'll have to see where he defaults to. We have been seeing the likes of that Fiddlesticks as your support. But I do want to highlight that Corki is still up. Corki has only gone through one game without being picked or banned. And every other time it has actually been either played or taken off the field of battle.
And if I recall correctly, both these teams have both played that champion at this point in this tournament, so you know it's available in these teams' rosters. Now, still, it's actually more aggressive early game junglers being taken away by Gaming Gear. And this is actually, I like this idea actually. So instead of just banning out against Cool a whole bunch, which is a viable strategy, they're banning out the really good early game junglers, the ones that are very hard to play against from Loveland, saying, look, as long as Loveland can't make the plays as one of the best junglers in the world, we can survive the dives otherwise, we can survive the lanes otherwise, we'll get past that early game state, and then win in mid game.
Well, we'll have to see if that plan works out for them, because as we've already highlighted, OMG's 3v1 tower dives have been some of the best that we've probably seen ever, actually. They've pulled off those 3.5 minute dives a couple of times already, and it's just so well executed and well structured. And as you were highlighting, Orianna has been locked in there for Mazarine.
So the Orianna is one of the two big comfort picks for Mazarine there. Again, that and Gragas. Yeah, it's not going to be a real one. I like the Jarvan pickup as well, because it is a bit of a steal away from Alinir. It's something he's been playing a lot of. The Renekton is also a steal right here, and Renekton Orianna actually is such a very scary combo to deal with. You've got another good champion for ball delivery. You can turn Renekton into an initiator. But of course, with the rest of the junglers not banned out, here's the Aatrox available. Again, NBS has been playing Aatrox before. He can initiate fights. There's a lot of good options here for Gaming Gear.
Also, if that Aatrox gets thrown into the jungle, it'll be the first time that we see Aluna actually playing a non-Jarvan the fourth jungler. So we'll have to see what they decide to run with as this goes on. Zyra has been already secured for Gaming Gear EU, so that versatility of that top lane and jungle pick, depending on where they want to put the Aatrox, leaving it for last.
Yeah, we'll see where it ends up going here. And this is actually smart because the thing is, they don't need to be super versatile with the top lane. They know Renekton's there. And again, just because NBS has played it before, I expect that to be Aatrox top, really at the end of it all. But what you're going to watch here is where else Cool wants to go with these picks, because he could have gone Ahri, he could have gone Fizz, wanted the Gragas in here actually to help knock back some of the front line, help disrupt team fights. And what I'm curious to see is what type of Gragas we see. Montecristo talks a lot about the sieging Gragas, who pokes people off of turrets. We saw actually when it was picked up against Fnatic by Ozone, it was to try to disengage the dive team.
Without having their AD carry locked in, I imagine that focus could change. If they pair that with the likes of a Caitlyn, it would aid them in that tower pressure. If they pair it with the likes of a Vayne or something like that, it could aid them in trying to find those picks and the kills. So maybe OMG leaving the overall strategy to this last and final pick once they've seen all of the Lithuanian champions locked in.
Well, the team composition for OMG actually works really well as a scrapping team. You've got Jarvan, who can initiate without waiting for his ultimate, compared to someone like Vi. He can keep looking for battles. Renekton's a really good jungle brawler as well. And that's actually, and then of course Gragas can, again, get around the walls, jump into fights a whole lot, and do a bunch of burst damage. So OMG looks like a team who just wants to scrap in the jungle a whole bunch and contest for objectives. And so an AD carry who can fight often is really good, more so than like a Sieger.
Well, we'll have to see what they decide to confirm. The Gaming Gear composition has been rounded out now with that Vayne and that Zac. So Aatrox and Zac, we'll see what they decide to throw. We have seen NBS running Aatrox in the top lane, so this could be a jungle Zac. And, you know, we always talk about that ball delivery system. You can throw it on Aatrox, you can throw it on Zac. Either of them will do well. Against a team like OMG, I also see that counter initiation and zone control of Zyra playing into their favor if they're able to time their abilities correctly. So I quite like what Gaming Gear have stuck together right now.
I do too. Zyra actually makes a lot of sense against a Jarvan Renekton combo. And remember that the Zyra was locked in after OMG showed both of those two champions. And so she says, yes, you guys can dive in, but I will knock you up, I will root you in place. And with this lineup that OMG shows, the Vayne is safe. If Deadly Brother plays a good laning phase and scales up, he will do very well in these team fights. There's not a lot of great assassination potential as long as Fiddlesticks doesn't catch him.
Well, we'll have to see how it pans out for them. Kog'Maw has been locked in as the AD carry for OMG. So a vastly different composition for what we've been seeing as far as the bottom three lanes are concerned. This is the first time Gragas for Cool in this tournament, the first time Kog'Maw, and the fourth different AD carry for Sun. He has played Kate, Corki, Tristana, and now Kog'Maw, so he's really showing diversity in his champion pool.
It's interesting to me that he actually showed Kog'Maw as opposed to someone like Tristana, just because there's a lot of backline diving available, and Tristana's a little bit more selfish, can push back the Zac, but we'll see how the Kog goes. He'll do a good job killing tanks in the front line.
Definitely going to have to keep his control of that W locked down. Guys, before we get to this game, let's check out who you actually think is going to walk away with that W. According to LOLesports.com, 93% of you guys think that OMG will go to 4-0 and end the first half of the group stage with a perfect record.
And all the analysts said OMG as well. This is one of those games where everyone's on the same page, so we might all get it right or wrong, but the standings won't change.
There is a very big problem with all of the analysts agreeing on OMG. Crepo has picked them too.
Oh.
And traditionally, he has not been the most accurate. So we'll have to see how this one works out. The game is loading up. This is definitely going to be a difficult game as far as Gaming Gear are concerned. OMG have already taken down SKT, and SKT have beaten Gaming Gear. So if you use that logic, OMG should be able to pick this one up. But I imagine the real question is where these lanes going to set up. Vayne Zyra against a Cog Fiddle that's definitely duo lanes we don't see all that often anywhere, really.
If I remember properly what Doubleth was talking about, and now, mind you, this was when Gambit was playing the Sona Cog duo lane, he said that, yeah, Cog's going to do well against Vayne in lane. Now, he might have been referring more to the support picks right there, but in general, I do like Vayne is very short range. Fiddlesticks is it's easy for Fiddle to land a Terrify and screw with the Vayne and make his life really difficult. And Kog'Maw is really good at landing auto attacks onto opponents and again, picking Vayne down and doing a lot of damage there. So if I understand it correctly, actually a pretty decent 2v2 for OMG.
Well, we'll see how they match up. You did see multiple members of OMG sneaking themselves towards this top half of the map, and Gaming Gear backing out just as they were approaching that brush. So a lot of members of both teams stacking up on this top half of the map. OMG definitely signaling intentions to invade here.
And this is the thing, is they also want some ward control just to get the lane matchups right as well. That's actually also very important. And that's actually a lot of what we tend to see with the ward patterns, is they watch where the duo lane goes, where the solo lane goes, also where the jungle pass goes. They can watch for dives. As we saw with when SKT fought OMG, not spotting the jungler in time, getting dived by Lovelit was a fatal mistake for the Koreans.
Well, OMG decided to back away. Everybody was clenching their teeth for a moment as that dark wind from Big Pamela was bouncing across the members of Gaming Gear. There is some deep wards there, so OMG will at least know Alinya's path through the jungle. But this is the first time we're seeing him on this jungle Aatrox, and we didn't even talk about the fact that MBS actually has that top lane Zac. So slightly more traditional positions for these champions.
And there's actually a very small risk that Gambit, or not, I keep seeing the GG and thinking it's Gambit Gaming, that Gaming Gear are going for, because they're starting the buff with their solo lane against what's basically 1v2 matchup. If OMG ran for an invade right away, they would actually have a 2v2 fight right there and force an early smite or win a battle. We've seen that actually happen with the likes of Vulcan before, but Gaming Gear are unpunished for their choice of buff, and this actually allows a lot more safety for Lunar second half of the jungle.
Well, we'll see how he decides to roll after securing those buffs. Loveland has picked himself up that red buff right now, and Gaming Gear do have their preferred setup of the 2v1 lane. Going with that Lifeguard Renekton up in the top lane. He's been zoned out of any experience or any CS right now, and that very long range of Zyra going to make his life a bit difficult in his opening couple of minutes.
And this is a good thing for Gaming Gear, because Zac does more with low gold than Renekton does with low gold. Zac can just pop his crowd control, knock people in the air, split into his passive, and more or less do his job. So if NBS gets starved and Going gets starved, it's a good thing for Gaming Gear.
Well, I'll have to see how it works out for them. MBS right now still 0 to Going 0 as well. A very slow start. Neither of these lanes really even trying to get any sort of harass down or poke on one another. And Deadly Brother just wants to get as much CS as possible.
And he's actually soaking up experience pretty well. The solo laner's actually already hit level 2 before the turret dive can even happen, even if a Lunar were looking for that. So that's actually a bit of a lead there for Going. Just in case the dive did happen, though none of these junglers are looking for the early aggression, both junglers actually looking to defend and extend this 2v1 phase.
At this point in time, Alina is moving towards this bottom lane to help defend NBS and maybe fend off any potential dive. However, Loveland up on the top lane is mimicking this position. So we're going to see that almost 2v2 defense of the tower and supportive jungling movements as opposed to the ganks or the kill positions that we've seen.
And one thing that's interesting about the fact that these guys went for defense was Lunar was set up to go top lane. He started at his red, went towards his blue, was on the top side of the map. Whereas Loveland started the top side of the map and hit level 3 over at the bottom, but there were no wards inside of OMG's jungle. So Gaming Gear had no way of knowing if Loveland was waiting for a counter gank or completely on the wrong side of the map, so they weren't able to go for the 3v1 dive.
All right, now Alina at level 4 with 17 CS is practically double the amount of Loveland. Of course, that Jarvan has been trying to help defend this tower with a shorter range on Vayne. Makes it a little more unsafe if you're trying to get any DPS down onto that tower. And for the time being, Gaming Gear happy to be passively farming up.
Yeah, they are so far. Honestly, getting a Vayne with some free farm is going to be a pretty wonderful thing. Internet Explorer, unfortunately, League of Legends is still doing fine though, so not a big deal.
Yeah, that is it. We have switched back over, and now we see Mazrin has been jumped on. Fool's already burnt that Ignite. Mazrin forced to fall backwards, but is sitting on 250 HP. He doesn't have any potions to use, though, so may have to recall and get back. Great there from Going. He's going to use Renekton and shuts down that ward the moment it's put down.
And I like the early recall from Loveland for the wards. It will allow him to exert a bunch of control over this mid game. With the pink ward, he can set up a gank path. With the green ward, he can set up defense as well for any one of the isolated lanes. For example, NBS wouldn't have to recall if Loveland warded for him.
Well, Loveland right now, with that blue buff still on, no longer has the red buff available to him. Currently level 4 against Deadly Brothers level 4. We see in the bottom lane, Alinea has now returned. He was sitting mid, was helping protect Mazarin for a little bit, and has now decided to come and slow down the bottom lane. This is arguably one of the slowest starts that we've seen from OMG. They haven't committed to any sort of fights, and they seem to be quite content farming. As we talk about that, that's a flash forward into a stun on Deadly Brother. The roots don't land. Exhaust is on going. 110 HP left as Deadly Brother's trying to get away. 2 seconds for Culver. He gets up, but the Dragon Lance manages to secure it. Inspro's going to walk out, and OMG, they managed to pick up first blood.
And I was actually about to say that when you see 2v2 lanes, once like level 4 hits, you'll sometimes see these guys go for a dive because they built a level lead. And so the dive worked very successfully there for OMG. The knock-up combo, the double stuns, you just chase the Vayne down. That was really well played by these guys.
A lot of summoner spells burned in that as well. Neither going nor Loveland having their flashes available, but you definitely type worth it in caps once you secure that first blood, especially for the likes of Loveland's Jarvan, who still has not used those wards that you highlighted earlier and has now picked himself up some boots of mobility. So he'll be able to at least roam around the map and make even better use of that vision. It simply wasn't needed in that top lane.
So Loveland picking up the Spirit Stone. It's interesting because you're right. Kobe talked about First Blood giving you boots of mobility. He's actually, not gone for it. Gone for a little bit more jungle clear, interestingly. But yes, he can cash in with the pink ward. They can actually pull going. At 7 minutes, you probably could contest a dragon because you have the numbers lead in the bottom half of the map if they wanted to give up top lane pressure. That's a theoretical possibility for these guys. But it seems like they're more worried about keeping the lanes in good shape, maybe setting up a couple more ganks, and keeping turrets in good shape.
And at this point in time, that blue buff will be coming up from Gaming Gear in the not too distant future, and we'll have to see if Loveland puts any concerted effort on that. As it stands, he's roaming towards this top lane, has just stepped right over a ward, does still get condemned into the wall, but not the wall Deadly Brother was planning.
Nah, so nothing really going to be found there. Like, Loveland's staying on the top side of the map. He can keep trying to contest that lane. And honestly, he could revisit Vayne. There's no summoner spells left aside from Inspiro's Flash over there. So the ability to dive still very much exists for these guys. OMG really could keep revisiting that lane, and it would probably work out for him.
Going has hit level 6. He's got a 10 CS advantage over NBS's Zac right now. And of course, if he's able to lock anybody down with its stun or the knock-up of Jarvan, his ultimate will allow him to shred through them. We see San and Big Pomelo now fending off some minions on this bottom wave. We see he's 63 CS to the 58 of Deadly Brother. So mechanically, Gaming Gear are keeping mostly up as far as the CS is concerned.
They're doing a pretty good job. There's the attempted dive there on a Deadly Brother, but there's not enough follow-up damage available. And there's a lot of MIA pings coming out right now from Gaming Gear because they don't see Cool. Of course, Cool is just grabbing his blue buff, but that's what's now unlocked in this map. Organa not a great roamer, but Gragas is. And so OMG's got a better mid lane for fighting, but Alunir is already set up to dive this top.
Inspro's currently level 5. He's a couple minions away from that level 6. We'll have to see if the Stranglethorns is available for use in this fight. If he can get a good route down, maybe might be enough. That's a level 6 Alunir as well, so they have the recipe. They just need to land the CC in order to pick up kills here.
The lane's unfortunately not pushing. Look at how passively OMG are playing. They're actually not trying to re-dive. They haven't had eyes on a Lunir in a very long time. And even though we know OMG loves to dive and fight all the time, they're checking their aggression when they know there's elements that are question marks here on the map.
Well, as long as those questions remain unanswered, OMG are not committing to anything they don't want to. Cool. Toying with positioning, making Mazarin scared, knocks him backwards. Body slam is available, throws it down. Ignite is now ticking, it continues chasing. 200 HP and he forces Mazarin backwards, but not enough to pick up the kill. And Cool just really stomping authority on the lane. We do see there's an engagement up in the top lane. Cataclysm was used, Stranglethorns was available. They contemn going backwards, and Deadly Brother, the 100 HP, gets out cleanly. The Ignite not enough to securing him, but OMG winning every skirmish in every lane.
They traded the, they got rid of the exhaust, but here comes the spear onto a Lunir.
Oh, look at that fear. Throws Lunir backwards. The silence comes up. Barrel continues to put damage down, but thanks to that Command Protect, Lunir manages to get out mostly cleanly. Flash was burned. Tower in the bottom lane has been picked up for OMG, and they may get top as well.
Luna's been spending so much time trying to gank the mid lane and not succeeding, whereas Loveland's been helping his 1v2 top lane that San and Big Pomelo just got damage in the turret slowly but surely until it fell over, whereas the top lane was never in danger. And now, because of the lopsided engagement, it's a bit of a lead here on the bottom side of the map for OMG.
And now with, of course, that Fiddlesticks Fear and the ability to tank up that dragon, Cool, San, and Big Pomelo secure this without the aid of Loveland's jungle Jarvan. That smite not even needed. Numbers advantage, they extend that gold lead to 3,000 gold within 30 seconds. And it's at this point that Gaming Gear need to stop, plug the hole in their ship, as it were, because OMG are pulling further and further ahead.
Yeah, they've got to really realign their gears here and just get working as one well-oiled machine. A little bit of damage goes onto that top turret, but as we just said, the fact that Loveland has kept this lane going really well for Renekton, kept the turret from taking damage, there's just no headway to be made here from Gaming Gear. The only turret that they could really pressure here is the mid lane when Cool goes to roam. But when Cool goes to roam, there's probably a kill that OMG will pick up for it.
Well, Loveland is now, does not have his Cataclysm available, trying to get in range. Deadly Brother and Inspiro were backing away as Loveland was approaching, so they did see him coming from that Tribush ward, and you can see Sun now taking over defense of this top tower from Going. He's now going to try to fight against this other hyper carrier Vayne, and he's got a small item advantage right now with that Phage and Zeal, so we're going to see another Trinity Force Kog'Maw. This will be the third of Worlds, if I recall correctly.
It's definitely been the only build we've seen from Kog'Maw so far here. Even though Double have said it was weird and inefficient and he'd rather see Blade of the Ruin King come out from this champion, it seems that everyone else on the world stage seems to agree, and we'll see if it pays off here as well for San. Just 0-0-0 so far, but building the minion kill lead. But what's interesting to me is the pink ward that OMG put down in the top lane River Brush. It looks like they're trying to keep pressure on that side of the map, that their bottom lane is winning by its own. They've already killed the turret. Here's their next sort of focus that they're going to put effort on.
Well, we'll see if they manage to take the tower down and where they go from that. As it stands right now, going with a 73 CS advantage, a 13 CS advantage over his opponent MBS, is working towards that Sunfire Cape. And just going to become a tanky, beefy crocodile like only Renekton can. The numbers are still close, but the thing is, OMG just got more presence on the map. It seems that Gaming Gear, and Alanio in particular, he hasn't been a factor in the game as of yet. We haven't seen knockups from him. We haven't really seen him put any damage onto any of OMG's champions.
Exactly. He's been trying to gank the entire time, and none of it has succeeded. And here comes a dive.
Big Pomelo's going to throw down the Crowstorm. We finally see Alanio getting involved. Big Pomelo forced to flash away as the Stranglethorns throws San up into the air. He now backs away. Living Artillery is going to smack down in the faces of Gaming Gear. They continue to focus down as the tower is now dropped in the background. That's 3 quick kills as the passive of Zyra comes out. Throws down the true damage, but it is going to be a dead Zyra, and that's 3 plus a tower, and OMG just make it look easy, even with that Stranglethorn.
They use the low HP tower to really bait Gaming Gear into defending right there. They killed the turret during the engagement and just took the kills. There's so much crowd control available there, the silence, the tanky frontliners. That's just a fight you get to do when you're ahead.
Now Mazarin's in a little bit of trouble. You see Cool coming in from the background. Command attack going out, trying to clear the wave. He's feared, he's silenced, he is crushed by Loveland, who is now on a killing spree at 3-0-2. And OMG are now 5 kills ahead, 2 towers to 0. They've got a dragon, and it's accumulating to 6,000 gold right now.
And this looks like the OMG that is 3-0 in the group stage. This is the OMG that people are saying, you know what, they're topping the group and they're showing how strong they are. This fight's going to be interesting. I expect they're going to win this fight.
Going actually started that Dominus just to help finish off the red buff, and NBX basically jumped into the damage. Cool right now does not have that explosive cask available, and Alenia is just going to walk away saying, I don't really want to fight this Gragas right now.
Yeah, so OMG are just taking really everything from the map right now. 2 outer turrets already gone, 5-0 in kills. Everything is really going these guys' way. And this is, to me, now you kind of want to look at this and for all the other teams say, look, this is OMG. They have made every choice correctly. When you look at what the junglers did, Elunir trying to gank, never succeeding, whereas Loveland stayed top lane, actually got a kill for his team, kept his turret alive, whereas the OMG dual lane killed a turret. Decision-making's been good for OMG. All the die's been good for OMG. This is another one.
Oh, take a look at that. Bounces Deadly Brother backwards, condemns him into the wall. Cool got stunned up, and he decides to back away. You actually seen Sun and Big Pomelo. They did not follow in. They didn't chase that down. maybe cool biting off a little more than he can chew right now.
Yeah, that probably wasn't the most successful idea from him, but he has some cool direction in his build. His explosive cast actually most of the way back from cooldown. And Gragas runs around so fast, and the team is so well coordinated, he left mid, but Levlin took over the mid lane farm. So they didn't even miss anything for doing that. In fact, they burned Vayne's ultimate, and Gragas will be back first.
Well, Big Pamela now just hiding off to the side of this. OMG pushing all 3 lanes simultaneously, and we're seeing really controlled aggression from them. Knock up, oh, not landing this time around as Lovin's flag and drag, not throwing him towards Aluna. And he's going to use that Dark Flight to get out. Now, the cask is not up yet. There, Gragas' ultimate becomes available, and that's a flash from Aluna. He was afraid of the fear of Fiddle, and that's going to allow OMG to secure the last outer tower if they stick around in this mid lane.
They should be able to. They've actually pulled their AD carry into this lane. The fact that Son is not leaving means he's here for the push, and I don't see this getting turned around. You'll see some poke from Zyra, but that's a dead turret.
Yeah, nothing to really worry about. So tower number 3 falls. Cool has his ultimate available. He's actually going to throw a barrel and sidestep to the right. Let's see about the knockup. They catch Inspiro. He's locked in with Cataclysm. The ultimate comes down from Gragas and doesn't catch anybody from Gaming Gear. They're not going to walk out, but they got the Stranglethorn. So Inspiro's massive CC not going to be available if a fight were to break out.
And if they want to go for this one, with Dragon up in 3 seconds, OMG has full control. Everyone on the team for OMG on the bottom half of the map, it's fully theirs.
So going, throws down Dominus. He's trying to battle out Deadly Brother. In comes Big Pomelo from the side. Nobody's caught by those crows. Deadly Brother now recommits onto Big Pomelo. That massive 3-second fear into Drain. Fiddle is still alive. Fiddle gets out cleanly before Elenil comes in. Throws down the Massacre to secure the first kill of the game for Gaming Gear. Now he's running, and like only Elenil can. The Bloodwell comes out. He's stuck down in the passive, and OMG secure the 8th kill. They're going to take the bottom inner turret. If they want to tank it up, going to decide back, as MVS is going to be a tasty, juicy target. The double revives of Zac and Aatrox not going to be enough. OMG just in a commanding lead.
That was really interesting fight awareness by OMG because Zac was reviving under the turret. Levlin tried to deal some damage, was like, actually, the turret's doing too much. You guys can kill him later. Go dive the Aatrox. I'll just zone him out on the other side of the map. And they picked up the kill anyway, despite the Zac revive coming through. These guys are in complete control. So one thing you talked about a little while back was the Trinity Force Kog'Maw. And what I actually like about the Trinity Force Kog'Maw is 2 things. So one is you can re-trigger the double base damage Sheen proc with your ultimate very easily. But also, when you trigger your W, you get 700 plus range, and it counts as spell cast. So the very first thing you can do is be like, I hit you for 300 damage. And in a laning phase situation, you just get to poke Vayne. And they actually, once they got Trinity Force done, he went to go fight the Vayne matchup and said, I'm going to poke you for 300 damage every time this ability's up, plus my ultimate.
And you can't discount the mobility it gives you as well. Right now, Lovelin with that Oracle's Elixir and finally getting the boost of mobility. I got boost of mobility into speed confused earlier. He is now roaming around this map. Cataclysm is up, as is his Flash. The Dragon is available for taking, and OMG with this immense 10,000 gold lead before 20 minutes, as well as the Ring of Vision on that bottom half of the map, could decide to go for it. We do see blue buff was secured by Deadly Brothers. Oh, it just respawned actually. I'm being very silly. Lovelin and going in to secure this one up. Son actually gets that last hit with his Living Artillery.
I like that a lot, because now that Kog'Maw's level 11, the rank 2 Cog ultimate not only gets more range than rank 1, so he can use it more safely, but it deals a lot more damage as well, and he can actually poke GG off their turrets. There's no sustainer on that team. They can get some real headway now on this siege and get into the base by 20 minutes.
The 5th tower of the game has now fallen. Command attack being used just for vision here from Mazarin, trying to keep tabs on the Chinese players' movements. They now roll to the mid lane to secure their 6th tower of the game. This is turning into a PvE matchup as OMG are just completely controlling this map. Now, Crowstorm is available, and we've seen Big Pomelo not afraid to use that in fights, and Vayne wasn't even able to kill him in the previous one.
No, exactly. And this is really smart by OMG. They've already taken the 6 outer turrets down before 20 minutes because there's been no global gold coming in because the lanes are pressured so much. There's no items coming in, and here's the dive.
Oh, Crowstorm comes out, a very nice route, just going to keep OMG backwards, but it's not going to be enough. San secures the first kill of the fight on Mazin. Shockwave was not even used, and now Inspiro is going to need to find some inspirational music to save him. He gets dropped down. It's a second kill for San. He's now unstoppable at 5-0-4. A good condemn into the wall is going to force going to flash, but MBS didn't even get the knock-up in there. Let's Bounce comes out. And Gaming Gear are all over the place right now. They are just being split up, and OMG are having their way. The inhibitor turret is now being focused down, and a 5 versus 3 defense. There's no ultimates available here for the defending members of Gaming Gear, and it looks like they're going to back away. The tower will drop very, very soon, and OMG, they're going to decide to back away as Gaming Gear respawns.
Yeah, that is the aggressive take no prisoner style of the top teams in China. Look how little room to breathe they have given Gaming Gear. Nothing was held away from them. Okay, we'll protect our own turrets, but then, oh, we got the first turret. Oh, we got the first kill. We'll take everything now. OMG turned back for Dragon. That'll take them all of 15 seconds. But as they said, it was in 20 minutes, 6 turrets were down. No items, no good items have come in for the Gaming Gear lineup, and OMG keeps diving and forcing the fights and constantly just knocking at the front door.
Gaming Gear now with a 5-man stack in this mid lane. They're trying to get onto this tower. The Shockwave comes out. It only manages to catch Cool. He's going to flash away from the roots, and Inspiro and the rest of the team still unable to secure that tower. 0 towers for Gaming Gear right now. Take a look at those gold values in the bottom of your screen. 3,000 difference between basically everybody. 80 carries, that's 4,000 right now. It's so difficult to do anything with that sort of item differential.
It's brutal. It's really, really, really brutal. Deadly Brother just now has finished Blade of the Ruin King, so we can finally be a little bit useful in fights. But when you're fighting a Renekton with Brutalizer and Sunfire Cape, he'll kill you.
Inspiro almost gets one-shotted there from Cool's Grog as Dominus is thrown down by Going. A flash forward from Loveland. He slam dunks the Cataclysm. Deadly Brother forced to flash out as NBS follows suit. The Blades of Torment is going to slow members of OMG in the background, and Going's Dominus is about to wear out. A very good Stranglethorn throws up OMG. Now Deadly Brother silenced up. He can't tumble. The first victim of the fight is Going as Gaming Gear double their kill score. We do see in the background NBS was dropped and Sun is chasing. The mobility of that Trinity Force is so strong. He's out of mana though, so can't keep spamming those living artilleries, and this is going to allow OMG to secure the inhibitor.
Even a 1-for-1 is enough for these guys though. OMG will be able to get the first one, and there's a minion wave at the bottom turret as well.
So they're going to turn their focus down onto this tower. The Condemn actually pushes Cool to safety as the body slam gets him out of distance of that wall. So Inhibitor is now down at 22 minutes with a 10 kill advantage and a massive gold lead. OMG, it's up to them what they want to do. They can most likely clear the jungle, maybe go for Baron, and then try to force down the last towers. They've played a very controlled game so far.
Yeah, it's worth giving Son a full mana bar, letting him take red buff. And they don't even need to go for Baron. Sure, they could choose to if they wanted. Nothing would stop them. They'd get it and have another easy way to push into the base. But basically, seeing OMG close out games is important to watch, because we've seen scorelines this different before and have them take another 10 minutes to close out. One thing that OMG does very well, I think, is efficiently close games, as long as they pick the right fights. Occasionally they pick wrong ones, but they're usually very good at winning quickly.
Yeah, when we think about Mineski in Group B, they have been in similar situations and really held on with the skin in their teeth at the last minute to fight out, dragging games out multiple minutes, picking up, defending turret aces in certain situations against the likes of Ozone. So Gaming Gear may have a similar situation on their hands. Right now, OMG have decided to go for that Baron, and it's dropping very quickly with the damage of Cogmore.
And they've got plenty of ward control. They will see GG coming in and can choose to disengage at a moment's notice.
Let's Bounce has just become available for MBS. Is he going to fling himself in? That's the question. He does, but the Baron's already down, and the rest of Gaming Gear say, sorry bro, we're out. They back away. NBS is going to be the first victim of this fight, and the rest of OMG trying to chase down Gaming Gear. A little bit of miscommunication there, I feel.
NBS didn't need to be the one to go in. He can't smite. You can't trust that you're going to outsmite one of the best junglers in the world when you don't even have the summoner spell yourself. At the very least, wait for a Lunar. But here's a 5v4 with Baron buff. This is surely OMG closing out the game.
20 seconds on the clock before MBS is available. Let's Bounce will not be there when he respawns. The tower's going to fall. OMG now onto the second inhibitor turret. There are super minions pouring down the middle lane. and OMG may decide to close this one out. Even in a 5v5 situation, it seems impossible to me that Gaming Gear could win a fight. The statistic difference is just too big. OMG gonna play this one safe though, and go down to the bottom lane. Deadly Brother just gets one-shotted there. A shockwave pulls him backwards. The knockup not really landing there from Alinea.
Oh.
Now we see the barrel from Cool knocking everyone clean out safely. The barrier wears off and Deadly Brother falls suit. Now OMG are gonna secure their 3rd kill of the fight. Mazarin flashes onto the fountain and Sand pops down the barrier to survive the laser. They're onto the Nexus turrets and OMG are gonna pick up a very, very clean victory.
16-3 in 25 minutes, not even giving up a single turret kill themselves. Very well executed victory by OMG. Good decisions from the beginning, and they move to 4-0 halfway through the group stage.
Very, very dominant performance from OMG. It was clear they had a game plan coming into this match. They didn't falter, they didn't panic in the game at all, and everything was just so crisp throughout the match.
Crisp is the perfect definition for what OMG did. Every decision they made was on point. If someone died, it was to start a fight and get more kills. If the jungler went somewhere, it paid off, whether it was a gank or a turret defense or a dive. All of them worked. That's the kind of gameplay you see from a team who is on point and are ready to play a World Championship.
For Gaming Gear EU, if they look back on this game for VOD review and think about what they could have done, the first 5 to 10 minutes of the game before it really snowballed out of the way, if they had made some more plays, if they'd had ganks that had worked, they may have got themselves a bit more in it, but it just, it stayed so stable for so long, and then a couple Towers and Dragons, and it just escalated.
Exactly, and that's the trouble when you fight OMG. Like, think back to all their wins here. When they get an early game lead, they do not let up. And you cannot let OMG get their early game lead because they have the aggression dial turned to 11, and then they will close the game out and give you no room to breathe. That's the kind of gameplay that's made them top this group.
I do feel that this was their most controlled game.
Yes.
I do think that that was 10.5 for this matchup.
Okay.
We'll see if it continues with the rest of their games. We're going to throw this one over to Riv and the rest of the analysts for a breakdown of OMG's incredibly powerful performance.
Thank you very much, Trevor. And I think everybody, the fans, the viewers here at the desk, tells us OMG by that play, they are still perfect coming into this group stage. So coming out of that, what are we thinking about OMG? Can they be stopped? They've shown us different things all the time. You know, Monty, I'll kick this off with you.
Yeah, I mean, they're still looking next to flawless. I'm impressed that they've managed to come here in a very different circumstance to their normal LPL with the jet lag and still perform so well.
I talked a bit with Tabe from Royal because they just arrived. And Tabe says that OMG practices by far the most out of any Chinese team that he's ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, they were so dominant in the LPL seasons. We've talked about this many times before, but it's really kind of being reinforced right here because we knew that China was a very closed system of League of Legends, especially in the spring split when they were playing a lot of Hecarim, a lot of Malphite, and that actually made me question how strong they'd really be when they came here at Worlds. And at least in this group right now, it kind of seems like, well, that closed system was actually incredibly evolved, and they're actually very strong.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think many of us who pay attention to the Chinese scene have these questions. And that's what's so fun about Worlds, though, right, is that we get to see these different styles that have evolved over the course of the season go head-to-head and have these questions answered.
You know, guys, coming into this matchup, we've seen that Gaming Gear is having a slight bit of trouble. And earlier I asked, you know, the old players as well as current players, and as well, Monty, feel free to chime in. The intensity coming into these matches now that Gaming Gear EU is almost on the verge of mathematical elimination from the tournament. What does that do to your mindset coming in, Crepa?
Coming into this tournament, though, they were not the favorite at all. I mean, let's be honest. They didn't expect to get out of groups. They knew they had a slight chance to get out, maybe. I think right now they should just drop the pressure. Enjoy this experience as much as they can. You have to remember, for a team not competing in any of the major leagues, LPL, the OGN tournament in Korea, or even the LCS in North America and Europe, they're one of the teams that get the chance to get in here, like with by the wild card. They got here. They got the World Finals experience. They have the studio experience. All they can do from this is learn and have fun.
Yeah, and it's the second big event they've been able to go to as well. They're at Gamescom in Germany where they were able to actually win a tournament. And you can tell they're already kind of at least enjoying it. They're always smiling, even with all of this happening. So it is kind of the right mindset to go in because they are overmatched. And at this point, it's about learning as much as possible.
It's really mean to say, like, used to losing, but it's something like the first loss you take is gonna hit you hard. But like if you would look at it objectively, they're not the favorites, but they're enjoying their time here. They're walking around here before the games. They're not even that stressed. Like they're really nice guys.
Smiles on the face throughout
always
Champions
smiling.
Select,
What
in their
can you do
seats,
better?
yeah.
Especially like you can see that the crowd also gets behind a lot of the underdog teams. We saw with Mineski as well. Okay, they weren't doing too well. They're doing the interview and somebody just shouts, "I love you, Kage." That's like really, really nice to see that all these teams, even though they're not doing the best and they're having the largest fan base, that the crowd still gets behind them.
All right, well, with our last match ahead of us, let's right now check out how Group A stacks up with one game left today. OMG stays perfect and finishes the first half of group stage at 4-0, while Gaming Gear is still looking for their first win. So, gentlemen, it's time to pick the final matchup of the day. SKT T1 versus Team Solo Mid. Jat, what do you have for us?
Yeah, it may not be popular with the fans here, but I am going with SKT once again. I just feel like they are a superior team in this group right now. Basically, even though TSM had such an awesome game against Lemon Dogs where they really executed, I have too much faith in Faker right now. I just feel like his actual champion pool is far exceeding that of Reginald right now, and he should be able to dominate for SKT and just carry on as usual.
Crepo?
Pretty much SKT1. I talked to Reggie earlier, and he handed me this skin code, and he said, yeah, just vote for SKT1, and then TSM is going to take it all. So I'm going with SKT1, but for any fans in this building that want a skin code, I think Nick Allen has a lot more, so find him and get some skin codes.
Wow, you're mean, dude. My vote also goes for SKT1. I talked to Reggie earlier, though, and he tried to convince me otherwise. He was really, really, really confident. I can't stress how confident this guy was.
He's pretty confident.
I actually have a quote from that. Dude, God's bleed, yo. And
oh, yeah, exactly. He's like, dude, even God's bleed, yo, in that voice.
Yeah.
Reggie has historically, he's always really confident. He says he beat Faker in some scrims. I don't know exactly like what happened because I didn't watch those games, obviously. But Reggie clearly has a mental, he's got good mental fortitude. He's not shaken at all.
I mean, I'm taking SK Telecom as well. I know.
No. Really?
Yeah, shocking.
Wow.
Amazing.
What?
Amazing. It's
Jaws on the floor.
Breaking news.
It's a bold gambit, but I do want to take this opportunity to explain to the fans a lot of what's been going on in Korea in regards to these matches. So, the Korean fans are well aware of the trash talking that's been coming out of TSM about Korean players and about SK Telecom. And so right before I came here, there's a show on OnGameNet called I Am a Carry, which is co-hosted by Koma, the coach of SK Telecom T1.
Okay.
And he said that he would make sure that Reggie never said a word about a Korean player again. And then, when he came here, he just did an interview over the past couple of days with OGN, and he said that after all the TSM chants in the crowd, that the crowd would be silent after their games. So that's their coach, Koma, and his thoughts on the upcoming match.
He's not even playing.
Does he offer lessons on trash talking? Because I need some of that.
See, I can't hear the crowd. They seem to be really quiet at the moment.
Yeah, I don't believe that TSM thinks they're too quiet, and it's the momentum they want to use to be able to carry into this game. We talk a lot about momentum with NA teams, but Monty, where does that fall for the Korean teams coming in, or even the Chinese teams? Does momentum a factor for them, or, as you say, they just adapt game to what needs to happen?
I think that not having momentum is not something that SK Telecom is really even used to. You have to remember that they have never lost a match except to Ozone. They've split because we have those 2-game formats, 1-1 with Sword, and they've dropped games to the KT Bullets, but they've never actually gone down against any team except for Ozone. So
until today.
Well, there's still another game versus TSM left.
I was like, where did that voice come from just now?
Yeah, exactly. That was Crepo. And actually, I do feel like SK Telecom, to answer your question, Riv, actually can carry momentum very well.
Okay.
Just based off of all of their best of fives that we were talking about earlier. When they start by losing the first or the first 2 games and then just run the table with the next 3, they already had their loss, effectively, against OMG.
Looking back at last game, what do you think? Like, what do you guys think they're going to do? Like, ban Zed, obviously, but...
SK Telecom scouting the OMG game.
Yeah, what do you think they're going to take from that one? Jat, you as an analyst.
Okay, as an analyst, put me on the spot. I think they're going to ban Zed. I think they're going to try to pick away Vi. SKT is the blue team in this one, so they're
not even going to ban Zed?
No, they wouldn't ban Zed. Faker.
Faker's a god, dude. His champion pool is endless, it seems. Like, he plays everything. He plays it comfortably, and he always does well. Like, if I saw a game where he played something new and I was like, I've never seen him play that, and then he did badly, I'd be like, oh, I guess Faker doesn't live up to this hype, but he he does live up to that.
Monty,
hype.
what was that statistic of his champion pool?
He's played 51 professional games, and he's played 19 different champions now over that
And
time.
recently his Fizz third game of the day here was his first Fizz.
Correct.
So even pulling out first professional Fizz there. So we see Faker, even everybody's saying it on Twitter, on social media, the playmaker. So our lane to watch here is definitely going to be somewhat in the mid lane. We're going to see if the odd one can be as much of an extension of his mid lane as Bengi is to Faker. It's just something that we are going to have to keep our eyes on, and I'm sure everybody's been pretty excited and ready for this match. But first, we're going to have to take a short breather, but when we return, Faker and SK Telecom try to silence the crowd. Reggie and Team Solo Mid in our final match of the day. So don't touch that mouse. The Season 3 Championship live from Los Angeles. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship live from Los Angeles, California. It is time for our final match of the day. And ooh, it's a big one. Korea's SK Telecom T1 versus North America's Team Solo Mid. And this is especially important because the winner of this match will take control of second place heading into the second half of the group stage. And even though TSM and SKT have yet to meet on the Rift, these two teams have been involved in a war of words for quite a while now.
Yeah, so Impact called Reggie out for his Zed play, but the thing is, Reggie had a pretty good Zed game earlier today. He went 9-1-4 in the champion, and he led his team to win over Lemon Dogs, so it seems he can hold up sometimes. Now, on Sunday, Reggie said he needed to step up his game. He played pretty bad on the first day, but he did step up against Lemon Dogs, right? He did a really good job earlier today.
Yeah, but now Reggie's skills will really be put to the test as he goes up against Faker, arguably the best mid laner in the world, in most people's opinions, including his own during the interview earlier today.
Yeah, and you hear the crowd cheering for him right there. This is the team who's fighting TSM, and the crowd still cheers for Faker. They also know this is a really good player, and he's shown time and again why everyone believes in him. Even in their loss against OMG, he won his lane, right? The guy is doing really well.
Yeah, coming into this match, we have all talked quite a bit about the war of words between Reggie and SKT. So before we actually get to the battle on the Rift, I think it only seems right and fair to let the teams get in the final word.
I think playing against SKT1 would be really interesting because they're very hyped up. They're probably known as the best team in the world right now, so it's gonna be really fun.
저희 코치님이 좀 그런 레지날드 선수를 좀 싫어하더라고요. 한국 선수를 욕한다고.
When I commented about one of the Korean players, right? They took me out of context and they thought I said like his other champions were bad and how I thought I was better and stuff like that. Like you should see things for yourself other than just like blindly believing like random fans in Twitch chat, you know?
저희가 처음 붙어보는 팀이잖아요. 그리고 한국 팀이랑 경기한 영상도 되게 오래된 거라 좀 북미에서 요즘 성적은 별로 안 나온 것 같지만 그래도 많이 신경 써야 될 팀인 것 같아요.
It feels like they're the best team. You know, if we're able to beat, you know, the best team with the most hype, then we're taking over their spot. We'll see what happens from there.
I think Dyrus's words sum it up. If they're able to beat the team, it's going to silence everybody's questions. And Faker himself was saying, hey, we got to be scared of these guys.
Yeah, and mind you, there is a pretty big curse for TSM. They've never, ever beaten a Korean team in an international tournament on LAN. This would be their first time.
0-14.
That's the number I heard.
I think it's 0-14. We'll have to double check it. We'll see if it's going to be 1. Maybe this is the win for them. Let's take a look at who these teams are and who they're playing on the Rift. On the blue side, it is going to be SK Telecom T1. Impact in the top lane, Bengi in the jungle, Faker in the mid lane with Piglet and Pumandu as your AD carry and support.
And on the red side, they don't need much of an introduction here. It's TSM. Dyrus in the top lane, the Abud in the jungle, Reginald in mid lane, Wild Turtle on AD carry, and Xpecial on support.
This is going to be a very, very interesting game. I'm looking forward to it, and you know, there's a lot of similarities to some of the champion pools of these teams in terms, you know, both like to play Zed. We've seen Fizz being played by Faker as well as by Reginald. Caitlyn likes to be played by both of these AD carries. So we'll see how this pick-ban phase is going to play out.
And there's a couple of interesting games I want to see just within Champion Select, because if I basically want to know how much SKT respects TSM, because if they're actually really hating on him and Como like convinces these guys to like let Reginald play Zed just to throw dirt in his face, I don't know if that's gonna happen, but like if they wanted to be super cocky about it, SKT could do it.
Well, take a look at this. We're already through all 6 bans. These are rapid fire. Fiddlesticks, Vi, and Fizz taken away from SKT or banned by SKT. TSM, on the other hand, Shen, Thresh, and Zed, and insta-lock Ari there for Faker.
And that's interesting a little bit for TSM because Reggie plays both Ari and Zed and said, we know you'll first pick Ari if this happens, we'll let you have it, and we'll grab the Corki, we'll grab one of those high-impact junglers like Elise since you've already banned out the Vi.
So we'll have to see how they play from here. We've been seeing Bengi playing Jarvan the 4th, and arguably, I think he's my favorite Jarvan the 4th jungler that I've seen anywhere in the OGN Champions. He's phenomenal on that. And these are quick fire picks here. SKT and TSM are really signaling to the viewers that they've thought this out, and I actually think it's going to plan arguably for both teams right now. Zyra and Renekton locked in there for SKT.
Both these lineups look a fair bit like default lineups for these guys, even though a lot of these champions are steals. Even though we haven't really seen Piglet excel on non-Caitlyn Vayne, and to be fair, we're probably going to see the Caitlyn come out at the end of the day for him. It's the Renekton being stolen away from Dyrus. Of course, the Rumble is still available for him. Sona coming out, not a surprise here for a special. Hopefully, he'll actually hit his crescendos. I know Crepo was alluding to that earlier on in the desk. And I guess here for Reginald, that's going to be a fun one. It's one of his old standbys. And we've seen Gragas show up a lot this tournament, and here it is again.
It's definitely going to be interesting to see how this matchup works, especially against the likes of that Ari. So a lot of pressure going to be on those barrels and making sure they land, making sure you get rid of Faker. This is going to be the first time we're seeing Impact playing Renekton. He's actually played 4 different champions in 4 different games. So once again, showing some diversity. 3rd time for Pumandu playing Zyra. Now Caitlyn is up, as is Vayne. And as you mentioned, it is going to be that Caitlyn locked in for Piglet.
Yeah, it's just the easy math here. Vayne is not the easiest matchup. When you fight up against a Corki, it's a pretty easy lane bully. And if SKT can't happen to get themselves a 2v1, it just makes life really rough. And as you said before, Renekton in a 1v2, not the best idea either. So we're down to TSM's last pick. SKT, definitely a lot of aggression. This looks like an SKT lineup. It's a lot of early game aggression. You've got the Ahri roam, you've got the Lee Sin ganks, and to back it all up at the end of the day, Piglets on Caitlyn to siege down turrets and to carry late game team fights.
I have to say I am a little bit nervous here for TSM. I think that the champions that SKT got are not only comfort picks, I think it fits their playstyle as a team. Yeah. And we are going to be seeing Bengi once again on Lee Sin. It's the 2nd time this tournament. He likes those early sort of gank heavy type junglers. We've seen him playing Jarvan, Lee, and Vi. TSM have to decide the last pick. This is for Dyrus, and I have no idea where it's going.
So to sort of look at, so there's the Rumble coming in. So you talked about how SKT got sort of an SKT type of lineup, things they like to run. What TSM did with the ban phase was help isolate Reggie and Faker in 1v1 by removing Shen so that Impact couldn't help. They also removed Mandu's ability to make picks for himself. He's on Zyra, he's a bit more reactive. You can flash root, but that's not great. So they said no, only Bengi and Faker get to make plays. Pumandu doesn't get to anymore. And then the Zed ban is just to help Reggie win a 1v1. Zed's a lot harder to beat than Ahri is.
I'm a little concerned about TSM's composition in that if the Crescendo doesn't lock up multiple people, the Gragas ult and the Equalizer are sort of contradictory. They don't necessarily stack and help one another out. So a lot of pressure going to be on TSM's calling and communication in this matchup. And I want to see where the vote lies, because as these teams are spawning into the Rift, let's take a look at that public opinion poll. According to LOL Esports, 61% of you have faith in Faker, the Playmaker, and SKT.
And of course, the analysts are on the SKT hype train as well. Last time, you guys were all right. I am, though, a little bit surprised to see that the fan vote didn't go to TSM, being just that LOL Esports is a Western site, but these guys have faith in Monte Cristo's hype train.
So I think there's even more pressure on Reginald this particular matchup. We know that TSM revolves around Reggie and his performances. But on a Gragas against an Ahri, if his barrels are not explosively good, there is going to be so much more difficulty placed on TSM to pick up victories.
And you're right about that, but here's the cool thing about how TSM plays with Gragas, actually, is this is a lineup that works really, really well early mid. When Reggie plays Gragas, and I actually remember back to the Season 2 North American Regional, he was criticizing, I believe it was Prawley, on his Gragas play, saying, when you get Gragas and you're sieging, spam your barrels, even your ultimate, early on, and just poke your opponents off the turret. Play a push style. And when you're running with a Corki, who's going to spike at 18 minutes with a Trinity Force, when you're playing Elise, who's early game dominant, when you've got Rumble, who does all of his damage with just 2 items, Sword Shoes and Haunting Guys, TSM will spike very early in this game, and they can play hyper-aggressive and get things started.
Well, we'll see how it works out. As it stands, both teams deciding to meet here in the mid lane. SKT in the blue trunks on the left-hand side, taking on TSM in the red trunks on the right-hand side. Now, Dyrus is going to spot members of SKT invading, getting that sort of very traditional red buff wards down, and it looks like Pumandu's going for what we've begun calling the Ozone Ward.
That is a ward that you use to seek out a 2v1 or a 2v2 matchup. And when you're looking at a matchup like Zyra Kate, you're looking for a 2v2 matchup there. You're looking to bully your opponents out of lane because you can do it when you're as good as Piglet and Mandu. That ward, by the way, we're talking about it, is up near that secondary top lane turret. Even if you run through the brush way up there against the wall, you'll still spot them coming out of the lane. And we often see teams who do this ward run their dual lane near the mid lane and then run to the lane they want to go fight at.
And we do see TSM have mimicked the ward, actually gotten even a little deeper on the side of SKT. So as far as depth into enemy territory is concerned, TSM currently with the advantage. However, neither team has responded to it just yet. You see Pumandu and Piglet going to be helping out Bengi up towards that blue buff area.
And this is pretty nice for TSM. They'll get more or less a blind steal on the red buff. At the end of the day, these teams will probably trade their buffs, but there's a chance that Bengi guesses wrong, thinks he can fight for TSM's red, and gets just gets kind of turned around.
Well, we'll see how it works out for them. Impact right now, he's stuttered just by that double golem for a brief moment and has now returned to lane. Special Odd One and Wild Turtle now moving towards this bottom lane. It doesn't look like Cocoon has been leveled up yet, so if they're going to jump on this, it's going to be a fair amount of damage. Impact at level 1. We'll see how he decides to go. It does actually just get out of the lane cleanly. Takes a bit of damage from both Wild Turtle and Special.
And they actually forced Impact to learn Slice and Dice at level 1, which lowers his sustain under the turret a little bit until he hits level 2. You could always see small things like that occasionally turn into advantage. It might not mean much, but Awan is on this side of the map. They could always go for a dive.
Yeah, Bengi is up there right now. He is currently level 3. The wave is pushing towards Dyrus's lane, and I think he smells it. He realizes something's up, and he's backing out cleanly before anything can happen.
That's really, really smart. That's TSM respecting the opportunities and the openings that the SKT lineup has. TSM looking for that same dive, though, and Impact is waiting around.
So Bengi was able to get a good amount of damage down onto Dyrus. However, he still has his flash. Right now, the Odd One is waiting in the wings as the minion wave is pushing up.
He's level 2, but there's enough damage here that could kill Impact.
Now we'll have to see if the CC lands. We do see this turret aggro has been pulled onto Special. Impact slices it. He dices out. Now the Odd One is tanking. He repels up. Damage goes down. There is going to be a power cord landing. Down to about 50 HP. The Odd One is trying to get in range. Wild Turtle wants to pick this up. There's no flash available. Impact gets out cleanly. He survives the 3v1.
That was not a perfectly executed dive by TSM. Special pulled aggro so early on there with no one hitting Impact. It does give TSM presence over that turret. They'll get a lot of damage output there, but Dyrus is in the same position. He's surrounded too.
This is a level 1 Dyrus. You see Bengi diving to the ward. Does follow up that resonating strike. Takes 1 tower hit for his troubles. The first tower to fall is going to be SK Telecoms as TSM get the early advantage. However, it will be evened up very quickly in that top lane.
Yeah, Dyrus is in just as bad of a situation as Impact. That turret went down first, but it's not going to be a 1 for 0 here. Dyrus still has nowhere to go. He can't see Bengi anywhere on the map, so he has to respect the dive potential.
Well, right now Dyrus is just playing as far back as he possibly can. With that tower falling, Impact has time to farm. Faker is going to be able to get away from Reginald. Some decent damage going down. Reggie, however, is 13 CS behind Faker at 5 minutes on the clock.
And look at the gold difference between these teams. 800 gold. With just an equal distribution of resources there. Reginald is down 10 minion kills in his lane. Impact is up 11 minion kills in his. Even the AD carries. Look at Piglet versus Wild Turtle. 34-16? SKT is just winning the laning phase.
TSM needs to get a hold of the match and try to pull back those last hits. With that tower finally falling in the top lane, the minions have pushed onto Dyrus's lap, and he can finally get his... get some gold and some experience racking up there. Sitting only at level 2, while Impact is currently level 4 right now.
But the one thing that TSM is going to be able to do is freeze the top lane for Dyrus. So you see, SKT lane swapped back. Zyra and Caitlyn are down there fighting Wild Turtle and Special. That's fine. But look what Renekton gets to do. He's going to basically 3-man lane in the bottom lane, whereas Dyrus is going to get experience in gold in complete safety on the top side of the map. And one of the core TSM plays is that 8-minute dragon fight if Rumble hits level 6, which he'll be able to do, and then come down in time for a dragon.
Well, they're going to have to make sure he stays in lane for a very long time right now. The minions are pushing towards him. Level 3 right now, getting closer to that level 6. Once Reginald hits his ulti as well, it's going to be a lot of AoE damage in that very confined space, and you know just how much TSM likes to take control of the dragon. Right now, Reggie in the mid lane, he's closed up that CS difference, 38 to 33. He already has that Chalice of Harmony in his back pocket, so really wants to spam those barrels out like you were talking about during the pre-match.
And actually there's a battle in the mid lane, Faker getting low!
Faker is going to get caught up, the cocoon doesn't land, however, Odd1 is going to be able to back away. Reginald throws himself forward, the barrel not going to connect, and without any mana, Reggie cannot follow up. Sonic Wave comes down from Bengi, and Odd1 and Reginald almost making it work.
Odd1 had the opportunity to flash Cocoon instead of just casting it regularly, but thought he could land it anyway, and Faker's last dash got him out of range. But as you pointed out, you're right, Reggie has new items, he's equaled up the minion kill lead, and that mid lane matchup, that super hyped Faker matchup, Reggie's holding on to it.
He's keeping even right now, arguably winning, with the fact he has that flash in his back pocket right now. We'll see whoever secures that first blood kill. They have been trading back and forth. We see Dyrus closing the gap on the CS numbers. He now finds himself only 9 behind, and that is going to be shrinking even more as time goes on. However, Bengi and Impact, they definitely want to jump onto him.
And Dyrus is alone right here against 2.
He's in a lot of trouble. Flash is available, instantly flashes away. Here comes Benny. Sonic Wave follows up with a resonating strike, and there's a bit of damage coming down. Impact lands the stun. Dyrus maybe should not have gone back in. He's going to go down for first blood. Dyrus re-engaged when he shouldn't have.
And he had no items there either. Doran's shield and potion just got obliterated there by the base damages, the abilities of that SKT lineup.
So well played by Impact to get in range and land that on-hit stun from Renekton. Right now, though, Odd1 is moving towards this dragon. 8 minutes is getting closer and closer, and there are 3 pink wards on this dragon. If we know TSM love those 8-minute dragons, you can bet your bottom dollar that SKT are going to be aware of it as well.
But unfortunately for TSM, the only ultimate they have is Reginald's. With that death, Dyrus is still only level 4 and special as well. But Odd1 has a flank on this bottom lane.
Well, the question is now, can they lock anyone down? Boomandu is keeping the attention of Wild Turtle and special. He will get dropped. In the background, the Odd1 is catching onto Piglet, lands the cocoon, instantly cleansed away. Piglet forced to flash. Odd1 failed flashes. He face plants into the wall, and that cancels the chase. But it allows TSM to get on the dragon. Dyrus has been collapsed on by Bengi and Impact. He's not going to get away, and the Dominus picks up the kill. TSM has started dragon.
That's going to be the dragon secured here for TSM. Odd1's making a lot of great plays, but you know Dyrus is not happy with the performance right now. He talked about morale in his interview. TSM has to make sure they keep that. They're only down 400 gold. There's still a close game here.
Well, this trade's not over yet. Reginald forced to flash away. Faker uses the second proc of that Spirit Rush to get out cleanly, and Reginald forced off of that tower. Odd1's going to at least pick up the blue, help Reggie pick up that blue rather. That'll allow him to continue spamming, but another tower falling. The inner top turret, SK Telecom slowly pulling ahead.
TSM are being bottom lane focused. Their ganks have come down to their duo lane. They had the 3v1 dive early against Impact. You saw Odd1 come back there as well, and it helped them get the dragon as well. At 9 minutes this time, but close enough, I suppose, for TSM. But that's left Dyrus on an island. Normally, he's a very consistent player, doesn't go on tilt, holds his own even when getting ganked. The thankful thing is he is on a low-scale champion. He just needs some Magic Pen, but by focusing all their effort on the bottom lane for TSM, Dyrus is falling behind here. Impact is scaling up nicely.
Those first few team fights are going to be so important for TSM if they can combo the Equalizer and Explosive Casks together, and we'll have to see as and when that happens, because for the time being, SKT are playing the skirmish game, and that skirmish game revolves around killing Dyrus. They've really invested a lot of time up top there.
And they're investing even more. Impact has picked up a vision ward here that he just put down, and that brush you're seeing, that's going to spot out one of the core gank paths, help ensure that Bengi doesn't get spotted while going up, and help see Reginald and Odd1 counter gank. SKT are still planning on wreaking havoc on this side of the map.
Well read by the odd one. Fully aware of the positionings and maybe even the trends down the bottom lane. Crescendo's down. Piglet is dropped so incredibly low. 110 HP. Wild Turtle does not land the missile barrage. Now they flash forward. Exhaust catches onto Pumandu. They continue the chase. And the missile barrage plus one more auto attack secures a kill for Wild Turtle. Now in the top lane, the odd one's forced backwards. We see the safeguard from Bengi. The explosive barrel comes up. The body slam throws him backwards. The first kill is secured here for Bengi. Now Dyrus is in trouble. Equalizer has already been used, and this is going to be 2 kills in reply for SK Telecom. It's not over as now Wild Turtle is tanking up the turret. Ace in the hole's being channeled. The minions are bashing away. They trade kills as Special secures the final blow.
That's a bit of a better trade there in the bottom lane for TSM. But in the top lane jungle, Reggie held on to his ultimate too long. He could have killed Bengi in that fight, and instead the Lee Sin got out. That top side of the map continues to go well for SKT, and you see a 5-3 kill lead. It's working for them.
Renekton is currently 2-0-2. Impact, 63 CS to Dyrus' 41. He's already got that cloak completed, working towards the Spirit Visage, and it just synergizes with his whole kit. And when you think of all the magic damage on the side of TSM, it's the perfect item for him to sustain that burst.
It really is. So Impact is having, honestly, a very high impact in this game. He's itemizing well, he's scaling well, he's leveling up, he's doing great. But look at what Dyrus is doing, because I want to keep comparing these lanes. Dyrus has been hit so hard in this lane, he's rushed a Seeker's Arm Guard. He's going for a Haunted Guys now, but he started with the Ruby Crystal. He's just like trying to survive with his itemization. He'll have a late Haunted Guys, late Sorcerer Shoes. Dyrus will not help team fights for a very long time in this game.
All right, we'll see how it works out from Wild Turtle right now. 2-1-1. Currently being involved in all of TSM's kills. He's got that Phage and the Sheen completed. He knows that Bengi is clearing wards in the river, so he should be a little bit careful. We did see that X-Special and the odd one are moving towards that bottom lane. Crescendo almost available, and you know what? You have to give props to Wild Turtle and X-Special. They've traded fairly evenly in these 2v2 once they've matched up.
They've done a very good job. I would say they've pulled ahead to some extent, but you've got to consider how well Piglet's actually holding up. Their minion kills are pretty much identical here. If you look at the gold, they're only about 200 apart, despite TSM picking up more kills in that lane.
Busy watching this lane, and you don't get a moment to breathe. Everybody's throwing everything at one another. Here comes Reginald. We do see the Crescendo catches them out. Wild Turtle gets his 3rd kill. He's going to get dropped by Bengi. The true damage isn't going to land, however, and Bengi kicks back Reginald. Great decision. Ace in the hole will channel, but it's not going to be enough. That's a 2-for-1 trade that TSM come out in the lead.
And they keep making those ganks work. It was a really nice kick by Bengi to keep Reggie out of range, so he couldn't ult Piglet and pick up the kill. But even so, the Alma got to go in. So watch this. It's a great crescendo by X-Special. You mentioned it coming up at this time. Underneath the turret, which is so smart as well, it catches 2. Even if Piglet tries to cleanse out, there's just so much damage coming across. It's a great counter gank by Bengi. But watch this. He kicks out Reggie, jumps to a ward to make sure he could do it, but Piglet had nowhere to go.
2-for-1's definitely working in their favor, getting closer to getting that Trinity Force completed for Wild Turtle. Once again, we keep getting a glimpse of that top lane. Dyrus 0-3 right now, 40 CS behind that of Impact. And Impact has basically had complete control over these double golems. This is about the 3rd or the 4th time I've seen him stealing them away, and he's just pulling even further ahead of TSM.
And that is credit to the ward control of SKT. The fact that he's been able to live in that top lane so far pushed up, that's a credit to Faker pushing mid all the time with his ability power, and it's a credit to all the wards that Bengi and Impact have been putting down there to keep that secured. And by the way, speaking of ward control, Oracle's Elixir also picked up here for Bengi, so it's going to be a really tough vision game for TSM.
You see 20 seconds on the clock for Dragon respawning in the not too distant future, and Bengi is going to be hanging out in this bottom lane. Crescendo is not available, and Wild Turtle doing a pretty good job at avoiding most of that damage. Odd One and Reginald stealthing their way towards this position, but you can see the pink wards there for SKT. They have vision control at the bottom of the river.
Exactly. They can see TSM move around. TSM already have their pink wards on the Dragon itself, but this is a timer that SKT already has. You notice both top laners are on this side of the map, ready to fight for Dragon, and SKT are actually pushing the turret before TSM can even start Dragon.
TSM in position for Dragon, and all of a sudden SKT take the tower in middle. 3-1 up as far as towers are concerned. It's a 2,000 gold lead, and now all of a sudden the Korean SK Telecom team is moving towards the Dragon Pit. There's been a lot of wards killed already.
This game is incredibly fast-paced. You can see them swarming around, the ward control being taken out by SKT, trying to steal away Dragon in time before TSM fights for it. But both these teams are ready to battle.
And we do see that TSM is a little bit split up. Sonic Wave connects on the odd one. Bengi does not follow through with it. Dyrus is sitting on the top half of the river. Needs to be very, very careful. SKT continue to clear out wards. There's no wards left for Dyrus, so if he wants to come into the river, it's going to have to be blind. We do see that TSM, they land the cocoon, decide not to follow this up. Flash Crescendo is available if X Special feels it. Now Dyrus is rejoined.
This team fight, now that Dyrus has finally gone around, it's a better comp for TSM. It's so much AoE, and Corki has spiked pretty well here. The Bloodthirster for Caitlyn, mostly stacked, but even still, the 5v5, this is a comp that TSM likes to run. We will out 5v5 you.
So they've started off the Dragon for the second time. SKT are a little bit split. Impact was in the mid lane. Now all of a sudden, they're looking to challenge. The explosive cast goes down. Pumandu's dropped low. Grasping Roots catches a few. That's a great equalizer, at least keeping them out of the fight. The first victim is Pumandu, but Dyrus has dropped in the background. Now Wild Turtle at 50% HP, forced out of the fight. Here comes Faker. Wild Turtle's going to be able to pick up a kill onto Bengi. Now the odd one is in trouble. Wild Turtle really wants to help, but he's so far away from the rest of his team. He started the recall. He should be able to get out. A TSM win the fight 2-1.
Exactly. That is the TSM 5v5. Pumandu tried to start the fight early on, but the equalizer, the explosive cast, separated the team well enough. And you talked about the coordination there between Rumble and Gragas. And what needs to happen there for TSM happened there for TSM. Reggie must ult first, separate the team, and then say when you file back in, you'll file back in over an equalizer. It's not Rumble ulti first, then kick them off of it. It's make them run through Rumble ulti.
Well, that particular fight did, it evened up the kill score, 7-7. TSM still a couple thousand gold behind, but they are several towers behind as well. So as you can see right now, SKT, let you know exactly what's happening as soon as we get word. Is a keyboard problem with Faker, so we should be on the technical side of things very, very soon.
Yeah, and of course you can tell there's a clear home field advantage here for TSM. The crowd definitely still behind them. Even though the online vote thought that SKT would win this matchup. And yeah, there's a bit of a gold lead, and that does come from turrets. That is something that the Korean squad has done very, very well. And it's mostly come from that top lane, actually. It's been the constant pressure onto Dyrus. And to think about what's been happening there, TSM's been kind of constantly getting that bottom lane, a lane that already has a turret killed. When SKT are ganking that lane, it's a pushed up lane right in front of the secondary turret, which they got as part of one of those ganks there. They've actually been pressuring deep into TSM's territory and have never gotten punished for it.
Well, one thing that we do have to highlight is Wild Turtle's Corki is currently 4 kills, 2 deaths, and 3 assists. He's doing very, very well for himself. He's only a couple of CS behind that of Piglet. And, you know, Turtle and Special in this duo, they've set up many kills. The crescendos have been good. Their engagements have been good and you know, well controlled, and they're giving Piglet and Mandu a hard time.
Yes, and this is actually, I think, mostly the matchup, but then also TSM playing the matchup well. So Caitlyn basically auto-attacks you to death. She has to sit there and swing, and she needs items to be good, and had finished an early Bloodthirst because Piglet realizes SKT needs to fight a lot early on because it's a very close-fought game. Until those items are really done, Kate doesn't do a heck of a lot. Like, people call Caitlyn a good lane bully because she has so much range. But if you can get past that, her actual 1v1 fight is not nearly as good as Corki's. And what TSM are doing are engaging, jumping in there with Valkyrie, using Crescendo, locking up the targets and saying, well, now we're in the same range. Easy to 1v1, and TSM are taking advantages that way.
Well, TSM going to have to continue taking advantages. I'm hearing that we will be going back into the game very soon, as you can see it on your screens. And TSM now starting to reposition for another potential Dragon fight. It's definitely one that sort of went in their favor, but it's still very, very close. TSM haven't got clean-cut, obvious team fight wins.
No, they haven't. It's been a very hard-fought game between these two. And in the end of the last one, TSM actually got ward control overall, so the odd one is able to sweep out a number of these wards. Those two don't see each other. That little cliff right there, doesn't let them spot each other, and that might actually bait one of these teams into thinking they're unseen when doing something.
Well, if this fight breaks out, this time round, Faker has a Deathfire Grasp completed. That is a lot of burst damage that could delete someone from TSM off the map.
And the Equalizer plus Crescendo are not up here for TSM, whereas except for... Actually, it's almost coming back up right now. SKT has more ultimates available. They would out 5v5 TSM right now.
TSM needs to stall this one out, drag it out. There's quite a long time left on X Special's Crescendo. 45 seconds before it is available. But Equalizer should be up in just a moment.
Now.
They're killing wards back and forth. Bengi continues to use that Sight Stone to put even more vision down. X Special with the Oracles is clearing it out. Right now, SKT, they've decided to back off. They want that mid inner turret.
That's a very smart trade right there. They knew TSM would out-trade, but that mid turret could go down to this push.
It does look like it's going to. Now that Piglet's going to get onto that one. Dragon will be secured by TSM in just a second. The tower has fallen first, and now all of a sudden, SKT find themselves in the top half of the jungle, in TSM's jungle. They back away. TSM still 3,000 gold behind, but 4 towers down.
Yeah, and SKT have made the most of their positioning here by roaming to the top side of the jungle and stealing away the red buff. There was a bit of a missed opportunity for TSM, though, as Wild Turtle could have stayed in the bottom lane this whole time and traded a turret. In addition to that, Dragon, he's going back now, but Renekton's recalling, and also Faker's on the proper side of the map. Maybe Turtle gets it, but here's Piglet as well.
Here comes Piglet, level 11 versus level 10. Wild Turtle, probably with an interesting item in a competition. We see that Avarice Blade completed for Piglet, as well as that Bloodthirster. Wild Turtle decides not to challenge and backs away clean. He got at least a couple of auto attacks onto that tower.
So here you get into the mid game, and this is where the interesting things start really happening between these teams, because they have such different goals in mind. TSM, they want to 5v5. We knew coming into this World Championship, TSM loves to 5v5. When they play champions like Gragas and Rumble and Sona, man, do they want team fights. And you've noticed on these Dragon fights that SKT either doesn't want to fight them or straight up loses those fights. SKT, on the other hand, they're all playing picks. They've got a Lee Sin jungle. They've got Caitlyn with an early Bloodthirster to land ultimates. They've got Lee Sin. They've got Ahri. Individual fights are what SKT are looking for. These scraps to jungle is what they're looking for.
And as you can see, with all those towers down and the complete map control, SKT steal away yet another buff. As we hit 20 minutes on the dot, did you see that blue was donated over to Faker? And SK Telecom now moving towards that mid lane. They're trying to pull a Fnatic on TSM. They're hiding in the bush and waiting for someone to come to them. They've backed away though.
They have, and they realized that no one was really falling for it right there. There was nothing for TSM to fight for anymore. They kind of let the blue buff get stolen away. And TSM going back to the laning phase, it's interesting because it lets Dyrus get that Haunting Guise and get to scale up and be more powerful. But at the same time, the longer this laning phase goes on, the more SKT gets to get random picks with Lee Sin and Ahri, which is a scary thing for TSM to deal with. They have to play this mid-game. Both these teams have played the mid-game really, really well.
Faker will be coming down from the river on the bottom half. The barrel goes out, catches Pumandu. Now that I look at it, it's actually him that's sitting with that blue buff on. May have picked that one up in the background. You see that once Faker and Piglet get closer to that mid lane, TSM back off at exactly the right time. And we're not at risk of being jumped on by the members of SKT. And they are playing this. Basically, TSM's trying to find gold. They're trying to find farm without putting themselves in dangerous situations.
Exactly, and you notice what SKT have done to help create more dangerous situations is Bengi got an early Sight Stone on Lee Sin. Now, a lot of that is because ward jumping is awesome and it makes you have really flashy plays, but also this competition from SKT needs ward control to do anything. They need to get these oddball picks. They're set up to create them, but that's the only way they can actually fight in an advantageous situation. And with X Special running around with an Oracles, sweeping these wards out, they remove that option from the Koreans.
It's working very well in their favor. Since X Special has actually picked up that Oracles and more importantly, cleared out those wards, SKT have definitely dialed back the tempo on this game. We did see Bengi split pushing that bottom lane for a little bit. He's been pushed backwards as Reginald now continues to apply focus on that bottom lane. He's cleared out the minions and he's pushed it back. He's now falling further behind. 145 CS to the 181 of Faker. But when you consider how much TSM's been on the back foot, they've held this 3,000 gold lead for the better part of 7 to 9 minutes.
They really have, and you've got to consider if TSM starts winning fights, there's a bunch of turrets available for TSM to kill. If the minions stay at the middle of the map, there's 2 outer turrets and 3 inner turrets waiting for TSM. If the minions stay in the middle and SKT wins a fight, there's only 1 second tier turret for SKT to pick to snowball a gold lead. And that can be a really huge risk for them.
We'll have to see how TSM play this one out. As it stands, TSM have really only contested fights in the bottom half of their map or around the Dragon Pit. Elsewhere, it's just been Dyrus just playing catch-up. He is now getting scarier, 124 CS. He has that Haunting Guys completed and the Seekers, which is fully stacked. We do see now SKT invading the red buff area of TSM, and there's a lot of members congregated in a very small amount of space.
Exactly, and Gragas and Rumble both have crested that level 11 point, so the TSM lineup has sort of turned on now. 5v5s would work well for these guys. You can see them continuing to sweep wards out, continuing to prevent any picks here at all from SKT. And SKT are still the team looking to create openings. I actually think they get outscaled as well in this lineup. Elise will do more late game than Lee Sin without some kind of miracle plays. So the pressure is really on for this Korean team to dial it up and make something happen.
Well, we'll see how they decide to do it. As it stands, SKT have cleared out most of the vision in the red buff area. They're trying to pull TSM towards them, but TSM have not taken the bait. They have not pushed further forward than they need to. However, they are sorely lacking on that vision. Cocoon goes out and she catches the red buff. Now they're very close to one another. Red buff was secured there by Bengi without using that smite.
Yeah, Aban actually smote a little bit too early, slightly miscalculated the damage. Bengi got it with the second part of his Q with the resonating strike. So good pickup there, and that's the kind of stuff SKT's looking for. They're looking to create openings by pressuring buffs, keeping ward control over there, and TSM are smart enough to know to not get picked off. But of course, SKT continue to scale up.
As we see, Dragon is going to respawn in 5 seconds time. SKT have the exact timer on it. They do have some vision heading towards them. However, not as much as we've seen previously. 4 members of TSM in the mid lane. They decide to try and push towards that tower. However, they're a little overextended. The odd one finds himself. He is going to flash away. DFG comes out. Stranglethorns picks up the final hit. Now all of a sudden, Xpecial's in trouble. Crescendo did land, but it isn't going to be enough to save them. The charm goes wide. Equalizer comes down. Wild Turtle secures a kill onto Faker as he's been exhausted. Rumble is going to be able to pick up a kill there onto Zara in the background. Dyrus does get dropped. That's a double kill for Impact. A 2 for 4, and Reginald was a little late to the party. TSM, after playing so safe for so long, face check basically.
They got a little too eager for the Dragon there. SKT had ward control. Aside from one ward, kind of near the Wolf camp, there was nothing for TSM. They're walking in blind to this, and look at SKT explode out of the brush. Nice try by the Alban to get out, but just drops down the knockup as well. But watch the team fight for the rest of this. It's basically 3v5 now, and TSM puts really good damage onto Faker. Wild Turtle just goes all in to find this one. Equalizer actually slightly would have missed. So good by TSM to pick up 2 kills here, but map control, of course, SKT's.
And definitely a great explosive cast there from Reginald. I missed that off on the bottom. He was at least able to knock away members of SKT, but he cannot afford to make mistakes like that. They are now 5,000 gold behind. For the first time in a long time, that gold gap has grown further. 5 towers to 1. TSM still looking for that opening, still looking for their fight, looking for their time to make something happen, because it's all been very reactive thus far.
It really has been, and you've got to compliment SKT on doing a good job of not getting suckered into those fights. Sure, the gold lead is still 4.5 up, but as we talked about, TSM's comp has sort of turned on. Their 5v5s are good. Reggie right now is wearing a blue buff. We can see as TSM, they could run to the mid lane, throw barrels at SKT, whittle them down, and then siege the turret, and SKT have stopped that from happening. A lot of that is Impact, who can win any 1v1 in the top lane or whichever lane he goes to, will be able to constantly pull attention from TSM, preventing those 5v5s.
All right, as it stands right now, Dyrus has picked himself up a Giant's Belt, so still no major item completed. This reminds me of our day 1 games where Faker would just dash across the wall and blow people up. Impact right now moving towards this mid lane. Reginald and Wild Turtle without really lots of support. Throws out an exploratory barrel, but this is very, very brave. Reginald's going to be in trouble. He gets stunned up. Pigger's going to jump on me, force to flash away. Now all of a sudden the odd one is in trouble. Dominus comes down. A decent equalizer is going to throw them out. They hit Impact backwards, but he's the tankiest member. Here comes Faker. Here comes Bengi. Bengi's going to jump onto Reginald. Reginald's still alive, but the Stranglethorns throws the odd one up into the air. The general is down. Now Piglet dives onto Wild Turtle, trading a lot of damage back and forth. The odd one is forced out incredibly low as he's down. Now SKT with a 4-man advantage in this mid lane. They're going to jump on the tower.
They're healthy enough to keep the siege going, and Reggie's going to get dropped dangerously low from this.
Ace in the hole slams him down. The rest of SKT focusing onto this tower as you see Reginald doing the best he can to get back. SKT wisely going to back away safely. After that, another misplay from TSM. They can't afford to be doing that.
That was rough. The TSM was too eager to get into that fight. They wasted a whole bunch of cooldowns on the tank, as you mentioned during the battle. A whole lot was burned on Impact, and Impact survived. All the effort SKT had been spending, ganking for Impact, knocking down Dyrus, dealing damage to him, and letting Impact scale up. He's level 15 now, by the way. You saw it pay off there. Sunfire Spirit Visage absorbed all the damage and let his team carry the fight.
4-0-4 is Impact's Renekton. Right now, TSM, with a momentary respite, they may be able to get some damage down. However, Humandu and Bengi are here in the right time. Reginald decides not to use that ultimate and try to knock him backwards.
But this should be the TSM gameplay here. Their ults are coming back up right now. The Siege game, we just still haven't seen it from TSM. The Siege can cause 5v5s to start because SKT can't initiate cleanly. Even underneath their own turret, SKT can't just jump in on TSM without overextending a core member here. I'm surprised to not see Sieges come out.
Everybody held their breath as Reginald threw himself forward. That big body slam. I was waiting to see if that ultimate was going to come down, and it did not in this particular instance. Reginald looking at Humandu. That Oracle's Elixir painting a giant target on his back. Now, TSM, we've seen them do Desperation Barons before. This time round, though, they may be playing the bait game. They've got vision control. They know that there's no vision here for SKT. I don't think that's what's giving them vision into the pit, but the barrel will give it away. Now, all of a sudden, SKT realizing they have maybe an advantage in this fight. Impact gets in. He manages to get the stun onto the Odd One. Odd One repels up. Equalizer is going to slow down the entrance, but it's not going to have a huge amount. Impact is keeping on 3 members of TSM. The first victim will be Xpecial. He got the crescendo down, but it's not going to be enough to save them, as now Dyrus will be the second victim of the fight. That's a double kill for Piglet as he now flashes over the wall. Triple kill as he turns into Wild Turtle. This is going to be the Quadra. Does pick up the Quadra kill as Reginald gets out cleanly. Piglet, 8-2-3, is a terrifying Caitlyn.
And they didn't even need to use the Strangle Thorns. The front line for SKT did such a good job of making sure they absorbed the impact. Equalizer did not land on any of the squishy backlines, nor did really explosive cast either. A well-managed team fight now by the Koreans. Now they've got control over Baron, but you've always got to be concerned about Red Side Gragas.
We do see Bengi going very, very low. Piglet has to 90 caliber in to start tanking up the Baron. They secure that one. 5 seconds on the clock before Impact gets up. He does not manage to pick it up. And now SK Telecom, 10,000 gold lead, 5 tower lead, and the Baron buff. Surely it's too much to come back from.
It's gonna take a lot for TSM to come back from this. It would be somewhat of a miracle here. And yes, the road is very steep and quite uphill for these guys, but you never know. There is a crowd back to them here. There's always the chance.
Well, let's see if they can manage to pull that one up. Dragon has respawned and TSM are in position to pick this one up. However, SKT are roaming around. It does look like Humandu's the only one close enough to really do anything about it. And TSM will secure this one. There is an open exposed inhibitor. Now the timer is on. Can they get back to base in time?
They should be able to. There's not a ton of pressure coming in just yet from SKT. They're not rushing into it, is the thing. SKT are still being composed about this, stealing away the buffs, making sure the lanes are starting to get pushed. The funny thing is TSM was actually stuck over by that Golem buff. They actually could have all in the inhib and probably gotten it, but SKT aren't looking to take a big risk here. They're saying, oh, we're going to make sure that we don't get caught out. We've got plenty of time left on Baron buff. We'll do our bookkeeping and then get the siege before Baron time's out.
As it stands right now, SKT with immense vision control on this map. Look at the number of pink wards littered across the TSM jungle right now. TSM will not be able to move or leave their base without SKT being fully aware of it. Right now, they're starting to stack towards that top lane.
And that's the good thing about pink ward spam, is not only does it let you see the opposing team come in, it also lets you guarantee that there's no wards from the other team either, so that they know they can run around blind and find picks if TSM ever does try to challenge something. This inhib is going to be free. TSM has to fight underneath a turret to stand a chance of winning.
SK Telecom secure that one completely unchallenged, uncontested, and now start moving up to the top lane. They want to clear out those minions, prevent the wave pushing against them, and TSM with the tower now Now they're going to decide but quite literally now or never as far as this matchup is concerned. Sands SKT with the minion advantage and that long range of Caitlyn. Finally going to start hitting the tower, gets a single hit down before the wave is cleared out. TSM do have very good wave clear.
They do have very good wave clear, but they don't have an easy answer to Piglet. Unlike an AD carry like Vayne or Corki, who is actually in range of explosive cast when hitting a turret, Piglet's so far away, Reggie can't easily threaten him. This turret will lose 300 health every minion wave until it falls over.
As it stands, Faker is now solo pushing the Nexus turrets. Dyrus is going to do the best he can to respond, but if he gets caught by a charm, that is going to be scary. The tower is now dropping lower and lower. It's down to a couple hundred hit points as SKT now going to try tank this one up. Pumandu gets pinned against the wall. Turret hit goes down, does pick up a kill. Reginald able to secure that with the aid of the turret. There are super minions on the Nexus turrets, and now with TSM responding, SKT may try and finish that tower off.
And so even though Reggie's not on Ari, he still has to eat on a support and knock it down. And it's a 5v4. Oh my gosh.
X-Special is going to go so incredibly low, less than 100 HP. He does manage to stun up Faker there. Faker is now dropped by Wild Turtle. Wild Turtle in behind enemy lines, caught between a Bengi and an Impact. Impact closes off X-Special as Bengi now dives forward. Piglet is going to cleanse out the Ignite. Damage continues to tick as Dyrus is overheating, so no more spells can come down. Wild Turtle's doing the best he can, but he gets dropped. The ace in the hole finishes it off. Double kill for Impact, double kill for Piglet. Now they turn their attention to the tower. Reginald is left alone. His ultimate is up. He's going to have to do a monumental defense to save TSM.
It's a 3 versus 1 inside the base. Reggie picks up home guards, but Piglet has full HP right now, and so does Lee Sin. He's regenerating with that Baron buff as well. This might just be the game for the Koreans.
Explosive Cask is available. Bengi, Piglet, Impact. They finish off the first tower. They finish off the second tower. Cask is going to delay the inevitable. Is now X-Special rejoins the fray. He's going to see a stun onto Reggie's. Now Bengi and Impact are exhausted. They're onto the Nexus. We see a slice forward. Impact gets to the opposite side. The tower's going to drop. Piglet has rejoined. He's going to be able to close out the kill. Ladies and gentlemen, SK Telecom T1 is your second team in Group A. They pick up the win against TSM. What a good game.
Very, very well played by both sides. You have to give credit to both these teams for putting on a very good show. The crowd appreciative as well. The good play by that SKT1 squad. But I gotta say, that was a very well-deserved win here.
Congratulations to SK Telecom. They really put the hurt on TSM early, controlled those lanes, got the towers, and TSM tried, but I think in their VOD review, they're definitely going to be looking at that the river, basically face check and both top and bottom, because that just pushed them way too far behind.
That was definitely a rough fight, and I've also got to give credit to the early mid-game plays by SKT, who talked about their team comps early on. TSM wants to get those 5v5s and rely on their power spikes and their ultimates. Whereas SKT, they've got a Lee Sin who's going to be able to scrap all the time. The Ari roaming around, the Renekton who snowballed ahead. And just piece by piece by piece, SKT kept picking up turrets and building this mid-game lead without ever having a team fight for it.
What I absolutely loved about that particular matchup, right at the end, there was seeing Faker and Reggie actually giving each other a hug and saying, good game, well played, big smiles on their faces. And, you have to give props. Reggie did well on Gragas.
Yeah.
But it didn't have the impact that Team Solomid were looking for.
It unfortunately didn't. The actual team fights that did come in just didn't work the way TSM wanted. That's really what happened there, is those 5v5s never went down in a really beautiful way. There was the one Dragon team fight that TSM won 2-1, and that was a well-played battle, but the rest of the time, the equalizers weren't quite on, or the Gragas ultis just wouldn't separate the right targets, and so at an execution level, it just didn't quite come together for TSM.
Yeah, one last thing I do want to talk about with this two comps is, of course, how well X-Special and Wild Turtle did against Piglet and Pumandu. And, as we talked about, it is the champions that were being selected, but the way in which they were played as well. Multiple times we've seen those 2v2s going in favor of Wild Turtle once those lanes have been reset to the 2v2s.
Yeah, I've got to say, in this tournament, TSM's bottom lane is really carrying their weight. In fact, they're probably carrying more than their own weight right here. On the losing team, Wild Turtle went 7, 5, and 5. He was part of 12 of his team's 13 kills. X-Special 1, 3, and 10. Part of 11 of his team's 13 kills. They are making all the moves. They've had a great tournament so far. And if TSM can just plug up a couple more holes, they're playing all these teams one more time again. There's still a good chance here for TSM if they can win out.
This was definitely a rough game for Dyrus. Definitely a game where he will be going back to the books, talking about what went wrong, talking about how, he played it right. In theory, he did everything almost right. He played it safe. He respected the potential ganks. He did re-engage after Impact and Bengi were there.
He got picked off a couple more times. You're right. The very first dive, he ran away and said, "You're right, you're right." And both the top laners did that, right? This time around, Impact actually respected the 3v1 dive, which is something he learned from the beginning. Dyrus, of course, coming from a scene where people 3v1 dives kind of a lot. He pieced out at the beginning. But yeah, Bengi stayed there. Bengi stayed there and said, at some point, you're going to get greedy for minions, and capitalized on kills. So it was a very well-done job by Impact and Bengi to snowball that lane, because Impact carried a lot of those team fights.
Yeah, he really, really did. All snowballing from that very early stages of the matches. Guys, we do need to take one more commercial break, but when we return, the guys at the analyst desk will break down SKT's huge win. Plus, they'll update the standings with half the group stage in our rearview mirror. Don't go anywhere. The World Championship live from Los Angeles will be right back in 3.5.
Welcome back to day 3 of the League of Legends World Championship live from Los Angeles. And it's now time to discuss, after the break, SKT versus TSM. SKT T1 coming up with a very big win there. Picks and bans kind of went as everybody expected. We figured we'd see a few picks go this way. Kind of interesting that they did get Ari on the side of SKT, but the early dives, a lot of vocal points coming out from you, Crepo. What were your thoughts on that early dive from Team Solo Mid?
When we were watching the match, I just started getting really excited and at the same time really angry because TSM was playing the better conceptual early game. They were really playing the game better. Like when it's pure methodical and pure in your head, they were playing it better.
What points make you think that?
Okay, SKT1 failed already against OMG with the 3v1 dive, so they kind of adapted their strategy to now let Lee Sin dive 3 against 1 as well. But it still was really slow for Lee to get there. And then what Dyrus did was really smart. He said, well, okay, you're going to dive me. I know you're going to dive me. I'm going to move away, take my tower. I don't care. That's the correct play from Dyrus. At the bottom lane, Renekton didn't do that. I'm not sure if that was a choice, but I think they just defaulted to try and survive under the tower and try and mirror. But then TSM actually had the chance there, right there, to dive Renekton, kill him, take his tower while Dyrus wasn't there. And they screwed it up. Xpecial, with all credit, Xpecial played a really nice match, has really nice Wuxian knows this, so I don't want to bash him at all, but right there he took tower aggro too early, he took 1 or 2 tower shots when there was no damage coming out from his teammates on the Renekton, which should always happen. So the ideal 3v1 dive is support taking tower aggro, the double buff and the other laner hitting as hard as you can. Max damage on Renekton, resetting tower aggro, Corki will Valkyrie out or Elise will repel when it switches, kill him, take tower, snowball game.
Yeah, and just going off that, Xpecial, just mechanically, TSM got outplayed, but I feel like like Crepo said, their strategy was on point. Impact should have died there in 3v1 dive, just because Xpecial didn't even exhaust, played it, they just played it not so good. And also, you can tell how uncharacteristic it is of Korean games for there to be a 3v1 dive, because when I watched the dual lane on SKTT1 side, they got the tower, and they allowed Dyrus to freeze. They should have pushed it all the way to the tier 2 tower and let the cannon minion reset. But when I watched them recall, I'm like, there's a cannon minion there on their side. Dyrus can freeze the cannon minion and just permanently just sit there. And all Dyrus has to do is not die, which is exactly what he did. He died at the worst possible time. All you have to do there is just sit there. You'll draw jungle pressure for minutes of the game, crucial minutes for Lee Sin to make plays. All you have to do is just not die. And I just feel like TSM got mechanically outplayed, but SKT1's strategy, especially in the 3v1 dive kind of early game that NA is used to, they played it, it's not so good.
Yeah, they didn't play it so well, but I do agree with you guys that it could have gone huge in the early game for TSM. But that pressure, they didn't freeze the lane, but then they had pressure across all 3 lanes with Impact shoving, and especially in mid and bot, they were slowly chipping away on those turrets over time as well.
At the same time, okay, you get pressure in all 3 lanes, but how about you actually push in a wave? You let a level 1 Rumble push you back, because the dive failed. I can get it if both of them are in the same position, sure, you can pressure all you want, but that was a level 3 Renekton because of a failed dive against a level 1 Rumble. The wave would have reset, okay, level 2 then. If you then have jungle pressure on him, he dies, and it was really poor play by SKT1 strategy-wise, and I really hope they fix it. As you said, they have a really good coach, so you could already see the little improvement in switching from the no 3v1 at all to make it into a 3v1 if they have lane swaps. Hopefully they recognize now that, hey, Dyrus did something really smart and they can adapt it in the next game.
Another thing I want to point out is just the fact like why Caitlyn has kind of fallen out in North America. Not like she's still a pretty common pick, but she's not like overwhelmingly common as in other regions. If you do the 2v1 swap, she's not actually that great in a 3 versus 1 situation. She doesn't do that much damage, and she's only really good at pushing minions. She's not really so great at killing champions, and she's just as good as every other AD at killing towers. When you finally swap back into the 2v2 lane, you allow Corki, who's going to hit level 6, to bully you in lane, and that's exactly what you saw. Corki Sona has so much more control over that lane than a Caitlyn, because at any time they can just kill you. And if TSM didn't misplay some of those ganks, it could have gone really, really, really bad.
Actually had a double kill there at bottom once.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, once SK Telecom did get that lead, it was just like kind of the team we're used to seeing. The team we've seen over in the OGN, all the crisp Korean play. They got the ward control, they got the right picks, they played the game extremely conservatively, and they were able to come out on top. But yeah, the early on portion of the game, crazy.
Yeah, and that could be, we were talking about this as well, is that could be a big weakness for them moving forward, because if they can't shore up their early game play against very good teams that can actually take that snowball and run with it, it's going to cause them to lose. That said, if we go look at the mid game right there, I really liked Bengi's pretty early oracles. He got control over the jungle in an extremely effective way. And to TSM's credit as well, they knew they were facing that pick composition. They knew exactly how SK Telecom was going to play that. And in fact, they survived longer than many Korean teams do against SK Telecom when they're trying to do that. They knew that their jungle was warded. They felt that pressure on the map, and they didn't make bad rotations through their jungle and allow SKTT1 to catch them until pretty late on when they decided to go for that dragon fight, and Odd One got a little bit out of position at the front of the pack.
Yeah, the DFG really caught him off guard there.
Yeah,
exactly. TSM played this game conceptually so well, except so they failed a dive, then Dyrus escaped top lane, but died right after. So he probably was in the mindset, hey, they didn't kill me now, they can never kill me. And so that gave them a huge lead on the top lane, a lot of pressure there. Then Odd One did a really smart gank going through the jungle, knowing that they had triple pink ward at one point invested in the river. Allowed Odd One to go behind bot lane. Pumandu dropped immediately, and then Odd One unfortunately failed his flash over the wall, which didn't make his rappel connect.
Double F.
You kind of have to give it to SKTT1 though, because when it does get to that mid game that they're really comfortable with, and they're not in this weird situation of 3v1 and lane swaps and whatnot, they actually do really well controlling the game. They control the enemy jungler with pinks. They look for those picks. They do everything pretty much like 100% correctly. But I feel like in the next game, if TSM just shapes up a little bit mechanically, they actually have a really good shot at beating SKTT1.
Which is kind of surprising.
And I'm so interested now, exactly. That's why we're all very surprised watching this game, because the way the different regions' games and closed systems are really interacting with each other. Because I almost feel like after watching this game, Korea in general was only worried about getting here, but not necessarily exposed to the things the other regions were doing. And even though once they adapt, maybe we'll see a whole different game, but they have to make that adaptation.
Absolutely.
First impressions, the early turret diving game is the game that's beating everyone until they find a defense for it.
All right, Crepo, final thoughts, because I know you guys could talk forever on this.
Okay, 2 points. Just like we went through this. The only reason I'm so adamant about it is because we went through this phase. Like we were horrible at 3v1 dives. So in scrims we had to reiterate the process so many times, so you can really pinpoint. Second, I just want to point out what Double F told me during the game. Is like Korea has like a lot of gentlemen's agreements. It seems where they really want to find out who's the best skill-based player.
Yeah, I want to say too, we did actually used to see a lot of this early diving. I mean, that's where Najin Sword's do dive mantra comes from, but that was back in Champions Winter. And ever since then, the dives have gone down significantly. And guess what? SK Telecom wasn't a team until Champions Spring. So this isn't something they've ever really had to deal with. So it is a unique flaw that many older teams, and if we look at Najin Sword, I'm sure they'll do a lot better against it. Coming into the later stages of the tournament. But SK Telecom, I agree, they've got to shore up that early game.
All right, with the final words from our analysts, and after 3 days of games, let's see where the Group A teams stand heading into the second half of the group stage. OMG is sitting in first at 4-0, and SKT now alone in second place at 3-1.
Team Seoul Mid falls back into third place with their loss to SKT, while the Lemon Dogs and Gaming Gear round out the bottom half of the standings. All right, and with today's 5 games in our match history, let's take a look at how close the 4 of you are catching the OP viewers. With these stats at 16-4, the viewers are looking like Cloud9 of predictions. So
On top of that one, I got a little head shake there from Doublelift. No. Well, in the middle of the pack reminds me a lot of the European summer split. Everybody just tightly packed into the same score. Crepo, the good news is,
Nice.
we still have 20 more games, Crepo, so you're not out of it yet. You can still.
Of course I can.
You just keep going with your evil ways.
I think I'm just gonna match whatever these guys do, and then at least I'm not as horribly far behind.
That's why we have to hide the picks.
We have hidden ballots for this, guys.
That's
Put them in the hat, pick them out later. And the first of 5 rematches in this double round-robin format feature the teams of Group B. Up first, it's going to be Ozone looking for revenge against Gambit. And then Expeke and ManCloud step back into the Rift for round 2 of Fnatic versus Vulcan.
After that, Mineski looks to turn their World Championship tournament around when they battle Gambit. That's followed by Fnatic versus Ozone, and in the finale, it will be Vulcan against Mineski. Day 4 kicks off on Thursday at 7 p.m. Pacific, which is Friday at 4 a.m. Central European Summertime.
Absolutely, and that does it from the 5 of us here at the desk. Now let's send it over to Shocks for a proper adieu.
Merci bien, Rivington. Well, it was another amazing day here at Worlds, and if you missed any of the matches, head over to lolesports.com for all the results, updates, and VODs. And while you're there, go to lolesports.com/tickets to grab your seats for the Galen Center and help cheer your favorites into the finals. All right, that does it for Day 3 of the Season 3 World Championship. So from all of us here in Los Angeles, our guests at the Analyst Desk, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching.
From the rest of the team. He's still managing to get away.
Nice! Twist!
Poole now on a rampage as he shuts him down. Flashes in as well. They're going to keep up with the kill. They're going to pick up the Nexus kill and go 3-0 here with that victory over Lemon Dogs in Group A. But here comes Bengi from the side. They've not seen him. This could cost them. Deadly Brother surely going to be finished off. On towards Nuke, though. Look at that damage. Paul comes in from Darius. He sidesteps. Oh, wow! TSM get the victory against the Lemon Dogs. And that's going to give him a massive boost of confidence here going forward in the groups.
Flashes over the wall. Triple kill as he turns onto Wild Turtle. This is going to be the Quadra. Does pick up the Quadra kill. Ladies and gentlemen, SK Telecom T1 is your second team in Group A. They pick up the win against TSM.
The tournament has been quite good.
We're 2-2.
3-1 is a good score.
Первое место, мы хотели 4-0, но не пошло.
많이 힘든 상황이죠 지금.
It's been a rough start.
Every game we're getting better.
I think we did pretty fine last time, so we don't have to change too much. We just gotta try and play solid.
앞으로는 다른 나라의 메타에 맞춰서 전략을 연구하거나 플레이 스타일을 바꿔야 될 것 같아요.
If we just keep focus, we can do this. We can go 7-1.
저희 팀이 가진 약점을 보완해서 이겨내서 남은 경기 모두를 다 이겨야겠고.
I want to control my own destiny. Tomorrow is today. We want to win every game, play by play, inch by inch.
We can't lose a game. If we lose a game, we're pretty much out.
With 3 wins, we will be surely in, and I think that's what we will aim for.
We came here to win.
The road to the biggest event in esports begins right here.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the League of Legends Season 3 World Championship. I'm Evie Shock supporter coming to you live from Los Angeles, California, in front of this incredible studio audience. And now that we've all had a day to catch our breath after the first 3 days of Worlds, we're back with 5 more Group B matches. But before we get to the games, let's send it around the League of Legends studio and meet our fantastic, talented, and handsome casters.
Thank you very much, Shucks. At the very least, Kobe is. I'm Trevor Quickshot Henry, sitting alongside Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensel. And today, we'll be bringing you the play-by-play for the first 3 Group B games, starting with Korea's Samsung Galaxy Ozone taking on Europe's Red Hot Gambit.
I'm sure everyone's anxious to see if Ozone was able to run a Gambit-esque mini boot camp during their time off and get their game back on track, or if the European teams Gambit and Fnatic will keep rolling and hold on to their spots at the top of Group B.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait a couple of minutes, though, because the answer to that question will be found right now. We need to teleport up to D-Man, who's keeping it dapper in our interview lounge.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and all night long, Shocks and I will be sitting down with the players of Group B to talk about the World Championship experiences on and off the Rift. But before I can interview the winners, we're going to have to play some games. So right now, we're going to turn it over to Riv and the guys at the analysis desk.
Thank you very much, D-Man. What's going on, everybody? I'm Rivington Bislin III, and spawning into the analyst desk with me today is David Freak Turley. And I got to say, Freak, it's been a while since we've been sitting on next to each other at the same desk.
I'm glad it's back.
It's been a while. It's been a while. We're mostly pleased to have back our panel of experts, OGN caster Monte Cristo, Evil Genius's Crepo, and CLG's All-Star Carry, Double Lift. And everyone, it's time to put your boots 5, because we're about to run through the best plays of the deepest dives of Tuesday's Group 5 stage matches.
5 teams from Group A were back in action on the 3rd day of the Season 3 World Championships. And in the first game of the day, the Lemon Dogs were able to survive OMG's unrelenting early pressure to secure a little momentum for themselves.
He will use the Zhonya's, but he's miles away from the rest of the team. He's still managing to get away. There is the elastic slingshot in. Let's Bounce comes down. Lovelin's going to have to try and escape this one. Flash over the wall from Tab. That's a double kill for him, and it will end with a 2-0.
But that momentum would turn into overconfidence, and a costly dive from Nukeduck would give OMG their 4th win in a row.
Here is Go-Going moving around the side as well. He's got 3 of them trapped in. There is a crescendo. Cool going to be locked down, but can he get the charm onto Dexter? Yes, he can. It's Sam that finishes off as Nukeduck tried to get Lovelin there at the back, but now he's running for his life. They're going to pick up the Nexus kill and go 3-0 here with that victory over Lemon Dogs in Group A.
It was David versus Goliath in Game 2, and the Giants from SKTT1 wreaked havoc all over the map to run away with the win.
Mazarine there going to throw down the barrel, but Shen going to come into this one. Lands a taunt. Mazarine is a dead man. Well, when it rains, it pours here. As Alania now being troubled underneath the turret of his own Faker, tanking that one up. That'll switch off. It's going to go down. Alania picks one up there, but that's kills everywhere for SKT. Brilliant performance. They picked themselves back up.
Up next was Lemon Dogs versus Team Solo Mid. Or should I say, the analysts.
I'm going to go ahead and say Lemon Dogs.
I'm going with Lemon Dogs. I have to go with Lemon Dogs as well.
I'm going with Lemon Dogs here.
Ooh, you got a boo.
I'm getting
It's going to be a lot of that.
Versus the home crowd. TSM got off on the wrong foot as the Lemon Dogs caught the odd one for both first and second blood.
Oh, this is bad news. He's going to get taunted. He's going to get charmed. Odd one is a dead man. First blood Lemon Dogs. He's going to have to vault Baker through. There's the taunt though. They stop him. Cocoon lands as well. He flashes over the top, but they're going to keep chasing. Dyrus coming down from the top lane. Lots of damage to the odd one. One more hit will do it. Dexter picks up the kill.
But the odd one kept his head in the game and helped Reginald get going.
Oh, and there's the assault and battery going through. Nukeduck here in so much trouble underneath the tower. Reginald picks up the kill. That will bring them level on the kills and ahead in gold.
TSM would go on to win in convincing fashion, getting the shutdown on their critics for now.
There is Zoro coming down, a big fight going on as Reginald dives into the back, picks up 1 kill. Can they get more? Yes, Zoro's down. Nicky won't escape. Now they chase down Dexter as well. He'll be locked up, finished off by a double kill there from Reginald. TSM get the victory against the Lemon Dogs, and that's going to give them a massive boost of confidence here going forward in the groups.
It was the team without a win taking on the team without a loss,
when Gaming Gear took on OMG.
Fiddle is still alive! Fiddle gets out cleanly before Elinure comes in. Throws down the Massacre to secure the first kill of the game for Gaming Gear. Now he's running, and like only Elinure can. The Bloodwell comes out. He's stuck down in the passive, and OMG are going to pick up a very, very clean victory.
16-3 in 25 minutes, not even giving up a single turret kill themselves, and they move to 4-0 halfway through the group stage.
In the last game of the day, all eyes were on the mid lane matchup, Faker versus Reginald. But SKT were focused on the top lane and shutting down Dyrus.
There's a bit of damage coming down. Impact lands the stun. Dyrus maybe should not have gone back in. He's going to go down for first blood.
SKT completely controlled the mid game, and a Piglet quadra kill would be all she wrote for TSM.
And the first victim will be Xpecial. He got the crescendo down, but it's not going to be enough to save them, as now Dyrus will be the second victim of the fight. That's a double kill for Piglet as he now flashes over the wall. Triple kill as he turns into Wild Turtle. This is going to be the quadra. Does pick up the quadra kill. Piglet, 8, 2, and 3 is a terrifying Caitlyn. Ladies and gentlemen, SK Telecom T1 is your second team in Group A. They pick up the win against TSM. What a good game.
And with that quadra, it's going to be the only big kill we have coming into the Worlds here, so we'll have to see if somebody else can get something big on that scoreboard. But right now, let's see how all the action affected the Group A standings. That leaves China's OMG in control of the top spot with the only perfect record of the 10 teams in this group stage, while Korea's SKT T1 is holding down the second spot for now.
In third place, it's North America's Team Solo Mid at 2-2, with Europe's Lemon Dogs and the Wildcard Gaming Gear rounding out the pack.
All right, gentlemen, so we have to kick off what we're going to talk about, the games that happened. Obviously, the final match of yesterday's group, or day 3, I should say, that was SKT versus Solo Mid. Go over that a little bit before we jump into today's games. Freak, why don't you start us off? That game, obviously, a lot of people thought it was there for Team Solo Mid, but SKT was able to pull through.
Yeah, so TSM, they continued to expand their losing streak to Korean teams on LAN, unfortunately. But just like we saw them in Season 2, they keep putting out really close games. They team fight well, but there's always something that breaks them apart. This case, it was a failed 3-on-1 dive in the bottom lane, and it was Dyrus getting over-eager in the top lane. But outside of those, they would have kept a gold lead early on. They probably could have held some team fights together.
Well, Lemon Dogs had a gold lead early on against SK Telecom T1 as well, and we saw how that turned out. The Korean mid game is just so strong in terms of their vision control and rotations. Yes, TSM played the early game poorly, but even if everything had gone their way, I still think SK Telecom would have come out on top in that one.
See, I don't agree with that. I think the mistakes that TSM made could have put them way further ahead. I mean, a dive basically on a level 2 Renekton, then dodging the dive on top, because when Dyrus already dodged the dive on top, so he would be fine, especially knowing that SKT actually leaves the lanes in a bit of a freeze after they 2v1. They're not always pushing the lanes in, so Dyrus could have exploited that. They could have won out of the dive on bottom, then other one missed the flash later. I mean, not bashing TSM here, because they played a really nice game, but they were just this close to getting further ahead. Although you can never tell if SKT1 would have won the mid game or not. But yeah, conceptually, I feel like SKT1 was dropping the ball early on. Later in the game, they had some really sweet rotations, though. They really understand how the game gets played in mid-game. They turn around, and I think with their coach, they're gonna do a lot of analysis on what they did wrong, and I think they're just gonna get stronger and stronger. Because as you saw, like the first day, they failed to dive really hard. The second day, there was already a bit of improvement. They're basically going through the phases that other meta games went through like ages ago when 3v1 was really the thing.
And I talked to their coach, Koma, too, about that 3v1 situation, and he's definitely aware of the problems, and he promised me that for the rest of this week, for the second half, that we would see an entirely different SK Telecom, because I told him straight up that I was disappointed in how his team had been playing, and he understood and said it's going to change.
Yeah, I don't think there's any denying TSM outplayed them conceptually in the first 5 minutes, but I feel like Korean mid-game, late-game rotations, just how they control the game is so strong that if they just fix the first 5 minutes of their game, strategically they will be the strongest team in their group. And obviously mechanically you can see they're already outplaying TSM, who is, they're really good. I feel like if SKT just fixes up those first 5 minutes, they're going to be so strong.
So is any team, as we move on a little bit here into our next group, is any team here going to be able to beat OMG, or is this basically going to be a race coming in for second place here in this group?
That's a really interesting question, because I feel like SKT's first match against OMG, they only really lost because, once again, the first 5 minutes of the game, OMG did a 3v1 dive. That throws Korean teams off really hard, as we've seen, and they just snowballed an early lead. And if the Chinese team doesn't end up snowballing the early, this is going off what Monty said earlier too. If the Chinese team doesn't get that early lead against a Korean team, I feel like SKT's mid-game rotations will just outplay OMG.
And when we say it throws off a Korean team, I want to say it throws off SK Telecom specifically. We talked about this, but back when 3v1 diving was big in Champions Winter, SK Telecom were not a team yet. If we talk about other Korean teams, I think Ozone is going to be comfortable with it. And if we go further in this tournament, Najin Sword, do dive is their motto. They were well known for their early game dives, and so they will be completely fine with it, I have no doubts. So it's just a little, I think it's more team by team rather than region by region. But that said, SK Telecom I still think is the best team in the group. They're not going to fall to OMG twice.
See, I actually want to question that a little bit because they actually played Sword. SKT played Sword this season of OGN, and they went 1-1 in the group stage. They were still losing to a team who didn't even advance out of groups there. So they played against a do dive team, didn't hold it together there. Had
Sword stopped doing it, though. They stopped doing it. Like, they changed their strategy. So.
All right, well,
we don't see that same kind of, ever since Mach Noon wasn't on the team anymore, we don't see that same kind of early turret diving.
Yeah, well, at the same time, I still think OMG, you give a lot of credit to SKT that they'll improve, but of course OMG can improve as well, and they've already shown the 1-0 lead. I think they'll keep shoring up their gameplay.
Not to mention that OMG showed that they can play a very deliberate game as well without those dives, so we can see that they've got a lot of dimensions. I think OMG is a fantastic team. I just think SK Telecom in the long run can edge them out.
Prepo, is there anybody in that group that's going to trounce OMG on that top spot?
If there's anybody, it's going to be SKT1, as these guys have said. They have a distinct difference in playstyle. Well, OMG is really scary in the team fights. SKT1 obviously well executing team fights as well. OMG is not afraid to dive at any point. I just think the fact that OMG is now 4-0, that means they have a little bit of leeway. They have a 1 game extra won. They have room for error. They play without as much pressure because if you're first in group, especially whenever you've played like these group type of matches, and you can play a lot more liberated. They might just go for the extra mile. Like, okay, I'm not sure if I can get this guy. Why not try? If it fails, so be it. We still have a lot of room for error.
Alrighty, well, we're all going to have to wait one more day to get the answers about Group A because tonight it's the teams of Group B that will be taking to the Rift. So let's take a look at the standings heading into the matches. Europe's Fnatic and Gambit are sitting in first with Korea's Samsung Galaxy Ozone and North America's Vulcan 1 game back in third, while Southeast Asia's Team Mineski is still looking to lock down their first win. So gentlemen, the first thing I want to discuss here are the two European powerhouses that are sitting on top of this right now. Is Europe coming out very strong here? Because even from Crepo, from the analyst desk, we've heard about faltering during the EU-LCS split. So is it just them coming out on the main stage?
They perform really well under pressure. Like Gambit and Fnatic, they've been around so long. Like they've played so many tournaments, and you can never count them out. Whenever you think like one of them is doing poorly, like a lot of people were writing off Fnatic after the Yorick pick already. They were sure like Ozone was going to bring it home. Ozone just continually kept dropping the ball. So I definitely think the two European teams are the strongest right here.
Monty?
Well, I mean, I agree. And if we consider Ozone here, because Gambit and Fnatic have been doing so well, they've been just digging themselves into a massive hole in the early game. So their mid-game can't save them. And even then, their mid-game's looking pretty weak compared to, say, SK Telecom T1. And one thing that really surprises me, I was talking to Imp earlier today, and he said that they were focusing beforehand more on kind of their fundamentals rather than doing the research on the other team, which I think really shows. And if you look historically at Ozone and how they were able to win Champions Winter, it was because they did an extreme amount of research. Mata always knew where to pink ward to kill the other wards. Dandy always knew the jungle pathing of the other jungle for his counter ganks, which is what he's famous for. And they designed strategies to kill specific teams. That's why when we saw them get into the finals against Blaze, it was such an impressive win. Blaze was on a 13-game win streak. Ozone comes in, 3-0s them, and they did it because they had a plan. This is a team that succeeds due to planning and hasn't planned for this event. And so I think that's really showing.
I agree. They definitely seem like a shade of their former self, and they just don't show enough respect. Like when they played against Diamond's Eve, there should be pink wards all around the map, or there should be wards on the buff so you can pinpoint where she's going. Because if you play against an Evelyn, the entire mindset of the team has to change because she's invisible, and it's really difficult. So you need those pink wards.
I've got to question that though, because they came into this tournament. We're talking about Ozone here. They were already qualified not months in advance, but weeks in advance, and got to see their opposing teams. And these are teams who have played LCS seasons. They can just look at footage, and they're used to preparing for a week for their match. They got to prepare for 2 weeks for their match, and now you're saying, oh, it's a 2-day break, they're going to be okay, and I don't necessarily buy it for Ozone here. I think the European teams are consistently performing better.
Yeah, and the two things that stand out to me for European teams is, one, their consistency. I feel like the three European teams have played the most consistent throughout the entire group stage. And the other thing is that their mids are so good. These guys carry every game. If you just look at Nukeduck, XPK, AlexH, these guys have had great games, consistently good games throughout the entire group stage. But at the same time, if they have a bad game, I feel like their team falls apart.
And I also think that champion pools are really doing a big favor for the European teams in this group. We've seen mid ban, and then you're seeing Lissandra come out and the Oriana, and Pekka keeps playing new champions, and AlexH keeps playing new champions that aren't getting run by the other teams. Whereas you look at Dade, and it's like, oh, you banned out Rise. Oh shoot, do I still? Oh, sorry, you banned out Zed. Oh shoot, do I play Rise well enough?
Happy
And
if you
then
ban Rise.
the answer, yeah, please.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
All right, guys, so talking about a few of these powerhouses, another team that we're also seeing that has a realistic chance to get their way out of the Group B is Vulcan. How are you guys feeling about their performance? We talk a lot about early game. That's where they get their win. We talk a bit about momentum for NA teams. You know, Double Lift, let's start off with you being from the NA scene.
Yeah, like I originally, along with Kobe, predicted them to hit top 2. I still stand by that statement, even though they are pulling the Vulcan throw bargains where they just make one, every game they lose, they make one absolutely terrible, like, bronze level play.
You think they're going to finish top 2?
Yes, they're going to make it out of the groups,
wow.
dude.
Bold
Get on my level,
statement.
son. And, like, I do expect them to lose to Ozone, and it's because historically, I know Vulcan very well, and I feel like they are they're Ozone imitators with a little twist. And if you're an imitation, you can't beat the actual real thing. And I feel like their other loss against Gambit, they just made the Vulcan throw bargains happen in the first 8 minutes of the game.
When I hear you and Kobe talking about Vulcan, I feel like you're just staring wistfully into the horizon saying, if only they didn't make that bad play. But guess what, Double Lift? They always make the bad play.
I believe,
dude. They always do.
I believe.
And so I don't see how you can say, yes, they're strong in the laning phase, but with the conceptual mistakes they make, they can never take advantage of it, and I don't see them capitalizing on this at all.
I think they have a chance if they run a more heavily aggressive team because they consistently get ahead early game. And if you take a page from OMG's book, get ahead early game, just fight things all the time and dive people. And if Vulcan did a little bit of that, whereas Ozone's a little bit more passive and control based in their mid game, if they pulled an OMG and said, all right, early game lead, and then dive things, they've got a really good shot of snowballing past all the other teams in the group.
All right, gentlemen. So if this week has proven anything, it's that there is no shortage of intelligent, well-thought, and insightful opinions here at the Analyst Desk. It also has proven that you, the viewers, are a lot better at predicting the winners than Crepo over here, this guy. Let's take a look at the Analyst Desk standings. The viewers are sitting on top with a 16-4 record and riding a 5-game winning streak after correctly choosing all of Tuesday's victors. You guys are holding on to the back of that vehicle. They are pedal to the metal on. Then there's the rest of you. So good. Freak the Casters started Tuesday, tied for first, and then Jat happened. So was there any tension in the green room between the Casters, Freak?
No, I think we all believe in Kobe. He got us into first place in the beginning, and I think he can carry the weight here for the Casters.
So you're going to put it on the jungler?
I mean, I can hold my own, but Kobe's the carry.
All right, don't blame the jungler.
No. I said you blame Jat.
I'm not blaming Jat. I just was seeing if there was anything going on.
I do not believe in Kobe.
All right, we'll see. So before we get to our first predictions of the day, let's tell you who's playing first. Kicking off the action is Korea's Ozone, looking for revenge and a share of second place when they take on Gambit. Then XPK and the Red Hot Fnatic look to even the score against ManCloud and Vulcan.
Then after that, Team Mineski takes the stage against AlexH and company, and then Fnatic looks to complete their sweep of Ozone. Finally, to round out the day, Vulcan tries to make it 2 in a row against Mineski.
Okay, gentlemen, so let's hear your picks. We're going for Ozone versus Gambit. Crepo, we're starting with you so you cannot sabotage anyone's picks.
Okay. I'll go with Gambit, so all the other guys probably want to pick another team, just getting that one out there. But yeah, I think Gambit has the edge here. They're playing solid, consistent. They're bringing the bootcamp Gambit show again. Combined, their mid lane jungler combo is really hard to beat. Initially, I would have given it to Ozone, but throughout the groups, we've seen that Ozone has been struggling, and Gambit's just being really, really solid. So yeah, they're my pick.
You know, this is a really hard game to call, but I'm going to go with Ozone. And this is just a gut feeling of mine because I feel like Ozone won't make the same mistakes that they've been making the first 2 days, where Dade's champion pool is a problem. And they're just they're basically just super uncoordinated. It's so uncharacteristic of them to lose games like that. So my gut feeling just says Ozone. They're going to fix their problems.
I agree. I think it's going to be Ozone, although it is very difficult to call. I picked Gambit to get out of this group as well. And
your dark horse.
Yeah, they were my dark horse. Picked him to get out top 2 alongside Ozone. But Ozone is a preparation team, like I was saying earlier. They play to their opposition, whereas we look at the teams that have been successful, Gambit and Fnatic, they play their own style. Ozone counters your style. With a couple days, this is their last shot. If they don't come in here today and win against Gambit, I'm jumping off.
So
the
this won't be Gambit's dark horse game then.
Well, I think they're going to get out anyway. Gambit's going to get out anyway. but-
Okay.
All right. Well, I think mine and Chris are going to have to jump off the hype train here. I say Gambit for this one. So I'm with you, Crepo, here, that you probably going for that one.
Bold choice.
I believe in Gambit. I think that they showed it already. I don't think 2 days is enough for Ozone, who typically needs a week to get their stuff done. So I say Gambit here.
All right, gentlemen. Viewers, a split decision on the desk. If you think you can do better than these four, and based on the standings, I think you can, head to lolesports.com and cast your ballot.
Just go to schedule, click on the Day 4 tab, and add your vote.
And then hit us up on Twitter and let us know which player has surprised you the most in Group B so far and why.
We are at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag Worlds. We'll be reading the best responses and trying to pronounce your Pronounce your Twitter handle later today.
I hope you have the Twitter handle.
I might get ruined. And if one of those answers just happens to be yours, you'll get a Logitech G602S gaming mouse.
All right, everyone, we got to take a short break, but when we return, Ozone and Gambit face off in our first game of Day 4. The Season 3 World Championship live from Los Angeles. We'll be right back in 3.5.